Synopsis. A young man is reborn in modern-day Japan with memories of his past life and a mysterious ability to accelerate his learning. Determined to live a better life, he explores his newfound powers while navigating childhood, friendships, and hidden supernatural dangers. But when a chance encounter with magic thrusts him into a world beyond his imagination, he must uncover the truth behind his abilities and the strange forces lurking in the shadows. Chapter 1, Second Life. A dream. A very surreal experience. Fragments of memories flashed in my mind. No matter how surreal it is, I can't bring myself to deny it existed. At some point in time, there lived a man who was the origin of that dream. He had many fun times. The first time he learned how to write. The first time he touched a guitar. The time he had his first kiss. There are also satisfying moments, such as unintentionally acing a round in a certain FPS game. Those times are irreplaceable. Nevertheless, the man had regrets. Many things that he hesitated and never accomplished. The opportunities that he missed due to his cowardice. Yes, he regrets not enjoying high school to its fullest. That was a stressful time, but one that was also the most fun. However, this also taught him many things. He learned how to value moments. He learned how to never give up. He learned how to adjust to his schedule that he could never follow. Being an adult was never easy. Problems will be thrown at you in the most unexpected times. All one could do is adapt and swallow the bitter pill. There isn't any point in running away from your problems. I made this sound akin to a baby speaking for the first time. This blurry sight did not help in removing my confusion. My hearing is hindered as if I am under a swimming pool. Correction, I might be in a pool right now. Some sort of liquid is being expelled by my subconscious babbling. I tried to expel it by coughing, but it did not do much. Then the grip of death came. If I do not expel this something blocking out my breathing, I would die. As a result, I cried. I'm in heaven. No, actually, I got reincarnated. I don't know if it is the right term, but it went something along those lines. My previous life should be the vague memories that I had upon conception. After more than a year, those memories became fainter. I retained the ability to have my consciousness, but I could not do anything besides lying down on the crib and staring at the ceiling all day long. On weekends, my parents would take me out to some places. I am in a country called Japan, which coincides with my previous life's nationality. Thank God for letting me save time in memorizing all those kanji. Those were my nightmares in the past. Now comes the most important question. What should I do? I had those daydreams in the past where you can travel back in time and correct those mistakes that you did. Perhaps become a millionaire by utilizing your knowledge of the past, just like those guys who regressed in time and did their stock trading. Unfortunately, I did not dabble in those. Most of their assets are liquidated, which is troublesome for me. While I did not have my own family, my brother did, which means that I have to save my assets in case of an emergency. That, and the fact that Japan has a strict work culture where you mostly spend your days working, save for the weekends. Most importantly, trading is risky. One moment a market is stable. The next moment it could have a recession. The decision to put my assets in stock investment was a huge gamble that I dare not take at that time. Part of it came from hearing my friends losing their assets in it, but mostly it is because I prefer a stable life. I will definitely live a better life this time. Nabokun, it's feeding time. It's this time of the day again, huh? If you had crossed over with your past life's memories, what would you be thankful for? Of course, it's your memories of learning kanji. As I skimmed through these books, I slowly recalled them. Albeit still faint, it's not as bad as before. Many of my past memories became vaguer as I turned 8 years old. I can only remember the general flow of my life. I can no longer recall any interactions and conversations with others. Everything is being replaced by newer memories in this life. My only saving grace is that the memories of my previous masteries can be recalled as long as I recall them in this life, either by seeing new sights or acquiring new knowledge. That, and my consciousness all this time, resulted in something else. I am certain I don't act like a typical child. Also, I do not have any powers, or cheats, as other people would call it. My thoughts would certainly be different if I reincarnated in a not-so-peaceful world, but my luck caused me to land in modern society. It is currently 2012, with the flow being extremely similar to my past life. There are some opportunities for making money at this time. If that problem is gone, I can focus more on enjoying life. Money is that important. My family are the nice ones, too. My father, unexpectedly, works in trading. He did not need to go outside for work as he could monitor his investments at home. Hence, he is the one who takes care of me and my little brother who was just born 5 years ago. Meanwhile, my mother works in a company. She goes to work during the day and comes home at night. My father, as the house husband, does the chores so that she won't have to worry about anything at home. Such is the daily life of the Akasaka household. Nah, let's play. Let's play later. Okay. We are currently in the living room right now. Toys are scattered all over the carpeted floor. My brother mostly inherited Tusan's looks with him having a pair of maroon eyes and black hair. He has a soft face that made it irresistible to pinch his cheeks. Meanwhile, I got most of my genes from KAISEN. I took her looks, white hair, golden pupils, and slightly pale white skin. I stood up with my small legs and grabbed my father's pants who was sitting on the sofa. I looked at him with sincerity and pleaded. Books. Books, oh, are you tired of those language books? I already relearned all Joyo Kanji Tusan, I thought inwardly. Other than language books, all I received are storybooks. This is not the development that I want. I prefer more productive books like the ones that teach about money. Yes, money. If any working adult said that money does not matter much and only hard work does, it's either they are tricking a child or painting a fairy tale for his sorrowful life. Money makes the world go around. That's how life is. Though it should not be the main focus of my life. The emotions of regret and bitterness, along with gratitude and satisfaction, are still vivid in my mind. Those moments were the memories that I remember the most. Even if I forgot the interactions, those are enough for me. All right, Hup. My father carried my little brother and started to play with him. Nabu-kun, can you get your books inside my room? And with that, I strolled to my father's room. My small legs made me slower, but I am not affected by it much. Who's to complain if you have a second life? Pushing the already open door, a computer setup greeted my sight. A moderately large bookshelf is beside it, as well as some kind of musical instruments, such as a MIDI pad and an electric guitar. I have been here as early as 3 years old, so I already recalled my memories of these instruments. It seems like this is my hobby in my past life. A buried hobby to be exact. I did not have the time to play with them due to my work. I marveled at them, distracted from my original goal, and touched the guitar on the rack. Modify time 10 years. A thought suddenly popped up inside my head. Bottomed. Bottomed. A feeling of uneasiness and excitement instantly took over me. I felt an itch inside my chest, making me feel as if something that I am looking forward to is about to happen. These random thoughts instantly sent me into confusion. What is happening? Why are my hands cold? Am I having a heart attack? All these thoughts disappeared when I separated my hand from the guitar. Everything went back to normal. When I touched it again, they appeared once more. Modify the learning time of guitar to 10 years later. This time it became clearer, but it only sent me further down the spiral of confusion. Modify time? Do you mean to fast forward time? No, it says learning time here. So my experiences then. In the first place, why am I having these thoughts now? Did I become delusional now that I reincarnated into another life? Many unanswerable questions popped up in my mind. Even when I separated from the guitar once more, they remained. I wondered if this is just a hallucination. I blankly walked towards the bookshelf and grabbed a random book entitled The Intelligent Investor. Modify the learning time of investment to 10 years later. The familiar sensation came back to me. The itch in my heart was further amplified due to my curiosity about this phenomenon. This feeling is killing me. Damn it. Tempted by it, I bit the bullet and followed that sensation. I agree, accept, confirm. I thought of many words to validate the thought that suddenly appeared in my head. Then, a new set of memories. Hedging, buying, shortage of YouTube, dollar value depreciation. Sentences first appeared before scenes of my hard work followed. I studied beginner books for half a year before making a move to the equivalents of the giants in the future. Google, YouTube, and Facebook were my first targets. For some reason, they existed in this life, too. Many future financial crises were also involved, such as the European debt crisis and the global financial crisis that started a year later. I was separated from reality as I immersed myself in those memories. They are different from my usual memories as they are very vivid. Even the smallest details related to investment were remembered by me. I get it. I was so immersed in them that I did not realize the increase in my computation speed. I am fairly sure that I am still developing, yet my mind feels faster today. If I needed a few seconds to answer a basic integral before, I can do so within a second now. I did not feel any physical changes. In the end, I was left puzzled by this occurrence. Sleep would help this time. Our son might be a genius, Akasaka Seiji thought. I was reading The Tale of the Bunny and the Turtle at that age, but our son is interested in investment books. When Nabu asked for a book a few days ago, Seiji pointed him out to his bookshelf. He stores their children's books there, as the kids' room did not have a bookshelf. Yet, he did not expect their son to pick his books instead. At first, Seiji reasoned out that the book is not for kids, that he would not understand it. Shockingly enough, Nabu understood the concepts behind it after 3 days of reading, even if it is the most basic concept. Their son, an 8-year-old kid, started to learn about investments. It is definitely not normal. Seiji was even scolded by his wife, Akasaka Iri. She was surprised that their son started to spout things such as future market charts, hedge funds, and recession at the dinner table. She scolded Seiji for teaching their son such advanced-level knowledge and not the ones appropriate for his age. But then, he convinced her that Nabu truly understood them after letting him read his books for a few more days. Advanced arithmetics, statistics, economics, all of the books that he read are all related to investment. What's even more shocking is that he's already done with the 11th grade arithmetics. The husband and wife talked about that. They decided to talk with Nabu about his aspirations for the future. They did not want to ruin their suspected-to-be genius son's future. They knew the struggles that the adults live in, so they are also hoping that he would enjoy his childhood despite his talents. Nabu-kun. Nabu bobbed his head in his father's direction. A dozen books related to arithmetics were stacked together, so he had to adjust himself. What would you like to do in the future? He asked while hugging the sleeping Ryunosuke, Nabu's younger brother. Nabu fell into deep thought for a moment, as evident when Seiji saw his serious thinking face. I want to have fun, he said as he sported a bright expression. Not expecting to hear a childish answer, Seiji froze briefly. Then, he started laughing. You will wake up Ryu-san. Right. Alas, it is too late for Seiji. Ryunosuke was forcefully woken up from his peaceful slumber. He saw Nabu sporting a smirking expression before Ryunosuke's cries blasted into his ears. Yue. Chapter 2, The Cheat. 7:20 a.m. The rays of sunlight penetrating your windows are one of the things that I came to appreciate during my adult life. I carefully undid my little brother's hug before sitting cross-legged in the bed. I placed my elbow on top of my thigh before I held my chin. This is my daily dose of life contemplation, the thing that I learned after staring at the ceiling for hours during my first 2 years. I had a lot of time to think about myself and my future, which is something that I did not have in my past life. When the alarm clock in my smartphone rings, I will instantly wake up. I do not have the word snooze in my dictionary. I could abruptly stand up from my bed even if I feel dizzy for a short while. This has the same effect as washing your face with cold water in the morning. It is totally effective. I blankly stare at the floor as I recall the events from a few days ago. It was at that time did I discover that I, a cheatless reincarnator, actually have a cheat. It might be a time manipulation ability of sorts. It can also be similar to the enhanced growth abilities that I recall from some anime that I watched when I was dead tired. Still, what is important is that I have CHATS. That's why it was called as such in the first place. It makes anything convenient. It pushed me, someone who is a total noob with investments, to become a professional who spent 10 years in the industry. I did not know if the me, 10 years later, succeeded in his life, but I know that my future self's experiences would help me achieve even more now. How could I use it again? I rubbed my chin as I thought about this. I tried to use it again in the past few days after that event. However, no matter how I try, it does not appear. I made a few conjectures since then. I tried a few and it didn't work, which is why I will try the rest today. If anything still does not work, I'll have to leave it to my future self to find the answer. I got out of bed and went to one of Ryu's toys. They are all battery-powered. Taking out the battery inside a phone toy, I brought it closer to me. Energy is one of the fundamental things in the universe, or at least how the science subject phrased it. This is what I've learned in high school along with mitochondria, which is the powerhouse of the cell. My teachers told us that what we learn in school helps in real life is pretty much a half-truth. You would benefit from the learned knowledge, yes, but you would not use all of them. AA battery, 1.5 volts. Before my cheat manifested, I did not do anything. I just sat down, read books, and lay down. Now, energy is the only thing present during those times. Whenever I eat, I replenish it. The same goes when I am inert. I do nothing which resulted in the gathering of energy at a faster rate. If my cheat follows the science that I have learned, it should need energy. Absorb, absorb, refill, refill. I recited these words like a mantra. My full attention was on it, as I desperately thought of refilling my cheat's energy. My tense body soon relaxed as a light feeling enveloped me. It is a relaxing feeling you would get after you get out of a massage chair. I did not feel any changes in my body, though. It's more spiritual or mental. Since I relaxed my mind, my body felt it too. Yes. I pumped my fist before I enthusiastically robbed my little brother of 3 toys worth of batteries. When I placed them back, I tried to use the toys, but it didn't work. This verifies my conjecture. Rejoice, my future self, you shall suffer no more. My eyes went toward the bed. There, I saw Ryu staring at me innocently. Knowing that I ruined his toys, I could not bear to look any further at his pure and innocent eyes. Sorry, Ryu, this is for our future. My low mumble left him confused. Tusan, can we walk outside starting today? Walk outside, sure. A few days passed when I verified my conjecture. After scavenging for batteries, the stock for Ryu's toys, I decided to use the electricity outside. This is my decision after finding out that I have a limit when it comes to absorbing those energies. I reached it after absorbing 33 AA batteries, which equates to nearly 50 volts. It is a meager amount for the electricity-based devices outside, but it consumed more than half of Ryu's batteries. His cries only made me more guilty. Luckily for me, my parents thought that the batteries were defective. I mean, no parents would think that their son can absorb electricity, right? After checking the trends, Tusan brought us outside our home. Just when we got out, I was already greeted by more than a dozen passersby. As expected of Shimijio Ward. Since the place we are in is the center of Kyoto's urban development, people are mostly concentrated here. There are many high-rise buildings as well as department stores. Of course, those are a few minutes' worth of walks from where we reside. My parents liked urban places due to their convenience, but they did not like densely populated areas that much. Whoa. We only strolled in the less populated area. We are only be a few minutes away from our home. Tusan does not want to bring me into a populated place as he is rather focused on Ryu. Even so, I could see from afar the bright spots of light in Nakahara Ward Center. All of it came from the billboards and the high-rise buildings, I suppose. I also saw the usual sight of our neighborhood. No graffiti can be seen here as it is subjected to legal sanctions. There are also other kids either together with their parents or playing with their friends. They are all taller than me, so they should be around 10 years old. Soon, we passed over a playground, the holy land of children, the place where they could feel their freedom and do anything. Whether using the slide head first or parkouring from one place to another, every dumb thing can be done. Other children were playing here too. Ice cream. Nabu-kun, you want one? I swiftly nodded. To an 8-year-old who has never tasted it in this life, I sought it. Ice cream is easily one of my favorite desserts. Wait for me here, all right? Yes, Tusan. Tusan walked over to the ice cream shop while I sat on the bench. Hee, you're at Shen. Not fair. You can't catch us, Tilda. Seeing the children happily playing, I inadvertently thought the cold hard truth. Look at these children. I do wonder if they would also turn into adults who got slapped by reality in the future. I shook my head. I will not let that happen to me. I will have a better life, that's for sure. In my peripheral vision, I saw another kid doing the same thing as me. She was shaking her head whilst looking at the group of kids innocently playing tag. Her hands are trembling lightly. Scratch that, she is not doing the same thing as me. Hey, are you all right? I saw the girl freeze and shiver before mechanically looking at me. Why, yes. You do not look all right. Just her expression alone told everyone that she is anxious. Her stuttering emphasized it further. Her blue pupils erratically looked around me in seconds, avoiding my gaze. Are you really all right? TTT, that's all right. Sigh, do I look that scary? Yeah. My words made her stop trembling for a moment before she hastily said, TT, that's not it, you are not as scary. Seeing her react like that, I laughed. Sorry, I'm just joking. Ada. I saw her face change from tense to embarrassed. A light blush appeared on her ears, as if showcasing her current emotions. Do you have any problems? I asked her. Do you want to join that group of kids over there? How did you know? She slammed the bench with both of her hands as she faced my direction. Isn't this obvious? Your face is giving it away. Upon hearing it, she froze. I do not know what is going on inside her head, but my best guess is her constructing some kind of drastic reaction to what I have said. After all these times, all of them know it. Ahem, I lightly coughed while crossing both of my arms together. Seeing you react like this, I think you should fix your problem first. I don't know if this is just from interacting with strangers, but if the same thing happens every day, it's a huge problem. I gave out my honest advice to her. My recollection told me how horrible society is, and at the same time, it taught me the beauty of it. If her anxiety did continue in her later years, she would experience worse and not see the beauty around her. Her pink hair covered her eyes as she seriously stared at the ground. Her feet swayed in the air as she became more preoccupied with her thoughts. Tusan already bought it. Looks like I have to leave. Can I have your name? Mine's Nabu. She was snapped back to reality with my words. It's Hitori. Hitori BOCCHI. Loner, I subconsciously mumbled before I covered it up with the fear of the little girl being hurt. Nice name. Really? I could hear her murmur as I ran to my Tusan. Phew. I made a deep breath as I calmed down my anxious heart. We are going back to our home, and the time to verify my guess came. It would be more difficult to explain if my source of energy is those batteries, so I thought of another one, street lamps. They are all connected via the electrical cables in the sky, which makes them another alternative source of energy. 50 volts is nothing for the government, more so when we pay our taxes well. My hand made contact with the metallic touch of the pole. I recalled the sensation that I had while I stole my brother's batteries. Absorb. That feeling soon emerged as it sent me into a relaxing state. My mind was cleared of worries while my entire body slightly shook, a result of my tension disappearing. I could make this my everyday massage, I blankly murmured. I'm full in one go. Just like the absorption and utilization of my cheat, a random thought appeared in my head. It dictates the state of the energy tank, telling me when I could use it again. Right now, I had a vague feeling that it was refilled again. It has not reached 1% yet, but the progress left me satisfied nevertheless. Not only that, I found out that my mental chant became shorter, and invoking the absorption of my cheat became slightly easier than yesterday. It could be the result of my first usage, or its continued usage, perhaps. It worked. I could now rest easy with this. With that thought, I went back home with lesser worry than before. Chapter 3, A Normal World. Isekai. The staple genre that never ended in my past life. Some of my memories regarding it came back when I saw Tusan reading an isekai-themed manga. In the cases of it, or even reincarnation, there are many supernaturals. Onmyojis fighting against demons, magicians pursuing the truth of the world, yaokais that inhabit desolate places, those are some of the extraordinary events that I remember. The sole evidence that they exist, my cheat, an ability to manipulate time surely is not mundane. That's why I tried to find such beings, or at least I tried to. Everything is completely normal. Not once did I find an unusual event. There are no gas leaks, no unexplained earthquakes, nothing. This is why I came to accept this as a completely normal world. Since there are no magic and the like, stuff like magic became impossible too. This woke me up at the fact that I have to live enough with this short life. Half a year had already passed since I discovered my cheat. I lived an ordinary life, which is to read books at home and play with my little brother. That is, until 3 months ago. My parents decided that it is nigh time to be sent to the land of heaven or hell, school. Thanks to my intellect, I managed to skip kindergarten and 2 grades few years back. It was only now did I enroll as a 3rd grader. As expected, I became quite bored with the kids there. Well, I am to blame for deciding not to skip grades easily and enjoy this responsibility-free phase. It's not like I would like to communicate with adolescents as a 5-year-old kid. My age did not change as I was born on February 5, a month behind Ryu. Funnily enough, my name came from my dad's favorite sake brewery in Niigata, Hokusatsu. Its founder's name is Nabu, and he founded the brewery in winter, which coincides with my birthday. This resulted in my name being added to the list that my Tusan and Kasan made. Can someone solve this? My teacher began teaching us mathematics. Nobody wanted to answer. If no one wants to answer, Nabu-kun. Looking at the equation on the board, I could feel my 11th grade mathematics being wasted here. Anyways, you'll just use the PEMDAS rule and... It's 15, sensei. In the end, I managed to get through by writing in my small notebook. There, I write any future events related to the stock market, the opportunities included in the currency market, derivatives market, bond market, and so on. My study in those 10 years did not go to waste. I can do crazy leverages and take home these gold mines with certainty. Leverages are the multipliers in the investment, allowing someone to invest in something far more than the money that they currently have. It's a double-edged sword, as those multipliers can cause bankruptcy instead of profiting. However, it becomes my sharpest sword with the events of the future recorded in. The ice cream store entered my sight. After school ended, I went back home alone. My school is only a street away from it, so there wasn't much to worry about. The street that I take home is always populated, too, though I still go with the group of kids until I separate to go to this place every day. JUJUTSU, 1 strawberry popsicle. I tiptoed to the counter to grab the attention of the sleeping uncle, the shopkeeper. I placed the popsicle on top of the counter. Oh, it was just you, Nabu. Yes, I want this popsicle. Sure. With a lazy tone, he took my meager sum, 100 yen coin. After doing so, I left the shop and was about to go home when I saw the familiar pink-haired girl. She is sitting on the bench while staring at the slide. She's not been here for 3 days. Did she make new friends? Chances are she did not. Hey, you made new friends. Ada. Looks like I snapped her out of her deep thoughts again. En Nabu-kun. Looks like you did not, I said before sitting down on the bench. I swiftly tore down the pink packaging and grabbed the popsicle stick. Slowly, I let it melt inside my mouth while I took a small bite out of it. Phew. Cold air went out of my mouth. Hearing the cicadas in the tree and this glaringly hot temperature, I could feel the summer heat going in me. If not for the tree blocking off most of the sunlight, I would not choose this as my usual spot. I watched the girl puff out air as she said with confidence, I made some friends. For once, it felt very convincing. I know that she said this more than 5 times in rebuttal to my jokes, but it feels kind of true this time. Really, mind telling me their name? Her voice became lower and lower, just like a mosquito's. I take back my words. Garu-san is still the usual her. Social anxiety is the correct term for her condition, I recall. She finds it difficult to initiate any sort of conversation with others. In my case, I am lucky enough to converse with her for the first time, just enough for her preferred pace that, while she is still anxious, her determination is enough to talk with me. Anyways, how about your days? I haven't seen you here in 3 days. That, my grandparents visited us 3 days ago. This is why I could not come here. I see her hastily explain with a panicked expression. She is afraid of having misunderstandings, something that I came to know after some time with her. This is the reason behind her anxiety. I see, no need to be flustered that much. Cha. I saw her fall into a deep thought once more. Only she knows about her internal monologue. What about you? Garu-san suddenly asked me a question. Aside from school, I don't have anything else to do except read. You could say that it is boring. She seemed dumbfounded after hearing my response. My guess is that. Why you don't have any friends? I knew it. I laughed lightly while tapping my lap to vent out my excessive emotion. I do, I said. You are my friend. Perhaps it is due to my peculiar experience that I could not consider those kids as my friends. They are busy with idiotic stuff like shouting, unko, poop, or chasing after their puppy love. Meanwhile, I am busy writing down the significant events related to investment. We are different. As for Garu-san, we just hit it off. She is different from others in a way that fits just right with me. She does not act as childish as others. That is enough for me. She has a problem, however, when reaching out to others. She has a fear of some bad possibilities whenever she thinks of initiating a conversation with others. This is something that I'm trying to help her with. It turns. I heard her murmuring something, but I did not hear the rest of it. For the rest of the time that we met, I ate the entire popsicle while talking about some mundane stuff with her. We shared some of our everyday thoughts. They might be just the normal stuff that we encountered, as our life is not some story where extraordinary stuff happens to us frequently. Our world is just a normal one filled with the struggles of mundane life. I have to go, you should go home too, I said before holstering my backpack into my shoulder. After a minute of walking, I arrived at my usual streetlight and intercepted some of its electricity. A familiar wave of relaxation came into my body once more, relieving me of some stress that I have recently. How should I tell this to my Tusan? There are only less than 6 months left before the start of that main event, the 2013 financial crisis. It is the time when dollar's value started to spike down, which is unpredicted. Most professionals and the American government themselves are confident with their fortifications, though they could not resist the trend of the entire world. This is the ripe time to multiply our assets by a maximum of 50 times. It is the highest amount of leverage allowed in the stock market. Even with that, we could still surpass my initial predictions. In total, 2 such financial crises happened within the next 10 years. If we miss this, we will lose the chance to earn money. That's why I am facing the current predicament of how to convince my Tusan into allowing me to invest. Granted, even dumb people who did not study stocks could use it now in 2012, thanks to the advancements of technology. But letting an 8-year-old kid into stock trading seems very outrageous. I mustn't give up before the fight. My attention was then redirected to my energy tank. I could feel that it is almost filled up. Maybe I could use my cheat again in the next 30 days, it seems. I wonder, what should I use it on next? Garu Hitori, a girl with social anxiety. She does not know when it started, but she has overcome her fears whenever she tried to connect with someone. That's it. Boring. Lame. She feared that she would be seen by others in a negative light. At first, it was just her being more conscious about her appearance, mannerism, and speech, but it soon evolved into its current state. Her parents were very worried about her condition, thinking that she would not have any friends. They were wrong, I have a friend. Hitori's nose became incomparably tall while she felt proud of her achievement. Everyone, including her, thought that she was a loner, Hitoribaki. Well, they are dead wrong, they are greatly mistaken, for she, Garu Hitori, has a friend. She had long treated Nabu as her only friend. It was just that she was worried that he did not think of her as one. Fortunately, his indirect confirmation untied the knot in her heart and made her extremely proud of this achievement. It turns out that he is also a loner. When she heard him say that he did not have any friends, she was about to cry. After all, they are the same, at least that's what she thought. She also thought of how loners can have a loner radar that allows them to detect each other. This is how humans act. When they discover that there is someone who is suffering the same things as them, they would feel lighter. Though the responses of her parents were completely different than she had expected. A friend, the shocked voices of her parents rang out. Is it a ghost? Is it an imaginary friend? Dear, we need to bring her to the exorcists. Seconded. Thus, it was decided that Garu Hitori will be brought to a nearby shrine tomorrow. Chapter 4, Trading. Tusan, I want to try trading. All right, you want to try some, eh? My father made a surprised face as he turned his office chair in my direction. It is early in the morning, so he should be looking for the changes that happened in tonight's stock market. From what I saw, he is in the currency market, taking advantage of the fact that the dollar rate is going higher at a stable rate. It is in this way that most investors do their job. Even if the returns are small, the risks are small too. Did I hear that correctly? You want to try your hands at trading? This might be a bit early for you. I can tell that Tusan is against it. I knew this would happen, but I could still not prevent my mood from worsening. Hundreds of millions of yen are at stake here. Knowing this predicament can't be resolved quickly, I took out my biggest trump card. Please. Puppy eyes. With this, I am sure that Tusan can't resist it. My study of those spoiled kids back in school is not for naught. They do this whenever they ask for something and get whatever they want, scot-free. I saw him sighing before he said, All right, I will open an account with a few $100s in it. If you ever spend all of it, I won't be giving you capital again anytime soon, okay? For once, I felt thankful for those immature brats. I will pardon them for stealing my pencil the other day. After all, I took down my Tusan using their tricks. Even I have no confidence to succeed with this plan. After 15 minutes, Tusan finished setting up the account. He brought me to the computer screen and placed me in his lap. There, I saw dozens of numbers that could instantly send a normal 8-year-old to dizziness. It did not affect me, though. While the UI interface is not as clean as the ones in 2022, I understood the fundamentals of it. Listen to these few instructions first, Nabu-kun. This tab here, the one pointed out by the cursor, is the Market tab. You can select the stock markets. Tusan discussed everything that a newbie has to know about the application. Then again, I am thankful that it is currently 2012. Things are more simplified than the ones used in the 80s and 90s. At that time, it would be simply impossible to convince Tusan due to how complex it is. Half an hour had passed. By this time, he is already looking forward to what I am about to do. I recalled something from my diary. I wrote the detailed events of 10 years later in it during the time I could not gain Tusan's approval. There's a mini-event that lasted until tomorrow. I clicked on the Market tab and switched to the real estate market. It is just as populated as the currency market, since now is the time for those land prices to soar. Heth, they would not predict that the market will take an impact from America's mistake. Simply put, real estate would sharply drop tomorrow due to the faulty handling of the U.S. government when it comes to their housing loans. It did not cause a bigger tide, as they immediately took action to take out the fire, but the damage was still done. A leverage, wait. I swiftly selected the 50% leverage before betting my everything, $350, to short those stocks. Wait, Nabu-kun, what did you just do? Seeing Tusan's agitated expression, I replied, Books, Tusan. It taught me that their handling of houses is wrong. I spit out the best excuse that I could offer. Nabu-kun, making hasty decisions is wrong. The book might be correct, but what you did is not necessarily right. Did you consider the consequences of your actions? I believe that you have learned basic risk reduction from my books. His scolding continued until nighttime. For the first time, I got scolded. This feeling of guilt inside my chest is discomforting. Add to that Tusan's stern face, I could not help but doubt my decision for a second. But I disregarded that feeling as it is definitely the right one. It is my feeling, Tusan, I trust it. I decided to conceal my future knowledge as a gut feeling. I could not explain it otherwise. Sai, I understand. I hope that you have learned something out of this. Seiji massaged his forehead while thinking of his son's rash decision. $17,500. That's what he has to pay in case his son's decision is wrong. He did not expect Nabu to use the maximum leverage and bet on the losing side. At first, he thought of using $350 to educate his son. Yes, it is an expensive lesson, but one that he must do for his genius son. He planned to let him try once he saw that he is very determined in the trading industry. If he fails, that would discourage him from trading and focusing on more important things within his reach. Suffering failure is good for a genius. On the off chance that he would succeed, it would teach Nabu something, too. But then, he made that leverage. One has to know that Seiji's total net worth is $3 million, which is equivalent to 386 million yen. They are a millionaire family. If not for it, Seiji would not extravagantly use that amount just for his son's single lesson. In the end, he resigned himself to the possibility of losing more than 1/100th of his net worth. He loves his son so much that he could not blame the kid for it. I won't tell this to her, he mumbled with a wry smile. I will definitely be going to get my ass beaten once she knew this. In the first place, his intuition is what told him to acquiesce to Nabu's request. This is his pride as a trader, one that allowed him to profit in the previous 1998 Asian market crisis. He made his net worth go 100-fold at that time due to his decisions. Just as he was about to sleep, he saw something shocking. Right at this moment, 1:23 a.m., he saw the market chosen by Nabu go down in a spike. Hi. He gently massaged his eyes a few times before verifying what he is seeing. What? In the balance display, he saw the $1,000 going into $19,000 immediately. Shit. His hands started trembling, not out of shock, but due to excitement. It became cold swiftly while he started operating his computer. Of course, it is done in a way that would not wake up his wife. My goodness, Nabu-kun, you inherited your talent from your Tusan. 115,000, in 5 hours. Tusan rested his hands on my shoulders the moment I got out of my room. I just woke up and was planning to drink some water, but what greeted me is Tusan with baggy eyes. Did he stay up all night? I think he did. I placed all your earnings in the first minute into it and managed to earn more. I used leverage once again and Tusan calmed down. Right. With that, I managed to stop him from spewing out bullet speed words. What happened? Fu, you made the right choice. The real estate market in America spiked down. He began to explain what happened that night. When he first saw it, he immediately reacted and placed all of the earnings into the bet and made one more leverage, allowing him to turn those $18,000 twice its amount. He took advantage of it several times before it bloated into its current amount. As expected of the mini-event, this is the only remarkable appetizer that happened before the main dish. Skipping on it will be very painful for the current me. Fortunately, things worked out on my end. Of course, he explained all of this with relatively simple terms that an 8-year-old kid could understand. The government made their moves and stopped the damages. If they are late to react, I would have made more. After saying that, he made a solemn expression before he squatted to my eye level. Nabu-kun, you must have realized this. You are different from other children. The the things that you are learning are advanced by a few years. You are a genius, Nabu-kun. Still, we hope that you can enjoy your childhood differently. Did you make some friends? It's all right if you did, What? He paused. You made a friend. That's right, I have a friend. I always meet her in the playground in front of the ice cream store. That playground? Is it the pink-haired girl? I saw him fall into contemplation before coming back to normal. That's good, I thought you can't enjoy a normal childhood, he said emotionally. I will keep this a secret from your Kasan, so can you keep it like that too? 2 san should be pertaining to my earnings. I am sure, with 100% confidence, that he would be scolded by Kasan once this event gets to her ears. Giving a few $100 to a kid is an irresponsible and absurd move, after all. I wonder what they are hiding. The in-charge of the Akasaka household, Akasaka Eri, became suspicious of the father-son duo the past few weeks. Sometimes, she would see her husband saying, "That's my son," all of a sudden. He would briefly smile while thinking about something related to Nabu, their eldest son. I am curious, but I'm glad to see them happy. Due to her position, one that is only 2 levels below CEO, she became busy at some specific times. While there are times when she can spend more time with her family, there are some times when she feels insufficient. She had a talk with Seiji regarding this before. They agreed that they would save their earnings for their children's future, and when the time comes, she will just quit her job. After all, it is difficult for her to give up the career that she spent 7 years building. She only needs a little push to reach the peak that she had dreamed of before. If she could reach it, then she would have done everything that she'd wanted in her life. All that will be left is to spend time with her family. I want to have a daughter. Suddenly, she had a random thought. Whenever she sees the father-son pair having a secret of their own, she became envious. With this thought, Seiji's fate of being sleepless for the entire week was sealed. The time is ripe. Because I could not hold back my excitement, I randomly used the outlet from my school to fill up my cheat. As I had expected, it became usable again. 20 days. In total, I spent a total of 200 days and accumulated 10,000 volts to charge my cheat. The familiar feeling of itchiness is here again, though I held off from using it. The temptation is here, but I intend to use it as a verification of what plagued my mind for the past 200 days. When I used it on investment, I earned the knowledge of this world's future, albeit in economics. My processing speed also increased. However, what if I used it for physical exercise? Modify the practice time of physical training to 10 years later. What I got in return is my cheat transferring this strange thought in me. This confirms that I can have my physical training 10 years later. But then, what would happen to me? Would it simply be an increase in my physical capabilities, just like my first cheat usage, or would I be affected drastically? As in, my body would grow to that of an 18-year-old's. If it's like that, I could not let it happen. I don't want any strange occurrences to happen to me to keep my new life. I don't want to mess it up badly. Being a genius is not as absurd as seeing your child grow up 10 more years in a single moment. Hence, I thought of another object to use this cheat on later. En Nabu-kun. Gatu-san, no. BOCCHI-chan's words woke me up from my contemplation. I don't know what happened, but our relationship suddenly became closer 20 days ago. I could not understand how it came to this, but she's letting me call her by a nickname now. She heard my mumblings from before. There are some things that you would not come to understand in the vast universe. I remembered something bad just now. Is that so? That happens to me too, she replied. What does she mean? Is it her deep contemplation and her funny looks while that is happening? Maybe it is the something bad part. I still remember how I botched my introduction on the first day. The corner of my mouth shook. She is helpless. Is her anxiety bad for her to keep remembering the bad and embarrassing things that happened to her? Now, I'm losing my confidence to make that said anxiety disappear. Anyways, where did you need help again? It's here. I began helping BOCCHI-chan with her 3rd grader's math assignment. My now 12th grade arithmetic is simply overkilled for this. Chapter 5, Paradise. A few hours had passed. We finished dinner and I am currently inside my parents' room. To be exact, in front of 2san's guitar racks. He has a total of 5 guitars that he used in his earlier days and is now kept as a collection. Whenever he is bored monitoring the stock market during the afternoon, he would play it while I and Ryu are watching. Ryu's innocent smile and laughter after that are truly worth seeing. Its effect is even stronger than my cheat giving me relaxation. Modify the practice time of the guitar to 10 years later. The strange feeling of an itch inside my chest emerged once more. I felt excited once more, both caused by my cheat and my personal feeling about this trial. Tusan, it looks like I will belong to a band in the future. Except. Now, I only have to think of accepting twice before I confirm the usage of my cheat. Tab sheets, they're so hard to find for free. Damn it, I'll just make my own. This F chord, how the FCK should I do it? Ow, it's my right pointy this time. 10 years worth of memories flooded my mind. From my complaints about the F chord's difficulty to playing the guitar naturally, I remembered everything. Cracked. Suddenly, I felt the flexibility of both of my hands increasing at a very obvious rate. Soon, it reached the level that I was familiar with. Nothing much changed in me physically, but something inexplicably did. So that's what happens if I get affected physically. At my first usage, it focused more on knowledge than physical. My increased processing speed might be caused by something unknown, but I did not have any memories inside a white space at that time. Practice time. I noticed a certain difference that set my first and second usage apart. In the former, it is learning time. In the latter, it is practice time. Perhaps this is what sets knowledge-based improvements and physical-based improvements apart. Since the usage of a guitar is more practical than trading, it has a different wording. Both of these chances might have shown my memories of attaining masteries in those crafts, but only the guitar practice caused a physical improvement. At least, that's what I've noticed. My hands look slightly bigger. While it is not the same size as the 18-year-old me, it did grow. This confirmed my hunch that my cheat can affect me physically. It's just that the improvements might be translated to better suit my current age. I snapped out of my thoughts as I chose one of Tusan's guitars. I chose Gibson due to its easy usage for those with smaller hands, which better fits me as of now. I strapped it to my shoulder before feeling that familiar feeling once more. I strummed the strings once and struck it. The chord that was once the most difficult for my fingers became easy to do. It is hard for a beginner to do it, and I can attest to it. There's an alternative, though, to play the F major chord. According to my memories, I used this in my first few months before I adapted enough to do the actual F chord. Anyways, another mechanism behind my cheat was unraveled again. It took me 200 days to explore another portion of it, but I am satisfied nevertheless. I could feel that my limit when it comes to absorbing should become higher, too. Even though my limit is still 50 volts, I have a feeling that it will increase soon. Nabu-kun. I hear my KAISEN call me from the door. The black Gibson guitar is still strapped in my shoulder, creating a ridiculous sight of an 8-year-old using an oversized guitar. You have an interest in guitars. I nodded enthusiastically. This is what I did for the next 10 years based on my memories. How could I not develop affection towards it? You're just like your father. She came close to me and messed up my hair with her head pat. Then, I saw her suddenly nod. I saw her expression become brighter. Do you want to learn from your father? He is the best guitarist that I know. He got my heart through his songs after all. KAISEN made a nostalgic look while facing me. For her, who I could not spend as much time as my Tusan, I want to make our time together just as valuable as the moments with Ryu and Tusan. It was at this moment that it dawned on me. In this life, I would like to share all my joys with them. Nabu-kun, what's the matter? Are you all right? This feeling of surging heat, I could not take it anymore. My chest tightened as I gasped for hurried breaths. My sight became blurry and dizzy. I feel very lightheaded as if I am floating on cloud 9. I see angels, I see demons, I see Buddhas, I see fairies. A light, where does it lead to? I followed the ray of light that descended upon me. My surroundings feel vague as I could not recall how they looked when I passed by. Soon, I arrived at the place that the light pointed to. Paradise. I could see prairies of grassland and flowers. Butterflies flew around the colorful flowers, sucking out the nectar on them. In return, they left a trail of shining particles in their wake. A clear lake is found moments beneath my feet. I could see my clear reflection in it. I looked upwards, seeing the clear skies that could not be seen in my world. They are beautiful. I etched this sight in my mind, but I seemed to forget about it the next second. A human. I saw a silhouette. My sight is already blurry from it, but I could tell this person's beauty is otherworldly. Nothing could compare to it. You are lost. Thud. After hearing that, I am swallowed by the endless darkness. A few minutes ago. Just like usual, Nabu went and met with Hitori. It is the last day of their semester and the beginning of their vacation. He was surprised to see her sitting under the tree while holding a tree branch. On the ground, many correct kanji were written. It is the kanji used for counting, thus it signified her counting the time that she was waiting. We are not sitting on the bench. En Nabu-kun. BOCCHI saw him sit beside her with a carefree smile. This is how he always arrived, in contrast to her gloomy atmosphere. A part of her envied him for being able to act like this while another admired it. When she realized that Nabu is a loner by choice, it instantly set them apart. After all, she's a loner not because she wanted it. What's going on? Did someone bully you? He asked. If someone did, I will beat them up. Seeing his smile together with his menacing eyes, she immediately replied. And no one bullied me. They don't even know that I exist in our classroom. Atushe. A corner of Nabu's smile trembled as he thought of how Hitori was an expert at inflicting self-burns. But one of my classmates noticed me. Only after an entire semester. Nabu could not believe it. Just how unnoticeable was she for her classmates to not notice her after 6 whole months? Her gloominess was further amplified upon hearing his words. It's all right, you can now make friends, right? He said. They said that I am a ghost. In the end, Nabu made her mood worse. Cracked. 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 Suddenly, he heard something shatter. When he looked into the skies, he saw a very shocking scene. A portion of the blue sky was torn off. Another sky was attached to it, placing it in disarray in his eyes. Then, he could see a bright blue light seeping into the crack. Another pillar of white light came from it as it headed somewhere. The moment the light touched the ground, the disjointed sky started disappearing. The crack became smaller. H. Nabu suddenly felt his entire body heating up. He started to feel its adverse effects right away. Lightheadedness, dizziness, nausea, blurriness, a dozen of such ailments stacked up onto him. Thud. En Nabu-kun. Hitori could feel Nabu falling into her shoulders. Just as she was confused, she felt his high temperature immediately. Hot. Hot. She could see that Nabu is having a problem right now. She knew her appearance when she is sick, so she could distinguish that Nabu is suffering from a fever. What should I do? For a moment, she is blanking out. In this situation that she had not encountered before, she does not know what to do. It is understandable for her to be like this, as she is only a 9-year-old child. Yet, she does not want to sit still while her only friend is like this. What can I do? Her sight went to the ice cream store in front of the playground. There was not a single day that Nabu did not have any ice cream before meeting her. If it's like that, then the shopkeeper must be very familiar with him. Hitori piggybacked him. When she stepped into the store, the lazy shopkeeper instantly got alerted. He got asked by Seiji to take care of Nabu whenever something happens. He was previously Seiji's acquaintance who had a military rank before quitting. Now, he's spending his retirement when Seiji coincidentally saw him in this town. In the end, he asked for a favor to help his son whenever needed. PPP, please help us. My friend has a fever, Hitori said within 3 seconds. She wanted to end this conversation quickly, which is why she's accustomed to speaking fast. This kid, we need to bring him home. Do you know where he lives? That's right. From their conversations, she knew Nabu's home. It is only a street away from here, is mostly white, has 2 floors, and can be reached when you go straight to the left of the playground. He knew where he lived, but his curiosity got ahead of him. He wanted to know how much she knew about Seiji's son. Let me carry him, the shopkeeper said before taking Nabu from Hitori's back. After carrying him on his shoulder, she began navigating the shopkeeper to his house. As they had expected, it only took them 4 minutes before they reached it. The shopkeeper clicked the doorbell once. Who is it? The gate was opened, revealing a man with unkempt black hair. His maroon eyes scanned them for a second before they widened. Akasaka-san, your son had a problem. Nabu-kun, what happened to him? As Seiji carried Nabu inside the house, he asked the shopkeeper. She knows it better. He pointed out to the pink-haired girl who kept looking to the ground. You are Nabu's friend BOCCHI, was it? It's Hitori. I see, can you wait in the living room for a bit? You too, Yamada-san. Upon agreeing, 1 adult and 1 child were left in the living room, except for Ryu who stopped playing and turned to Hitori. You are Nick-san's friend, right? The one that he always talks about. Her anxiety started to act up again, filling her head with negative thoughts. What if I say something bad? What if I make things awkward? What if I make him angry? You know, he does not have any other friends than you. My Nick-san is very intelligent, so he should not have any problems with making friends. When Ryu was in his kindergarten, he learned that making friends is not that hard. You just need to take the initiative to talk with them before a friendship is made. Add to that his extraordinary mind, he did not have much difficulty in realizing Nabu's peculiarity. That's why, please keep being his friend. I will. Looking at this sight, the shopkeeper, Yamada-san, smiled. You have two great sons, Seiji. Chapter 6, Recklessness. Opening my eyes, I am greeted by a familiar ceiling. I lifted my heavy body. It feels like I'm carrying a set of weights or something. As my vision became clearer, I could see that I am inside my room. The bedsheet that I lay down on is wet from all my sweat. It is also hot to boot. Beside the bed, I saw my Kaisen sleeping in a chair. I saw the packets of Cool Fever on the table not far away from me. Now that I saw it, I noticed the fever pad on my forehead. What did just happen earlier? I blankly muttered. Right, I saw the disjointed sky. When a crack was formed, it overlapped with another blue sky. But what's strange is that I saw two moons. Two moons? The bigger one is bluish, while the smaller one is reddish. I swear, is it Mars? No, the sky is not orange but the same as ours. But then, what could be the possible explanation behind it? Arg! I tried my best to shout in frustration as silently as I can to not wake Kasan up. Fortunately, I did not wake her up. Badumped. Badumped. What is this feeling of excitement that I am feeling? Badumped. Badumped. For over 8 years, I did not encounter anything out of the ordinary. There is no magic, no knights, no ghosts, nothing. Although I might have to change my impression of my world after that event. Two moons. That huge crack in the sky. Most importantly, the paradise inside my dream. That and the silhouette who I saw. The only thing I could discern, however, was the white robe he or she wore. Hi. I came to a shocking discovery. Out of habit, I checked my cheat, and I sensed that it could now be used 7 extra times. How the fuck did this happen? Because of that hotness that I felt, my cheat's energy bar got refilled. Phew. I took a deep breath to calm my hectic mind. Still, I could not completely get rid of it. After all, I toiled so hard for a single chance to use it, but now I could use it 7 freaking times. That's 70 years worth of practice. What should I use it on? Mathematics, economics, other instruments, physical exercise, experiments. There are so many possibilities that came into my mind. I could train myself in combat once I am done with my physical training. Now that I know the improvements done over the next 10 years will be translated into my current self, I might be able to use them to become stronger. There's also the possibility that I could use it to investigate that special occurrence, the supernatural, and find out more about it. To be honest, this is the part that I am thrilled about the most. Wielding swords and casting magic spells was once my childhood dream. While I did not acquire the 8th grader syndrome, I held some hope that it is true. I am thankful to my past self for not giving me memories that will send shivers down my spine. My cheat is already a shred of evidence that supernatural things exist. It's just that I could not find traces of it. After seeing that crack in the sky, this hope was ignited further. I still feel tired. In the end, I gave myself to the warm and comfy bed. Damn. I recalled all of my memories right before I entered my parents' room. They were all surprised I wasn't lying about having a friend. I mean, why would I lie about that? But then, the most embarrassing one is the talk of me having a crush on my only friend. That's what you would expect from a classic family slander. Even Ryu is joining in with a smug in his face. He's cuter when he's younger. After clearing all of those misunderstandings, I managed to get through that day and have peace. Kasan is already going to work, while Ryu is now going to school. He is already in the 1st grade. We are stunned when we first discovered his intellect that far surpassed his age. He's the true genius of our family. I managed to get all of my current knowledge due to my past life advantage and my cheat. Meanwhile, he managed to get all of that from his talent. He is currently showing interest in technology, so I have a hunch that he'll end up becoming a programmer or an engineer in the future. Of course, I am not downplaying my advantages. I managed to reach my height regardless of what I used. This is a worthy achievement to be proud of. Nabu-kun. Tusan called out to me in a serious tone. It looks like D-Day will be brought up earlier. What happened? US's markets are beginning to decline. Immediately, I got the gist of the situation. A hedge fund is targeting them. Hedge funds? A common practice in trading. It is the act of converging their wealth into a single group and betting on the stock market. However, most hedge funds, if not all, engages in the practice of illegal shorting. They deliberately burn their funds and target their praise market until they benefit from it. Tusan is quite familiar with them as he benefited from them during the 1998 Asian financial crisis. They are the ones who targeted Thailand, Hong Kong, and South Korea for profit. He caught wind of this with his superb intuition and rode in this flow, which led to him multiplying his properties 100-fold. Heh. As if thinking what I was thinking, he smiled sinisterly before he focused on his desktop. I also sat on a smaller desk placed right beside him. Then, I went through several folders before entering the same market app that Tusan was using. This is originally the kid's computer, but Tusan helped me with hiding it. It's hunting time. Phew. After that small battle, I decided to head straight to the playground. It's been 2 days since that incident, which is why I need to give her my thanks for helping me. I wonder what their feelings would be when the stage that they have prepared benefited us the most. My thoughts drifted to trading subconsciously until I arrived in that place. She's not here. As expected, she's not here. It is now the 2nd day of August, the start of our summer break. A whole month break for us kids to do anything we want. What should I do? While I am contemplating, I decided to buy something from my favorite ice cream store. Jan, you're here. A watermelon-flavored one, shopkeeper, I said before placing the package on top of his desk. He already knew that I'll be getting it from the cold storage, hence he proceeded with the usual number punching in his calculator. Are you waiting for that girl? Excuse me. I saw shopkeeper-san nod his head with an understanding look. He gave me a thumbs up before returning to his previous self. Why does it feel like he misunderstood something? With this suspicion, I left the store. I am planning to go back home after I finish this one. Swoosh. Hi. I swiftly looked above and saw a black flash. I followed it with my sight and saw that the black flash is a human. He is wearing full black attire while holding a silver object in his hand. He defied physics as his small body jumped from one roof to another in his high jumps. I saw a small silver circle emerge from his hand before disappearing. Hi. I could not think for a while. By the time I blinked a few more times, he is gone. Because of the bewilderment that I feel right now, I dropped the popsicle in my hand. Mag, Ike. I felt my heartbeat increase every second. This belated realization that I got sent me into a state of excitement. He should be here for that crack, right? That is just too eye-catching. What's strange is the fact that only I saw it. He went in that direction. I didn't have enough time to contemplate when I chose to chase him. I did not look forward as I memorized our entire neighborhood. My focus is on the skies, hoping that I could see him again. Huffs. This is strange. I am running for about 5 minutes straight, yet I do not feel tired. In fact, it is only now could I feel that my body feels lighter after ridding the fatigue brought upon by the fever. Swoosh. There. Luckily, I saw the black silhouette again. He's a few houses away from here. I hurried into that place and scanned the skies, but a loud sound interrupted me. It came from an alley, an abandoned alley where one would choose to pick a fight with someone. It is well cleaned as it belongs in the community. Bam! A loud explosion shook my eardrums. I saw dust brought by the shockwave passing through my direction, which resulted in me inhaling some of it. Cough. Fortunately, my coughing sounds were covered by the loud noise made in the alley. Should I still look at it? This is my only chance with magic, but it seems dangerous. Would I have another encounter like this again? To be honest, I'm not confident with my luck. If I could not encounter magic again, when would I be able to use it? I tried using my cheat with the thought of training magic, and it was fruitless. I might be able to encounter this again, yes, but it's not without certainty, unlike now. I tightly gripped my small fists as I made my decision. Screw it. I took a small peek in the alley. Thud. I saw the man with the black overcoat fighting against a monster. It is purely black and has a crystalline appearance. It resembled a canine. I immediately hid in that corner of the alley before deciding to screw off. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? WHATTH, A monster. That is a monster. I regret my decision just now. This is a supernatural being that could fight against mages. Before I ran away, I saw the magician being beaten into that wall. I did not see what happened next, but I could guess what happened. It could have torn out his organs and eaten them. Fuck. I felt a chill behind my back. The hair on my skin is standing up, warning me of something. My breaths became heavier while my thoughts started to stagnate. My heart started beating faster, complementing my tense body. That scary feeling just now. FW shook. My body froze. I sensed a part of me missing. What is it? Red. Blood. I saw red blood splattering on my face. Thud. My sight rotated 180 degrees before it stopped. I could not think of anything. I could not do anything. I am left blankly staring at the sight of the familiar street that I always passed by. A crystalline monster is approaching me from the distance. My sight was then blurred by my tears. I understand. That feeling, it is fear. The most primal fear hidden in the depths of a human. For some reason, I felt such fear towards that monster. My life. For 8 years, I lived a peaceful life. Even when in my past life, I lived a civilized and normal life. Never did I expect that I would encounter something abnormal today. Because of my greed, excitement, and worry, I dived headfirst into my death. I not die. My consciousness began blurring. The black silhouette that I saw immediately left after seeing my current state. This familiar feeling, it's what I felt when I first entered this world. Having just died in my past life, I am suddenly thrust into this world. I forgot most of it now, but I recalled it now. It is death creeping up on me, ending my feeble life and cutting me away from my future possibilities. I do not want to die. My convictions pulled me out of that unpleasant feeling. With my last-ditch effort, I used my final chance of living. Chapter 7, A Close Call. Huffs. The familiar surroundings and sensations pulled me out of my immersion. Moments ago, I was about to die. Right, that sensation of death coming closer to my neck sent me to another wave of chills. Then I used my cheat to turn back time, the time of my state, to 30 minutes ago. With that, I am successfully pulled out from the jaws of death. Still, I could not get rid of that scary feeling. My body continuously trembled. My knees became weak whenever I thought of standing up. My hands are also shaking visibly when I place them on my knees. For a moment, I thought of staying like this, but that monster might still be here. In the end, my fear of that monster overcame these remnant feelings. I managed to stand back up, albeit my legs almost gave in again. Eek. That sensation of its metallic claws digging deep into your flesh is not something I would forget easily. I could still remember my left arm separating from my body and creating an arc of blood that stained my face. Even when I saw that it is restored, including my clothes, it is a sensation marked deep within my memories. I ran away in the opposite direction of it. It did not matter how far I am from our house. The most important thing is to get out of there. After running for a while, I found myself back in the original alley where everything started. There, I saw a horrendous scene of carnage. The gray walls were now painted red. Some flesh, whom I presume belongs to that magician, is attached to it. My eyes widened before the contents of my stomach rose. Urgh! I covered my mouth and swallowed it to prevent myself from vomiting. I could not leave any traces here, never. While my thoughts are more hectic than before, I retained my sharpness. If I left anything that would point out my existence here, I don't know if I will be tracked by other magicians. Even, they could have something that would enable them to see the past events of this place. Shit. I realized that from the moment I stepped into this place, I am already screwed. There is no such thing as a lucky encounter, only misfortune that can bring my life to the bottom in an instant. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I punched the wall out of frustration. My fist reddened as a result of it, but my anger overrode everything. Wait. Suddenly, I had a thought. If they do have something like that, won't my cheat be able to negate it? It was only when I almost died did I know that my cheat had more uses. It could target things and revert their states up to 10 years ago. A good example of that is my body. If I could revert time to when that magician is still alive, these traces would disappear. I checked the time on my wristwatch. 3:55 p.m., When I was chasing after him, it is only 3:52 p.m. Only 3 minutes had passed when those absurd events happened. I need to target two things, the alley and the magician. I chose the alley to erase my presence from before. As for the magician, I could see that the magician's everything is destroyed. It is disgusting to look at, so I averted my sight away from him. The smell of blood, iron, still exists, but I am not to the point of vomiting. Anyways, saving his life is one thing. His belongings that I need to get is also gone. I saw a torn pouch not far from his corpse. That might contain the secrets behind magic. Since I am restoring the state of his belongings, I decided to include him as well. I still can't leave someone behind if I could do something. Modify the state of the target to 5 minutes ago. I held a piece of his flesh. It is necessary to activate my cheat. Confirm. With one thought of mine, I saw the blood in the alley disappear. There are no special effects that occurred. What was left is the magician heaving heavy breaths while unconscious. Wounds are scattered throughout his body, but it is not as lethal as before. I gulped after seeing how powerful my cheat is. It could bring a dead person back to life. What is the mechanics behind it? One item was left behind without the gore, a torn silver pouch. After using my cheat to reverse time, I was left with its repaired version. I pulled the silver chain that sealed the pouch. I expected to feel a small space in it, but I was wrong. I moved my hand inside it and felt quite a large space inside. Based on my touch, I felt books, some glass vials, and smartphone. I pulled it out and saw a sleek black smartphone. It is similar to the phones in 2015, which should be impossible now that it's only 2012. Magic accelerated the technological advances. Without a doubt, magic could have done that. I checked his smartphone. For some reason, it wasn't locked. I unlocked it after a swipe. What is here? I started rummaging through it. I know that I could not bring it home because there might be a tracker in it. Only God knows how meticulous are those magicians in their belongings. Apps none, images his girlfriend, videos the documents. In his file manager, I saw a huge amount of PDF files. Elemental Fusion, PDF. Visualization, PDF. Fifth Element, PDF. I saw dozens of such files. Bottomed. IIT would be a waste if I leave this. Immediately, I thought of a solution, my cheat. When I thought of it, that familiar feeling of itch in my chest appeared. Modify the learning time of magic to 10 years later. Here it is here. Without hesitation, I thought hard about confirming. Magic, it is the manipulation of phenomena through the 5 elements: fire, earth, water, wind, and conceptual void. They are the cornerstone of magic. Meanwhile, mana, sometimes called ether, is the mysterious source of power that could be found in the atmosphere. It existed everywhere, yet only the qualified can sense it. Other than that, there are 2 other words related to it: astral bodies and spirits. The process of using magic is generalized in 4 parts: composition of magic, expansion of formula, the bestowal of intent, and the effect during the invocation. In this world, magic is now modernized, albeit not greatly. Its underlying principles are taught in a way that can be easily understood in the current age. Magic does not work as simply as the other works of fiction in this world. It does not work just by shouting, "Fireball." First of all, you have to know the composition of the spell magical technique that needs to be cast. Each has a section for protection, defenses, transfer, discharge, and so on. This gives magicians the ability to discern the purpose of a magic circle whenever they see one. Next is the expansion of the formula. This involves the knowledge of truth. Magicians utilize their scientific knowledge and apply their understanding of each phenomenon to the spells that they will cast. Then, arithmetic will be used to approximate its other important details: the size, power, energy conversion, and so on. The third step is to highlight the intent of each spell. It uses visualization to further enhance the power of its outputs. The first 2 steps serve as the foundation, while the third step emphasizes its purpose. Lastly, the invocation of magic via chanting. The interference in the natural phenomena will show up. It is visual, as one could see the formation of a fireball or a shield made up of mana. Arithmetic will be used again to estimate the exact position of the spell magical technique's output. It is derived from the method of approximating the distance of stars. In simpler terms, magicians can deduce the type of spell that was used with their honed observation. These are the fundamentals. I am speechless. This huge amount of information that entered my head feels unnatural for a moment. I did not have any adverse effects, though my thoughts were halted to make way for this huge chunk of information. What's more horrifying is that I focused more on memorizing the contents of his smartphone instead of going in depth. After doing so, I started studying the fundamentals in depth. The shortening of verses during the invocation, the optimization of the mana-to-spell ratio. In crap. I slapped myself really hard to wake up from that dreamlike state. That feeling of floating into the sea of knowledge is just intoxicating. Now that I am back to reality, I continued my plan of action. Applying what I learned just now, I untied the small black bag that I got earlier. From what I know, this is a magic tool that expanded the space inside through the application of conceptual void. It roughly has a dimension of 5 by 5, which can fit me inside of it. There are more precious types of this, too. There are ones that have the dimensions of a 10 by 10 storage unit. After I spent 10 years studying such magic, I knew that there are also more precious books inside this bag, but I'll explore them later. I need to leave. All that I could hear is the soft breathing of the magician as I ran away. Urge. The magician groggily woke up from his slumber. What greeted his sight is the dusty and cold hard floor of the alleyway. He saw that it is already nighttime as the stars twinkled now and then. What? His last recollection is being severely beaten by a demon. Because he was sneak attacked by it, his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced before the fight. This made it so that he, a second-class magician, rank B, could not beat a demon on the same level. Magicians are people who had done a plethora of preparations for all situations, thus they can easily eliminate demons of the same combat power as them. This aspect is even more exaggerated for the first-class magicians and the ones above them, the tactical-class magicians, also dubbed great scholars. These people are the ones who are the closest to the truth. Of this blunder, he is very embarrassed of himself. He anticipated all sorts of danger when he chose to investigate the mysterious phenomena in this area that made its mana levels peak, its level being comparable to the world's most potent mana-rich places. At first, he thought that another soul vein was born in this place, but his investigations for 2 days did not yield any results. Just as he was about to do another round of his analysis, he was targeted by that strong demon. He could fight evenly with it, but its surprise attack nearly took his life. In the last 2 days, he killed more than half a dozen of them. This made him think that they are also attracted to that phenomenon. I am still alive. The first thing that he did is to instinctively pull out a restoration vial as his mana was drained. However, he could not grab anything from his inner pockets. He hastily looked at his other pockets, only to feel that he did not have any of his possessions save for his phone. What did just happen? In his mind, the first thing to do is to recover his mana. As long as he can cast spells, he can handle most of the danger in this place. With that, he pushed his confusion to the back of his mind and quietly left the alleyway. Chapter 8, Reflections. I am stupid. After coming home from that surreal experience, I did not have my usual energy and went to bed early on. However, I could not sleep a wink. Ryu already went to dreamland while I was stuck here staring at the dark ceiling. This brought me back to my early memories. Those super boring times when I had to stare at the ceiling to kill time are another nightmare that I would not easily forget. Still, it is very useful when I am contemplating my decisions. One such decision of mine that I would like to reprimand is the one from earlier. Because I have been blinded thoroughly by the prospect of magic, I unhesitantly followed a magician. Even if there was no enemy fighting him, just being discovered by a magician is a severe threat. How could I fight against such beings? The one I saw might have been beaten down by that wolf-like creature, but he is still a magician. Moreover, I learned of their true prowess by memorizing the contents of their smartphone. It was supposed to be engraved with magic circles, which block anyone other than its owner. If I try to open it with the power button, it would appear as a black screen. I am just fortunate enough for it to be broken when the magician died, cutting off his connection to the phone and leading to the magic circle's deactivation. That is why he did not have any password of sorts. Apart from that, I memorized most of its contents in my head. I understood more of it when my knowledge grew further. I know they could cast a spell after reciting a verse. Less than 2 seconds, and they could cast a lethal spell that could kill a normal human. There's also what they call ceremonial magic, where they place meanings into their gestures. With it, they can call a strong gust of wind in a single snap of their fingers. They also have their basic weapon, the liquid mercury. They could manipulate it in different shapes and imbue sharpness and toughness in it. Other than that, I could think of 100 more ways how a magician could easily kill me. That is why I am cringing at my stupidity a few hours ago. This realization doused me with cold water. The world isn't as simple as it seems. It is no longer the normal world that I am aware of. It is something fraught with dangers, as seen from that magician and the wolf monster. This made me realize that before spouting words like, I will need to get stronger to protect my loved ones, I need to change this dangerous mindset. I need to have vigilance towards danger before I practice magic carelessly. If someone sees any traces of mana in our place, we will be in danger. Hence, the reason why I chose not to touch the practical side of magic. As long as I don't have anything similar to an anti-magic training room, magic is a no-go. Who knows, there could be an inquisitor from the Holy See and massacre us without any hesitation. The magicians whom I admired at first turned out to be people living in hiding. The world does not accept their presence in public. If an unaffiliated magician causing chaos entered the sight of the government, they would immediately send a capture order. dozens of armed men with guns isn't something that most magicians could face. There's also the Holy See, who treated magicians as heretics who challenge the authority of God. To them, they are blasphemous and unclean beings. It is ironic that the most prominent magic system is Kabbalah, something closely related to their religion. If I carelessly practice magic in such a world, something bad will definitely happen. Until I have the necessary knowledge to completely conceal my identity as a magician, everything would stay like this. I opened my eyes to the familiar ceiling. Rays of sunshine passed through the gaps in our windows. Thankfully, it did not hit my face like before, allowing me to sleep more peacefully. My sluggish mind soon became active. A dream. I had a dream where I became a magician. I used the spells that I knew of, drawing the magic circles out of thin air using mana and manipulating the fundamental forces of the world. It felt so vivid that only when I woke up did I realize that all is but a dream. However, there's one thing that is true. Magic. I recalled yesterday's scenes, that night when I reprimanded myself due to my dangerous actions. I still feel stupid now, really. But then, I made careful considerations for my potential use of magic. I stood up and sat on our comfy bed. As usual, Ryu is taking his time sleeping. He was earlier than me last night, yet he's still sleeping. How I wish to picture his face right now. That'll be good blackmail material in the future, heh. The fundamentals, I need to learn it. In order to blend into modern society, magicians have to learn the proper control of their mana. Most children with magician parents usually have their guidance that made it easier to learn magic. I, on the other hand, don't have any of such, which is why I need to learn mana control thoroughly. This is one of the most basic fundamental knowledge of a magician. Aside from computations, they use this ability the most. They use it while casting spells, strengthening themselves, or even scanning the surroundings. Mana is a part of their senses, thus it is possible to do so. Most importantly, magicians rely on their mana control to construct complex spells. It could also be used as a disguise. The greater their control, the better their disguise would be. They would look no different from normal humans with such finesse. In one of the books that I have read, first-class magicians can perfectly do this. They can avoid the watchful gazes of high-rank inquisitors with their disguises. Modify the practice time of mana control to 10 years later. The familiar itch in my chest appeared before this thought followed. As I had expected, I could now use my cheats in magic after coming in contact with it. I have a single chance left, I should plan this first. Resisting the urge to think of confirm, I thought of canceling it. Then, that strange feeling disappeared. Aside from mana control, I have to learn anti-magic first. With those thoughts, my serene morning passed by swiftly. Tucson, I'll be going to the playground. All right, take care. Before I could go outside the door, I heard Ryu shouting smugly. Say hello to your friend for me. I noticed his unusual emphasis on the word friend. I see, my little brother is now teasing me, I said. You still want that ice cream? I smiled in his direction menacingly. I saw him pull back that smug look within a split second. I want it. Behave well next time. I left those words jokingly while I chortled. I wore my outer footwear and headed to the familiar street outside. I couldn't help but be uneasy as the memories of yesterday haunted me yet again. That feeling of your heartbeats becoming weaker and all the warmth disappearing is a distinct feeling. Sometimes, I feel it even if I don't experience it. Chills were sent down my spine as that sensation came back once more. I could feel my hands becoming colder while I walked, too. This is how it feels like to live after a near-death situation. I could sympathize with those soldiers who barely came back alive. Before, I did not know how much they are suffering mentally. It's not like they could shrug those feelings off as they wanted. Even if I think that it is not happening, my body thinks that it is still happening. I prefer a normal life more. I had those thoughts last night, to not associate myself with magic and live a completely normal life. However, would it be fine to do so? What if the trouble itself approaches me? Could I defend myself from it? Not only that, there is also a side of mine that longs for it. Magic is dangerous, yes, but it is something that most humans yearn for. That's why as long as I could proceed with it safely, I would still go for it. I couldn't ignore something that is right in front of me. My thoughts were halted as soon as I arrived in the familiar playground. Since it is currently summer, there are more than a dozen kids playing with each other. The atmosphere is vibrant under the afternoon sky. I can feel the heat going through my shirt, but my mind was refreshed instead. My rapid worries were soon quelled with this vibe. Summer, how did I yearn for it back then? The memories of my past life are already faint, yet the emotions hidden in those are etched deeply in me. One of those is the yearning for summer. When someone is a kid, they do not value those times and spend them in a carefree manner. When someone is a teenager, they take it for granted that they'll have a colorful summer. When someone is an adult, they would not have any more time for summer. That's how life is. For now, I want to enjoy this time as a child. With those thoughts, I fell into a daze. 2 days had passed since the fever incident. Now that Hitori had let out her embarrassment and other mixed feelings, she decided to check out the playground. She does not have anything to do in summer as she had no friends, so every day is quite a torture to her. Simply put, she is bored. Others go out with their friends during summer, build secret bases and the likes. She lamented that she could not have experiences like that, though she's fine with it now that she has a friend, something that she could not have imagined in 1,000 years. Not like she could live that long. Even now, she could not explain how she got Nabu as her friend. Overthinking is one of her strong perks. I'd like to repaint the world if I could. Dekairaba sekai wo boku wa nyurikidai. Not something as far-fetched as eliminating wars. Sensu wo nakusu yana deisareta kotojanai. But that could be interesting too. Dekido chatasormo ariona. Hearing this song amidst the noisy children, Hitori immediately recognized this as one of the songs that her father loved listening to, Korigaru Iwa. Kimi nai asaga furu, rock and roll, morning light falls on you. She recalls her father playing this song on his guitar. To him, who has been a fan of that band since their time in Yokohama, 1996, he often said how he loved their songs from the start. Her father sang it with nostalgia. On the other hand, wow! Nabu sang it with a hopeful look. She felt his longing for the future. This formed a contrasting image of his. She saw him as a loner, but he now has the looks of a sunny child. What's more, she noticed another aspect of his. He's handsome. As she paid more attention to their interactions rather than his looks, she did not notice it until now. His white hair matches his bright golden pupils that shone with a light of wisdom. The mature aura that surrounded him made a stark contrast to other children. In total, he looks very attractive. It does not even sound surprising to hear that there are some girls who have a crush on him. For the first time, the girl with social anxiety became conscious of his appearance, just like the other children of her age. Chapter 9, Magic Testing. You all right? I couldn't help but ask once I saw BOCCHI-chan with a reddish face. It is the same as how I looked back when I got the fever. Could it be that she caught it too? No, I'm all right. She said so, but her stuttering mess says otherwise. This is almost the same as when we talked in the first couple of weeks. Are you sure? I could bring you to your house right now. No, I'm fine. It's just the summer heat. I'm surprised she could finish what she's saying in under 2 seconds. She has the makings of a rap god. When she sat down on the bench, I could see the redness of her face visibly going down, now that she was under the shade of this tree. Thinking of the current temperature, I bought my beloved popsicles. Everything went as usual. Yamada-san still has that lazy look that got worse with the summer heat. Heck, I thought he became a corpse with this heat. Thankfully, he woke up after placing the popsicles on top of his desk. Are you fine? No, this heat is killing me, he said with a dull look. The small desk fan is pointed at him, somehow relieving him from the extreme heat. I want an air conditioner. You'll earn it soon, Yamada-san. And I guess maybe he should deal with his unkempt hair first. His blue hair looks refreshing to the eyes, but summer made it look like a glacier melting in the Atlantic Ocean. Drops of sweat appeared on it before dripping on his face. You should have a haircut, I said before going out. I did hear him say, you're right, which puts a smile on my face. With his looks, he should have gotten a girl already. I wonder why. These are the mysteries of life that I dare not guarantee knowing. Just as I got out of the store, I saw a commotion appearing in the playground. A couple of students are shouting something, while the rest seems shocked by what they are shouting. A G-ghost. This is bad, a ghost. I see. These brats. I strode into that place, and flicked my finger towards one of the shouting kids' forehead. Ow. With my body strengthened by that occurrence from a few days ago, my strength surpassed that of a normal child. I don't know where it is, but it should match normal adults at best. Simply put, this flick is the recreation of what they are accustomed to in their homes. Flick. Flick. I did the same to the 2 other kids. I noticed that the surroundings went silent after that. Under the teary eyes of 3 kids, I declared, this is rude. Just because you did not notice her all the time, you can bully her. That's right, I understand what's happening in their minds. Granted, they can be surprised upon noticing BOCCHI-chan's thin existence for the first time, but they have been shouting more than 3 times already. It is evident that they just want to make this matter larger. I looked at the kids amicably and asked, "What should you do after committing a mistake?" They were confused for a moment before realizing my underlying intent. Interestingly, the 3 kids acted first. "I am sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Then, the rest of the children followed. "I'm sorry." I could see BOCCHI-chan turning into ashes. No, but she's trembling way too much. Her shocked expression says it all, yet it seems as if she's even deflating due to too much pressure. "Crabs. I made a mistake. I thought that she'll feel better once they apologize to her, however, she broke down instead. Left with no choice, I grasped her hand and ran away. The universal solution to all problems. I pulled her in the direction where she came from. I could feel her cold hand, signifying her extreme tension back there. By the time we ran a sufficient distance, she looks like a dead fish. Her face is stoic and her eyes are dull. Her expression is a mix of ashen and pale as a sheet. PFFs. I barely restrained my laughter at BOCCHI-chan's expressiveness. She is the literal definition of being an open book. Plus, there's also her monologue inside her head, which I presume will be funny to hear. Telepathic magic, one more reason to develop magic, I guess. I focused back on fixing her situation. "Hey, hello Tilda, are you there Tilda?" Nope, no responses. She must be too caught up in processing the sequences of this event. "Can you nope?" I stopped muttering as I knew that she was definitely not alright for now. After thinking of no plausible solutions, I decided to walk with her, with me pulling her hand. She can still walk as of now, but I will carry her if she couldn't do so anymore. BOCCHI, BOCCHI, Hidoribaki, Hitorigatu self-talk, Sabiishi lonely. I blankly mumble, while bringing forth my understanding of BOCCHI all these days. "You don't want to be a loner, right?" I asked. "You must hate to be like this, you know, being different from others." Her expression is the same dead one as before, but I continued speaking. "Fixing your problem is difficult, nay, very difficult for you. I can see your effort all these times. You might think that it is useless since it does not bear any fruit, but not all efforts will be rewarded by fruits. Sometimes you get the leaves," I said from the bottom of my heart. I myself understood that things don't work out like this. Efforts are not necessarily rewarded. A few times, you get nothing but the leaves. I was lucky to have a fruit falling right in my lap last encounter, but I would not last if I keep doing this. I would die. Still, doing efforts signify that you are moving forward. What I'm saying here is that, don't lose hope. Who knows, maybe you can find a friend one day, though in the event that you could not, remember that I'm still here. Akasaka Nabu, Garu Hitori's friend. The next moment, I felt her movements freeze. She must have snapped out by now. Right, I forgot to say this, thanks for that time. After I said this, I saw her freeze once more. Then, she reacted too quickly. She ran off to the distance, leaving behind her gradually farther back. What did just happen? Mana control. It is the fundamental ability of a mage. It involves the will of the magician and the amount of mana converted inside them. It doesn't emphasize mana capacity, but the willpower to control it. That's what matters as a magician. Mana control is needed, so that's one. I went to the next page of my diary. Anti-magic. It is the capacity to nullify anything related to magic. Using mana, it would disperse mana. It is the literal definition of fighting fire with fire. But in this case, the other fire would put out the first fire successfully. Simply put, it can either collapse the magic or create effective fortifications against them. As for why I would need this, it is self-explanatory. It can conceal the fluctuations in mana whenever a magician casts their magic. This avoids the possibility to be discovered by the holy inquisitors who wanted to rip off such magicians alive. I went to the next page. There, the words Kabbalah is written. It is the magic that I deemed most suitable for me. It did not require any affinities whatsoever as it uses numerology and astrology to create their magic. It is the all-arounder magic system that dated way back to the 12th century and is a core magic system for wizardry, the most popular collection of magic systems. Other than wizardry, there are still other collections of magic systems such as Taoism, Buddhism, witchcraft, and so on. These should be all right, I muttered with slight tension that comes from excitement and anxiety. If my anti-magic learnings do not work, I would be stuck with not learning magic. It's already been 3 days since I got these. It is hard for me to resist such temptation. I'll go with anti-magic first. I tried calling out that strange feeling. Soon, the itchiness appeared inside my chest. Modify the practice time of anti-magic system to 10 years later. Practice time, nice, it's just what I aimed for. As I learned, there's a difference between practice and learning time. The former leaned more on practical experience, while the latter leaned more on theoretical experience. Of course, the other would still appear even if I choose one, meaning I would get my theoretical experience even if I chose practice time. That's what happened when I tried my cheat with the guitar. Confirm. A wave of soothing feeling overcame my body once more. Chunks of knowledge appeared inside my head in an instant. Anti-magic is the reverse side of magic. It aims to properly handle magic spells by destroying them with various means. It is the antithesis of magic as well as mana. Surprisingly, it was made by magicians. This irony was first ridiculed by the ancient magicians, but as time passed by, the modern magicians accepted its practical usage. It is used to deal with magicians who became evil. Phew. I calmed my active mind with a light breath. After that, I could not help but notice that these random thoughts are more controlled than before. If hundreds of jumbled sentences appeared before, it's now only a dozen. Using my cheat feels like sifting through a decade's worth of memories. It's just that, those memories are so vivid that you couldn't forget a single bit of it. Anti-magic. I wonder what came into those magicians' minds that they studied something like this. In the first place, magicians are the ones who will be the most implicated in its existence. Though the same goes for other magic systems, wizardry is the collection that will be countered by it. After all, its fundamentals revolve around magic circles that use mana. Sneakily, I left the bed and reached out for the black bag that I hid on my cabinet. It is somewhere between one of my jacket's pockets for extra security. Opening the silver lace, I tried finding the materials with my hands. It is impossible to see through this bag without mana, hence I memorized the outlines of every object to get them with my hands. Got it. I pulled back my hand from it. What I got is a black metallic box that has a small lock. When I touched it, a blue magic circle was reflected in my eyes. It illuminated the dark room, making it more mystical. That. The magic circle has a total of 5 layers. It works like a safe where you need to put them in proper alignments to open them. Click. Clank. As I opened it, I saw dozens of white chalks. I pulled out one of them and took a close look, but I didn't notice anything else. I need to finish this quick. The act of opening this lock produced fluctuations. I might be paranoid, but preventing any troublesome situations is what I like the most. I pushed my curious thoughts aside and began drawing below on the ground, below our bed, that is. Magic chalk, it does sound ridiculous. One of the items that show magic's progression alongside science. This chalk in my hands is processed using machinery. It is a catalyst for beginner magicians or those who are looking to set up a large-scale spell without using a single bit of their mana. It probably has dozens of materials combined to form this chalk. Its smell is different from the regular ones. While wondering how it could smell like herbs and flowers, I started drawing beneath our bed. It is currently 1 a.m. in the morning, which is why I chose this spot. Soon, I began drawing geometry and arithmetic. The Kabbalah numerology follows the thinking that every phenomenon can be explained by numbers. With modern arithmetic into the fray, it became even stronger than in the past. One fine example of its mechanism is vectors. Vectors are present in most forces available in this world. Thrust force, buoyant force, and applied forces are some of their equivalents. There are also the scalars that correspond to the normal forces, i.e., forces acted upon by gravity. These theories strengthen the effects of Kabbalah. Numerology, why don't I call it magic equations instead? I continued writing down the magic circle. After a while, I got accustomed to it. I had to rethink the scope equations for some time, but I soon solved it. Just this room is enough. Spreading out the effect will weaken it in turn. In case it isn't strong enough, I would screw up. Done. The moment I finished inputting the last equation, it lit up with blue light. Hum. Buzz. A low humming sound resounded in my ears. What followed it is an invisible wave that I barely felt. Even so, I felt the mysticism and mysteriousness in it. Ba-dumped. Ba-dumped. Magic, so this is what it is. In this dark room, my blazing curiosity was ignited. Chapter 10, overflowing, money. I need to try this out. After witnessing that magical phenomenon, I saw the circle dissolve into the floor. It is one of the functions hidden in the chalk. It conceals itself upon usage, making it a handy tool to use magic while hiding it from the mundane. Now, it is time to use magic myself. This requires the mastery of mana control, as I already have the theory side to back me up. It would take me days to control mana without help. I'm thankful that I have a cheat. Unlike those magician scions who have someone to guide them, I do not have someone who would do the same for me. If I did not have my cheat to help me, I would most likely struggle on this path. I need to learn Kabbalah before the mana control to maximize that chance. If I already have the fundamentals in me when I practice mana control, I would be able to draw those magic circles with ease. As a result, my capabilities would greatly increase in those 10 years. Modify the learning time of Kabbalah to 10 years later. Confirm. Kabbalah originated in the 12th century. Its core value is to accumulate knowledge in order to have a better understanding of the world. The better their understanding is, the closer they would be to God. It combines both magic and religion and is used by the current Holy Inquisitors. There's also spirit magic that is a subfield of Kabbalah, which is used to manifest what they dubbed as God's miracles. It has many branches such as numerology, astrology, meteorology, and so on. It wasn't for a reason that it is the core magic system of wizardry when there are dozens of magic systems out there. Phew. My previous knowledge of Kabbalah was somewhat good. I have a basic understanding of it through the files that I memorized from that phone, but now I could be said to be an expert on it. Thanks to my experiences, my mind isn't as messy as before. I could immediately organize the new memories that I have and not be confused by them. Huffs. All of these continuous usages made me feel quite exhausted mentally. Still, it isn't enough to douse my excitement about magic. I only need the practical experiences before I could use it, magic. Without hesitation, I summoned forth my cheat once more. Modify the practice time of mana control to 10 years later. The familiar feeling assaulted me. Before it could become more substantial, I hastily confirmed it with a thought. In my memories, I started practicing how to cast. From a wobbly magic circle, I continuously improved. When I became proficient enough, I could form a spell easily. A vague circle is formed out of thin air. With my mana as the pen, I guided it to draw this circle. Mental calculations are being done as I write. The gap between my mind and my drawing speed is evident, hence I chose to be slow this time. Click. Once I felt its connection to the world, I recited the keyword that I have set, something that would strengthen my visual image to its maximum and manifest my intent. Oblisis. The magic circle lit up as a huge amount of flame left it. It has reached the size of more than 50 centimeters. The blazing heat that it emits makes it feel real even though I could not feel anything but surrealness. Magic. This is it, magic, the method to create miracles and manipulate the phenomena of the world at will. Foo. I took in deep breaths to calm myself down. Still, I could not completely do so. Instinctively, I started manipulating mana. Slowly, I drew out something that exists within me. Not long after, I saw it, a thin wavy blue thread on the tip of my fingertips. I need to cast. Since casting something that is destructive is dumb, I chose to do a ball of light. Computation, the radius doesn't exceed a meter. Luminous intensity should not exceed 0.5 CD candela. I started sorting out the troublesome units through mental computation. It was not as hard as doing the flame magic from before. Most importantly, it belongs to the short single verse type. If it has a length of 3 verse long and is very lengthy, you can expect a wide-scale destruction. Lux. A magic circle appeared on top of my palm. Then, a ball of light emerged from it. It shone brightly in this dark room. Mew. Damn. I swiftly canceled the magic by disrupting the magic circle. The light died down, but I sneakily climbed on top of the bed and checked on the sleeping Ryu. Phew. After seeing that he is dead asleep, I calmed down. Magic, so that's how it feels. Right now, I'm feeling inexplicable. Creating something out of nothing can only be seen in fairy tales, yet I can do so in real life. Not only that. The sight. I could see the small white particles present in this room. This is the result of my 10 years' worth of mana control. That's right, this is mana in their visible form. This is the substance that every magician are manipulating. Of course, the particles inside this room is more stagnated due to the anti-magic barrier that I engraved. Right, I need to replace it every week. Under the starry night, my overexcited mind caused me to have no sleep for that day. Yawned. I woke up from my sleep. As usual, I did not see Ryu as he's already gone to school. From when I started learning magic, my sleep schedule has been a mess. Though, I fixed it soon after I got accustomed to it. Those sleepless nights. Even if a few months had passed, my passion for magic was not quelled. It became even stronger. What's more, my improved body doubled my energy absorption efficiency, cutting down the usual 200 days of gathering electricity into 100 days. I could also use my mana to convert into my cheat's energy, but it seems inefficient since there is nothing different between 100 volts of electricity and mana. My capacity would not increase by doing so, which is why I continued to borrow electricity from the local neighborhood. In total, I received another chance to use my cheat. As to where I used it, this light feeling is something that I'm not accustomed to. It went to my body. To be exact, I used it to train my body for 10 years. My improvements were then converted to suit the current me, which is why I only grew a few centimeters. Though my prowess is on another level, with this small fist, I could fight a grown adult. This is the effect of my trained body, perhaps. This resulted in my energy limit increasing once more. I have only absorbed more than 60 days worth of electricity, yet I could feel that it is about to be filled up again. More than 15 days, I suppose. Monday. I saw the date on our calendar. January 7, 2013, Monday. In an instant, a cold feeling doused me from my sleepiness. It's this day. Today, I plan to not go to school with the reason of sickness, though the main reason why I wanted to stay home is that this is the day. The D-Day. The time when we could earn our keep and live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Realizing this, I swiftly exercised my mental operations by creating uncast magic circles. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ever since I learned multi-circle spells, casting a dozen magic circles in one go isn't particularly challenging anymore. Keep in mind, those multi-circle spells can be as much as 3 dozen circles at minimum. The only reason why a magician's mind can keep up with it is their continuous practice as well as exposure to mana. This is why at least those tactical class magicians, known as rank S, have brains comparable to supercomputers. The rank A and below are just as horrific, too. If someone were to ask about my current standing, from rank D to rank S, I would probably be in C rank to B rank. My mana control, which is honed by 10 years of training, is good enough to be ranked by such. This shows how terrifying my cheat is. 10 years of training compressed in under a second. Albeit, there are even stronger monsters than I. Those in A rank are currently high-ranking magicians who have a great influence over the magician's society. I knew this from the mobile phone that the unfortunate guy was carrying. As for those S-rankers, they are dubbed Great Scholars. They can obliterate an army of millions at will and are the closest to the truth. They are walking nukes that can destroy an entire city with a single spell. I need to get more magic-related books. If I have those, I could have become even stronger than now. After all, most of the 10 years during my mana control practice, as well as studying magic, consisted of 60% studying and 40% deduction. When I reached the limit of my current knowledge, it leaves me with deducing a higher level knowledge. In the end, the stuff that I got from that unfortunate dude is still lacking. He is only a rank B give and take. I even found it surprising that he has this many books, which can only be explained by his high standing in the Magicians Association. After feeling the exhaustion, I cancelled all of them. Even though we magicians can now use our mana efficiently, our mana tank, a metaphysical part of our body, is still limited. This usage of magic made it so that modern magicians can cast greater amounts of spells with ease as compared to the ancient magicians of the same rank. Swordsman, I tighten my small fist while being absorbed in my musings. It seems that the physical mana application truly exists. During my 10 years of training, I hit the ceiling at some point. When I was 16 years old, I think, no matter how much I strain my body, the improvements are minimal. I thought of transfusing mana to my body at that time, but I encountered many problems at that point, with the body rejecting mana being the biggest. I tried my hardest to manipulate mana to the thinnest that I could make them, but it still did not work. So, I have been considering borrowing those techniques from the hands of the capable, though I will leave it to when I become stronger. Yawn, we need to do this work today. I muttered as my thoughts shifted to the biggest opportunity today. The father-son duo closely stared at their computer screens. Their palms are sweaty from holding the mouse, which is ready to be moved at any moment now. The biggest prey is brought down. Since the U.S. government had mounted a strong defense against its hunters, the hedge funds behind the attack, the moment of their downfall became unpredictable. Some even thought that they would win in the end. and that the hedge funds will only serve as fertilizer over the strong dollar currency that has been maintained since decades ago. However, on January 7, 2013, at exactly 2:31 a.m. in the morning, it collapsed. The majority of the people who bet with it remaining on the throne instantly lost millions of dollars. Even the hedge funds who are taking advantage of the situation were caught off guard, as their analysts predicted that the US still has a lot of wild cards to play. In short, nobody expected the dollar currency to suddenly fall. Well, except for the select few who got lucky. They, and the hunters who had been eyeing this event from the beginning. Gulp. After reading the series of zeros on their accounts, they stopped breathing out of pure shock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 11. 11 digits. If converted into its number form, it would be TN 10 billion. No Tucson, it's more than that. Seiji's eyes were brought to the forefront of these numbers. There, he saw another set of numbers that he had not expected. He had worked hard ever since Nabu's predictions, actually. He called in his representative, whom he knows the best, and started signing a bunch of papers for this day. It was not an understatement that he bet on most of his properties for this day. He went through all of this trouble as he trusted his son. Now, all of his hard work paid off. Huffs. Both of them relaxed at the same time. They are currently in the children's room, with the cold temperature from the air conditioner brushing their necks. Still, this did not calm down their overexcited hearts from beating out. Shit, Seiji subconsciously mumbled, though he corrected himself upon realizing that there are kids here. Nabu-kun, you can't say that word yet, okay? Strangely, Nabu seemed calmer than Seiji had thought. It is only on the outside. Right now, he's having a mental party on the inside. Shit. I did not hold much money in the past. Yummy. It's a fucking relief. I thought that we will have some fuck up here. Thank God my future memories are reliable. Should I create a few companies to acquire more magic-related materials? Magic guns, hee. I could create a magic plasma rifle, mana-powered combat suits, programs that would help me cast magic faster. The possibilities are endless. This night, Nabu went crazy. Creak. Suddenly, the two of them heard the clicking sound of the doorknob. The door was promptly opened, revealing a long, white-haired woman who is smiling menacingly towards the two. Seiji, I see that you are setting a bad influence on the kids. Hearing her voice, Seiji had seemingly fallen into the deepest level of hell. Even the chills from the air conditioner could not compare to the sensation that he was feeling right now. Honey, I can explain. We can hear out your explanations later. Eri swiftly pulled Seiji's ears and dragged him outside the room. Just as Nabu is relieved and prayed for his father's well-being, he heard a voice. You're also going with us, Nabu-kun. Well, tonight is destined to be a memorable one for the duo. Chapter 11, 4 years later. Spark. Buzz. A long broadsword was placed on top of a metal table. Various wires are connected to it, leading to the monitors that indicate its overall performance. Its huge dark blade shook before being converted into readable data. Failed. I turned off the oscillation device connected to the blade. It has been the 26th trial. I could not get the oscillation device to work stably for some reason. I already used a chance for my cheat, yet I could not finish it. I am already in the final hurdle after solving more than a few hundred. This oscillation device surpasses my previous high-speed vibration blade. My weapons will become stronger with it. I saw something. It is the part that makes it more stable. It is a safety device that I placed in so that the experimental weapon would not explode right in front of my face. Its magic circles included a dozen such as mass reduction, harden and solidify, robustness, reduce friction, swiftness, mana disruption, and so on. These circles serve to increase the base power of its wielder, making its focus on enhancements. They are more efficient to use as they would not require the user to cast those spells. All I have to do is to apply a thought. This is the essence of magic tools. The oscillation device serves many purposes. It can disrupt mana, act as an anti-magic weapon, and inflict additional elemental damage since the vibrations around the bladed weapon would pierce through the enemies more easily. It can also mess with the enemies as the oscillation can make the blade appear illusory. With it, they won't be able to approximate its correct dimensions, making it suitable to use for swordsmen and magicians alike. These experiments are made possible with the money in our pockets. After acquiring the necessary funds, we decided to spread it to other rising companies. Moreover, it did not prevent us from creating our own companies and entering some industries. One of those companies that belong to the technological field. Of course, it is more or less my private workshop at this point. Tusan and Kasan know I am now interested in technology, just like my little brother, Ryu. He is just 9, yet he's way ahead of his current age. As I had expected, he is the true prodigy of the Akasaka family. In my estimates, he would be able to achieve a graduate's knowledge proficiency in computer engineering by 12 or 13. I can do these estimates thanks to being soaked in this field. 4 years had passed since that fateful day. Kasan scolded us for a few hours before stopping. Many things have happened since then. Spreading our wealth to paper companies, studying magic, integrating technology, and so on. After deciding to focus on combining science and magic, I used up most of my chances in it. My body gradually became stronger, which made my limits higher. Now, I could absorb more than 200 volts every day. This makes my cheat refresh every 46 days. In total, I had 25 chances. That makes it less than 2 centuries worth of learning or practicing something. It included experiments and combat experiences. It is important to note that combat experiences refer to my future knowledge of fighting against dangerous beings. That included the preparations before the fight as well as its aftermath. Demons, apparitions, curses, yaokais, so many dangerous entities are present in this world after being able to use mana. There are also close encounters with exorcists, sorcerers, and the Holy Inquisition. But precisely because of those memories did I learn the dangers of this world. I was made aware that such beings exist. Even so. Am I an old man at this point? I refuse. My accumulations might be worth more than 100 years, but they are all knowledge. I still have not enjoyed my life to the fullest yet. I haven't experienced high school life, too. Too bad I got absorbed in magic and economics, which resulted in me not going to school. Still, my current knowledge would suffice if I wanted to go back to school. I can be considered a college graduate with a doctorate in different fields of engineering. I'll just come back once I achieve that goal, or when I am at the age of high school. Recalling that nigh impossible goal for the current times, I let out a smile. After all, I want to turn the current nanotechnology, the ones used for working with microscopic experiments, into a working practical tool. I could then use it in different fields. If I achieve that, then I would be able to do something I aimed for many years. Shaping, restoration, practicality, there are simply too many desirable factors that it has. Unfortunately, I saw how far it is with my current achievements. I keep on persisting. If I could not make it, there's no way I would be able to break the deadlock. That, or finding a corpse of a certain somebody would do. Done. I corrected my musings. This safety device is set to limit the output of the oscillator, but it is also the one that severely restricted its progress. Now that I fixed it and made the restrictions looser, I adjusted a few more components to better suit its new restrictions. Spark. Buzz. I saw the black blade vibrating at higher intensity once more. After 10 seconds, it surpassed its previous duration. At the same time, the blade's durability began falling. As expected, passing the problem to the blade's components is much easier to solve than the restrictions. An entire minute later, I turned off the device. Cracks can be seen all over the blade's body. The scanners imbued with correspondence, analysis magic, showed me its durability, which dropped by 32.58% since the activation. In a sense, the blade would collapse after 3.5 minutes of usage. Good, the next direction would be about magic alloys, With this, my research was concluded for the day. It is yet another bustling day for Kyoto. As the city where most of Japan's traditional culture was preserved, there is no lack of foreigners here. It is one of the places to go to Japan, only being topped by Hokkaido, the region most frequented by foreigners. Shimokita seems like a nice place. Nabu mumbled as he recalled today's date. I'm thankful that I would not forget such an important day. It is currently February 20, 2017. A single day away from BOCCHI-chan's birthday. Right now, Nabu is headed to buy her a present. That's what they have done to each other whenever their birthdays arrive. He's also well acquainted with the Garu household at this point due to his repeated visits to her place. As their friendship deepened, they are no longer limited to the playground. A Les Paul should be good. I should buy her the deluxe one. Being overloaded with money, he did not think of the cost as a problem anymore. It would not be a big problem if he changes the logo, too. With some modifications, the expensive guitar would be able to slip under her father's eyes, one from a former professional band. While he is caught in his thoughts, he did not notice the eyes of others. As he grew up with years' worth of training, it was converted to make his body stronger. This resulted in his body developing to its full potential early on. He is only a 12-year-old, yet his height is 158 cm already. His build is also noticeable with his well-trained body. Suddenly, his musings came to a halt once he sensed an abnormal amount of mana appearing in Kyoto. It's the same as that time. Nabu promptly looked up at the sky. There, he saw it, the familiar crack and the two moons. One of them is blue while the smaller one is red. But then, his heightened vision saw something more shocking. Humans! Inside the crack, he saw two humans. One is wearing a long-sleeved blue jacket, while the other is wearing something reminiscent of the ancient magician's attire, without the oversized hat. These mana signatures. Judging from what he saw without using any kind of magic, the presence of these two people is strong, to say the least. They are the kind of guys who could annihilate an entire army with ease. He's carrying an entirely different element around him. Nabu walked around his memory palace, only to discover that these humans are not part of the future that he knows. That future, one which is dreary, is something that entangled his entire body like chains. In those future iterations, he lost everything. It's only due to his mind selectively ignoring those memories that he could retain his sanity. My interventions must have affected it. In a split second, he made a decision. Nabu pretended not to see the crack and continued with what he had been doing before. Suddenly, he felt a surge of relaxation in his body. He knew that it is his cheat activating, absorbing energy, and focused more on his previous chances. While he is preoccupied, the unexpected visitors started to have a fight. Is it just my imagination? Partner! A deep voice rang in the man's mind. It is the ego of his sword speaking. The man, Seidu, had his eyes wandering below, to the city of Kyoto. They used a dimensional door to arrive at this place. Their destination will mostly be random, and only their rough location would be right most of the time. Seidu, a pink-haired girl beside him, spoke. Don't tell me you're... It's not like that. He immediately defended himself and told the girl, Louise, that he felt a gaze pass through them. As someone who had slain a dragon and survived the siege of 70,000 soldiers, he is very sensitive to these. A gaze? Does your world have magic? My world does not have magic, or at least that's what I knew. Your guess is right. Your world has a good mana density. I see. Facing the shock that his world is not as simple as he thought, he became alert more than anything else. Let's get out of here first. We will use the mana concealment spell later. Okay. Seeing his serious side, Louise was briefly surprised. On top of that, she felt that Seidu is a lot cooler just now. 5 chances. Out of nowhere, an oversized pie fell from the sky. I could tell that I benefited from the leaking mana beyond that crack just like in the past. Also, I sensed the surrounding mana density reached a peak that was not recorded in this city. Of course, this mana started dissipating back to its origin, leaving Kyoto with a slightly higher mana density than before. It increased by 5%. What is that crack anyways? If I decided to use correspondence back there, I could have scanned it and the phenomena around it. Though, this will break my usual caution and put me at risk. Well, there is no use thinking more about it. Now that it is outside my grasp, it's no good to keep regretting it. Over the years, I encountered similar situations. There are times when I was forced to use magic outside, but I made sure to clean up every single trace. Still, there are close shaves that forced me to use my specialized escape techniques. Most of them are based on void spells, making me extremely proficient with them. Since my combat power should be around the strongest B ranks at the very least, I can stay away from danger better. Oops. Looking at the time, I hurried to the train. It is already 3:30 p.m. and coming back from Tokyo takes another 45 minutes. Picking a gift would also take a long time too. It seems that a scolding is inevitable. Well, it is what it is. Chapter 12, Returnee. Shimokita is one of the places in Tokyo to visit if you are looking for anything music-related. Just by looking from my position, I could already see more than 6 stores that sold instruments. I continued my stroll as I looked at every store. If I could not find a good one after going through every single one, I could just go back to the one that I decided to be decent enough. Oh. In front of a shop, I saw a guitar hanging in the display case. It piqued my interest because it is a vintage guitar, one that is very rare. They have something like that here. The guitar has a unique design. Its body is made to be a V-shape and is designed to be more futuristic. In fact, the animated rock star guitars in cartoons and some anime are based on it, the Gibson Flying V. Less than 100 exist around the world as it was phased out after an unsuccessful sale. This made it more expensive than it usually is. Interesting. Stepping inside, I saw their huge array of instruments. From accessories to the actual instruments themselves, they have it all. I understand why Shimokita is a paradise for bands and musicians. Well, I should snag myself another guitar, I guess. I formed my collection back in our house, all of which are stored in my room. Sometimes, I bring them to my experiment station and play some songs if I am starting to get frustrated. Truly, the irony. Others chose drums as their stress relief, but mine's a guitar. Who made it such an enjoyable instrument to play with? Anyways, I started picking my gift. I skipped some guitars that are not compatible with beginners as their strings tend to give more calluses. Something beginner-friendly and expensive. I was just joking back when I thought of buying her an expensive guitar thoughtlessly. Of course, I would choose what is suitable for her the most. Unfortunately, I could not find a suitable one after looking through all of them. While there are a few, they weren't up to my standards. This leaves me with my final resort. I will make that myself. Instead of starting from scratch, I am planning to buy the ones below my standards and disassemble them. It is painful to do as a guitarist myself, but only by combining their strong points could I make a guitar deserving of BOCCHI's hands. I took the ones that I have chosen from their stands. In total, I chose 5 guitars. I could see the surprised look that the staff around has, but I am sure that it is not that I chose 5 guitars in one go. My sight was directed toward the girl who is eerily similar to Yamada-san. Currently, she is waiting for her 7 basses to be checked by the counter. She looks similar to Yamada-san. I wonder if she is related to him. I kept my thoughts and stood behind her. This formed a strange scene of 2 people buying a bunch of instruments. I could manage to carry these thanks to my current strength. With my 160 cm height, who would think that I am just 12 years old? After the girl began packing up her 7 basses, I gently placed mine on top of the counter. Since they could not fit in there, I carried the remaining 2 with me. Another one like Yamada-san, huh? When I heard the cashier mumble, I called out to the girl just as she was about to leave with what I presumed to be her father. He carried half of those basses alone. Tough job. Excuse me. The girl continued to leave, so I hurriedly asked, "Do you know Yamada Tashio?" She turned around to face me, the usual lazy look, the stoic expression, that blue hair. It feels as if I am facing him myself right now. After training with him for 3 years, I am very familiar with Yamada-san. Tashio-san, you know him? Yes, I thought that you two are related since you look just like him. Both of you look like a deadbeat. Good. The blue-haired girl approached me in the blink of an eye. Good, tell him that I am still waiting for his presents. With the interest it should be, she began counting on her fingers. 10 presents. It's better if they are cash. Eh? I could not follow her words. My mind had seemingly paused in the face of her unpredictable words. I am counting on you, she said with an encouraging look. After that, she left. What did just happen? It took me a while to process what happened. Sir, your order comes to a total of 558,900 yen. Here's my card. I placed the account that Tucson had specially made for me. A few 100 million yen is placed in it, which is enough for most of my daily stuff. With more than $10 billion from 4 years ago, we entered new fields. I even recruited some successful entrepreneurs who made their mark on history and made them my coworkers. With their brilliance, each of our investments came back. We also lost some of them, but it is due to the unpredictability of the world. Still, our earnings can allow us to take 2 of the spots in Forbes' billionaire list. Only Tucson's name is listed there, however. My name continued to remain John Doe, making me an enigma of the world. Beep. Soon, I left the store while carrying 5 guitars. I know that I look weird, but... Keep your passion burning, young man. An old man with a wooden cane said to me. He is wearing a traditional yukata, often used by the old men. I recognized him. I will, I answered calmly. The old man nodded with appreciation before walking away. Come to think of it, he has a guitar case on his back, doesn't he? He carried an unusual feeling around him, too. A sorcerer, the Kyoto High Principal. A JUJUTSU sorcerer. Those people are the one that makes use of energy called cursed energy. That old man is a prominent figure in the supernatural world as the principal of the JUJUTSU High Kyoto branch. He's someone who fought in that war, too. A JUJUTSU walking in broad daylight. It reminds me of why I am being cautious in this world. Anyways, this also reminded me of the load that I am carrying. It's better to call in a taxi at this point. You are moving. You, I met with BOCCHI at our usual hangout place, the playground. Today is her birthday and I am acting oblivious to it. I thought that her previous reactions, her signs of internal panic, were caused by me not remembering them. Turns out, she was deliberating on how she was supposed to tell this to me. Where are you going then? Kei Kanagawa. Oh Tilda, are you planning to study in Tokyo or something? I do. Kanagawa is much closer to Tokyo, so I merely said it as a joke. After all, the concentration of better schools is usually in Tokyo. While Kanagawa is quite far from Tokyo, Kyoto is much farther than it. I plan to transfer schools. Is it because of your bad history in that place? I recalled that day from 4 years ago. She told me that she was not noticed by anyone else and was called a ghost when she did get noticed. That thing continued to happen to the point that I nearly stormed her school back then. Only, she stopped me from doing so. Since it will also be embarrassing for her, I did not continue to pursue it. I will be going to a school that specializes in music. It's not an art school though. Let me guess, Shimokita. You guessed it correctly, Nabukun. I blame my sharp intuition on those years of combat. All of the things that I said jokingly are starting to turn into facts. Kanagawa, I mumbled blankly. Judging from how far she will be, I would need around 10 till 11 hours just to arrive there. Meaning, our daily meetings would be cut short into rare ones. It is simply inefficient for me to visit her daily. Sigh. I see, I will make this day memorable. En Nabukun. It's nothing, I'm just sad that you might forget about me, Tilda, I teased her. No, I won't forget about you. For the first time, I saw a new side of hers. She got rid of her stuttering mess, and in turn, has a resolute look in her eyes. I won't forget about Nabukun, he's my only friend. If Nabu knew what he was thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. Ever since he is her best friend for 4 years, she had a lot of fun. In the first place, she did not expect to have a friend like Nabu. Her socializing skills are a mess and her habit to overthink made her an antisocial monster. Of course, her aspirations are different from theirs. She aims to be noticed by a lot of people and gain their recognition by playing the guitar. But when she heard her parents' decision to move, she was shocked before feeling sad. Moving away means that she won't be able to frequently see him, after all. She would be back to her loner self who does not have anyone to talk with. She would not be able to tell most of her inner feelings to someone whom she trusted aside from her family. That's a promise, right? Nabu said as he made a hook with his pinky finger. This is a bit cliché, don't you agree? Hitori agreed fervently. Most of the anime that she watched had scenes such as this. What's painful, however, is that most of them do not fulfill this promise of theirs. She started her usual inner panic while falling into the first dimension. Hey, do I look like those scumbags who never fulfill their promise? And no. Then, there's no need to worry about it. We can also chat through line, right? With her worries addressed, she slowly hooked her pinky finger to his. This day, a promise was made. BOCCHI should be far enough. Is it polite to stalk a child in that manner? I asked out loud to the ones hiding via light magic. Their spell was one that I have never seen before. Light belongs to the same elemental category as fire, wind, water, and earth. However, their spell composition is different. You still don't want to come out? I shouted. Swiftly, I opened the magic circle inside my pocket. My normal pants have a barely okay magic tool that expands the pocket's inner space. It is mostly 1x4, which is enough for my emergency items. What I pulled out is a blue katana. Several magic circles are engraved from its handle up to its blade. It is a magic tool that is designed purely for combat. With my decades learning of Kabbalah and the 100 years of studying science with magic, the precision of this blade's creation is extremely high. I pointed out the blade to the slides in the playground. If you... Sorry, ow. What greeted my sight are two familiar people. One is the black-haired man from that crack, while the other is a pink-haired girl pinching the man's ears. I told you not to reveal us. But this is disrespectful enough. Seeing this sight, I am thankful that my pink-haired friend isn't someone like her. Phew. Why do I oddly feel that you are insulting me? Her aggressive eyes were now locked on me. Now, we didn't come here to fight, the man said. I know, we are supposed to meet your parents, but who expected that magic exists in your world? We need to know more about this. Your world? This, I have a presumptuous guess. Lowering my blade, I asked. You too, are you from another world? Sato, your reaction gave it away. I am sorry, I was caught off guard by his question. In this situation, my question is the last thing they would expect, which is why my information reconnaissance succeeded. The pink-haired girl crossed her arms, while vigilance is still present in her. That's right, we came from another world. Another world, things just became more ridiculous. Chapter 13, Aiska. Another world, something that is viewed as a kind of fantasy. For the magicians who could not pierce through dimensions properly, the number of records about other worlds is exceedingly low, or at least that's how the books that I have read related to the conceptual void tells it. However, some view it as a paradise, simply because the ones in power monopolize the resources in this world. If I did not have the wealth to intrude into the magician's industry secretly, my experiments would be for naught. I would be caught in a dilemma of facing several problems that can't be solved without the actual materials. What's more, some even say that the mana density in other worlds could be higher than ours, making it the perfect place to gain experiences as a magician. I believed in their existence sometime now, but confirming that possibility is something else. After all, I haven't encountered otherworlders except for my good friend who will become one in the future. Another world, are there dragons there? I curiously asked. I saw the two of them jolt upon hearing my words, making me feel more interested in it. There are, in fact, we had an encounter with one, the man Sato said. I see, oh, if you are worried about them, fret not. Those guys should be slumbering as of now. This information came from my decades' worth of combat experience. Near the end of it, I faced a dragon before being killed by it. Of course, it is arrogant enough to divulge secrets that otherwise would be kept guarded while facing a stronger opponent. Slumbering, why would those prideful creatures do it? Because of science, Aju-san, I replied to the pink-haired girl. Now, they could be handled by normal humans by using technology. Even, the number of magicians and supernaturals among humans rose sharply, too. That's why I recommend you two to be low-key in this world. I see, just like what Sato brought. They might have faced a dragon using superior technology then. I do wonder what they have used to do it. Although, technology could sometimes be inefficient in the face of those mobile disasters. Does it mean that there are cases of dragon slaying with it? Sato asked. You're quite sharp, there is. Why would they be on guard with it if they had not experienced it? Based on that dragon's words, a total of 25 fighter jets were deployed to kill a 100-year-old dragon. Even with its solid scales and dragon magic, it could not resist the surprise cluster, bombing 5 times straight. The ones used are the technology developed back in the 70s. One could only wonder how strong the ones that could reach the speed of Mach 2 and above work. However, the cost-effectiveness of such actions is not viable. A country has to spend the majority of its funds on its military just so that it can slay a young dragon. They are simply burning money to acquire useless materials, as the dragon's body would most likely be damaged. Plus, they also have to keep it top secret. This left the option of selling it to the supernatural side of the world. This relationship is the cause behind the government's acquiescence towards the magicians. Only the unlawful ones will get caught, while the rest are free to do as they wish as long as they are lawful. I got the opportunity to correct my thinking after going through those years, which is why the rumors that the world government is against the mages exist. Only the official members in the Magicians Association would not panic about this. Moreover, our existence being hidden helps keep something else at bay. My senses caught onto a strong malintent. My mind started to work swiftly as I went through the calculations. You want to see the specialty of this world, right? I said. Well, watch. Pondus gravitas reductio. Gravity reduction, decrease weight. I felt my weight become lighter before I made a single leap. Though, this leap sent me more than 15 meters above the ground. Whoosh. A black blur went through my former position. It is too fast to be seen properly, but its afterimages subsided once it halted its steps. This fucking bastard. I knew that what was aimed at me was most likely a demon, but never did I expect to encounter the same guy 4 years ago. The same guy who almost killed me in a single attack. Those events haunted me until I received my combat experience. When you see something scarier than that, it's natural to overcome something like this. Still. Snap. Upon snapping my fingers, 3 rounds of impact blasted through the demon wolf's body. It did not do effective damage as it is a type of ceremonial spell, an instant cast spell. It does not require any computations like the regular ones, which is why it sacrifices power over speed. The 3 impacts sent the demon flying midair. Taking advantage of its confusion, I activated another spell. Secundum ordinatio, excour vade, second order blue slash. A magic circle lit up in the middle of the blue blade. It glowed crimson red before mana started to gather in my blade. It was continuously converged by the magic circle, amplifying its destructive power in mere milliseconds. In no less than a second after my chant, a bright blue wave separated from the tip of my blade before descending upon the demon wolf. Bam! A small crater was made as a result of my attack. The usual playground that the kids play in, as well as the bench where we usually sit, were destroyed to bits. Dust rose from the crater, making it hard for the spectators to see if that thing was dead. Well, it is. There's no more male intent, it's dead, I muttered. My words were proven right after the dust cleared up. Not a single remains of the wolf can be seen. All that's left are the destruction that my attack had single-handedly caused. Renovatio redivivus, restoration and reconstitution. The necessary calculations went through my mind before casting a spell. As a result of it, everything was seemingly rewound as the previously destroyed playground was restored in a blink of an eye. All thanks to the restoration magic that can restore superficial things by overlaying the past imagery of it into reality. Tab. I landed back on the ground almost soundlessly. Then, I deactivated the gravity reduction spell, turning the pull of Earth's core back to normal. Is that a magic sword? I heard Sato ask me politely. Yes. As I progressed through the technological tree, I naturally gained the right knowledge to improve the creation of magic tools. Though, I'm fairly sure that the guy strapped behind you is better than it. Sade has a visible look of shock on his face. Your ego sword is not properly concealed. Even if I don't use an analysis spell, just its feeling alone gives it away. Kind of like a possessed item by a yokai. Clank. The sword in his back partially came out of its sheath, revealing a mouth. It's no use in being shocked, partner. The voice of a middle-aged man rang. But man, your world sure is terrifying. I could not agree more with his words. I gave a seal of approval to his sword, who could already sense the danger hidden in this seemingly normal world. Magician, what would it take to help these two adapt in this world? The ego sword spoke. What do I want? Smart, this guy already wanted to lay down the road for this young couple. I could deduce that he experienced a lot of things. Your world's magic. In exchange for helping you two, I want to learn it, especially that void-attributed spell. Void-attributed spell? You mean the interdimensional gate? Louise asked. Interdimensional gate, that's right. Hearing my words, she replied, you need to have the void affinity to use it. I'll read her. Affinity. Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar word, I was caught off guard. You need to be a void to use that spell, she added. A void? I wondered if it is a special constitution of some sort, but quickly denied it. Affinity? That thing does not exist here. It was Louise's turn to be dumbfounded. When the ancient Kabbalah magic was created, it removed the need for affinities. Certain talents and dispositions do exist here, but anyone can learn any spell as long as they work hard for it. In this world, there are no affinities. Every attribute spells can be cast through Kabbalah's numerology and the modern magic theory that mixes science with magic. There are no affinity bonuses unlike in games, too. Only talent sets the threshold in this world apart, as some magicians can learn something in half a day while others need 3. Louise's looked very shocked at that statement. She then asked dumbfoundedly. So you're saying everyone can learn spells with differing attributes? That's right. While there are specializations here, magicians generally know a spell from each attribute. Interesting, it seems that the magic of this world is far more advanced. The ego sword added. But yours have some interesting uniqueness as well. Though, just how long did you finish your calculations for the dimensional gate? Even with the current findings of dimensions, it's still a huge feat. Calculations, what do you mean? She looked very confused at those words. Hey, wait a damn minute, don't tell me. You don't use calculations in your spells. Why would we use arithmetics? What matters the most is the visualization. She answered in a matter-of-fact tone. My word, the magic of another world is far too behind. Fujiksan, she should be arriving soon. I asked the tall man beside me. He is none other than BOCCHI's father, Gatu Naaki. He used to be in a rock band back in his college days. Meanwhile, I have my modified guitar sitting beside the wall. I made these from what remained when I made hers. Coincidentally, I only lacked a set of strings which I easily found in my room. While it is not as good as the first Les Paul that Tusen gifted to me, I modified it as my best guitar. What's more interesting is that it has concealed magic circles engraved into it to increase its durability and quality. If I bash it to the floor would get destroyed. A dream guitar for reckless lead guitarists caught in the vibe. She is arriving soon. How did you know? She does not have any friends, she can't even spend time outside school, he brutally added. Yikes, why is it that BOCCHI's family is brutal? The apple does not fall far from the tree, I guess. I can see why BOCCHI can make those brutal jokes without her realizing it. These never fail to catch me off guard, every time. I pass the notebook, in which I compose my riffs and phrases during my free time. It's like a tab sheet at this point. Oh, this is good, Nabu-kun. Thank you. What I presented to Jeek-san are the phrases that I would play during this surprise. Its main structure came from Happy Birthday, but I modified it to be more upbeat and hype. There's also a guitar solo at the end, too. I am wondering why you aren't in a band yet, he asked. I don't like it for now. I would like to perform in front of others after doing more practice. I see, good luck. Click. Our conversation was halted by the sound of the door opening. Even Michio-san, who is currently holding onto a party popper, froze. Why? Amidst the new arrival's shocked expression, the surprise starts now. Chapter 14, Special Grade Curse. Garu Hitori. The ghost, or to put it more aptly, the only person in her class without any friends. Whenever she tries to make one, she thinks about all sorts of random stuff such as, well, buying band merch in hopes of someone starting a conversation with her. Although she still doesn't give up. After all, it's only her first year in middle school. There's a lot of time left to make some friends. Upon joining the Going Home Club, her will was challenged again. It's all right, I am not who I used to be, she thought. No, it's already the second semester and I'm still the same old loner from elementary. She hurt herself with her self-realization. Somehow, she's not even trying to delude herself. Aside from her daydreaming of having many friends, she always chooses to face reality. This is the unique characteristic that only Garu Hitori has. Did I forget something? The thought of forgetting her lunchbox back in school went through her mind, but she erased it just as it appeared. It is simply impossible for her to do so because she always held her lunchbox whenever she ate lunch in a desolate place. She actually tried sneaking into the rooftop one time, but she passed by a teacher who found out that the door is open. In the end, she saw a group of students being scolded by the teacher. Seeing their downcast looks, a feeling of schadenfreude appeared in her mind. After all, those groups of students are couples, the most hated pair by anyone like her. That's according to recent studies by JIA, Japan Introvert Association. Just as she opened the door, her ears are deafened by a loud explosion. Bam! Why? Her sight became a sea of colors as the confetti started falling. Her brain could not follow what had happened, but she was greeted by a familiar greeting that she receives once every year. Atenjabai Omditu, happy birthday. Right, it is her birthday today, February 21. It is 16 days apart from Nabu's, which is February 5. Ada. The evening that should have only lasted for a few hours became longer, or that's how it felt to me. After that surprise greeting, BOCCHI's mother brought out the cake before eating dinner. It is a sumptuous feast, I might say. The Garu household pulled no restraints to make her birthday this time around more memorable. It took a few hours before it ended, which led to me walking into the streets at 7 p.m. Unlike other countries, Japan has a better public security. More so, our neighborhood has good security. It is completely different from Kabukicho, the famed crime street in Japan. Anyways, I got to play with my guitar. Aside from the party solos, I decided to play some amazing ones, the ones that could amaze her. It included one of my favorite songs that I recalled from my past life, God Knows. As far as I remember, it is something that came from a unique anime. Well, Infinite 8, was it? That's the term that I remember from it. Unfortunately, I forgot everything else. What's important is that everyone's happy. Even now, I could remember BOCCHI's face as she forgot her sad school life. I'm glad I became her friend. Bringing someone into happiness is an inexplicable feeling, more so when it's my friend. There's this warm and fuzzy feeling that I feel every time I help her. Suddenly, I remembered one of her quotes. Loners should stick with each other, she said before she realized that I chose this path myself. Her reaction is quite funny whenever I think of it. Boom! Suddenly, I found a blur approaching my surroundings. It seemingly fell from the sky. The next moment, I found myself propelled in the night skies. The force that crept from the ground reached my head, shocking my entire body. My sight began to darken due to the shock that almost knocked me down. Kake. Blood, that monstrous impact damaged at least my internal organs. I could feel my breathing becoming rough all of a sudden and my sight turning completely black. My wake need. Concussus, shock. Jolts of electricity passed through my entire body. My failing organs and fading consciousness received a sudden reaction, causing me to be fully awake. I was woken up by the strong stimulus. The magic that I prepared to become my future defibrillator worked wonders. Still, am I falling down? Shit. Shit. Having no time to react as I fell, I hastily chanted. Firmness, robustness. Bam! I don't know how high I fell, but it must have been more than 20 meters at the very least. My already damaged body was further punched with holes. I'm going to fucking die. This familiar feeling of coldness started enveloping my body. This is ridiculous. Out of nowhere, I am sent into this state of near death. Is it? Is it because I'm in Kyoto? Since this is the former capital of Japan and is the most prosperous, getting into fights with curses and demons is inevitable. It's just that. I took everything for granted. Cutting off my thoughts, I used up one of the chances and reversed my current state to that of a few minutes ago. Modify the body's state to 3 minutes ago. That familiar itchiness appeared once more, though I can better control it now with just a thought. Confirm. There were no flashy effects, but I felt my body going back to normal in an instant. My internal injuries disappeared while my fatigue was reset to 0. A human. I heard the voice of an old man from the center of the crater. With my enhanced eyesight, I saw his silhouette. As expected, it is a demon or a curse. The street lamp illuminated the curse's figure. It took the form of an old man with a volcano head. The old man did not have any ridiculous amount of mana, but the feeling of strangeness around him is extremely strong. Taking out my sword, I then proceeded to chant. Wardrobe, outfit chained. A magic circle envelops my entire body. After sweeping through me, I changed into my combat suit. It is made of an alloy that conducts magic well. My enhancement spells are enhanced with it. Unfortunately, my main suit is amid its upgrades. By the time my thoughts went back to normal, I found myself preemptively casting a lightning spell. It is a mixed attribute spell of fire and water and works by generating friction. I love this spell type as it has enough destructive power as well as the speed that no other elements have. My suit assisted me, finishing the spell within a second. Ho, a human. Hearing these words, I felt a chill coming up from my spine. I didn't notice it as everything went too fast, but now, I could feel the searing heat in my surroundings. Had I not changed into this suit and reversed time to my peak state, I might be suffering from degree burns now. Thump. The pulse in my neck noticeably became stronger. I feel stricken with fear. Huffs. My breathing became a little more laborious as I am reminded of the sensation that I felt when facing that dragon, helplessness, one born out of the huge gap in terms of power. The cloud of dust cleared up, revealing someone with a small stature. He has a volcano-shaped head and a matching red eye. His back is hunched up akin to the elderly's. He is wearing strange clothing made up of yellow polka dots and black shorts. He looks like someone who lives in Hokkaido. An image flashed in my mind. The special grade curse Sukuna killed. That special grade curse was said to be the incarnation of humans' fear of volcanoes. You do not possess any cursed energy, but you are different. I heard the old man say nonchalantly. What are you talking about? The chill that I felt became even stronger. My heart skipped a beat just from my dangerous intuition alone. I did not encounter nor fought against him in all 7 iterations. He was always killed by Sukuna. Even so, I am aware of his status as a special grade curse. I swiftly changed the visualization and computation in my mind. I was about to fire off a lightning field that works on biological creatures, but I know it won't work on curses. Knowing that he would not let me go, evident from his malintent, I decided to prepare myself for the decisive attack. Destructiveness I needed. Miku, are you there? I called out to my virtual assistant. What type of assistance do you need, Gashujin-sama? I need judgment small-scale attack. Understood ETA, 1 minute. Also, help me in completing this spell. Affirmative, assisting in the lightning-type spell, Reiju. A phantom of a divine tiger appeared in my mind. It overlapped with everything that I am thinking up until now. I held Azure in a middle stance. It is the most neutral sword stance that allows my posture and arms to react against attacks immediately. I can swiftly switch to an attacking stance with a trick that I have learned in my years of experience. It is the strongest single-type spell that I have, which is not destructive. We are currently in a residential area. It is not similar to the ruined world in the future. You are similar to the JUJUTSU yet different, he commented. You have that. Now, Kaminari no Kuka, Reiju. Lightning's Descent, Reiju. Boom. Zap. Bzzzt. Clap. A symphony of sounds assaulted my ears. I did not mind the deafening noise made by my spell. My sight is filled with lightning that surrounded me, to be exact, the blade that I held. Lightning sparked continuously from it. My speed also reached its peak as I am being pulled over to my target. Imposed further is the myth surrounding the companion of the god of lightning. Huh? Mr. The air around my blade whistled as it went straight to the curse's head. Bam! Bzzzt. Another magic circle popped up on top of the curse. It contained the energy that seeped out during my movements. With this, the attack reached its peak. Boom! Bzzzt. I felt the hard impact on my right hand, sending it into a state of numbness in an instant. But then, I noticed an arm grasping the blue blade. Before I could even process what happened, a swift blur was sent to my stomach. Boom! I was blown away by its sheer impact. My combat suit was easily pierced through. Emergency. 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 Activating first aid module failed. Bam! I found myself crashing down into a wall. A small indent was made when it did. My vision is still blurry, but I forced myself to stand up. I felt a pang of migraine in my head as well as pain all over my body. My eyes are giving up due to the speed that it was previously subjected to. I could feel a hot and murky fluid in my stomach. With my suit pierced, I felt the searing heat in my surroundings. Huffs. It became more laborious to breathe. Every time I do so, I felt a tinge of pain appearing in my lungs, though I did not notice anything else. I don't feel the pain. My mind is clearer than ever. Do-mn. From that one attack, I was incapacitated. I could feel a hole in my stomach, mixing bits of what I could sense as my intestines together. If I could only use my mana furnace, or even complete the body-strengthening project. Fuck. For some unknown reason, I could not. The same went for the attempts of me trying to strengthen my body with mana. Faced with these, I could only rely on magic tools to strengthen my combat power. If I could use at least one of them. Hyuk. An overwhelming force pressed down on me. It is akin to a dragon's stare filled with bloodlust. My mind with clarity was shaken to its core. The numbness all over my body disappeared, resulting in me sensing the immense pain that made my mind blank out. ARGH. Self-defense modules activated. Mr. Sue. Several cartridges popped up on my suit, bit-sized missiles locked onto the special-grade curse. All of them are engraved with an individual spell. Production is a tedious job. Nevertheless, it is destructive. Boom. White light flashed before a loud explosion was set off. Walls crumbled down while the ground is cratered. Activating the second batch. The same thing happened for a second time. Miku could process everything faster than she knows the severity of this situation. Boom. Stopping upgrades for the unit arbiter. It will be sent out within 2 minutes. Start the escape module. Starting. I found myself flying into the sky. The suit twisted the magnetic field around us. It is an efficient way of flying outside of fueled thrusters. Bam! Just as the magnetic field around us got twisted, a figure came crashing at me. Moments later, I found myself brought to the ground while choked by the old man. Screech. The suit which was supposed to protect me is now killing me. Its neck area tightened. It is now turning into a sharp weapon that would kill me. Vital signs dropping. Searching for available measures found. Abandoning the current suit gives the highest survival rate. Good luck, Gashujin-sama. Miku's voice floated in my ears. I am losing consciousness. Activating the ejection module. I found myself flung into the air. I could immediately feel the hot temperature around me, waking me up. I was brought back to reality. I recalled the defensive spell I was casting with Miku's help 3 seconds ago. It is now completed. Militaris Fortalitia, Military Fortress. Dozens of magic circles surrounded me. The overwhelming heat around him is blocked by it. Ho, you humans, are always impulsive every damn time. Even though you are nothing but weaklings, you still pull these kinds of stunts off. And fuck a cuke. Bits of my flesh dropped down from my throat. Huge amounts of blood threatened to spill into my mouth. The drops of blood colored the concrete floor red. I could feel some wounds on my neck. His fingers nearly crushed my throat. My suit did not protect me fully. At this moment, I felt my impending doom. My empty mind then became filled with my lifetime's worth of memories. My childhood. My fascination with magic. My dream to have a better life. Then what followed is the truth. I did not see this broken future until I decided to choose combat experiences out of the single aspect I could learn within the future. A future wrought with destruction. The curses broke free from their restraints. The barrier keeper, Tenjin, merged with the vilest sorcerer since ancient times. What followed next are the dragons awakening in Europe, the demons outbreak in America, and the subsequent descent of curses and yaokais in Japan. What followed next is my realization. I might have lived peacefully for 4 years straight, but my luck soon ran out. My interference with the future made everything until the 6th iteration unreliable. It was more than 3 months since I last chose combat experiences, too. I focused everything on research and development at that time. I mean, who would have thought that such a monster will visit Kyoto tonight? Fucking special grade curse. Looking at the volcano curse, I compared him against dragons and rank S demons. Only those special grade jujutsushis and rank S magicians could handle them. I, a mere rank B, am fucked up when I meet one of them. It's not that I could not fight against him. I could actually, but not in my current state. My weapons and other preparations for those stronger than me are all back in my hideout. What's more, it is too late. My suit is scrapped. I doubt this hastily cast shield could last in this old man. 10 to 15 seconds, give and take. 10 seconds had passed so far. I did not recognize this curse, but I am aware of how absurd the other special grade curses are. I recalled Sato and Louise, who are currently in this city, before I shook my head. By the time I could ask for their help, I am dead. The strong ones are also not here. Kazumitsu-san will take minutes now that he's on the other side of the world. I'm fucked. Pathetic, the curse cursed me. This fucker, I remembered that time when I almost died. That condescending aura the wolf demon had, it pissed me off, my weakness too. I longed for a peaceful life without any regrets this time. Yet, what followed was that dragon's overbearing look. All of my preparations, sending a satellite cannon into Earth's orbit and planting a city-level bomb, are rendered useless against it. Anger replaced my self-reproach and regrets. However, no matter what I do this time, I could not use it to power myself up. Only one chance left. Once the final chance is used up, the best chance is that I would die. The scorching heat that the curse emits is that of a volcano. Its super strength is another problem. If the shields get broken and the final chance is used up, I am dead. Sigh, there are still other worlds out there. Thinking about Louise-san's magic, I thought of the vast worlds out there. I thought I could have my journey on those, but I guess everything ends here. Wait a minute. Dimensional gate. As if serving as the key, it opened up another possibility for me, the dimensional gate. I used up more than 30 years to study it alone. Many things are still unclear about it. However, several findings are discovered by that time. I invented the prototype of a planetary-scale teleportation spell. I am confident that I could successfully cast its weaker version. Its success is another matter. I just hope that I won't get sent into a dragon's lair or something. She said this action has the highest rate of survival. Her words rang into my mind. So this is why. Space-type spells are still in development. I did not use them due to their unpredictability. Still, it is the only way out of this trouble. Immediately, I processed its computations in my mind. Complex mathematical rules and theorems flew through my head. The shields I deployed accomplished their job. Cracked. Disjointed lines soon littered the magic circles. It would not last long. Hope was lit up in my heart once more. As long as this is finished, I could escape. Bam! The shield defended me from the pillar of scorching heat. It showed signs of dispersing, but I did not panic. Now that I found the key to my predicament, there is no way in hell I would do so. It's done. The computation portion is done. Even though it is very rushed and has a few flaws, I could work with it. My target destination has been narrowed down to somewhere around this planet. Apertum Porta Veritas, open the gate of truths. The chant for it is also thought of rashly. Fortunately, it worked. Sparks flew off as a hole in space was made. It is pitch black with countless stars inside. It is such a mysterious sight that I almost lost my concentration on it. Still, I pulled myself together and... I'll remember you. Stepped into the portal, whose destination is unknown. Chapter 15, a goddess. Phew-ah. A deep breath. It felt like being splashed upon by a bucket of ice during my sleep. My heart skipped a beat due to this unfamiliar sensation, but I adapted to it. Where am I? Memories started pouring into my head. The birthday surprise, the road when I am going home, the sudden appearance of a special grade curse, that near-death experience that I had for the second fucking time. The last thing that I could remember is going through a dark tunnel while being continuously squeezed. I have also used up my last chance to heal myself from those damages, which is why I am in my pristine condition. In my sight, all I could see was the sea of stars and the lush green leaves with a touch of moonlight. I could not tell if this is my world or not, but I feel something different. Huff. Huff. Cold air entered my mouth, forming a fog whenever I exhale. I did not check everything out with my analysis spell, but it seems like I landed in a forest of sorts. After a while, I left my trance and started doing my usual caution. Revelares Veritas, truth be revealed. My advanced form of correspondence. It used to rely on tracing the target's composition, but my revisions that came from decades of experience made it so that I could choose multiple targets while keeping the analysis time the same. What I chose to analyze are the atmosphere and the soil. These two can tell if a planet is habitable, just like Earth. Nitrogen, oxygen, argon, looks like I'm on Earth. This discovery uplifted my mood. Turns out, my worst fear of being transported into an unknown world did not come true. That had a small probability of happening, which is why that was my first and greatest fear at the moment. My tense nerves relaxed. The thought of escaping yet another near-death event made me nervous. At the same time, I felt a sense of accomplishment in being able to escape from two such events in my 12 years of life. But then, it hit me. I briefly disregarded a certain matter. The sky is different. As a magician who dabbled in Kabbalah, I have great knowledge when it comes to constellations. It is the most used spell type that surpasses my use of lighting type spells, simply because the legends that could be manifested with constellations are too large. They can be seen in places farther than Earth, strengthening the beliefs imposed upon them. This is my theory as to why it has such strong legends. Altair, Vega, Libra, all gone. Fortunately, the most conspicuous constellation, Orion, as well as Sirius are present in this place. Just like on Earth, their brilliance far surpassed the unknown constellations in the sky. With this, I could use the strongest ones out of the 48 specialized star-type spells that I have. Orion, where the hell am I? Shaking my head, I began focusing on my plans. Firstly, I need to go back to my world, to where Japan is. Just the thought of making my parents worry for weeks or even months is enough to make me feel extremely bad. What's more, how would they react to my sudden disappearance? To go back, I need to input my world's coordinates as well as this world's. I only had the time to input my current coordinates along with my computations before. Since I left the destination blank plus the flaws in it, I did not achieve the desired result of being thrown somewhere on Earth. It landed me somewhere else. Meaning, I need to do some deductions and computations before I could go back home. It can take weeks and even months or years if I'm unlucky. The laptop in my pocket is slower than the usual equipment that I have. Damn it. Wrestle. My senses caught wind of a noise. Immediately, I tried to grab Azure, only to remember that it was destroyed. I used it as S-spell core, which broke it. Its remains went into that dark tunnel to be lost forever. I noticed my shredded outfit. My clothing is barely holding onto my body, causing some discomfort whenever a cold breeze passes through me. Renovatio redivivus, restoration and reconstitution. Seeing my tattered clothing go back to normal, my body rejoiced. It was not exposed to this chilly wind anymore. The rest of the magic circles engraved into it were gone, though. It should be fine. Oh shit. Or not. My body became extremely cold. No. I put my hands in my pockets. My right pocket does not have the enlarged space enchantment. I could no longer feel anything inside it. My laptop was in it. Fuck. Shit. I hastily looked at my left pocket. Upon passing my hand through it, I felt the usual enlarged space that it has. My anxiety was slightly doused after knowing that I still have something left in my pocket. The computer does not matter right now. The unknown entity closer to me is. Potions and weapons. I had a habit of storing a mix of items with each item in preparation for this, well, unexpected event. Scanning with my hand, I felt the touch of cold metal. Pulling it out, I was greeted by a pistol. It has a structure similar to an M9 and is pure silver in color. It did not have many designs on the outside, though there are 7 magic circles engraved on the inside. The more spells I use at the same time, the greater the stress on this gun. I have to be careful. I place the gun in my right hand. While feeling its sleek texture, I pointed it out to the source of the rustling sound. Slowly, I stepped away while precasting some offensive spells. When it went out of the dark, I saw a slightly small green stature. It has a good body build and holds a wooden club. It's a goblin. I only saw their illustrations as a kid, in a fairy tale book nevertheless. In our world, there are only demons and curses to worry about. There are no living goblins in it because of their weak strength. Only the dragons and beings similar to them could live up to this day. Now aware of the source of malintent, I let go of my spell. Goblins are weak enough to not require my gun. Bolt. BZZT. A purple lightning bolt headed straight to the goblin. Without any time to react, it was burned to a crisp. Smoke rose from its scorched black body. The wooden cub was also turned into charcoal due to my attack. It's dead. Then I discovered a strange thing when I came close. In its chest lies a purple crystal. When I dug it out, its body turned into black ashes, another phenomenon that I found strange. This is magic crystal. Magic crystals, a solid form of mana. They are minerals that could be found in extremely mana-rich places. They serve as power sources in my experiments. With the constant mana supply, it can serve as a core point of spells, helping me cast spells easier. Now, what in the world is it doing here? In a monster corpse? No, I should think of this later. Anima Repertum, Life Detection. Another magic circle lit up under the starry night. It sent out a set of invisible waves. They are a variant of mana that could not be easily detected, something made by modern magicians to detect the surrounding life. 2, 8, 10, 25, 53, and... My mind halted on its own. I stopped thinking. I found someone special. A total of 120 goblins are currently besieging a small village half a kilometer away from my place. There are 15 villagers in total, as well as 12 combatants who have a strong aura. Though they are being held up by some strong goblins, it seems. Then, who is that? My detection spell passed through someone. She is just like a normal human if seen normally. However, there is something inside of her. Something that far surpasses human logic. I could not explain it properly. I am sure of one thing, though. She is not human. Strangely, she is just as strong as a normal human. If not, she would have destroyed those hostiles immediately. A fight should I interfere. In this unknown place, what I need the most is information. To better survive in this unknown place, I need to know more about it. Moreover, I am not one to leave them behind with that level of danger. I'm no saint who could pull the world out of suffering, but it's a different matter if it's just in front of me. I always stick my nose to these troublesome situations, I said with helplessness. In the end, I made my decision. Firmness, robustness. With my strengthened body, I ran in that direction. The enhancement made me sprint faster. Within 20 seconds, this spell will be cast. It will be weakened due to my unfamiliarity with this world. Still, 50% to 60% of its power is enough. Stella Nox Coelum, the stars under the night sky. A bright blue magic circle manifested within my arm. It swiftly passed through it, leaving me with a bow made up of light. Small spots of light appeared around me, making up the Orion constellation that I am very familiar with. When I looked at the bow, I saw countless stars hidden beneath its usual form. Knowing what to do, I drew its bowstring. Adusir Faustus Venari, guide me for a prosperous hunt. The second magic circle manifested in a form of an arrow. Immense calculations are needed to time it correctly, lest the spell will be ruined. The arrow is notched on the bow's bowstrings. Olympus quad terra vidi decus, let heaven and earth witness your glory. Another circle appeared, but this time in front of the bow. Seeing this, I let go of the notched arrow between my fingers. Phew! As it passed through it, the arrow became extremely swift. I could barely trace it with my own eyes as it ascended toward the night sky. Concurrently, the power that it possesses became amplified. D Upsigno Fatum, O goddess, seal my fate. A wide-scale magic circle appeared on my target, the village, before I could sense the arrow passing through it. As I timed it well, the power that it has went to its maximum limit. Another round of power converged into it before it showed signs of separating. With my final chant finished, the arrow was completely split into countless stars before descending under the night sky. A small village. It is composed of 15 members, a total of 6 families. Their location was well thought as the capable took their time surveying the area around them. They even hired a retired adventurer from the famous city of Arario. Everyone thought that they could leave in peace with minimal monster invasions, but they were mistaken. Exactly 12 years ago, a small-sized goblin tribe left their former location due to the appearance of a strong man. He is only level 2, but he demolished their chieftain comparable to a level 3. He had a look of superiority and seriousness at the same time as if he is someone who used to be at the top of the world. This caused their migration. They went from one place to another until they reached this place. As a result, the current village faces a crisis. If not for the Artemis Familia who coincidentally passed through here, they would have been wiped out. A level 3 goblin mutant chief, 3 level 2, and several level 1s backed up by unranked goblins are enough to do so. Then again, it is the Artemis Familia. Even with those numbers, they could stably reduce their numbers one by one. Once their captain eliminates the goblin mutant, everything would be over. To your right. Sue. The goblin that was creeping up on her was killed by a swift shot in its eye. I'm curious about these goblins. How did they grow up to this stage? They are outside of the dungeon city, Arario. It is nearly impossible to encounter a level 3 in this place, yet they did. Not only that, but there are also their numbers. Little did they know that the cause behind these goblins' motivation was someone they would not expect. Less talking. Once the captain finishes off on her side, we need to cooperate. Pay more attention to your surroundings. Sadly, her warnings were not heard by the girl. Stars. Hey, this isn't time for. Accidentally, she saw it. Out of nowhere, a meteor shower occurred. No, it is more apt to call it the descent of stars. These small bits of light soon enlarged in their visions before dropping to the ground. Bam! 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 Each of the stars landed perfectly on the goblins. This attack harmed nobody else. Everyone oddly felt a strange tinge of familiarity in that light. Goddess. Meanwhile, their goddess was just as surprised as they were. When they are fighting against the mutant goblin, a star descended into its place. Upon contact, the mutant level 3 became severely injured. One blow from their captain finished it off. What did just... Out of nowhere, a man wearing a set of black clothes appeared. He spoke in Kainei, Gekkai's universal language, but with a strange accent. Some words are understandable, but it felt different. He shook his head to rid of his confusing thoughts. He lowered the silver thing after confirming that the monster's dead. I'm not this strong. Suddenly, his musings were interrupted when he met the goddess' gaze. For some reason, he felt a certain connection, rather, resonance with her. Then, everything clicked with him. Not only that, it is his first time seeing such a beauty. Nobody came close to her. Badumped. Badumped. He hastily averted his gaze. Distracting himself, he started analyzing a bunch of random things. One of them contained useful information that might explain something. The reason why he felt strange at the end of the chant. The reason why his stellar magic worked out too well. In the end, it took them the courage of a goddess to break this silence. Your name. My name. At first, he had the idea to give out a fake name, but something dissuaded him from doing it, that he should give her his real name. In normal cases, he would give out a fake name due to the existence of contract magic. Just by knowing someone else's name, someone could get cursed. Still, he does not feel any danger from her. That's why. Akasaka Nabu. He trusted her. Chapter 16, Gekka. A goddess. Once a metaphorical expression that a human used to praise a girl, or an otaku worshipping his waifu, is now an actual terminology. God, what a messy world I have come into. A night had passed since my arrival in this unknown place, rather, an unknown world. It seems like my luck is good enough to land on a different planet. When all I ever wanted is to go somewhere around the globe. Truly amazing. I sighed for the nth time. A new world with lost supplies, fantastic. First, my main hope of ever going back, the laptop, is gone. That's the only magic tool in my arsenal that could let me go back in a very short time. I could manually compute everything, but it'd be vastly different without it. That's like doing mental arithmetic without a calculator. Worse, it's quantum physics. In the end, all that was left are some potions. There's also a magic gun and 3 magazines, totaling 48 bullets. Other than those, I have a portable spear, a silver dagger, a smartphone, and my guitar. With the portable amplifier, of course. The situation's good with my phone. If it was lost, I might need to recreate all of its components in this world. Though, there's also a chance of me building a computer in this world. My optimism refused to back down at this moment. Write adventures. In this world, the most respected job is to be an adventurer. Simply put, they dive into the dungeon in hopes of finding power, riches, women, and adventure. This world is much similar to the RPGs of my world. Dungeon diving, leveling up, forming a party. Maybe I could find my adventure here too. Hooray. Not. Damn it. All of my life I have been there. For 12 years I lived there. The relationships that I made, the achievements that I have, they're all back on Earth. How could I forget any of those, especially the people close to me? They must be worrying right now, extremely so. I sighed out of depression once more. Let's just hope that they can handle the things over there. Shaking my head out of these depressing thoughts, I took a look at my cheat. I received the thought that I have no chances left. I used up 30 years studying Louise's, while the last 2 chances are used to pull me back from life. Alright, my situation is a bit hopeless. I can't go back within weeks or even months. I will be stuck in this world called Gekkai for quite some time. Damn it. Is this how it feels to go against the stream, alone? This feeling of hopelessness is not much different from when I died in several iterations of my future. Slap. My palm acted upon itself and slapped me awake. I need to hold myself together. Recalling the words of that old curse, I could only wryly smile. I'm truly pathetic. Having a bad morning. Rithusa-san. Her calm voice brought me back from my thoughts. Rithusa-san is one of the so-called adventurers. She has a calm yet powerful aura. She's what you would expect from a fighter who survived several dangerous fights for years. You didn't sleep well. No, I had a good night. After I helped them, they talked with the locals and let me sleep for the night in this village. Not only that, they also gave me all of the magic stones from the dead monsters. That was under the directive of their goddess, whose name is, well, Artemis. Surprise, surprise. It perfectly explains how my magic became a level stronger. She's the goddess Artemis, who happens to be inexplicably connected to Orion. Lost more than half of my rations in this expedition. There's no place to resupply as well. I can sympathize. Happened to us several dozen times as well. A familia, that's what the adventurers under a god are called. In the Artemis familia, Rithusa-san serves as the captain. They have a total of 9 adventurers in total. Morning, Captain. Good morning. A light aquamarine hair greeted my sight. Unlike the veteran vibe that Rithusa-san was sporting, she has a gentle temperament. Evident with her slightly longer ears, she has the blood of an elf. Though seeing her made my heart skip a beat. Similar to their legends back on Earth, they have this stunning appearance. Elves, they have this sort of charm. For that reason, I am feeling quite fuzzy. I don't know, I haven't felt this way before. Fortunately, my combat experiences allowed me to look normal in front of them. Everything has its perks. Nabu-kun is awake. Good morning, Lance-san. The half-elf Lance-san, she is one of the 2 mages of their familia. To be honest, I am interested in the magic that she's been using. When they discussed mine last night, I could see that they were quite shocked by it. Moreover, I heard them say that it could even defeat level 4s. You can join us in Aurario. Suddenly, I heard her proposal. You haven't seen the dungeon yet, right? The dungeon? While I am more concerned about the way back home, it does excite me a little bit. No, not a little bit. This is just like my first discovery of magic back then. Experiencing something novel like this will be my first. It's like I am playing a game, but in real life. Thump. I need to calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Taking a lengthy breath, my thoughts began to gradually slow down. In hindsight, Aurario might have something that I need. The materials that I need to reconstruct that computer. Maybe my problems regarding the monoreactor and my body can be solved there, too. However, there are some disadvantages as well. The gods are one thing, but the city itself is another. To put it simply, Aurario has way too many people who could bring danger to my life, which is completely different from the stable life that I led on Earth. If it was before, I would have stayed away from that place. Still, I have to take risks at this time. Is it fine with your familia, with Lady Artemis too? It's fine, I already got her approval. I see. Lady Artemis, one of the 3 chastised goddesses in chaotic Greek mythology. In a place where reproduction with anything is rampant, she kept her chastity. Along with her is the goddess of hearth, Hestia, as well as the goddess of wisdom and battle, Athena. Her domains include hunting and the moon, which is why the brightest constellation is often associated with her. Anyways, there should not be any problems. I used to save them from before, but that is just a spell. Looks like I will be in your care. If one thought of magic, the first thing that comes into their mind is power. In Gekkai, it enables someone to challenge a higher-level opponent. Even in my world, this holds true. but what bothers me is the limitations of magic in this world. According to Lance-san, they are separated into congenital and acquired magic. The former pertains to the magic used by mortals without blessings. On the other hand, the latter requires the presence of the blessing, Falna, before they could use magic. Now, here comes the worst part. Humans are limited to holding only 3 types of magic. By what I mean types, these are the spells. In my case, I know more than 1,000 spells from many schools of thought. This allows me to be more flexible in dealing with things. Just the thought of being limited to 3 spells in my entire life sent shivers down my spine. Other than it, most magicians require chanting to cast their spells. They will be immobile in this state, leaving them vulnerable. The processes run by them are overwhelming. One small mistake leads to ignis fatuus, the spell's backlash. The systematic use of mind is also different in this world. It's like Louise's world where magic is too far behind. In this case, it is more of a convenience since the spells here are not that bad. Their power is stronger than modern spells. Phew. I am taking a bath under the gentle rays of moonlight. I transformed a portion of this river into a hot bath. I got to experience what I missed out on for days. I joined Lady Artemis in their journey back to Arario. About 5 days had passed since then. Everything in this world is different, but what remained the same is the fact that I'm having these random thoughts while having a bath. I miss my home. At this time, I would have already spent time with my family, doing some random stuff to kill time and help Ryu in his studies as well. There are also times when I will play guitar with Tusan right before we sleep. That reminds me of that event. That hectic night when Kasan caught both of us staying up late at night. Her killer stare as she stood up from the bed is anything but peaceful. Tusan took the brunt of her fury, but I was also not excluded. We tried to explain what was happening, the predicted crash in dollar value, but we couldn't. It was only after she slept did we have the chance. An open bath like this isn't so bad. Wrestle. Hearing the sudden movement nearby, I instantly tensed up. Immediately, I got up from the warm water and grabbed the pocket of my nicely folded pants. I took out the portable spear, which was nicely folded into 3. On the way, I covered my privates using the towel hung on my shoulders. Click. Click. I took a slightly crouching position. Both of my feet are set apart from each other, ready for the speed of footwork that I will subject myself to. It's cold. Even with the towel, it is still very cold. The midnight breeze in this world is even colder than my world's. Maybe it has something to do with the age of gods. Wrestle. Tap. As soon as the unknown left the vegetation, I expected a fierce attack in my front. I focused my sight on it so that I could perceive its humanoid shape. Hi. My intuition kicked in. My mind became in disarray as I thought that something is wrong. This feeling remained embedded in my chest. What is this? This feeling became the strongest when the unknown revealed its appearance. Rather than any hostiles, it is her. I stood in my current stance dumbfoundedly. My heightened focus backfired on me as it sent me waves of information that I could not handle. Silky white skin that no mortals could ever attain, the majority of it openly exposed to my sight. Her supple thighs aren't affected by any physical training as well smooth shoulders, which possess similar smoothness such as it. Her beauty can barely be concealed by the towel worn by her. My mind was briefly sent into an overload, evident in how badly my focus backfired. A portion of her cleavage entered my sight when she was shocked by my appearance here. Ada. Complex thoughts entered my mind. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Heat flowed through my face and ears. Even without a mirror, I am aware of my current messy state. A naked girl. She's not just a normal girl either, but a goddess. Just her beauty alone is enough to be engraved into my memories. Even if I wanted to, I could not easily forget about it. The ambience between us, the moonlight that shone upon this lake, I could not forget this. Sorry, I thought it was an enemy. I stuttered at every few words. I did not overreact and tried to maintain my calm, but to no avail. She's a goddess, right? Lady Artemis is famous for her justice, yet I can vaguely guess that I might get into trouble. Divine retribution is about to fall into my head. Hastily, I turned my back on her. Then, I wore my black pants despite the fact that I haven't dried myself. I'm really sorry. Speaking with my utmost sincerity, I planned to rush away from here, only to be halted by her words. Wait. Hearing it, I felt my body become cold. If she's going to take the unreasonable route, I hope I could say my farewell to this world. It's not your fault. It's my fault that it happened. I didn't think that there was a person here. And no, it's my fault as well. I didn't think much and readied for aggression even when there's no male intent. It's because of my combat experiences. Within 7 iterations, there had been several dozen of opponents who concealed their male intent, only showing it once they struck a vital attack. Anyways, you can still bathe in this place. 2 magic circles appeared on top of my palm. Each of them corresponded to the manipulated earth, which separated the water and the heat that increased the temperature of the water. 2 spell processes are completed. I didn't know that I would use it now. I'll be going, Lady Artemis. Swiftly, I sprinted away without ever looking back. Heroes of old. In the lower world, Gekkai, there had been heroes in ancient times. There still wasn't any Falna from gods, but mortals pushed beyond their boundaries and became stronger. Most heroes from that time achieved the strength of a first-class adventurer of this day, corresponding to level 5. In the current times, it is an outstanding feat to reach. Orion. Ever since Nabu's arrival, Artemis had a strange feeling. It is by no means harmful but an unfamiliar one, something that she hadn't experienced before. A certain goddess of love's words suddenly entered her mind. She heard it when the said goddess intercepted her and Hestia before going to a bath. To be frank, she was annoyed at that time. However, she could not strongly refute her words now. Orion. A name that Artemis held with utmost importance. As a goddess, she vaguely had a feeling that her destined person would eventually come, and that is Orion. What should I do? In fact, she had thought of asking Orion whether he felt that connection, though she hesitated in doing so. Did you feel it, the connection between us? Artemis again tore down that image. She, a chastised goddess for a long time, couldn't bring to ask that embarrassing line. No. While she had her inner struggle, her attention was caught by the mock battle between Nabu and her familia captain. Clang. The silver spear met a female ranger's dagger. Their gazes met, unconcealed combat experiences seeped out. This aspect was the second surprising thing about Nabu. When Artemis met him for the first time, she saw the depth of the tribulations that he faced. Vaguely, his life-and-death battles surpass anyone present. Rethusa turned into a blur. With her being an agility-oriented adventurer, she possessed swiftness incomparable to others. Seeing these afterimages, Nabu kept his calmness. He had just experienced insane speeds from the special grade curse, A-rank demons, and his experiences of facing a dragon closely allowed him to be like this. He took a deep breath before muttering a language incomprehensible to others save for Artemis. Bis firmus, twice robustness. His body's activity rose up. The previously normal world became a slower one for him. His heartbeats rang out to his ears together with a tinge of a sharp sound. His pulse became so high that he could feel it from the vein on his head. Wrestle. 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 Swift footsteps were heard by him. He paid attention to this particular detail, which is his key to victory. When they stopped, his body moved. There. The wind behind his neck was cut. Some of his hair was accidentally cut down as well. However, he did not let it fool him. The real attack did not come from behind but the front. He spun the spear in his hand, holding it horizontally with both hands. Clang. Sparks were sent out upon the contact of 2 metals. The strangely durable dagger that Rethusa had resisted Nabu's silver spear that had undergone the highest level of tempering that he could do. It was done with the help of technology that he painstakingly built all by himself. His feet slid off the ground as he was forced back by that impact. He directed the sharp tip of the spear in front of him at this time. By the next second, it met with the dagger's flat side. Clang. In the end, both of them stopped attacking and put down their weapons. That was a nice fight. It is. Deactivating his spell, Nabu felt the load that it brought to his body. The shirt that they got from the village stuck around his body. His temperature continuously rose due to the accelerated pulse from earlier. He sat down on a huge stone, not minding if he got dirty. It was for situations like this that cleanse was invented. The moment he had done so, it felt like experiencing a heavy training session for an hour. It's still your win if magic is allowed. I disagree. You all know magicians too well. You won't let me, he replied with certainty. You have concurrent chanting. Concurrent casting, a rare ability that allows mages to move while chanting. In Gekkai, magicians usually couldn't move as they would break their concentration by doing so. This could lead to their magic backfiring, a phenomenon known as ignis fatuus. As his magic is usually lethal, both of them agreed to keep them under wraps during sparring. Still, His extremely fast magic, along with a large variety, made him a formidable enemy. To be honest, it was their first time seeing someone cast so many spells. They are accustomed to seeing adventurers with a single magic that they habitually forgot that people of the past could learn them by themselves. I'm sure your combat skills are up to par. The same goes you. A moment of silence occurred between them. Having fought several times and arrived at the same conclusion, they simultaneously said, "A draw." Chapter 17, Aurario. Complacency. That was my biggest enemy that struck me at my weakest. The thought of being able to safely avoid any dangers led to the conclusion of near death for the second time. I believed I was not the same kid who recklessly chased a magician back then. I believed that I am someone with adequate power to continue my peaceful, better life. How wrong I was to believe these. Having doubts it might happen the second time, I never allowed myself to be complacent anymore. I could have simply accepted my win against Rethusa-san, but I didn't. I'm afraid that I will make that same mistake again. Then again, I am certain that she would not let me cast my spells during the fight if magic is included. Splash. Cold water drenched my entire body after being launched with a ball of water. Locks of my white hair became visible to my sight. Cleanse. With a single chant, a large but simple magic circle ran through my entire body. The next second, I found myself clean of the sticky sweat and dirt from earlier. Specks of dust surrounded me briefly before being swept into the air. No matter how many times I see it, it's wonderful. I hear Lansan's words. We might have come from different worlds, but our fascination with magic remains the same. I'm sure you could do it as well, Lansan. I'm not sure about that. As a way of repaying them, I taught them techniques and tactics for combat. I have also taught Lansan about ways she could improve her water magic. It is a simple magic in which she could enlarge a water ball and mold it like a shield or use them as a way of attacking. It has a short chant as well, barely going over 7 words. Can you remember the images that I demonstrated? Right. No matter what the world is, control and visualization remain the same. All I have to do is to give her tips regarding them while teaching her basic computation. Practice is all you need. I'm sure you can reach that level. Lance-san becomes silent before she started laughing. Hee, and here we treated you like a younger brother. You speak just like Captain Rethusa. I hide away my embarrassment by looking away. So all this time, that was the reason why I felt like that. All those times when they cared for me during the journey is the fact that I am a younger brother to them. It feels complex. Suddenly, I feel her hand stroking my head. We are only sure about it now. We will be supporting you, Nabu-kun. Excuse me. Our goddess might be a bit strict, but as the only younger brother of the Artemis Familia, we will give you our full support. What? After saying these, she left with an enthusiastic look on her face. Seriously, what was going on? Lady Artemis. It is currently high noon. They are expected to arrive at Aurario before sunset. As usual, the group took interval breaks during their journey. Nabu was resting when Artemis called him out in a secluded place. It is quite some distance from their resting spot. Can I ask you something? He is visibly confused. If she will ask a simple question, why is there a need to go to this place? Do you feel it? Bathump. It's not like that. It's hard to explain, the goddess hastily replied, her face betrayed. She is vastly different from her usual strict self, stuttering here and then. I don't understand, but there is something between us. A sea connection, perhaps. It wasn't as evident during their first meeting. It only became stronger as they interacted during this entire week. At first, it's just a fuzzy feeling bubbling up inside Nabu. He thought that it was caused by that bath incident, but it somehow became too strong, enough for him to remember her most of the time. Clearly, it is not normal. Even so, he kept it to himself. He thought that it was just him interacting with a goddess and being left with a strong impression. But maybe it's just my magic. I named it on a whim, so it might not be the case. What is its name? Artemis became calm after her intuition hinted a direction. Somehow, the two of them felt its importance. Knowing that one couldn't lie in front of a god, Nabu chose to tell the truth. It's, he stuttered as he continued, Orion. At this moment, the gears of fate began ticking. Aurario. The well-known dungeon city. The center of Gekkai where power and wealth are concentrated. It isn't a mistake that its background is comparable to several empires in this world. The main reason behind these is none other than the dungeon. Many opportunities lie in that place, mostly to gain excelia and level up. No matter how I look at it, this feels like a game. Excelia for experience, leveling up, and that massive dungeon with monster drops feels like I'm playing Dragon Quest in real life. A gray tower pierces through the clouds. At a distance of more than a few dozen kilometers, I could still see its majesty. I understand why many people chose to become adventurers. You remind me of myself, Rithusa-san commented. Looks like my amazement wasn't concealed perfectly. I never expected for it to be this overwhelming. Having seen many skyscrapers in my world, I am quite resistant to that sight. However, seeing one in the Middle Ages certainly is worth mentioning. I do wonder about the waves you're going to make. A high-level magician without the help of Falna. Those gods would surely fight over you. After that, I could hear her short whisper, "Too bad we can't bring you with us." Lant, it's enough. The goddess made her decision. Rithusa-san stopped Lant-san's ideas. Well, about that. I had a talk with Lady Artemis during that time. She actually agreed to my what-if request of joining her familia, but she has rules to upkeep. It makes sense since it would be broken the moment I join. The rules that she set up, having no male inside the familia, will be broken by herself. The discipline that she's been enforcing ever since the moment she stepped into Gekkai will be gone. I totally understood her, though it's still a pity. I have heard that there are a lot of twisted gods who could do anything for their enjoyment. Lady Artemis is one of the goddesses on the lawful side. That's why. At least for me, I could turn my back on her. I feel that I can trust her with my back. Truly, it is a strange thought. Reason stands that I couldn't easily trust people whom I met in a short week, but my mind thinks otherwise. We traversed on foot until we arrived at Aurario. A huge ivory wall was erected in order to protect it from monsters and people alike. 8 gates are present in all cardinal directions, or at least that's what I have heard. I saw Rithusa-san walk over to one of the gatekeepers. There's this long line of people wanting to go to Aurario. If we are to line up, it would take us hours before we could get in. Fortunately, the Artemis Familia is quite well known for hunting monsters all over the surface. Moreover, they helped in establishing order when Aurario during the Dark Age when they replaced another Familia. A few minutes later, Rithusa-san came back and led us inside. I saw the bewildered expressions of the people who had to line up since afternoon, but they soon turned into respect as they probably realized that there was a goddess among us. It is not that hard to distinguish them from mortals as they have that unique aura. After being stuck close into an orb, we are allowed to pass through the gate. I thought that I would not be surprised anymore. Turns out I am wrong. Animal ears can be seen all over the place. Several adventurers have their weapons strapped to their backs or waists, spouting that heavy air around them. I have also seen elves around this area, happily conversing with their friends. The shopping district looks the same as ever. I heard Lant-san comment from the sideline. Northwest, around there, huh? I position myself in the visual map, inside my mind. Nabu-kun, do you need our assistance? I think so. It's settled. I will be Nabu-kun's guide for the day. All right. Used to her antics, Rithusa-san agreed. We're off. I did not have the time to react before being pulled by her. Many faces passed through my sight. Fortunately, my footwork is enough to avoid bumping into others. The same went for Lant-san, who is trained by the goddess of hunting herself. Where do you want to go first? The answer's simple. Wind brushing my face, I replied, the guild. To the guild, Tilda. Her carefree nature made me think that I am older than her, although I am sure that she's decades older than me. Her light blue hair fluttered due to the wind, briefly distracting me. I sensed other people's gazes as we passed by them. Strangely enough, no one minded us. Perhaps it is a common occurrence in the city. Soon, we arrived in our destination. A building with at least 4 stories greeted my sight. A footbridge connected it to another building across the road. Tap. 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 A carriage passed by. Taxis brings back memories. Huh? Do they have taxis here? I'm starting to become numb. Shaking that surprise off, we entered the building. A mall and their help desks. That was my first impression. Adventurers line up in several boxes where they talk to receptionists. I'm surprised at how efficiently they manage everything inside this building. I can go on my own, Lant-san. I hastily added, Rithusa-san asked you to exchange the loot if you remember. The quest settlement as well. All right, totally haven't forgot about it, haha Tilda. I could see her rushing straight to the exchange station, with the bulging bag behind her back. Supposedly, we are to go together in the guild along with the rest, but something came up. Anyways, I stood in line to where it said General Affairs. Unusual symbols are engraved in the wooden plate, which could send someone from my world into confusion. Then again, I am lucky that Koine, the universal language, is basically English and Japanese for the oral part and Greek for the written part. I would be ashamed as a scholar if I don't know Greek or Latin. W's up, kiddo, you're a new face. The person in front of me turned his back away and asked. He's standing around 170 centimeters tall with the rugged muscles present all over his body. A huge greatsword comparable to my height is sheathed to his back. Most probably, he's a dwarf. Yes. My habit sprang up. I adjusted the tightness of my necktie by putting 2 of my fingers in it. Ye a traveler? That's right, could I ask how you knew it? His expression softened as I saw a smile droon on his lips. Ye just like me. Back then I went strat to the dungeon, never knew its dangers. From what I have heard, the dungeon is more perilous than the outside world. Monsters are stronger, could spawn randomly, and sometimes gang up on you. There are also adventurers who are doing a pass parade, which is basically throwing the monster train to others. I understand, I will be more careful around it. I couldn't back down. The key to going back lies on the opportunities inside Aurario, inside the dungeon. I need to become stronger too, lest I die like a mob in this world. Good luck, kiddo, he said as he left for the receptionist. Good evening, Ina. Work's rough today, E. Immediately, he put up a bright smile into his face, his seriousness from moments ago gone. The grime and cuts on his arm created an air of seriousness around him that this didn't pass to my mind. It's like I'm watching someone court a girl. When I saw the receptionist that he's been talking to, everything made sense. Her clear emerald pupils matched her brown bob cut. Her wearing of glasses added another layer of charm for the Miss Half-Elf in the reception desk. It's the intelligent one-san type. Why is this world full of beautiful girls? Lucky for me, I already built up some resistance thanks to Lansan and Lady Artemis. By the time it is my turn, that feeling is gone. Good day, how can I help you? She said with a smile. Registration, please, for the citizenship. I understand. She took out a stack of paper beneath the counter before placing it in the desk. It is at least 15 pages long, which goes to say how troublesome this process is. I passed through the papers one by one. What looks like chunks of text is nothing but a conquerable thing to me. Please, I had to help Tusan sign hundreds of papers from the start. These terms, looks like there are many new adventurers who complained about many things. Yes, there are plenty of cases such as that. These terms and conditions are made to prevent those occurrences. Desk job, I could totally sympathize with them. In my past life, it is an emotion that was hard to forget. You guys have a tough job, there are also insurances, how nice. Mere 5 minutes had passed before I signed up for everything that was needed to do. A total of 25 clauses are approved by me, with my crucial information such as name, place of origin, and specialty present. I took the Far East as my country of origin since I am aware of the magic tools that could detect lies. It even got through Lady Artemis herself. After all, I am from the Far East of a different world, that is. You're from Far East? What a long journey it must have been, she commented in a concerned tone. And you're 12. Circumstances forced me here. I sent a wry and helpless smile. It really is a long journey since then. Miss Receptionist took a glance at my specialty and stopped at a certain part. A mage without fauna, amazing. Thank goodness there wasn't such thing as specific power levels. I began to understand how rare my existence is to this world. A 12-year-old who's comparable to a level 2 mage without any fauna. That was why I kept this snippet of information a secret. Well then, you are now a citizen of Aurario, Mr. Akasaka. Thank you for the time, miss. Ina, that's my name. Miss Ina. I made a short bow before I left. I already see Lansan's light blue hair amongst the crowd. Lansan. Finished, she asks. Yes, is there something wrong? Right now, she wore a grave expression. I didn't see anything like this before. It is enough to make me uneasy. A familia that we knew was wiped out. A boy in a formal outfit. His appearance stood out from the rest the moment he entered the guild's headquarters. Even though he looked childish, his eyes weren't. Nabu did not notice it himself, but he carried himself with an air of elegance. The habits that he had back in Earth made him look more like a noble instead of a traveler. Psst, Ina, how about that boy? Who? You know, the one with the nice coat. Oh, Mr. Akasaka, what about him? How is he? It is currently night time. It is the time for the guild to close, hence the receptionists had the time to talk idly about their daily interactions. He's the one who knows many things. He's patient enough to read the entire registration form for new citizens in Aurario. Disbelief was writer all over Ina's friend, Misha. Not once did they have an adventurer who patiently read everything on the agreement. Instead, they skimmed through everything while finishing it as fast as they can. He should be a scholar. I see, looks like there would be another talk of the town. With Nabu's appearance, it is simply impossible to not have a girl fall for him. The way that he carries himself is a huge plus, too. He is simply a prince who descended into Gekkai. It's just that he's too busy in his research, that his romantic life became quite far-fetched for him. It might change now, however. Stop it, he's only 12. Haha, what? Unbeknownst to everyone else, a certain golden-eyed boy made an impression on the half-elf's mind. As for the canon, it was stated that it is easy to enter in Aurario but very difficult to exit. It should be somewhere around Volume 6, when Tiona and Tione joined Loki Familia. I hope this answers your future questions. Happy reading, Tilda. Chapter 18, Hephaestus Familia. To think she was that affected. After saying those words, she left off in a hurry. I saw tears bubbling in her eyes. I can conclude that whoever was in that familia is close to them, perhaps to the entire Artemis Familia. Thus, bringing me to my current state. With nowhere else to go, I blankly strolled the streets of Aurario. Under the illumination of the starry sky, I saw its charm. It's like Kyoto at night view, but more lively. Rowdy adventurers are drinking ale in their oversized mugs inside bars. Noise surrounded my sensitive ears. There aren't any vehicles causing noise pollution, but the adventurers replaced it. Still, I kind of like this ambience more. Hi. I saw my reflection in a glass, sparkling golden pupils and the white hair that I inherited from KAISEN. My suit did wonders in turning me into a somewhat believable traveler. Then I noticed something else. A red long sword of about 120.5 centimeters is displayed inside it. An estimate of 3.4 pounds can be deduced under my watchful eyes. Considering that this world has gods, let's make it 4.4 pounds. Its main highlight is none other than the magic engraved in it. I place my 500 yen that it has a fire-related spell. Maybe another that increases its durability and sharpness through what they call abilities. If I still have my machinery, the technology that I built from scratch, it is easy to make something like it. With them, I could perfectly engrave magic onto an item down to its maximum capacity. Meaning, I could use up all of its capacity. I wonder if this shop has something that could surpass my masterpiece. A sudden pain wells up in my chest after remembering my beloved weapon shatter into pieces. In the end, I decided to enter the shop. Many weapons greeted my sight. Ranging from swords to spears and machetes, they have everything. Their estimated dimensions and abilities promptly entered my mind. Surprisingly, some works are well made. They are on the same level, if not, as my Azure. They number in double digits. Knowing that there are better ones woke me up from my fantasies. No matter how good my technology is, it is bound to be surpassed by the smiths in this world. 98 million volleys. I take back my word. I am glad that my work can be priced this high. A few million volleys is enough to fund Artemis Familia for years, enough for a family to spend on several generations. I tried looking at the other pieces. I discovered that those I deemed the worst are priced at 1 million volleys. Looks like I mistakenly entered a luxurious shop. I got too caught up in reminiscing that I didn't notice this. Face-palming inwardly, I calmly began to walk to the exit. It is not the first time that I went into a luxury brand shop, which is why this is not a big deal. My money helped me back then, but I'm dirt poor in this world. It shows how convenient money is. Wait a moment. I heard a female voice call me from behind. When I turned back, I saw someone carrying 3 stacks of wooden boxes. She placed these boxes on top of the counter, not fearing that they could collapse on their weight. There, I saw the person in question. Crimson-red hair akin to fire as well as a black eye patch that covered nearly half of her face. A loosely made linen shirt clung to her curves, showcasing her perfect body. My gaze met with hers as she inexplicably smiled. "Those eyes, are you a smith?" she said. "A smith, that I am. Technically, I am a smith. I created all of my precision tools and weapons all by myself. Of course, until my assistant came to life. From what I saw, it seems that you lost a precious work. What these gods and their eyes to see through me? That familiar aura is around her as well, which I can assume is that she is a goddess." I sighed inwardly before replying, "You are correct, Goddess-sama. The masterpiece that is with me for 4 years broke down." I saw her nod before she asked a strange request. Mind pointing out which weapon in the shop is comparable to yours? Hearing that, my eyes wandered around before stopping at a certain creation. It is a silver dagger that reminded me of the moon. It is ranked 18th in this weapon selection. Roughly as good as that. Ho, someone without fauna, is claiming to have a masterpiece made by the top smiths in my familia. My eyes twitched upon hearing that. She's the one that initiated this conversation, yet she acted like this. Now, I understand the sentiment behind gods being seekers of entertainment. Instead of replying, I took out the silver dagger in my pocket. It is one of my backup weapons that are fortunate enough to survive until my arrival in Gekkai. I placed it on top of the counter. Cling! The shiny luster of the blade met the smooth wooden surface of the desk. The goddess placed both of her hands under her chin, keenly observing my work. Momentarily, I saw her eyes widen before returning to normal. Such precision, it should be impossible for mortals to achieve. Normally it is, I agreed with her. Only through external help could one achieve this, that or magic. Magic? A source of power that could overturn tides of disadvantages and make it your advantages. The power that creates miracles. It is the sole reason behind my success. The goddess took something out of the wooden crates. A normal-looking longsword greeted my sight. There is no magic or anything whatsoever in it. But this. What do you think? She asks. A single sentence left my mouth. As expected of a goddess. The sword was made with the most basic, barebone smithing techniques. I could tell how it was made simply by looking at it as it screams, basic, all over my face. They don't have any power tools in this world as well. Even so, it is the most perfect artwork that I appreciated, making my creations seem dull. At the same time, a thought clung up to me. It seemed small compared to this godly piece of work, but my ambitions is nevertheless ignited. What if I could improve? A burning desire lit up within me. I did not have anything to compare with my work back in my world. I thought that I had reached the limit, that it is very hard to improve even with my cheat. 100 years is what it took to reach my current level. I have all the necessary tools and equipment to progress. I thought that this is the fastest I could go. Turns out I was wrong. My hands itched to forge something. If I could reach the levels of work with my basic techniques alone, how good would my work be once I returned to my world? Knowing that I could improve, just how much of an ecstatic thought was this? Perfected blacksmithing techniques, coupled with improved technology. My mind raced with this thought. It looks like you are itching for something. I believe so. The goddess carried the wooden crates once more. Come. With an invitation, that is. Inside a smithy that looks no different from the Middle Ages, I stood straight. The orange flames caused a spark here and there, making me wonder if it is alive. Amazing. To be honest, I relied on simulated environments during my creation. I can freely adjust the room temperature and the furnace's temperature. Then there's a quenching machine that allowed me to quench it with extreme precision from the duration down to its temperature. Opposite of the room temperature, it is nothing but cold. While this place lacks the charm that my workplace had, it has something that mine lacks. There are barrels of cold water and oil for quenching as well as several tools hung up on the walls. This dimly lit room is none other than the goddess smithing room in this shop. It is currently nighttime, hence her employees went back home already. She was about to go rest when she saw me inside the shop, or so she says. Feeling the cold touch of the hammer on top of the anvil, I was surprised by my findings. The alloy used for it, its toughness and its malleability are top-notch. The alloy 67 that I synthesized doesn't even come close to it. That one's made of orichalcum. Orichalcum, as in the metal in myths. In several ancient writings, orichalcum earned its fame. In Plato's writings, it is the metal used to build Poseidon's temple as well as many creations in the lost city of Atlantis. Simply put, it's a big deal. Why did you let me inside? I asked with confusion. She invited me to follow her, landing me inside her smithy. To this indescribable action of hers, I have no clue as to what's going on. Didn't you say so, that your hands are itching to forge? I am momentarily sent into silence. That's all, I thought. Then again, it dawned on me, they are gods. They are free to do anything they want. Realizing the intent behind her actions, I no longer stood still. I took off my coat and hung it on the tool holders. Unbuttoning my sleeves, I pulled them, letting the wave of heat sweep through my skin. I want to confirm, you want me to create something, right? That is so. Do you have any prohibitions here, like I could not use your certain materials? There's none. All right. Switching into a formal tone, I laid my eyes on the box of ores not far from the anvil. Upon touching them, I chanted, Reveille's Veritas. A magic circle rose and scanned every ore completely. The numerical descriptions of the ores popped up in my mind one by one. Every single statistic is based on the threshold that I have created in my world. Mohs score 9. Weight 3.9 kilograms. Malleability 5,000. Mohs score 14. Mohs score 17. Weight 9.81 kilograms. Mohs score above 50. Holy SHT, a metal that has more than 50 Mohs score, this is crazy. At the same time, I felt the challenge beckoning me. Above 50 Mohs score, malleability more than 30,000. I want to challenge it. A clear blue sheen reflected in my eyes as I placed it against the light of the furnace. It is already processed, saving me half an hour's worth of time. Then, I did one of the most important processes, simulation. I simulated myself forging this ore with all the available conditions available. The heat that is comparable to my furnace as well as durable tools up the quality of the final outcome. The margin of error is not that high, so I could easily undo it. The malleability score is the saving grace of this tough material. With it, I could draw the metal well. Since there's Far East in this world, I assume that a katana could work out. A 63-centimeter, single-edged blade, inscribed with 2 magic circles that attract and converge mana. A made of condensed air, and that distributes force to the surroundings. If not for my limits, I would have engraved more magic. Now that I have the general image drawn in my mind, I did not hesitate any longer as I grabbed a metallic tong and placed the ore inside the blazing hot furnace. Resistor ignis, resist fire. Parameters are present in my mind, allowing me to examine the best state the material was in. With magic, I could barely resist the temperature of these flames. It shows how ridiculous the age of gods can be. It reached the melting point. I have been heating the ore for 3 entire minutes before it reached this state. Better have some insurance. Moments later, I took out the now orange-colored ore. If not for my earlier spell, I might not be able to properly work on it. Plus, melting the metal is not an option since mana is present in them. If I do that, some mana might dissipate, reducing the effectiveness of the blade. Clang! 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 I held the ore with the tongs and hammered it continuously. I delivered quick and precise hits. If I can't finish the hammering in one go, I'll just heat it again. For now, only the sounds of metals clashing with each other are present in my ears. Orichalcum, the name of the strongest metal to exist in Gekkai. It is often used to create Durandal-class weapons, swords, and axes that are unbreakable. Through a high smith's ability, they give their creations a new property. In this case, the new property that translates to unbreakable is dubbed Durandal. It is nearly impossible for a mortal without Falna to come close to such a creation. Yet, I miss my power tools, the boy, Nabu, murmured as he sharpened the edge of the cooling-down blade. It took him more than an hour to finish everything, from forging to tempering. At some point, he had to apply twice robustness just to properly wield the hammer and the blade. Swinging your arms more than 1,000 times was that hard. He had to do his very best to forge a blade that he can be satisfied with. It went through hammering, quenching, tempering, and another round of hammering to maximize the ore's capabilities. Numerous magic assisted him in this process. His butt plopped down to the ground as he left his creation on the anvil. Right now, he is tired both physically and mentally. He had to make sure that the timings of each strike and casting are accurate to a T. Just as he was about to look for the goddess who watched him over an hour ago, he found out that she was already in front of the anvil. She held the blade that he made on its grip. It is pure metal with no hand gears whatsoever. A magic sword. Yes, Nabu took a deep breath before continuing. It wouldn't be my best if there isn't any magic embedded. Mesmerized by his work, she did not manage to hear him properly. A Krazo, no, that's not it. This is different. Just how did you imbue magic well on dire orichalcum? Krazo magic swords. The trademark for the magic swords that once dominated Gekkai. With swords that could melt down seas and burn down mountains, the army marched and dominated the land. Right now, his work is being compared to the work of the blacksmiths, whose bloodlines are cursed. Perhaps her child is the only one capable of creating them. Although, the situation seems a bit different now. While less overwhelming than Durandal's, the work presented in his eyes is as well as it is. By what she means well-made, it is everything. From the length and width down to its center of balance, everything was taken into mind. It's as if the creator of this sword is very familiar with swordsmen. I could have done better with them. A light murmur came out of his mouth. Disregarding his mumblings, the goddess asked him, "Do you want to join my familia?" For a moment, Nabu blanked out. "Join your familia?" She saw his inquisitive looks. "Do not doubt yourself. With your current skills and talent, no production familia would ever reject you. Even the exploration-type familias would fight over you." He gave out a slightly shocked look. "I'm that valuable?" he asked with a shred of doubt. He knew that his current capabilities are considered sought in this dungeon city, but he never knew it was that good. "Yes, you are." For a moment, he went into a brief silence. Then, his eyes widened as he realized something. "Red hair, blacksmith, are you Lady Hephaestus?" "That's right, don't tell me, you entered this shop without knowing who I am." He made a light cough to hide his embarrassment. "I didn't mean to, anyways. I have heard you from Lady Artemis, that you are always taking care of her best friend." The goddess of hunting came to her mind. After that, an image of her reclusive friend appeared. "Artemis, how are you acquainted with her?" "Well," Nabu began telling the story of his life as a traveler. He chanced upon the Artemis familia in slight trouble, which led to him lending a hand. As they are not accepting male familia members, he is still an adventurer without any fauna. That explains everything. If a god sees someone with as much talent as Nabu, there's no doubt they would immediately recruit him. The sight of him using magic as support confused her as to why he didn't belong to any familia. He is one of the rare mages who attained magic without any fauna. A familia. As someone who has a family, that word is important to him. Hence, he hopes that he could form that kind of bond while in a familia. Even if he's gone, it's not like he wouldn't come back every few months. Moreover, he heard from Artemis that Hephaestus is a lawful goddess. The former is also in her debt due to how she's been helping her best friend, yet another goddess of chastity, back in Tenkai. In short, joining Hephaestus is not a bad idea. "I will join. I want to become a part of your familia." Chapter 19, A Goddess Blessing Fauna. "Do we need to do it right away? I still need to find Lady Artemis." "It won't take long. Also, she's most likely in greater trouble." "What do you mean?" "Hephaestus-sama closed down the store the moment we stepped out of the smithing room. Then, she asked me to undress my top as she is about to grant me her blessing. Spot on. My most important event was done in a chair in front of a counter. I sat with the back of the chair in front of me. I am still concerned regarding Lady Artemis and the others. The Estria Familia was wiped out. Artemis Familia has a close bond with them. Right now, they must be storming that guy's house." A look of pity appeared on her face. It's as if they are about to punish the guys who peeped at Lady Artemis back in Tenkai. Who was it? Lansan mentioned his name to me. That's right, Hermes. Its sole survivor is also wreaking havoc, going from one establishment to another to take her revenge. Estria Greek. Wait a moment, the goddess Estria, she has the same domain as Lady Artemis if I remember correctly. Stars and Justice, was it? My thoughts were broken the moment I felt a drop of blood in my back. Then. There's no then. I did not feel anything. Now, I understand why Hephaestus-sama said it would be fast. I never. Zoom. Suddenly, my sight was altered. My surroundings became blurry as I found myself in a state of inexplicableness. A series of letters appeared in my sight, floating like little fireflies. Level 1. Strength I0 Defense. I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0. Orionids. The brightest star unveils itself to the watchful gaze of others. Summons a meteor strike to the target. Activation chant. I shall not understand the irrationality, yet I ask thee, illuminate the sky with thy light. Nth Estrum. Miracle Maker. Enhances every creation. Provides guidance in creating new items. Additional abilities to the creations can be imbued by chance. Exilia gain will be increased during creation. Child of Constellations, Sensei Noko. Under the blessing of the starry sky, growth speed, magical abilities and recovery are increased. Legends related to stars are strengthened. I think the world is spinning. Just before Nabu kissed the ground, Hephaestus successfully caught him by the neck. The hieroglyphs behind his back are still lit up, illuminating the dimly lit room with his incredulous status. 2 skills and 1 magic. Never had she experienced anything like this. Each of his skills is enough to stand on its own, not to mention all of them together in a single boy. The first thought that came to her mind is the up-and-coming adventurer these days, the pride of Loki Familia, Sword Princess, Kenki. Though what is more important to her is not the glory that it could bring to her or anyone else. It is none other than his growth. She knew that he accepted her offer because she could teach him many things. Now, the responsibility of guiding him in his newfound journey fell into her. How far can you go? She mused. The next thing that she worried about is Nabu's history, all of which are seen by her. His struggles, his fights, everything in his second life. She knew how he is an otherworlder who stepped foot into this world by accident. Nabu knew of this fact, but he doesn't have any other way. He needs a god's blessing to become stronger. Hence, it left him with the option of choosing a god he could fully trust. Fortunately for him, Hephaestus is one such goddess. Looking at his peaceful expression, she had a thought. You're still a child. Suddenly, Buzz. Hephaestus saw her blessing glowing intensely. What's this? In her eyes, Nabu's past records presented themselves, although it is quite different from what she previously saw. Fight against an ancient dragon. Defeat a high-level aggregate of negative emotions. Creation of the first virtual lifeform. These are. Before she saw the rest, they disappeared like a cloud. Only his previous history could be found. Yet, a goddess' intuition should not be underestimated. She realized that there are something more to this little boy. I habitually got up from the bed. I bobbed my head sideways and searched for my wall clock. There's none. A jolt passed through my spine, making me jump from the soft and comfy bed. I saw the unbuttoned sleeves of my white long sleeves free of any dirt and grime. Window shopping, forging, and entering a familia. Memories of yesterday night reappeared. I could recall that I subconsciously cast cleanse on my dirty self before the supposedly formal ceremony. After that, I blacked out. However, I felt it, Hephaestus-sama's gaze on me. All of my secrets, lest for my reincarnation and cheat, were transparent in front of her eyes. I believe that she already knows that I am from another world. It is part of the plan. It is the inevitable. Then again, meeting a goddess whom Lady Artemis trusts is extremely lucky of me. Anyways, there's another strange sensation connected in me just like my cheat. Tugging on it, a series of bright letters written in hieroglyphs appeared. A moment later, they turned into a language familiar to me, Japanese. Stats, magic, and skills. It feels like a game. There are also 2 skills, both of which I am unfamiliar with. I thought I had it with stars as I easily learned much star-type magic, but I think this skill explains everything. Aren't these broken? A mouthful of air was exhaled from my mouth as I tried to calm my beating heart down. I plan to take the opportunities in this world, so this is just the start. When I return to my world, I will sweep the floor with that arrogant old man. For sure. I buttoned my long sleeves and took the dark overcoat hanging in a wooden chair. After wearing it, I left the room. What greeted me is a traditional home. Several other rooms presented themselves in a straight file. A corridor led to the staircase. I strolled into it, reaching the not-so-tall stairs, and the chandelier hung on top of the ceiling. I placed my attention on this unfamiliar house I am currently in. I strolled the places that it has before coming upon the office. Kaine was written on the plate above the door. Assuming that Hephaestus-sama is here, I knocked. Come in. I opened the door before being greeted by her signing some papers. Good morning, Hephaestus-sama. Where am I? Straight to the point, she commented. You are inside our familia house, although it is desolate since everyone shut themselves in their forge. So, this is supposed to be Hephaestus Familia's main base. I sat down in one of the chairs present. Last night you told me about the Estria Familia. Can I know what happened? This is the thing that concerns me the most. I know that I have already repaid my debt in a practical sense, but I can't leave them alone. Be that as it may, they are the first trusted people that I encountered in this world. That and Lady Artemis. It is complicated. Evelus remnants caught them in an ambush inside the dungeon. That's how it was written in the guild records. Evelus, admittedly, I don't know a thing about them. They do sound like a typical villain organization, however. Only their goddess, Estria, as well as a member survived. The member should be known as Gale Wind here. Gale Wind, noted. She lightly coughed and shifted the topic. About your origins. Rest assured, I will keep them a secret. Thanks. A question flew straight to my mind. Do I need to do anything, like quotas and such? There's none of that here. Just like the others, you will be given ores and smelting tools to begin with. We have shops around Arario and Babel, which you can use to sell your creation. You need to be a high smith to use those, but I'm sure your skills are around that. Somehow, there's a great deal of confidence behind her voice. As for your creation last night, you can keep it. That ridiculous medal with more than 50+ Mo's score. It is by far the sturdiest metal that I laid my hands upon. I created an Eastern blade, a katana, with the thought that it would be given to a familia or kept as a collection, but I didn't expect to receive it as a gift. It's my first time seeing a well-made dire orichalcum magic sword, so treat it well. You can also reforge it if you are more confident with your abilities. Hephaestus-sama explained that orichalcum's mana conductibility is very low, meaning engraving spells is extremely difficult. After all, orichalcum is often used for its toughness and sharpness. As for dire orichalcum, it is an experimental alloy made by one of her children to solve that exact problem. Imbuing mana-conducive materials together with orichalcum's toughness has the potential to become even better than known metals in Gekkai. I see. I'm still not used to gods being able to read my mind head-on. Maybe it's just Hephaestus-sama and Lady Artemis. Leaving this consoling thought, we continued conversing about the rules of my new familia. Turns out my new familia is very lax. Most of the things depend on their skills and talents, with the familia providing networks and materials. If you are stuck in a hump, you can also ask Hephaestus-sama for some advice, though not many did due to their pride and fear of embarrassment. There are also occasional assignments that she would give, but that depends on her whims. Anyways, I couldn't get those people. I mean, finding your mistakes and acknowledging them are the basics of learning. It'd be much harder to improve if you can't do the two things above. She also mentioned something about a troublesome child inside our familia. Something like him having the ability to create magic swords and not create one. He's 14, yet he's been able to achieve what I learned for 100 years. Worse, he's letting his talent rot. Troublesome suits him well. I fiddled with a magic stone in my hand. It is one of the few that I did not choose to sell and instead used as an energy source for my cheat. After absorbing up to my maximum capacity, I found the light inside it become slightly dimmer. I know about the existence of magic stones and magic crystals in my world, but it seems like magic stones here are stronger by a notch. How should I find them? I have a total of 2 agendas today. One is to visit the guild and register as an adventurer now that I have Falna, and the other is to locate the Artemis Familia. The former mainly serves to gather information about the dungeon. In my combat experiences, I mostly used against humanoid enemies before irregulars such as curses. Those irregulars have different skill sets. One wrong move is enough to put you at a disadvantage. Hephaestus-sama also told me to do so, as she won't be able to help me regarding the dungeon. She said it's the best way to learn about it as a new adventurer. Then again, I'm glad such a convenient thing exists. I'm not about to dive into the dungeon like a fool without any preparations whatsoever. The plan is that I would pile up information myself while utilizing my cheat to learn more about something. I would also use it as a backup of sorts to bring my nearly dead self back to life. How impressive! As I strode in the shopping district, I saw many strong adventurers. They average at levels 1 and 2, but there are occasional level 3s and 4s. In my peaceful world, I hardly ever saw this sight unless it is a major event. Like that dragon subjugation a few months ago. I got up early in the morning, which is why many adventurers are out. If it's during the afternoon, I bet everyone's out prowling the dungeon. I patiently walked out of the shopping district. Upon doing so, I saw the majestic 50-floor tower that formed a huge contrast in the Middle Ages setting. It reminded me of the Babel that I know of. An entrance to the underground is present in it. That's also the place where adventurers converge the most. My childish heart began boiling at the sight of it. Even my practical side is screaming, I want to improve, inside my head. The Falna embedded in my back made it possible to be no longer stagnant. With all my abilities, I could perfectly do so. Too bad my actual cheat had its limitations. For once, changing the state of an item towards its future version is a huge gamble. It could improve, but it could also outright be destroyed. Then, I need to have direct contact with the target for 5 seconds. I knew much to know that the special grade curse won't let me touch it directly, more so when I didn't have my suit to protect me from that overwhelming heat. Lastly, I need a piece of item to restore it, which is why Azure is gone for good. Shaking my head, I averted my gaze from the dungeon entrance. Instead, I headed to Eastern Street. The destination that I am going to is adjacent to Daedalus Street. My goddess told me not to wander too much there, lest I'll be lost. The place I am going is not there anyways. After going through the southeastern street, I saw a huge field of fauna and flora. Gravestones are present in approximately every few meters. The field is composed of innumerable graves. One could not find solace in this place, only sorrow and longing. Sets of memories entered my mind. During each fight that I had, just how many lives were lost. I know it is the future, yet I can't bear to treat it lightly. It's not like I want to take responsibility for their deaths. I am not a hero. True, I choose to save whoever was in front of me, but that's the end of it. If something is out of my league, I would stay away from it. Still, those future deaths weighed on my mind. The bloody sight of magicians and humans alike being killed by that absurd dragon, or the innocents whom I failed to save from curses. That chilling feeling is not something I could easily rid of. I snap back from my thoughts. I realize that my mood is turning for the worse. I distracted myself from it by going through each grave. I know that my chances of finding the traces of Gale Wind are low, but I want to try and help Lady Artemis. I know just how much she would like to help that soul survivor. Even I, as an outsider, can imagine the pain that she went through. Unfortunately, things didn't go well. My sight, which extended to 12 meters, could not find their traces. I took over 3 hours and went through every grave, yet there was nothing. Far in the grave field, I saw some trees. There are some empty spaces in between. The important thing is that Lansan? The familiar aquablue hair entered my sight. She leapt from one branch to another as if she were rushing to something. In the end, I chose to chase after her. I respectfully went through the graves before entering the grove of trees. Happy. With a single leap, I stood still on top of a branch. After getting the hang of this world's gravity, somewhere around 20% stronger than Earth's, I followed suit. My covert training finally paid out. I didn't only train on combat techniques. Covert ops and reconnaissance are included in it. Though, it didn't suit my combat style, which is why I didn't have much opportunity to use it. The branches shook as I stepped on them. Force is applied to them, but not enough for them to snap. Which way was she? Soon, I was lost in this place. Let's go right. After having a blind guess, I continued forth. Only the sea of vegetation greeted my sight as I scanned through the entire place. Then, I was startled by the sudden voice on my right. Nabu-kun, why are you here? Keeping my composure, I replied. I followed you. What are you doing here? She stepped down from the branch, and she stared at me with hints of curiosity. Why aren't there Astrea Familia? Seeing her surprised look, I explained, I came to know things after my arrival. I have heard that you are close with them. I know, we are. Lady Astrea and Lady Artemis are very close. Whenever we visit Arario, we help with their duty. I know that Astrea Familia is one of the rare familia that acts as Arario's unofficial policemen. They catch evil people and present them in the guild. With their roster consisting of many level 4s, their names had once resounded in the city. However, they are eliminated in an ambush nearly 2 years ago. I am trying to find their traces, their graves at least. There wasn't any in this place. As someone who scanned through everything, I knew how long it takes to go through each grave. Even with all of that, all that resulted in an unrewarded venture. Seeing this familiar look, I tried to change the topic. Let's go back to Lady Artemis. Her downcast looks improved ever so slightly after that. That's right, we are still going to look for a way to let you in. Lansan, I didn't know how to reply for a brief moment. I'm already in a familia. What? I saw her body freeze upon the revelation. Chapter 20, First Dungeon Prowl. You joined a familia. What? 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 I simply nodded to their questions. It's impulsive to say the least, but things just happened that way last night. I could see a startled look on their faces before letting out a series of outbursts. Hephaestus, I didn't know she is like that. The goddess said her line before everybody else followed. We should pay their familia a visit. Excuse me, Rethusa-san, why do you want to visit them? It's my fault. Why does Lansan look so downcast and guilty? Realizing that a misunderstanding might have ensued, I further explained. She showed me her work and let me forge last night. That's how I got into their familia. All of their chaotic rants stopped at that exact moment. Ashamed, I saw some of them turn their faces away with a blush while the others kept their calm, with red ears that are not properly hidden. Even Lady Artemis is such. So that was it, you joined out of your free will. That's right, I nodded. A celebration, Lansan muttered with trepidation. Right. It's time to splurge. I will forget that I've heard the last one. Rethusa-san is just as strict as Lady Artemis in terms of doing things, and one of them is her ability to conserve money. A celebration it is. With their captain's approval, we set off to a well-known restaurant. His eyes resemble the stars. Only now did Artemis notice the significant change that Nabu underwent in a single night. As if something was unlocked, his connection with her was strengthened. She could know about his current mood and emotions through it. Not only that, she could unleash an infinitesimal portion of her arcanum by answering his prayers. Orion. She wasn't sure of it before, but now she is. She did not develop in that direction as of the moment. Still, just the thought of her Orion being present gives her an overtly complicated feeling, one that she does not know how to process or respond to. My Orion. She is heading toward unknown territory, a place where she might not be able to come back. It is budding like a small sparkle in the night sky, but no one knows what would be resulted from it. Him. For now, she worked out on deciphering these feelings. Clang. Clang. My mind is empty. All of my willpower is concentrated on the piece of metal being hammered by me into shape. It looks jagged and uneven at first, but my precise strikes turned it into a smooth blade with the proportions that I want. Sharpening is next. While it is still glowing crimson, I placed it on the grindstone and placed the edge of my blade in it. My hammering made it so that it does not need sharpening, yet I still do it to achieve good work. PSSSHK. Xing. Sparks flew as metals came in contact with each other. After doing this procedure, I gripped it with the tongs once more and submerged it in oil. Hum. Fire emerged from the barrel as it combusted upon contact. The scalding heat is just right within my calculations. Since I did not have my equipment, I did cold quenching through the way of the ancient smiths. A magic circle lit up in its center. It glowed blue as it absorbed the surrounding mana. But then, another change happened. The air around the blade became cold. It quickly turned into crystals of ice before falling to the ground. Pretty sure that it was just inside this sword, I murmured. Is it my new ability? Miracle Maker, the rare skill that I got the moment I had Falna. To be honest, I didn't understand the reasoning behind it, but I got the mechanics well enough. Simply put, it is an RNG passive skill. With luck, I can imbue a creation with additional ability. These abilities match my thoughts on how to improve it as well. I made a total of 15 swords in the past few days just to verify my initial guesses. One of them is made in pure mithril as well, the best metal found to conduct metal. A whopping 4 abilities, 2 embedded and 2 add-ons, are present in it. Made me question my nearly impossible feat of embedding a single magic circle in dire orichalcum. No wonder I nearly screwed up. The toughness of that material alone is a problem, but there's also its mana conductivity, which is on very low levels. It should be enough for my preparations. A watered-down storage device, rations and spares. One of my creations is a thin silver bracelet. It works on the same principle as the space pocket, converting the space on the bracelet with expansion magic, allowing a 7x7 storage in its place. I could only resort to smithing and not my usual magic tool workshop for this. To think that a few days would pass like this. In 5 days, I forged continuously. I tested several of my new abilities as well. One thing that I found out is that my Child of Constellations worked the best during the night, the time when stars could be easily seen. This led to me working during the night and resting during the day. Level 1. Strength, I0H131 Defense, I0I98 Dexterity, I0H102 Agility, I0I76 Magic, I0H138. Orionids. The brightest star unveils itself to the watchful gaze of others, summons a meteor strike to the target. Activation chant, I shall not understand the irrationality, yet I ask thee, illuminate the sky with thy light. Nth a strum. Miracle Maker. Enhances every creation. Provides guidance in creating new items. Additional abilities to the creations can be imbued by chance. Exilia gain will be increased during creation. Child of Constellations. Under the blessing of the starry sky, growth speed, magical abilities and recovery are increased. Legends related to stars are strengthened. A total of 545 points were added to my status. Even Hephaestus Sama got startled by my rate of improvement. This is the result of 2 absurd skills overlapping with each other. Interestingly, this improvement is similar to how I improved using my cheat. No physical changes happened to my body whatsoever, but I felt the improvement. Some of my works were also sold, letting me earn my keep to buy potions. Once I have the necessary equipment, I'll be making my own. Clang. I placed my newly created blade on top of the anvil. Once this cools down, I'm going to start my first advent to the dungeon. The sea of stars twinkled beautifully. The brightest constellation visible to Gekkai outshone the presence of any other stars. Hephaestus glanced at the departing back of her newest familia member. Geez, here I thought I need to remind him of things. He's really mature. In the past few days, Nabu has had a peculiar schedule as opposed to the Smiths in her familia. Instead of shutting himself inside the forge in Babel, he clocks out on time. He regularly visits the familia house as well as his guild advisor. In short, he's a normal human being. Aside from his status, what surprised her the most is the maturity unbefitting for his age. Of course, it doesn't mean that he's not completely mature. For once, she had seen through his problematic mentality. He is still caught up in the past due to something. She deduced that it might be a traumatic event, something that shouldn't be brought up in any conversations. Thus, she is planning to gradually provide guidance regarding it. Then there are those histories that she saw. She doesn't know much, but she guessed that it is correlated to his traumas. It's going to be lonely again. Dungeon. The most crucial location for Aurario, the dungeon city, to exist. It provides adventurers with higher quality exilia as well as drop items. It is the golden goose that gives unlimited resources to brave adventurers. Currently, I chose lighter armor to wear. Breastplate, knee, and shoulder guards to protect me from unexpected attacks. Arm guards that could be used to parry. Metal boots that could be used as a form of attack. These three make up my equipment set. Of course, I have a rather big surprise hidden in my wardrobe. It is an imitation of my main equipment back on Earth, also the reason why I could survive the dragon's onslaught while everyone else died. At my waist, a sheathed longsword was hung. It is not the dire orichalcum sword, but the best creation that I had from a few days ago. It is only made of slightly rarer ore, yet it managed to acquire 3 additional effects from my Miracle Maker skill. A light attribute attack that takes the shape of a crescent moon. An anti-magic property. An attributeless enhancement that increases the effect of my robustness. There's still the original magic embedded into it. My luck must have been broken at that time. My thoughts are halted once I passed through the entrance to the basement of Babel. A spiral staircase descends into the darkness, leading the adventurers to the first floor. I tread on this path along with other adventurers. Unlike the ones outside, everyone here wore an air of seriousness. Damn it, we're already here. I saw an adventurer carrying his comrade passed by us. Some good-willed ones helped him carry his injured friend into the medical camp present right outside the basement. Blood was left on their trail. The smell of iron assaulted my senses. A sudden image popped up into my mind. You are interesting, the dragon said before its claws tore through my body. The armor that I was wearing briefly halted its advance, only to be broken when a surge of mana ran through the claws. I saw it. My body. My legs. My arms. My blood sputtered out of the air. Phew. I exhaled in an attempt to calm down my beating heart. It is not the time to be scared of those images. Right, I have something called Falna now, improving is much easier now. One day. I'll fucking kill him. Muttering under my breath, I sprinted towards the first floor. It didn't pose any difficulty as my footwork is trained to an expert level. It is the key to me winning against one versus many fights in my memories. I accidentally met gazes with some adventurers. They hastily averted theirs as a result. Bloodlust. That's right. With 7 iterations of strenuous combat experience, my so-called bloodlust, male intent, is stronger than most people. I'm sorry about that. Soon, I reached a place without any people. Bluish rock walls are all over this place. A huge pathway is presented in front of me. Some sort of fungi also acts as a natural light source on the ceiling. KRRR. An entity came out of the dungeon wall. With a dog head, it is over 120 centimeters tall. It doesn't have any weapons, but its sharp claws gave off a glint under the artificial light. HM. Let's go first then. Tab. I made huge leaps one after another. Xing. Unsheathing my sword, I held it some distance away from my body. It is in a semi-diagonal position. After that. PSSSHK. I felt the sharp edge of the blade cut through the kobold's neck. The momentum from my charge and the rotation of my body gave it enough force to instantly kill it. It's this. It is surprisingly weak. Even the goblins that I fought from the outside are way better than them. Thud. A few moments later, its corpse made a soft noise as it contacted the ground. Circling the tip of my blade, I easily carved its chest and reached out to the glistening transparent stone. The moment it separated their bodies, it turned to black ashes. Magic stone. I picked it up before activating the magic embedded into my bracelet. A small black circle was made out of empty air. Inside it is nothing but darkness. After dropping it inside, I closed it once more. I need to go further. Huffs. After what I consider a moderate exercise, I proceeded into the rock hallway. I am currently on the 4th floor. The deeper I went, the more often monsters spawned en masse. Even so, they're still weak. Most of the monsters in here are level 1, which explains everything. Around 365. I kept track of every single monster that fell from my blade, though I found out a disturbing fact. How are adventurers not as rich as I have thought? Keep this in mind. Someone like me could earn more than 10 magic stones per encounter. Subtracting the travel and resting time, there's still the possibility of making more than 5,000 volleys every day. Then again, this idea is hard to put into reality. Many factors could affect dungeon prowling. Being conservative is also the norm in this world. People are not machines. Surprisingly, I retained most of my energy. Perhaps it is due to my trained body before I acquired Falna. I did not use any kind of magic. Merely my physical skills are enough to overwhelm them. Finally, after descending into another pathway, I found myself surrounded by brown rocks. Green light illuminated the pathways present in this area. Immediately, a horde of giant brown lizards emerged from the dungeon walls, as if to greet me. Bite attacks not that bad. One of them tried to charge at me with their mouth open. Using this opening, I pointed the tip of my blade in the direction of his approaching mouth. PSSSHK. A clean hit. My blade is long enough to pierce its brain, instantly killing it in one blow. 3 lizards circled me as I killed their companion. The one at my back charged at me. Tap. I leaped into the air before initiating a backflip. Now, the tip of my boots is directed towards its head. Pache. The metallic boots dug deep into its head, turning its brain into mush. Green fluid stained my boots, but I paid no heed. PSSS. I swung my sword towards my right. I felt the sensation of digging deep into its skin. Bam! The final lizard tackled me, only to be met by my arm guards. I caught its head and locked its mouth. I was pushed back a couple of meters. The moment I regained my balance, I held it tightly in my arm before piercing its throat. Blood filled my sight. When I searched for the one that I cut, I saw its bleeding corpse not far away from me. After scanning my surroundings with correspondence, I took the magic stones, turning the corpses into black ashes. What was left are their drop items, a set of sharp claws. Monsters and exploration. This is what happens the most inside a dungeon. Ambushes are also frequent, be they monsters of fellow adventurers. I didn't experience the latter, but the former. The lizards that I dispatched at the entrance of the 5th floor are exactly like the ones on the 2nd, 4th floor. They would suddenly appear on the ceiling before dropping down with a vicious attack. If not for my sensitivity to male intent, I would have had a harder time inside. Hence, solo play is impossible on the deeper floors. Logistics and maintenance are one thing, but you wouldn't even be able to rest properly. Of course, I could rest everywhere due to my experiences. There are no spawn points. I guess this dungeon doesn't have the convenient spawn point function that easily takes you to a certain floor. Slowly, I trod my path. Sounds of fighting are present now and then, but I chose not to meddle with them. From the sounds of it, these parties are fighting well enough. The 6th floor, 7th floor, 8th floor. With my techniques and tactics, I didn't have any trouble as I passed through each floor. The only this is that the higher I went, the lower my errors should be. By the time I felt my boost disappeared, I am now on the 10th floor. It has a forest landscape, with trees surrounding my position. White mist enveloped this area, blocking the vision of any adventurer on this floor. It's already daytime. With the enhancements from my skill, the lost stamina, mana, and mind, mental energy, I spent quickly recovered. In short, I am in my optimized for battle. Sue. My ears caught wind of the movement in my back. Male intent is also detected by my senses. Without even waiting to see the attacker, I slashed diagonally, cutting down the mist along with it. Q. A dying squeal resounded moments after the sensation of cutting something. It is soft, unlike the previous monsters that I have encountered. When the mist dispersed, I saw a bleeding white rabbit. It didn't take a while before it turned into a magic stone. Just as I was about to pick it up, another small silhouette sprang up. Sue. I thrust my blade into that position. PSSSHK. At the end of it, I found another white rabbit struggling to get out of it. Stimulating the magic in the blade, a small light ray shot out, creating a gaping hole in its body. After collecting the 2 magic stones, I continued on my journey. It should be time. Just as I had expected, an arrow was shot at my back. Clang! It was deflected by the breastplate that I am wearing. I am pushed back by a meter or 2 before I was besieged by 2 human silhouettes. Prompting the magic embedded into my blade, 2 swords are projected above our heads. They have the same design as my longsword, but they're all created purely by mana. Sue. Sue. The 2 sword mirages descended into this place, piercing the 2 attackers who had already lunged at me. As they felt the pain in their chest, they lost their momentum. Chills were sent down to my body, something brought upon by the incongruency of my body and mind. In my mind, I am someone who fought hundreds of battles. In reality, I am just a normal 12-year-old whose hobby is innovating. Even so. Slash. The crescent light, summoned forth by my strike, decapitated both of them in one go. Blood didn't come flying across my face due to how burnt their muscles are. Huffs. A paralyzing sensation took over my body. My joints stiffened as the 2 bodies, now corpses, made a thud to the ground. Their looks overlapped with the ones in my memories. The independent jujutsushis, whom I clashed with, died under the barrage of my magic. The innocent people who are living their life, who got it, ended due to a supernatural phenomenon. The sea of corpses all around the Magicians' Association that was brought forth by the dragon's descent. I have already experienced this so many times, so why now? Irrelevant thoughts filled my mind, but what was important is that I won't falter. I proceeded at the adventurer in hiding. An easy prey. That was how they saw that adventurer. With strength that does not exceed level 2, he is alone as he prowled into the dungeon. They first met on the 9th floor when one of their friends, an appraiser, saw the unusual sword that he wielded. Shit. He saw how it easily cut through the killer ant's neck. A wave of light flew out of the blade's tip, eviscerating 3 ants in one go. It didn't take long before the small horde of killer ants was mowed down by him. A magic sword. Hi. That's a magic sword, his companion bellowed. Magic sword? Simply put, these are swords that are imbued with magic. Their raw power doesn't depend on the user, but on their maker. The better the skills of the smith, the stronger the magic sword would be. One major characteristic it has is its capability to cast magic without any preparation time. No chants are needed, as all you need to do is will it. Such items go for hundreds of thousands of volleys at the bare minimum. If it has excellent performance, a few million volleys would do. For these people who want nothing but volleys, it is the best gold mine they could ever ask for. Alone level 2, with nothing but a weapon and some items in his possession. He's also tired as he fought for hours. Things should have been over in an instant, yet. P.S. Shuck. What met their vision were their bodies. Moments later, their perception was cut off. The others who are using the fog as a cloak noticed this oddity. Su. A flurry of arrows shot from crossbows aimed at the person in the center. He was surrounded by many projectiles, leaving no blind spots behind. Shing. 2 bright flashes elicited their attention. There, they saw it. The curved light cut through the arrows from the tip to its end. Divitus projectus, dispersed projectiles. A magic circle lit up behind him. 4 red rays of light came out of it before it speeded through the mist. There. After deducing the position of the archers, Nabu led the rays of light in it. Bam! 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 Sounds of rocks exploding rang into his ears. Having roughly the same intensity as half-a-hand grenade, it is deafening to normal people. By the time he reached the place, 3 corpses greeted his sight. One of them has a huge hole in their head, brain matter spilling out onto the floor. The other 2 had their heart and chest pierced, mangling their internal organs. Such a disgusting sight did not make him flinch. He only froze briefly before finding the last attacker. He was hyperventilating. His entire right arm was separated into his body, leaving a trail of blood. White fragments, assumed to be his bone, stuck out of it. The man's eyes widened as he saw the adventurer that they were targeting. Why? He could not even make out his words. His heart thumped loudly as he recalled the light that instantly killed his comrades. The eyes of the murderer oozed out with unrestrained bloodlust. Coming at you with your defenses low, it worked again. The future Nobis in his memories often did this to survive. He would not hesitate to let go of a small opening just so he could live. The ones in his memories did not have access to his cheats, which explains the desperation. This is displeasing. While uttering a complaint, He finished off the last survivor with a swift decapitation strike. My hands are slightly shaking. I felt slightly cold despite no wind brushing past my skin. I had killed them cleanly enough to not stain my outfit. Just like the future eyes. Magicians do not kill each other due to an unspoken rule, thus most of my kills have something to do with JUJUTSUs and other superpower holders. It just happens. I shouldn't have had any intersections with them, but a single decision led to our clashes. I am stained with blood in my memories. This isn't something a normal 12-year-old would do. My cheat is both a blessing and a curse. If I cannot hold myself together, I am better off without it. Why did it sound so easy in fiction? The burden that came upon every cheat weren't stated in most works. I do wonder why is it like that, though. I decided to check out the items that they have brought. A few thousand volleys that weren't of any worth, several weapons, and so on. I'm breaking every single rule known to adventurers. Desecrating the dead is an ethical taboo in Aurario. It robs the deceased adventurers of their final pride and honor as they are devoured by the dungeon. Still, I say it does not apply to the adventurers just now. Hi. A shiny jewel found itself in my hand. It does not have any transparent or translucent properties that most jewels have. It is similar to a magic stone, yet it is not. Interesting. With correspondence, I found out its information. More than 30 in Mo's score while having a 1000 malleability score. What was interesting, however, is that it has a mana preservation rate of 89%. Definitely a material for magic tools. One small step towards improvement. I murmur as I set my sights on the higher floors. Chapter 21, Apollo Familia. I was instantly jolted awake. Revelares Veritas, truth be revealed. My first reaction is to scan my surroundings while calling forth my blade. The scanning range had hit several targets at once. Their biological processes are strong, which is indicated by how bright the dot of light is. Huge level 2s, orcs. Orcs are huge monsters that have tough skin. Their main characteristics are their pig head, as well as them wielding the first weapons since the upper areas, tree trunks. Swift strikes to their connective tissues. The nearest orc can be found more than 8 meters away from my hideout. I got out of the transparent tent that I was in before dashing straight to them. The mist is thicker than usual, and I could feel a boost in my abilities. It's nighttime. A gigantic monster greeted my sight. It has a height of more than 2 meters. The thickness of its body, however, is ridiculous. From my findings, it weighs more than 140 kilograms. Hence, a single strike of it can incapacitate an unsuspecting level 2 immediately. Fortunately, I am wielding one of my best works. Exacuo, Sharpen. A thin white film coated my blade. Just like robustness, it gave an increased edge on the blade. A new metallic property was added to it. Xing. Bright white light enveloped the blade as I activated the magic in it. Splat. It easily cut through the tendons in the feet, prompting its balance to be shifted. It fell backward, right where I was standing. Cut. One clean strike severed its head out of its body. As it made a loud thud to the cold dungeon floor, I analyzed the minimap brought by my correspondence. 9 orcs, how did they even come in this direction? That loud howl as well. My correspondence didn't detect anyone else aside from them. No. This. Another life form entered the field of my detection. It has an even brighter light than the orcs. When its silhouette was sent into my mind, I could only narrow my eyes at the coincidence. An infant dragon. Moreover, it should be a mutant. It is far stronger than what a level 2 infant dragon should be. Most likely, it is a level 3. Valaman Nox, Veil of the Night. A small field was deployed in my surroundings. It hindered the normal operation of perception, giving off false signals to the stimuli that the monsters receive. It is based on Plato's idea theory, which states that everything we see is not necessarily true. There could be lapses in perception that messes up our view. Can I handle a level 3? My twice robustness allowed me to barely catch and predict Rithusisan's movements. It's a good time to find out. If it doesn't work, I still have a few trump cards in my pocket. A single moment is all it needs for death to come. With that said, I precasted my barrier magic in my head. I run off into the distance. I stayed in the distance as I saw another large figure in the mist. It has a height of around 5 meters and is around 7-8 meters long. Unlike the normal ones, it is black, with scales decorating its body. I observed it while preparing my other magic. Columna ignis seco obscurum, the pillar of light shall split the darkness. While cloaked, I saw the orcs get bitten off one by one. A crunching noise was present in the infant dragon's mouth, possibly the magic stones inside the orcs. Fax render, light that gives. 2 large magic circles appeared on its top and bottom. Instantly, it spewed out a tall pillar of crimson-orange flames. This attack is based on Hinduism. Specifically, the generous Karna who gave his earrings and armor away. This spell is one of the few that remained unaffected. Karna's myth is present in this world. Fuzz. A loud scream resounded in my ears. It rebounded into the dungeon's walls, summoning forth whatever monster that it could. It's still alive. Even if the magic is still ongoing, I could feel its life strongly. I could kill a mutant level 3 goblin with Orion in one hit, yet a focus spell couldn't do so against an infant dragon. Truly, Lady Artemis gave me that huge boost in strength. Swiftly, I changed weapons. From the longsword, it is replaced by a sheathed katana. Nothing much is different from it, as it gave off the air of traditional katanas. It is none other than my greatest creation, the dire orichalcum sword, Sora no Hata Edge of the Sky. It represented my resolve to see the farther ends that lay beyond what I could see. Under the veil, I moved quietly into it. The smell of burnt meat assaulted my nose. Knowing that I could not eat that, it is nothing but an illusion. When I am less than 2 meters away, I saw its current situation. Most of its scales fell into the floor. Scorched black skin is present all over its body. Its heartbeat slowed down as it tried to recover from my sudden attack. Too bad, I won't let it do so. Divitus projectus, dispersed projectiles. This time, 7 rays of light came out of the magic circle on my back. All of them waltzed straight into the dragon's face. The sound of air cracking was caught by my ears. Without being disturbed by the explosions and its growls, I came under its neck. Grasping the hilt of my blade, I went into a charging stance. Goodbye. Xing. Wave blast. A black blur curved straight to its neck while I was sent flying. Its afterimages are so fast that I couldn't follow it properly. The mirage produced by my blade went through the neck before losing the force that propelled it, the momentum given by the wave blast. Bam! I used the ceiling as a foothold before letting gravity take hold of me. Just as I was about to swing the blade downwards, it already became a huge corpse lying down on the ground. I didn't even need to use my barrier magic, as I could take it down with one blow. Tab. I did it. A slight sense of accomplishment appeared in my heart. My average strength is at level 2, but I could handle level 3s with the element of surprise. If the circumstances match, I might be able to kill a level 4. This is all considering that I am currently a level 1. With these, I could already see my rate of improvement. There's hope that I could execute my retribution in less than 10 years. No. A chilling feeling swept through my body as I remembered my near deaths. Besides the dragon who killed me 3 times in the future, the special grade curse is on another level. I have seen a level 5 from far away, but even they could not invoke the same feeling as it. In short, both of my nemesis is at least level 7, the absolute peak of this world. Complacency would kill me, just like what it almost did. It's fine to celebrate on these occasions, but I shouldn't delude myself easily. Upon ending this battle, I was met with a deep reflection. It continued this way until I fixed my tent and stashed it in the storage space. I need to synchronize with my memories. One thing that I have noticed is that I am lagging compared to my future self. It doesn't mean that I am weaker in terms of pure power, I am even stronger than him, but the way he handled each fight is reminiscent of a veteran. I know how to do it, but I didn't have many chances to try it out in the past. Just like my first murder in reality. Seeing this development path, I became slightly more eager to improve. Huff, the middle floors are on another level. Relentless. That's how I could describe the dungeon best. Starting on the 13th floor, monsters spawn more than twice or thrice faster than the upper floors. I encountered a small group every few minutes, causing my monstrous stamina to be worn down. I got away easily with my veil, but this slowed down my progress in capturing this dungeon. If going to the lower floors is my objective, I could have done so within a day or 2. However, I'm here for the fights. The constant pressure of monsters required me to open my correspondence every few minutes. Me being high-strung is also another thing. If I didn't have a storage tool, I am sure that I couldn't have gotten down here easily. Hiring a supporter that can keep up with my speed is a pipe dream. These are things that I would never experience back on Earth. Concurrently, it is something that would push me further. Another one, it seems. The common boss monster in the middle floors is a wyvern. It is a subspecies of a dragon that could fly, might as well forget about it due to the damnable terrain this dungeon has. Unlike dragons, it could not use a dragon's breath nor draconic eyes. At best, their howls could destabilize you, which is followed by a swift bite. Their tails are also another weapon. Interestingly, I started to come across more adventurers on this floor. Just 2 days ago, I saved 5 parties. They happened to come across me, which is some sort of luck. This is the 16th. Currently, I am on the 16th floor. Only 2 floors to go before I could take a peek into the safe zone located on the 18th floor. Tab. Hustle. Donning my veil, I came across the said boss monster. It is more than 6.5 meters high and 5 meters long. Looking at my place, most people would find it intimidating. Well, the party of adventurers currently fighting it did. The air around it is different as a result of an imitated dragon fear around its radius. Without a party of level 2 adventurers, it could not be easily taken down. Except for me, who has an arsenal of spells. Bam! Its tail slammed into the floor, creating cracks. It sent the 2 tankers of this team off balance. It removed their advantage of redistributing the force taken into the ground. With them like that, ROER. They are now immobilized, albeit briefly. The shockwaves sent them flying a short distance. The 2 immediately reacted by standing up, but this brief moment is what the wyvern needs to kill the 2 melee damage dealers. If done, the scales would be tipped at its side. Nobody would be left to replace them, as only the ranged attacker's output is left in hopes of killing the wyvern. From what I could see, they could not kill it. Exacuo, sharpen. Another layer of sharpness is added to the dire orichalcum blade. Bis firmus, twice robustness. Heat sprang into my body as I sprinted. My sensory organs began to capture greater amounts of information. The humidity of the air, the sound of small rocks breaking, and my sweat that dropped to the floor. In the middle of it, my target stood. This is no time to hold back. Each wyvern has the strength of a level 3, though it varied depending on each wyvern. Some are average, but some are at their peak. In this case, it is the latter. A strong level 3, my spells would not affect him much. Clearly, it is stronger than the mutant infant dragon from a few days ago. What I sought is an incapacitating blow. On these floors, I learned that not being able to deliver one when you're only solo is a huge mistake. More monsters could spring up while fighting another. That's why. Fidelis Canis Major, the loyal greater dog. A large magic circle sprang from the ground. It enveloped my entire radius as it glowed. It is time to test out this spell. Apollo Familia. An exploration familia who stays at the low middle ranks of Arario. In their ranks are 2 level 3s and several level 2s. Their captain, Kay, is a veteran adventurer who had been to Arario since before the Great Feud. She efficiently commanded her familia in every fight, though what made her stand out is her role as a shielder. It even earned her the epithet Unmoved Steel. After all, each of her deadly encounters was survived by not only her but her familia members as well. That, and the fact that she was not completely won over by Apollo's undying affection. Even so, she does not seem to mind it. Damn it. Step back. Their captain, the one serving as the main tank, ordered. She had been in these situations that she knew what not to do. Following her orders, the other melee attackers began to kite the wyvern. Dodge. Hearing her shout, they promptly moved to their sides. Moments later, their former position was met with a barrage of shockwaves from the wyvern's roar. Tab. Tab. Wrestle. Soon, she regained her previous position. However, things didn't become easy with that. Bam. Clang. The wyvern's tail whipped at her towering shield continuously. Wind crackled as it sped through her one after another. Koke. It was then that she realized. This monster, it's an enhanced species. Enhanced species are what adventurers call the monsters who consumed the magic stones of their kin. Similar to Level Up, monsters gain a huge increase in strength whenever they devour magic stones. Sometimes, 5 magic stones are enough to level one up, though there are times that it takes more than a dozen before it does. What was consistent, however, is the fact that they are a cut above the rest. Wyverns don't have a sturdy defense, only a swift tail and an augmented shockwave attack. If an experienced party is present, they would have dealt with it easily. Bam! Kay was swept sideways to the direction of the other tank. Both of them were brought away by the impact, leaving everyone else defenseless. Just as it was about to launch its attacks. Arrow Zephyros. A ring of flames appeared on the wyvern's hind leg. Moments later, it compressed itself, initiating an explosion. Boom! The wyvern staggered due to the attack. Burnt skin permeated the air of the dungeon. Ararararar. A cry of anger disrupted the silence. Its bloodshot eyes gazed through the adventurer before a black whip broke through his position. No. The adventurer, Hyacinthos, thought that he was going to die. High amounts of adrenaline made his mind spin faster. Unfortunately, this didn't slow down the inevitable. That is, when his vision tilted. Wah! He could only process his captain pushing him farther. The shield she carried is long gone. She discarded her shield to reach his place. If she didn't do so, it'll be too late. Hyacinthos met her gaze under the fully plated armor. Just then, zoom! Something sped through them. It was fast enough to leave a star-like mirage in its wake. Flop! A bushy white tail wagged itself subconsciously. The origin of it was a boy who threw the piece of the wyvern's tail in his hand not far away from here. SCRECH. For the first time, it let out a painful wail. Clink! The boy sheathed the eastern blade before he went into a low charging stance. Kaminari no Kuka, Reiju. Wave Blast. 2 consecutive spells were activated by him. Before everyone knew it, his silhouette disappeared. He reappeared on top of the wyvern's head as he wordlessly swung the blade to the wyvern's neck. Chapter 22, Goliath. PSSSHK. The monster's tough hide hindered my attack. Sara, something that I forged without the precision machines and grinders, couldn't reach its full potential. Even so, I brought out some of its potential, its hardness. Dire orichalcum is an artificially processed alloy made from pure orichalcum and several other magic ores. Just by forging it once, its inherent durability is already there. Without much choice, I shifted the force on the tip and let the edge slide through its neck. Hustle! My nimble reflexes allowed me to grab onto a piece of its scales and land on top of its back. Sirius heightened my bodily process to a terrifying degree. As of now, I am confident about clashing head-on against Rethusa-san. A magic circle lit up on top of its head. Bizizizate. Bam! The remnant lightning from my previous attack descended into its head. Discombobulated, I tried to cut off its head once more. Swoosh! The wyvern suddenly drifted, throwing me in midair, though my preparations saved me from it. Mass gravitas reductio, gravity reduction, decrease mass. The gravitational pull within my radius weakened, softening its impact. This also bought me more time to perform another set of computations. Tap! My feet landed on the ground. Immediately, the wyvern set its sights on me. With an ear-piercing roar, its bleeding neck spread blood everywhere as it rushed through my position. My swift steps earned a considerable distance from it. Back off. Upon finishing the computations, I noticed how an adventurer is caught up to its radius. He seemed so disoriented that he couldn't hear my shout. Attractio, attraction. The basic spell is derived from the law of electric charges. Through it, I could. Swoosh. Move something at a remote distance, just like that certain Sith Lord. After confirming that there are no more collaterals, I began my chant. Columna ignis seco obscurum, the pillar of light shall split the darkness. A large-scale magic circle spawned on the wyvern's feet. At the same time, an identical magic circle is present atop it. I circled the wyvern, kiting it continuously. Natus soli Deus benedictio, the one born with the sun god's blessing. They crackled with increased intensity, distorting the air due to their continuously heightening temperature. Sue. The wind crackled as a black whip descended on me. I was about to act when a full-armored knight took the blow. Clang! Her towering shield was pushed back along with her. Acknowledging her help, I gave a quick nod before continuing my chant. Obsecro virtus dare, I pray beseech me with strength. My mind felt a clicking sensation as I formed a connection with the spirit realm, a place unknown to mortals. It is the home of many beings from the legend. I have tested some spirit magic in this world, but Lady Artemis seems to be the sole exception to the anomaly. This spell has a myth in this world, yet its power remained the same. Ex supero me inimicus, to surpass my foes. A power unbefitting of a level 2 revealed itself. Fax render, the light that gives. With that, a blinding pillar of crimson flames set ablaze inside the dungeon's 16th floor. 15 seconds. In this short span of time, the Apollo Familia members distracted the wyvern, while the unknown second-class adventurer, level 3-4, kited it. They thought that this will continue until they heard his shout. Back off. At first they were confused. Why would he give out such a suggestion? Well, their questions were answered soon. The moment they saw such a huge magic circle, a thought appeared in their minds. Magic. The power to turn the tides from a hopeless situation. The stronger they are, the longer their chanting time would be. However, the adventurer nimbly dodged its attacks one after another while using his katana to parry some. Mages usually couldn't move due to the sheer concentration needed to cast the magic. If they do so, it'd either result in a spell cancellation or worse, ignis fatuus. The only way to explain this phenomenon is concurrent casting, the ability to move while chanting. The moment the adventurer finished his chant, a huge pillar of crimson-orange flames enveloped the wyvern. Heat waves brushed through their equipment, making some of them startled. By the time it died, all that was left was the 5-meter huge corpse of a black wyvern. Clink! The adventurer sheathed his blade before he asked. You wouldn't mind if I took these? They are surprised at his directness. Even so, nobody raised a complaint. Everyone in this area only had gratitude for his help. There's none, you are the one who defeated it. More so, you have saved our lives. The fully armored knight lady spoke. Not a speck of her skin could be seen from the armor, but the adventurer felt her sincerity along with her 90-degree bow. It is one that the medieval knights used to honor someone. The other familia members soon followed her gesture of thanks. If there is something that I can do, look for us at Apollo Familia's manor. We will help you to the best of my abilities. All right, he replied while carving the magic stone on its chest using a silver knife. By doing so, it turned into copious amounts of black ash. More than a dozen black scales presented themselves on top of the ash pile. After claiming some for himself, he left the remaining drop items to them. These are yours, and no, I'm not accepting it. The adventurer cut off what Kay was about to say. Do tell him that Lady Artemis sends her regards. Before they could respond, the adventurer turned into a fast blur, leaving a trail of starry light. Lady Artemis, isn't she Apollo-sama's sister? Hyacinthos mumbled with a realization. His sister, the one he's terrified of, Kay replied. Since their days in Tenkai, Artemis loathed the way Apollo dealt with his twisted form of love. It was not that severe with other gods, but from the moment he descended to Gekkai, she had heard of his feats in which he forcibly kidnapped the children that he put his eyes into. To summarize, she is the harsh older sister who would click her tongue at her troublesome younger brother. Ephemeral shooting star, the blinding brilliance it possesses. Hey, are you all right? Daphne asked the sole healer in this party, Cassandra. She had been zoning out since earlier, which made her think if something was wrong with her friend. Why yes, I'm all right. Unbeknownst to her, the girl's doubts were answered by these events. The ephemeral shooting star left a trail of stardust. Its brilliance unmatched, leaving a mark in the skies. The star shall make its first step with the fire's blessing. A random prophetic dream occurred to her a few days ago. Even with her previous experiences, she had a difficult time deciphering it. Is it a thing, a person, an event? Until this moment came, she understood nothing. A star. Perhaps the only person aware of the brightest star's descent is none other than her, the priestess whose fate is to never be believed. After finding a secluded area, I set up my camp. 4 nails with concealment magic were placed into each corner of the tent. Add to that the metal frame that was embedded with sturdiness and concealment, it is the perfect spot to recover. A cool sensation trickled down my throat. Upon my consumption, I could feel my heavy mind become lighter. It didn't grant me electrolytes but fixed the problem in my mind directly. What a strange thing. In my world, potions refer to the concoctions that could hasten the body's rate of recovery. Health potions boost the repair made by platelets, while mental potions are used to supplement the lacking electrolytes in the body, removing the so-called fatigue. Compared to them, the potions in Gekkai are truly weird. No physical changes are made whatsoever, but it still took effect on me. The wonders of skills is not something I could unveil yet. 30,000 volleys down the drain. I bought potions suited for high-class adventurers, level 2, which made the price jump from 1,000 volleys to 30,000 volleys. Either way, I'm not going to be stingy with my life. Moreover, several of my magic swords were sold at an average of 500,000 volleys. Turns out, a durable magic sword is an oddity in and of itself. Having better durability than the norm, it was sold out easily. Hence, I am already earning a bunch of money from my work. An hour later, I packed up. I felt the boost appearing on my body again, signifying that it is night time. Hunting monsters in this period is the most optimal way to earn excelia. I don't know how much improvement I would have after I come back, but I am hoping to be close to leveling at least. I strolled through the 17th floor. There's nothing except minotaurs, hellhounds, and ligerfangs roaming around. The first one has incredible strength, the second one spews out fire breaths, and the last one could attack swiftly. Fortunately, I could perfectly protect myself. I dealt with minotaurs through decisive blows while I multicasted barriers for the hellhounds. Even without the salamander wool, I did fine. As for the ligerfangs, they are more tricky. I caught some of them off guard sometimes, but some reacted swiftly. In the end, they were still cut down by my blade. Clank! Clank! Due to this floor's nature, I brought out one of my trump cards. A full-body armor that has several magic embedded into each part. Carving a circuit-like structure into it made it so that the entire thing is interconnected. Meaning, it has a set bonus. It is the reason behind crafting only a few weapons. I focused more on my defensive gear. Cracked. An opening appeared in the dungeon walls. Moments later, 5 minotaurs greeted my sight with their breathing. Huffed. Huffed. Bare-handed as they may be, they possess a strong threat. That's why. Firmness, robustness. A wave of warmth flooded my body. My dynamic vision was greatly improved, supporting my sixth sense in my spatial sense. Exacuo, sharpness. I synced my breathing with my muscle movement. I changed into a low stance, readying myself for a fatal strike. Xing. Wave blast. The moment I activated its magic, I was sent flying with my blade. Upon unsheathing it, I immediately sliced the necks of every minotaur present. The force pushing from behind did not hinder my accurate movements. PSSSHK. Blood spewed out from their arteries as I found myself on stable ground once more. The muscles and tendons in my right arm took some damage, but it is something that could be fixed over time. Stab. 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 After sending the minotaurs back to the dungeon, I gouged out their magic stones. As expected of the middle floors, it is roughly 7 times bigger than the lower floors. Moreover, the mana that it contained is far higher as well. Taking out a piece of leather cloth, I wiped the blood off my blade. I cast Cleanse alongside it, which takes care of it. I can't let it become dull due to rusting. Clink. Sheathing the katana into my waist, I continued my venture into the middle floors. In the interval of about 5 to 7 minutes, new monsters spawned out of nowhere. Some even appeared right above me. I had to make a few stops as a result. I am getting more fatigued as I slowly ventured to the 17th floor. It is nothing like the first dozen levels where I still had some leeway to breathe. On this floor, I am beginning to feel my limits. It does not mean that I couldn't beat level 3 monsters. Rather, it is the load that continuous battles bring. It would be easy if I could take down every enemy within a single strike, but it doesn't work this way in the dungeon. Party play. The best way to circumvent everything is to have comrades who would share this burden. However, finding trustworthy ones is difficult. Aurario isn't simply a land in a fairy tale where expectations come true. Drinking my nth magic potion, I felt my mind restored to a huge extent. My tent is also a godsend. I guess my years of research didn't go to waste. Just like now, taking breaks became more convenient. Thump. Thump. Thud. Suddenly, I heard a loud rumbling noise. It is similar to the sound that a normal grenade explosion would make. Thud. A chill was swept to my skin. I didn't have much time to react before my tent was blown away. An adventurer wearing light armor was sent in my direction. Bam! His body slammed against mine, pushing me back slightly. Thud. I took a good look at his current state. He's dead. My intuition flared up as I chanted. Wardrobe. 2 magic circles lit up and went through my entire body. Moments later, I found myself in my full-body armor. Zoom. A huge black silhouette flashed in front of me. Then, I felt its flesh come in contact with my bracers. Immediately, I was sent flying until my feet made contact with the ground. Bam! Huff, what was that? Not long after, I found the source of malintent. A giant with a height of 7 meters. Bulging tanned muscles pulsated now and then. Its scarlet eyes glowed with bloodlust, directly its hostility at me. It felt so potent that my body spaced out for a second. As a result, bam! I cross my arms again to receive the incoming fist. I am pushed back by more than 10 meters. Wave blast. I sent a shockwave to its head, only for the giant to nimbly dodge it. The giant began charging straight at me. It moved in a straight direction, disrupting my previous computations by a considerable mark. My backups have to be used now. Secundum ex quartum excipio, second to fourth rampart deploy. 2 transparent magic circles blocked its fist. Waves of impact greeted my magic shield, only to be unmoved by it. I didn't have the time to set up my strongest barrier as I was forced back by the impact. A giant Goliath, how did it come here? Bam! It sends out another punch. Frustrated that it couldn't get through it, the Goliath continuously pounded my shield. I moved along while it chased me, letting out a charged punch now and then. I could try and avoid some of his hits, but his speed is extremely fast. Seeing it, I realize now, is not the time to conserve anything. Triplis firmis, triple robustness. The circuits carved onto my armor lit up, supporting the spell I had just cast. I felt a strong sensation of heat going from my head to my limbs. My pupils shrank as I tried to process the changes in my body. This. Ba-thump. 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 My pulse became extremely strong that I could feel the veins in my forehead beat. Standing still makes me feel uneasy, hence I sprinted further from the Goliath's direction. Swoosh. Right now, I saw the Goliath's tanned arm making an air blast as its feet moved swiftly. Around 30 meters per second, perhaps. I shall not understand thy irrationality, yet I ask thee. I found myself casting the magic I had received through Falna. Magic circles appeared above my head. The sensation of casting feels vastly different from my usual spells. The things that I needed to do are simplified into creating the magic circle and loading it with mind. Only its positioning needs to be tackled with, something miraculous in my eyes. Swoosh. This time, I dashed rightwards before leaping on top of it. Illuminate the sky with thy light. Along with my second line, I unsheathed my blade and struck its neck. Splatter. A small blood fountain presented itself. I targeted it based on my knowledge of human anatomy, which was right. I charged the circles with magic power. It is the lengthiest portion of magic in this world. Divitus projectus, dispersed projectiles. Rays of red light came out of my newly made magic circles. While filling up my main spell, I shot its eyes. Adding my barrier magic, I am currently utilizing 3 spells at the same time. I am also preparing my 4th spell in case things go south. Every time the projectiles struck it, the Goliath was disoriented, though it learned how to deal with it after a couple of times. Still, I am gaining momentum due to the feat only reserved for the most knowledgeable and experienced magicians, multicasting. Krua. A low growl akin to a beast came out of its mouth. Briefly blinded, I went at his back and swung my blade at its tendons. It didn't cut as deep as I had expected, missing my mark. Boom! It twisted its entire body and smashed the floor with its fist. I moved backward, avoiding it. The barrier blocked out the small rock projectiles, shining with transparent light. If it doesn't work. Browsing through my known magic systems, I reconfirmed the most effective spell against the Goliath. I bought time for my backup plans. The magic circles reached their maximum load. With that, I chanted. Enthistrum, O stars fall down. A mirage appeared. It lit up briefly, showcasing the constellation that I was the most familiar with. Orionids. The meteor shower that has the radiance nearby Betelgeuse, a star found in Orion. Moving at a speed of 66 kilometers per second, it is one of the most awaited meteor showers during September. At this moment, a small-scale meteor shower presented itself. Bam! A huge cloud of dust separated us. The armor and the remnants of my barrier protected me against the aftershocks. Rumble. Cracked. The extent of the damage reached as far as the dungeon walls. While it wasn't destroyed, the damage was dealt with nevertheless. It feels like being close to a mortar strike. My vision shook for a while. Even with my protection, I was affected by it. Add to that my mind being consumed substantially, the effect became worse. I brought a blue vial out of my storage and immediately drank it from the gaps in my helmet. It is stronger than most of my spells at the very least. Feeling the wave of coolness clashing against the heat in my body, I reflected to ease my hyperactive mind. I remembered my suit, the multifaceted modernized armor that I made. I missed my partner even more. It wasn't made with the best materials, yes, but its functions far outclass most of the armaments present in Aurario. Bam! It's still alive. Beneath the veil of dust, I saw a kneeling figure. Smoke came out of its arms, blood spilling on its torn muscles. The impact of the spell reached its legs. Even with such injuries, the Goliath continued to look at me with great hatred. Growl. Relentlessly, it stared in my direction. The sheer amount of bloodlust contained within that gaze is only achievable by monsters. Then, it let out a scream. Mana condensed into its mouth, turning into a sharp attack that headed into my position. Bam! It impacted my shield as well as my surroundings, fragmenting the rocks into pieces. It also pushed me back. As it let out that kind of magic, it moved. It used one of its arms as a support when standing up. Goliath, the monster Rex of the 17th floor. I don't know which bastard provoked it in my direction, but this mess is left on me. More importantly, I want to win. I am tired of being beaten up over and over. Even if I am aware of its risk, I want to win at least once. I am tired of being beaten up over and over again. Seeing my path to victory, I promptly acted. The calculations for my final spell concluded. While I was fighting against him, I managed to complete it, all thanks to the triple robustness that boosted my body's functions. 3 golden magic circles manifested in my feet. Ascendans Goliath nomen Philisthius to Geth, the champion of the Philistine of Gath, Goliath. A solemn air gathered around the armored man. Opposing it is a raging giant dozen of feet tall. Seething, it clenched its fists as it grabbed a remnant boulder from the ground and threw it at him. Cracked. Layers upon layers of magic circles emerged around him. It is strikingly similar to his previous barriers, but it is different. It is now the complete 5-layered rampart, military fortress, militaris fortalicia. Tu venis ad me cum gladio et hesta et clipio ego autumn. You come to me with a spear and a sword. The Goliath could not move due to the injuries it sustained. Yet, it easily found another method of attacking. Several boulders were thrown by the Goliath in his direction. It picked up rubbles one after another and used its magic attacks in hopes that it would crush the puny human who harmed him greatly. Cracked. Cracked. Gaps started appearing in Nabu's shield. One by one, a layer of his shield was peeled away, turning into broken fragments of glass. Domini exercituum de agminum Israel quibus exprobresti. But I come thee in the name of Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom thou hast defied. A lengthy 5-line chant neared its completion. It does not have the strength constellation magic could offer, but it could surpass it under certain circumstances. The legend marked in the spell shall match the circumstances. The recreation of the giant that spread terror in Israel's army, Goliath, as well as the young warrior who slayed him, David. Nabu picked a small portion of the rubble that got past his barrier. A wave of light passed through it, granting it a sacred attribute. Terra quia est Deus in Israel. All the earth may know there is a God in Israel. He went into a throwing stance as he muttered the final line. Nobiscum Deus, and he is with me. His barrier broke down at that exact moment. A huge boulder was about to reach him, but he paid no heed. Instead, he threw the divine stone in his hand. His pupils shone with a divine glint under the influence of his magic. Phew! It made a small whistling sound before piercing the boulder. Surprisingly, cracks originated from the hole made by it before turning into dust. It continued flying until PSSSHK. It blew off the upper head of the Goliath. It couldn't even react as it died instantly. Achieving its purpose, the stone turned into glittering light particles that drifted in the air. Smoke came out of Nabu's armor as he froze in his throwing position. Clank! His armor rattled against each other as he staggered. They clashed with the chainmail that he wore inside. Blood started to spill from his wounds, namely his torn muscles and imploded veins. Fortunately, his brain and focal organs weren't affected much due to the spell's perfection over 7 iterations. Using the Eastern blade, he prevented himself from falling into the floor. Still, it forced him to kneel. Ha. Deep breaths came from inside the armor. Attractio, attraction. With the last bit of his strength, he remotely gouged out Goliath's magic stone. When it turned into ashes, it left behind a piece of its hide, which floated along the magic stone. The latter is more than 1.5 meters tall and half a meter wide. It looks similar to the other magic stones, but its sheer size is incomparable to normal magic stones. Tab. Hustle. Nabu heard movements behind him. The source of malintent approached him with a sharp dagger in his hand. The man targeted his neck, the gap only protected by measly chainmail. In his exhausted state, he knew that the armored man could no longer do anything to him. That sword, that armor, they're all magic items. He's not just satisfied with the drops from the Goliath. He also wanted to possess the rare armaments that the armored man has. It's my lucky day. Originally, they had just scouted the 16th to 30th floors. It is a part of their meticulous plan to go with a bang. They scouted which floor has the highest number of adventurers and monsters, as well as the spawn rates of the latter. Some of his companions died as they tried to lead the Goliath out of its usual spot. With that, they crossed out the idea of leading a monster Rex toward their pass parade. The bad thing was that the Goliath became enraged, so much so that its movements became agile instead of its usual stationary position. Just as he escaped from it, he saw a lone man fighting against Goliath. Surprisingly, he managed to hold himself well. The man thought he would surely die, but he managed to defeat Goliath through unknown magic. What was important to him, however, is his riches. If he could kill this man, everything would be his. It would greatly contribute to their plans. Bang! Something passed through the man's chest as he sprinted. Hi. When he looked down, a gaping hole could be found in his chest. His brain froze, clouding his consciousness. Thud. Blood pooled at his corpse. A sharp glint appeared at the edge of a small weapon held by the knight. People really drop their guard at the end. A dry voice leaked out from the armored man. His hand drooped to the ground. Nabu held the firearm tightly, alert as to what was about to come. Come out, I know you're there. His chilling voice echoed in the dungeon. High-strung, he let out every bit of bloodlust that he could muster. You might be misunderstanding something. A childish voice rang out. We didn't come here with the intent to harm. Even if you observed my fight since earlier, that was not suspicious at all. Nabu felt no obvious malintent from them, but he didn't drop his guard down. Most of the strong opponents that he fought back then could perfectly conceal their bloodlust until they were about to kill him. Slowly, the drop items came into his grasp. Nabu briefly hesitated before he decided to take everything into his half-empty storage bracelet. He didn't care if his magic was discovered, as it is bound to be so anyways. While kneeling, he pointed the electromagnetic pistol slightly off in their direction. He supported the extremely fatigued right hand with the left. Soon, the group emerged from his sight. A blonde prum carrying a silver spear in his back. An elf that wielded a special wooden staff. A short and bulky dwarf with a horned helmet. An Amazon looked at him with obvious hostility. Another Amazon gave out stares of admiration. A tall canine-eared man looked at him with a condescending look. A timid-looking elf stared at him with shock. Lastly, a golden-eyed knight with light armor. Each one of them sported out danger. Nabu is confident that he might be able to escape one of them, but it is different if they are all together. His magic swords wouldn't be able to distract them. Revelaire's Veritas, truth be revealed. An indistinguishable wave passed through the entire dungeon floor. Nabu received the results of his reconnaissance not long after. What he didn't notice, however, is an elf's senses flared up upon doing so. This is. More than 100 adventurers of varying levels were located quite a distance behind the 7 people. There is only one major reason why there are many of them on a single floor. Expedition. Generally, familias are required to dive into the dungeon to fulfill their expeditions. Simply put, the guild requires explorer-type familias to prowl into deeper floors than their known records. If a familia reached the 18th floor a few months ago, they would be required to go down from the 19th to the 20th floor in their next expedition. Such a large familia should not be a part of that guy, or so he thought. Hundreds of adventurers, they belong to a top familia for sure. Realizing this impolite gesture, Nabu fully dropped the firearm. Blood trickled down from his forehead as a result of his muscles being torn down. Some of his veins are also affected, making him lose a lot of blood even now. In cough. The insides of his helmet were stained by his blood. From the moment his triple robustness died down, he suffered from its drawbacks. It isn't noticeable with robustness alone, but the former spell is on another level. Unlike Sirius, which provided effectiveness slightly above twice robustness, triple robustness pushed his body to its absolute limits. He couldn't even cast it without the assistance of his armor, though he felt he would be able to soon. One level up will solve this problem. Then again, never had he expected that he would reach this state in the dungeon. He has many countermeasures for his plans failing, though this moment of folly did beat him up. His veil also didn't work with monsters above level 3. It is the same with experienced fighters that have a fighting instinct. The Goliath would still see him through his movements and the differences in the space surrounding it. Perhaps only his other spell, Alice's Wonderland, could fool their senses. That, or the stronger version of this spell, that of which he couldn't cast due to lacking mind. Nabu decided to open the gap in the helmet. A second later, 3 health potions were held by him as he drank all of them simultaneously. They all had a taste of mixed herbs, yet they tasted well. He could feel his wounds close at a fast rate. Still, it couldn't rid him of his injured status or his sluggish mind. Still, it was enough to let him stand on the ground with support. He directed the tip of the blade as he picked it up from the ground and stood up. He stashed the firearm in his storage. Clink! Sheathing his blade, he spoke. I apologize from before. He made a slight bow in their direction before walking away from their direction. He could hear voices coming from behind him, but his mind couldn't register it as he materialized his spell. A blue magic circle emerged from his feet, altering the gravity around him. It is the fruit of labor that he had after 30 years of studying Louise's dimensional gate. The static space was bent by the gravitational force around him. Its core, a dagger made out of adamantine, glowed and illuminated the dark dungeon. Recall. Soon, the entire magic circle engulfed his entirety, leaving nothing at his previous position. Chapter 23, Myth Recreation. Goliath. The monster Rex present on the 17th floor. Having a 30-day interval, it wouldn't spawn as long as it was defeated. Before the Loki Familia's expedition, the residents at Reveria had taken the liberty to defeat it, decreasing the number of things the said Familia has to consider. It is an easy feat to defeat it solo if you have the strength of an upper-class adventurer, level 5. Every core member of Loki Familia could do so. However, it does not mean that everyone could do it. Bam! Bam! Braver saw each of the projectiles strike the Goliath. Initially, it seems random, but he easily noticed the intent behind such attacks. He is buying time. Oftentimes, close combat mages with concurrent casting do this kind of tactic. As they chant, they distracted their enemies with close-range attacks. Zoom! Solidified air came cutting at the Goliath. The latter defended itself with one of its arms. Blood dripped from the injured arm. The Goliath is even more enraged at the nimble pest. That swordsmanship from the Far East. Unlike traditional swords, katanas require delicate handling. If its wielder could not satisfy that condition, it would break. There are also more techniques to handle its long, curved blade, something being exhibited by the fully armored adventurer. He's strong. The braver, Finn Damney, meant it tactically. The man did not have the raw power needed to fight against Goliath, but he is using the appropriate tactics every time. The man leveraged his protection to further tilt the balance of this battle. The magic circle caught the Palam's attention atop the two of them. It has been loading magic power since the beginning of their fights, waiting to cut down its target's head. Soon, the stored magic power reached its peak. Finn had a guess as to what would happen next. Anthistrum. His dynamic vision caught the star descending. It is tightly packed with an unknown power he hadn't known of before. It is not just magic power or any elemental spells. Bam! It crash-landed straight to Goliath. Caught off guard, it could not do anything but block it. The explosive force of several TNTs greeted its arms. The impact spread to its entire body. It did not show externally, but the amount of internal damage it sustained could render it unable to fight within a minute or two. Even so, it showed a crazed look as it began its counterattack on the armored man. Bam! The familiar shield was set up, preventing its attacks. What was that? A special magic of sorts. Ironically, Finn has to answer the magician behind him. She appeared not long after she thought there was something wrong. As a level 6, Finn wouldn't take long to eliminate a level 4 monster, such as Goliath. No, it's more than that. That silhouette is at a fortress. Reflected in Reveria's eyes is the phantom of a modern military base. Towering cement walls circulated it. Barbed wires could be seen on the top of it. A plethora of incomprehensible buildings could be seen inside. It is the result of Nabu's materialization of a history. The magic circles that surrounded him from all directions embodied these. It looks quite similar to your magic. Veil Breath. It is one of her known magic which protected the expedition group on the front lines. She did not reply and chose to observe the spectacular magic. Huh, what's going on, guys? The remaining core members of the Loki Familia arrived. 2 Amazon sisters, a werewolf, an elf, and a female knight caught the scene of the man standing still under the duress of attacks. You're watching a weakling struggle. What's the fun in that? The werewolf commented. It's similar to that story. Surprisingly, one of the Amazon noticed his peculiarity. The air of serenity around the armored man formed a sharp contrast against his desperate situation, bearing similarities from one of the fairy tales, David and Goliath. Meanwhile, the female knight's gaze coincided with the gaps in his helmet. There, she saw something. An unyielding spirit. A person who wanted to win. For the first time, she saw a reflection of herself. With each projectile, the light of his barrier weakened. However, it was made evident that his will to fight wasn't affected by it. Nabu picked up a small stone. It was a normal piece of rubble found everywhere in the dungeon. Yet, when the wave of light passed through, it changed. It was an inexplicable feeling. Still, everyone felt the power behind it. A power that could potentially threaten a level 4. Even the werewolf closed his mouth shut. His previous thoughts were proven to be misconceptions. The armored man is stronger than he thought. A dazzling projectile went straight to Goliath's head. Moments later, it left a headless corpse on the ground. Thud. Clank. The armored man kneeled on the ground. Blood seeped through his armor. Evidently, he sustained severe injuries. It seemed as if his previous appearance was nothing but a facade. Reveria was the first one to notice an adventurer lying in an ambush, just as she was about to cast an instant spell. Bang! A gaping hole was made in the adventurer's chest. As to what caused it, a weapon small enough to fit into Gareth's hands. Come out, I know you're there. A chilling voice was sent across this dungeon's floor. Bloodlust of such level could only be attained by fighting 1,000 battles. Without a choice, Finn stepped out. You might be misunderstanding something. He took the initiative to speak. We didn't come here with the intent to harm. Even if you observed my fight since earlier, that wasn't suspicious at all. Words of doubt originated from the armored man. His bloodied armor did not make him look weak at all. His bloodlust is cold enough to freeze a part of his surroundings. It is one of the things he could fully inherit from his future memories. As Finn walked over to the man, the others decided to appear as well. The armored man paused for a moment before a magic circle crackled on top of his palm. An undistinguishable wave of magic went through them. Its nature is extremely obscure, making it difficult for most people to sense it. Except for a select few, that is. This is. The female knight subconsciously placed her arm in her rapier, desperate. What is this? Meanwhile, the magician was at a loss as to what it could be, though it changed the attitude of the armored man. After drinking several potions at once, he stood up. He made a slight bow as he said, I apologize from before. A slightly high-pitched voice came from under his helmet. It became clear that the armored man the armored boy has a young age, or so it seems. A slight possibility came across Finn's mind. Small stature, childish voice, just like him. If it was proven right, a prominent palom had appeared once more, something that appealed to him. By chance, are you a palom? The boy only responded with a soft mumble. Recall. Before they could even react, the boy was gone. The young un goes, the dwarf commented. Looks like you're thinking of something absurd. Not all people with those characteristics are a palom. Finn shrugged them off with a burst of light laughter. Even so, it doesn't hurt to dream, no. Another hero originating from our race, it's a nice thought. Hearing this, a certain Amazon disagreed as she mumbled. What's wrong with him, to direct such bloodlust to the captain? The Amazon's sister, Tiona, deflected Tyoni's grudges. We're the ones in the wrong, anyways. Showing up after defeating a monster Rex is nothing short of suspicious. HMPH, who dares to think that our Loki familia would do such a thing? As one of the 2 familias that stands on top of Aurario, they were widely known. Just the fame of Kenki, Sword Princess, resounded throughout the dungeon city. When people see her with others, they'll naturally think of the Loki familia. Moreover, the others are famous enough to be recognized by many. Not all people know about us. It is normal to be wary of strangers. As soon as Finn spoke up, Tyoni ceased her ill will towards the boy. An adventurer with those magic, it's a rare occurrence. Immediately, Finn corrected Reveria's words. Not just that. From the beginning, he utilized 6 different magics. I'm fairly sure that 2 of them are magic tools. The remaining ones are his own. Dispersed projectiles, military fortress, Orionids, David and Goliath, wave blast, and displacement transference were the spells used by Nabu during the fight. Finn accurately heard him chanting on some spells whereas he did not in others. That was how he distinguished magic tools and magic. F4, don't tell me. The timid elf had a thought. For now, the only magicians who could break the rule of having a maximum of 3 spells are Reveria and her, Lefia. The feat is reflected in their epithets, 9 hells and 1,000 elf. Nothing is certain, however, if that possibility comes into light. It would be the birth of a formidable upper-class adventurer. KH. Gritting my teeth, I endured the scalding pain that took over my body. I could feel the drool at the tip of my mouth as I did so. After escaping those adventurers, I arrived on the 15th floor. The magic circle engraved by me on the wall disintegrated the moment I used it as a point of connection. It was also at that time did I fully feel the rebound of my triplice firmus. The previously connected wounds relapsed when the magic that regulated my heart and brain disappeared. It is also because of these that I did not suffer any permanent damage, though it brought me excruciating pain when they disappeared. The magic that helped me regulate my bodily functions are gone, leaving me with drinking potions now and then. Growl. 4 minotaurs spawned in the dungeon's floor. Satan, sacred lightning. Upon my chant, 4 matching blue magic circles appeared on top of the minotaurs. Having put in a considerable amount of magic power and utter disregard for control, they were instantly killed. I did not bother to take the magic stones, and instead continued on my journey, all the whilst drinking red potions continuously. After some time, I recovered. The arteries and veins should have been closed, no dislocated bones either. I took out a luxurious potion. An expensive-looking bottle is used to store its contents. Behold, the high potion worth 250,000 volleys. It may seem luxurious to others, but I don't have any qualms about spending my earned money this way. The dungeon is unpredictable enough to not save these. The moment I drank it, a comforting feeling went through my entire body. It is similar to how my cheat worked. Any tension in my muscles is released, elevating me to an optimal state. Amazing. I had no more words to describe its effectiveness. No doubt, most of the medicines in my world couldn't compare to them. Only seconds had passed before it restored most of my injuries. All that was left is my mind's sluggishness, which would also be cured by another high potion. I uncapped a similar potion, but it is blue this time. Upon drinking it, I felt my mind clear up. There isn't any sluggishness, restoring my senses to clarity. That ringing noise in my ears is gone as well. Some portion of fatigue remained, but this could be resolved by resting. There goes my free-to-play status. Sadly, I am planning to tread the pay-to-win route since the beginning. If I had known about its effectiveness, I might not have hesitated much. Unlike others, I am cautious about healing my body. If I healed it while some bones are dislocated or some veins are not properly connected, I would be damned. It'll cost an additional surgery to correct them. Ready. I heard muffled voices when I passed through a group of adventurers. Each of them had a normal look, devoid of any suspicious aura in them. Still, I kept my guard up. Hey, did you see someone before you? A white-haired man asked. His quite golden pupils glinted as he waited for my response. Having met nobody like him, I replied. No, there aren't any adventurers where I came from. I see, thanks. With that, their group faded into the distance. Damn, where could they have been? It doesn't matter. If they didn't return, they have failed. The 17th floor monster Rex couldn't be used for the plan. The white-haired man replied, as if stating a matter of fact. Everything else should have been verified. As we had agreed, we won't be taking part in it. The bald man immediately added, afraid that the lunatic beside him would pull them over to that cesspit. We don't need your help. After that short conversation, they met with the others. Dozens of other adventurers met near the pantry on the 24th floor. Others wouldn't expect that the remnants of evils would have used this as a meeting place due to how frequented it is by monsters. The pantry, as it says, is a food house for monsters. Within each area, a pillar of white crystals could be found. Clear liquids could be found on those, which are the favorites of monsters. It is the place where they replenish their energy, much similar to rivers in forests. Where is he? The white-haired man, all of his act, asked one of the adventurers. Dunno, he should be out there with his usual Inferno Stone obsession. The tamer of the group, the sole survivor of the Rudris Familia, is a core of the plan. He would add confusion on what was about to come. Never mind, how did it go? Everything's fine. The spawn rates and the types of monsters that spawn below the 30th floor are documented well. A leather book was handed over to Oliva's, hundreds of words piled up on each page. What conclusion did you come to? He asked while reading. The 27th floor. It is the floor that most middle-class adventurers frequented. It is also a distance away from the front lines, which is on the 42nd floor. Monsters around level 3-4 frequented the 27th floor. With its aquatic terrain, it is proven to be a handful for average adventurers. Monsters also spawn at an exaggerated rate in some places. Fantastic, it is the 27th floor then. Nobody knew the foreboding disaster that was about to arrive. The guild, the ones who made it, are smart. They have the semblance of a modern society, at the very least. Market price, they say, well, at least they are not a ripoff. Upon leaving the dungeon, every adventurer should have their bags inspected by the guild. They would purchase the magic stones brought by the adventurers, in turn regulating its presence in the world market. As for the drop items, we are free to keep them as it is. All I have shown are my gains up until the 10th floor. The ones from the middle floors, I kept it in my bracelet storage. Until I regain the wealth comparable to my world, I would be Nabu the smuggler. Less than 8 hours. Due to how I started to get tired, I sped through the upper floors. It is currently nighttime, evident by the boost that I am receiving now. After strolling for some time, my gaze coincidentally met with a young girl's. Dull brown eyes, shrunken pupils. Drug addiction exists in this world as well, huh? Before I could respond, the young girl entered the dungeon with an oversized backpack. I am planning on something troublesome again, didn't I? Looking at my palms, which are blocked by my gloves and gauntlets, I saw the splintered blood in one of my memories. Around 6 years into that future, I received a task from the society leader, Netishheim, a mission to dispatch an unruly group of mages. They are the worst, to the point the ancient rule of magicians was permitted to be null for those guys. It was a group of magicians who fell into their desires. Using their magic, they abducted young women and turned them into their playthings. They abused their power to play in the real world. From the moment I met them, I blacked out. I couldn't rein in my rage as my flying blades beheaded them one by one. It was also during that mission I was exposed to healing magic. This went on to be the foundation for my advanced spells such as Triple Robustness and Alice's Wonderland. It showed that deep knowledge regarding human anatomy could progress magic in such a way. Snapping up from my daydream, I continued my journey to the place where my goddess awaits. Chapter 24, Level Up. In Hephaestus Familia, most blacksmiths chose to reside in the northeast branch. It is the place where their forges were built. Having the conviction to catch up to their goddess level, they did not stop working most of the time. Usually, the Familia captain, Tsubaki Kalbrand, would accompany Hephaestus the most. This changed when an irregular appeared. Work for 10 hours. Sleep for 6 hours. Spend the remaining time casually for 8 hours. Repeat. It is the routine of the boy sitting on the chair. They are currently in her office, where she signs all the legal documents in her familia. Building a familia was not just simple work. The gods must communicate with the guild, the organization that acts as Aurario's government. Nobody disliked their role. In fact, every god preferred them to take on that troublesome role of maintaining order in the city. Drip. From the moment her divinity came in contact with his fauna, each of his achievements laid bare upon her sight. Blazing through the 17th floor, defeating a Goliath alone, encountering the Loki Familia. She became silent. Hi. At this moment, his danger sense flared up. Then, knock. Ow. A swift knock came on the top of Nabu's head. It was followed by a sigh of exasperation by Hephaestus. I thought she's only the reckless one, she mumbled. Tell me, Nabu, which floor did we agree on again? Facing his goddess, Nabu lost the will to look her in the eyes. The 12th floor. How would you explain the battle against the Goliath? It should be on the 17th floor. Nabu couldn't explain himself. Embarrassingly, the cause of this blunder is his excitement. For years, he had only received memories of his fights. Yet, he couldn't often apply it in real life due to his philosophy of living quietly. The excitement and feeling brought about by a real battle, it isn't wrong to say that it is exhilarating. Moreover, the wound-up pride that he hid for years exploded. It is all right to suffer some failure and losses, but everyone would be dissatisfied if that was all they ever experienced. Even the patient Nabu couldn't bear to lose more than a dozen times. With that said, defeating Goliath did calm him down. However, it failed to let him remember his goddess, scolding when he returned. I also wanted to win sometimes, he sported off a childish reply. I'm sorry. His experiences taught him to be regretful during a scolding. If he shows this kind of attitude, he might be forgiven. It is something that came from his father. During those times, they were scolded by Nabu's mother. Sai, you better not do this again, okay? Hearing his goddess' words, Nabu's complexion brightened up a little. But if it happens again, you won't be going into the dungeon without Tsubaki. Ada. Tsubaki, the big sister that he always meets in the workshop. His forge is located there, making it so that he interacts with the other Familia members. With his soft skills, he didn't have any issue with them whatsoever. Despite seeing their toxic work-related mindset, their determination is an aspect to admire. It won't be happening again. Thinking of that big sister, who could split dragons apart just to test out her new weapon, he prefers to be alone. He could already tell that he would be dragged by her in that dungeon expedition. Seeing his determined looks, Hephaestus almost couldn't keep up her serious facade. She saw through his thoughts and barely held in her laughter. Anyways, here is it, your status. She wrote the status that she saw on his back before giving it to him. Level 1. Strength, H130 1 right arrow SSS 1599 defense. I-98 right arrow SSS 1599 dexterity. H102 right arrow SSS 1599 agility. I-76 right arrow SSS 1599 magic. H138 right arrow SSS 1599. Orionids. The brightest star unveils itself to the watchful gaze of others, summons a meteor strike to the target. Activation chant, I shall not understand the irrationality, yet I ask thee, illuminate the sky with thy light. Nth a strum. Miracle Maker. Enhances every creation. Provides guidance in creating new items. Additional abilities to the creations can be imbued by chance. Exilia gain will be increased during creation. Child of Constellations. Under the blessing of the starry sky, growth speed, magical abilities, and recovery are increased. Legends related to stars are strengthened. While updating his status, Hephaestus had been shocked. Not only did he break through the S-stat barrier, but he had also reached an uncharted territory even for gods. What's even more absurd is that this is your stat as a level 1. Briefly, Nabu wore a confused look before realizing the meaning behind her words. You have leveled up. Level up. A term used in any game. Simply put, it means transition towards a greater level. It refers to the character's rise in strength, allowing them to partake in greater challenges. With the high-level Exilia he gained, Nabu broke the utmost limits and leveled up on his own, making him a unique case in Gekkai. There are 5 developmental abilities to choose from. I am familiar with Hunter, Mysteries, and Mage. However, the last 2, you might understand it more than I do. Every time an adventurer levels up, there is a chance to gain something called development ability. In gaming terms, they are the passive skills that a character gains upon a level up. It could enhance strength, improve resilience, and bestow them with a new ability. Jitsujioka and Haka, entrepreneur and hacker. Nabu's eyes lit up upon hearing the final 2 choices. Hunter, a listed development ability that enhances one's abilities against monsters they have fought before. Mage, another listed development ability that increases the user's magic-related power. Mysteries, the famed ability that less than 5 people had possessed throughout history. Upon hearing the first 3, Nabu cancelled them out. He did not need Hunter due to his abundant fighting experiences, while Mage could be replicated once he resolves his mana furnace. As for Mysteries, he already has Miracle Maker, that does the same thing. Entrepreneur, it pertains to a type of businessman, Hephaestus-sama. I am one back in my world, he said. I invent new things and people purchase them. I see, what about the second one? While she is a goddess, there are some foreign terminologies that she had not heard of. She was not the type to frequently socialize in Tenkai, focusing more on her skills as the god of smithing. Hacker, well, it is the term used for people who illegally tamper with information on the internet. Something similar to a spy, but much better. During the first year of their company, it is inevitable that they attracted way too many enemies. Their sudden ascent to the technological field came off as a surprise, hence they thought that their core technology could be stolen. Unfortunately for them, Nabu beat them to it. Not only did he defend their core technology, he also used the hacker's attack as a point of retaliation. Hours of sitting in his chair later, the program that he attached to them latched onto each company's intranet. In the end, this information benefited him and advanced his knowledge by a few decades. Before he was sent into this world, he still did it sometimes. But why is it hacker? Nabu could not figure out the reason behind its appearance. Sure, he had a brief career as a hacker. However, it is not as influential as him being an entrepreneur. Languages, coding. What is binary coding? Binary coding. The set of zeros and ones, more known as the basics of programming. It originated back in the 17th century when Gottfried Leibniz introduced his binary system, a branch of arithmetics. Coincidentally, the main magic system that he used is none other than Kabbalah's numerology, which could also be represented by the binary system. In his research, he is theorizing a casting aid that could resolve the complex spells alone, enabling Nabu to cast large-scale spells with the duration of a 4-line chant. Ba-dum. Ba-dum. Badum. His golden pupils lit up in excitement. His body started to shiver as he could not contain the possibility that he thought of. Hephaestus-sama, please choose hacker F. Bam! Since Nabu was sitting in front of the chair's back, he landed on the floor due to his excitement. What met Hephaestus' concerned gaze was the beaming look of his. She could not help but look at him as a genuine kid as a result. All right, go seat properly first. Nabu did not know, but his current appearance is strikingly adorable. My sight is drowned by numerous zeros and ones. These are present in thin air as I stare at the ceiling. If this works correctly, I tried to shift the binary numbers into a corresponding pattern. I could manually do it with my experience. After 3 minutes, the binary equation was finished. The numbers converged into a huge magic circle. It is transparent, glowing red as if calling forth something. Moments later, a mirage of a fireball fell into its place. When it touched the ground, the numbers dispersed. Damn. What I have done just now is a simulation. If used without Kabbalah's numerology, magic would not manifest in reality. This results in a virtual phenomenon that I have experienced. This changes the way I fight completely. By combining numerology and the binary system, my spells would become stronger. The casting time becomes shorter, the accuracy increases, and the raw power will be retained. Albeit, the skill has certain flaws. For once, I could not use it properly on high-level spells. They originally takes me less than a minute to complete, yet it required 3 times its duration to cast. That's without the conversion of Kabbalah's numerology. Another thing is it carries a considerable load on my mind. Fatigue could come easier than before. Lastly, I could not keep the state of seeing binary numbers indefinitely. It consumes mind, mental power, to maintain. For short, it will be shelved until it grows into something with practical use. I can't use spells with 3-minute-long durations. That's asking to be killed. Level 2. Strength I0 Defense, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0 Hacker G. Orionids. The brightest star unveils itself to the watchful gaze of others, summons a meteor strike to the target. Activation chant, I shall not understand the irrationality, yet I ask thee, illuminate the sky with thy light. Nth a strum. Miracle Maker. Enhances every creation. Provides guidance in creating new items. Additional abilities to the creations can be imbued by chance. Exilia gain will be increased during creation. Child of Constellations. Under the blessing of the starry sky, growth speed, magical abilities, and recovery are increased. Legends related to stars are strengthened. The projection of my status lit up in my eyes. The cheat that I possess is perhaps the only secret I have from others. I do not know how it works, but it showed me my status. It is supposed to be a cheat that alters time, yet its reach extends up to here. Closing my status, I sense the cooldown of my cheat. A few more weeks. Is it 2 weeks or 3 weeks? I have been absorbing magic stones until my limit, which led me to this. I would keep my new chance as a backup, hence I could only use the second chance, which will come weeks after the first one ends. I want to try Prehensionum, Prison. I simulated another spell again. This will be the last time I have to catch up on my sleep. I lost my sleep. What was supposed to end at around 2 a.m. ended at 5 a.m. As a result, I woke up straight at noon. By the time I exited the room, Hephaestus-sama was already gone. Most likely, she is in the northwest shop. After finding myself lazy about whipping up lunch, I decided to eat outside. Right now, I am wearing a linen t-shirt and cargo pants. I found all of these at a shop in the shopping district. For a civilization in the Middle Ages, some of its aspects did not match up. Clothes are one of its examples. Strolling into Western Main Street, I found many pubs and inns open. Though the number of their customers is only a few. Adventurers are still busy at this period with the dungeon, which explains it. The kainei written on a wooden signboard caught my attention. Benevolent Mistress. I think I have heard of it before. That's right, Lansan mentioned this place. It's famous for its good food, she says. I did not have much time to explore Aurario yet. Perhaps I will be considering this day as my vacation. Feeling my stomach protest, I decided to enter this 2-story building. Loud chatter entered my ears. It looks similar to the family restaurants that I frequented with my family. Adventurers not being here to make a mess also contributes to such peace. I found myself an empty seat in the corner. On top of the table, a menu is neatly placed. Rabbit steak, mushroom stew, even ramen. Further down the menu, I found the Far East section. Unadjudan. I love every food equally, but curries and unadjudan have a special place in my heart. These are the dishes that Kasan and Tusan made for us. Tusan came from Kamakura, which is why he knew how to grill eels the best. I tasted unadjudan in Hamamatsu, but Tusan's cooking hits differently. After raising my hand, I waited for a while until a waitress came to my table. She wore what I assumed to be the traditional uniform, a green dress, an apron, black leggings, and the like. Her long ears signified she is an elf. Her beauty is superior to most, but my immunity finally came to work. I am no longer affected by stunning beauty. Can I have one no, 2 unadjudan and a rabbit steak? Yes, wait a moment. She took the menu before heading over to the counter. Her cold tone lingered around my ears. I guess elves aren't a friendly race. I got too used to Lansan's friendly attitude. Remembering the over-friendly elf, I wondered what they are doing. 2 days ago, they said that they would begin to prowl the dungeon and that they would not leave Aurario for a while. With their accumulated experiences, I believe they would be able to smoothly level up. Along with the magic swords I made for them, they could breeze through the middle floors easily. Rithusa-san is also a cautious leader, so their safety is in good hands. Random thoughts flew into my mind as I waited for my lunch. I thought of playing around with binary numbers here, but it isn't good to do so in a public space. Here it is. The same green-haired elf brought my orders in a tray. It is also then did I find something strange. Her balance and posture, a hunter. She reminded me of the ninjas and sorcerers who are crazy good at balancing themselves. Heck, there is someone who could stand on top of Tokyo Tower, with a single antenna to stand onto, no less. Never mind, I want to eat my fill already. As my thoughts shifted, so is my taste buds. The umami of the sauce hit just right, not too strong nor weak. It is also grilled well enough to retain its soft and chewy texture. I rated a perfect 10. As for the rabbit steak, it is a medium-rare one basted in butter and herb that tastes like rosemary. The outer skin is roasted well on the pan, while its inner portion is cooked through internal heat. I got so engrossed with the taste that I found my plates clean after some time. That was some good fucking food. It was so good that I couldn't help but curse. I raised my hand and signaled for the bill to one of the waitresses. Soon, the elf came back with a note and a small box. The total receipt is 3,000 volleys. Confirming that the numbers matched the prices on the menu, I placed 10 big gold coins that equated to 10,000 volleys. I did not speak with the elf and chose to leave instead. Wait, you. I tilted my head back and said, the food here is crazy good, that's my thanks. With that, I left the bewildered elf. Wow, this is my first time seeing that Naya. A rich young boy. The bewildered elf, Ryu, went to her coworkers and asked what was going on. This is a tip, Naya. The other cat person, Chloe, added to Anya's remark. A tip. In the morning and afternoon, most of their visitors are civilians. Most of them conserve their money and work in average-paying jobs. Thus, this is Ryu's first time receiving a tip. Naya, he is that boy with the eyes akin to volleys. Sai, did you lose again big time, Naya? Anya asked. For a moment, the cat person became speechless before reacting. Money is made to be spent. It comes and goes, Naya. Dismissing the troublesome duo, Ryu went back to work. Chapter 25, Dungeon City Exploration. Aurario is a city that is closer to a fortress than anything. It has 8 different districts, each located in a cardinal direction. The northwest street has clothing shops, the west street has the shopping district, the southeast street has the red district, and so on. I never explored this city filled with wonders fully, until now. These shops. I landed myself in the clothing district. Going here is a shock for me, considering that every single item here is well made. There are even rubber shoes and long sleeves here. Halfway through my journey in Aurario, I gave up comprehending it. The knowledge granted by gods boosted their civilization's progress to a huge degree. Only the technological advances seem lacking, considering that they did not study more about the fundamentals, electricity and gravity. It is the confusing part of this city. It's as if you placed modern people in the Middle Ages and have them spread modern-era culture. But the said culture is only snippets, which left a mix of modern and medieval culture. In the end, I entered one of the clothing stores. Moiri Apparel's shop. Suddenly, my mind recalled something. Moiri, is it? Just as I recalled their origins, a woman who wore a long-sleeved dress welcomed my arrival. Welcome, what is it that you require? She has long black hair, similarly dark pupils, and a slightly tall stature. I have to slightly look up to see her gaze properly. Some formal clothing, preferably coats and long sleeves. The formal attire I see, please follow me. I did as she said. On the way, I saw dozens of clothing. Dresses, sweaters, polos, and many more are present in this place. It made me feel as if I was shopping in Queen's Square or something. The interior is made out of white concrete. Crystal lights illuminated the entire place, making it look more modern. When we arrived at their formal attire section, I found a couple of overcoats and trench coats. Each of them is made of different materials. Even. Isn't this salamander wool? The white trench coat caught my attention. That's right, it is dyed as well. Its fire-resistant properties are enhanced due to a development ability. It is eerily similar to how I made my uniforms. In most battles, they are enough due to their durability and magic engraved into them. It is the feature that my magician's coat lost due to being destroyed. Fascinated by these creations, I ended up buying more than 10 pieces of clothing in a single go. Fortunately, they cost less than 50,000 volleys each. With that, I blew off quite a bit of my earnings. Still, I am fine with it. I could make 2 magic swords that cost 500,000 volleys each daily. This is my practical experience snowballing. I could only imagine arriving here and earning money as an adventurer. I would not be as luxurious now if I were not a smith. My hard work paid off. Feeling satisfied, I headed into the shopping district. I sneakily stuffed my clothing inside the storage bracelet, preventing any troublesome people from targeting me. As I expected, the stalls that sell weapons pales in comparison to the Hephaestus Familia's shop. As for the accessories and the magic tools that they claim. What a scam. Thankfully, there are some genuine articles out there. I snugged them for myself as I saw the store owners think that they have scammed me. As I went deeper into the shopping district, I saw a store that sells magic items. Surprisingly, all of them are real. Gnome's General Store. The shop owner shockingly looks like a garden gnome, the one you place in your gardens. He looks straight out of Snow White's tale. Thinking about that tale, no? He asked. I get that a lot. Apologies. Looks like Snow White's tale is in this world too. I scanned his catalog. I went from one shelf to another and bought monster drops and some magic tools that might prove to be useful. As the sun had finally set, I planned to return to the forges. I am en route to Northeast Street when low-key Familia's back. They have completely conquered the 44th floor. So that's the Sword Princess. I caught the sight of familiar faces. Momentarily, I felt a gaze coincide with mine, prompting me to blend with the sea of people. If I'm not mistaken, that was the female knight. Her expressionless face, her golden pupils, and the rapier sheathed on her waist. Sword Princess. Bits of information regarding Aurelio's brightest star came to my mind. In less than 6 years, she went from being Falnalis into one of the top adventurers, a level 5. It is also recently did she step into their ranks. Strangely enough, her eyes are familiar. One-eyed black dragon, the final monster out of the 3 great quests that the world had issued upon its inhabitants. 11 years ago, the Zeus and Hera Familia embarked on a journey to complete them. They had a level 9, several level 8s, and tons of level 7s. They had accomplished the slaying of Behemoth, the sovereign of the land, and Leviathan, the sovereign of the sea. What stumped their conquest, however, is the sovereign of the sky. Its unfathomable strength made it, so their lineup is nothing but a joke. In the end, both familias were wiped out. Shockingly, they were not the first ones to fail. The legendary hero, the mercenary king, had also failed 1,000 years ago. But it is not without any struggles. He took the eye of the black dragon, turning it into the one-eyed black dragon. I saw him, the boy from before. Ah, David. On the way to Northern Street, Eyes told the revelation to her friend. He found me and ran away. I see, maybe he does not want others to know about him. What Eyes did not mention is the fact that she saw something else besides his determination. Hatred for a dragon. Nabu was killed by a calamity dragon 3 times. Each time, his preparations were useless. What's more, escaping from the battlefield did not work as he was eventually felled by it along with his loved ones. The dragon also had an attitude that spat on his useless struggles, painting it as the #1 target in his eyes. The same went for her, the daughter of the last hero. Everyone whom she is familiar with, the dragon took away from her, even her parents. This unstoppable rage bore fruit and became a part of her skill. What did they take from him? Clang. I prevented my sneeze and focused on the prototype Damascus ingot on top of the anvil. It is glowing crimson orange as a result of being exposed to the forge's flames. Clang. Clang. Slowly, it took shape. It became the shape of a cookery knife, a weapon famous in my world. It allowed one to protect themselves as well as use it on their house tasks. While maintaining firmness, I cast several spells to help me measure its precise dimensions. I used that as a reference to perfect this piece of work. Then I tried out something. A string of binary numbers presented themselves in my sight. I calculated and converted them into real number equations. Eidos reductio, eidetic reduction. Upon casting, every single distraction is gone. The only thing that mattered is this piece of Damascus, prototype, ingot. The effects are amazing. After 30 minutes, I finished it. From hammering to sharpening, it felt as if it passed by instantly. There is also the engraving portion, which I gave the magic of electric induction. Another one. After wiping the sweat on my forehead, I continued with my work. For the second time, I melded another ingot to the shape of a cookery knife. For some reason, my intuition egged me to continue forging. I did the same process as before. I engraved the same spell, but this time, I sensed a connection forming between the two cookery blades. A miracle. I thought that my skill had failed when it did not activate during the first cookery knife. I was wrong. What I made is similar to the Daishu, a pair of twin blades. Holding them in both hands, I analyzed their abilities. Convergent field, return, and The final ability left me speechless. Spatial travel. The convergent field ability is the one that I engraved with a magic equation. Meanwhile, the latter two resulted from my Miracle Maker ability. Just when I thought that I will forge something today, my luck must have peaked. I did not expect this to happen. Mumbling, I tested out the final ability. I threw the cookery knife to my right to the other end of the room. While in midair, I urged the connection from the blade and cast its spell. Zoom. Moments later, I found myself in the same position. Blue particles surrounded me as I landed on my feet. It's similar to that game. Back in my world, there was someone with a similar weapon. He used a pair of cookery knives and teleported back and forth in the enemy lines. He served as the kingsglaive who protected his homeland from invaders. Only now did I notice this coincidence. An instant cast teleportation weapon, just how did I create this? I am sure that I could not make one even with my workshop, yet I managed to do so in this world with just a hammer, anvil, and a forge. Truly, Falna does wonders that I could not begin to imagine. With this weapon in hand, I decided to rest after creating its grip. This reminds me. I still have that hide. Goliath's hide and its humongous magic stone are the most valuable of the drops I gained from prowling. The former could be used as an article of defensive clothing along with my armor. Meanwhile, the latter is an optimal power source. About time to finish everything now. At this point, I am destined to come out when the sun rises. Morning rays of sunlight briefly blinded my eyes. Fresh air entered the smithy that I worked on. As if welcoming it, the flames inside the forge crackled. It must have been waiting for this moment. While I worked for hours straight, I could not compare to the smiths who worked for more than 18 hours a day. Fresh air must be a luxury to them. Outside, what greeted me are the busied footsteps of many muscular men. They are the so-called students of each high smith. They apprenticed for them as they learned the inner workings of being a high smith. They do get the time to forge something on their own, but their morning routine is basically this. Your work done, end. A dwarf with a thick accent greeted me. He has a height of 138 centimeters. His entire body is burly due to the smithing work he had done since years ago. Bronze-san, good morning. I could tell from Yair face, got something new. His sharp senses never failed to catch me. It is as expected from the familia's vice-captain. There is. Oh, mind seeing it. I tacitly agreed to it. I brought out the pair of cookery knives. They possessed a bright red sheen that came from the red color of the adamantine. Bronze-san handled one of them carefully, feeling their thickness, balance, and weight. Tisk, as expected of you, you wouldn't settle for normal stuff. He immediately noticed its abnormalities. Compared to my previous work, it reached a higher level of precision, all thanks to Hacker. Simultaneously casting low-level concentration spells became easier with it. Chasm of talent goes far deeper than I've ever thought, he said with resignation. I wonder why that boy could not escape from his shackles. The face of a red-haired boy rose from my mind. He is the only one who has the blood of Krazos flowing within him. The boy who could create magic swords with ease. Had not it been for my cheat, I can tell that he would have left me far behind. However, such a talented person chooses not to use his talents. Hey, it's his problem, not mine. Every people has different struggles. When he breaks his shackles, he would surely take off. Never expected to hear that from ya. Keeps me surprising about your age. For some reason, my insights had been taken by them as a confounding portion of my age. Right, Bronze-san is she. A foreboding feeling came rushing at me. Just why did I have to ask that question out of all things? I see you made something new again. The woman in the distance has dirt and soot all over her. Even so, it could not hide her tanned skin and the massive weapons of destruction hidden by a single sarashi. Ho, twin blades that function as a whole. Now that's something you would come up with. Her face is extremely close to the other kukri knife that I forged, making it embarrassing to look downwards. It's fine to look at it, Tsubaki-s Tsubaki ni, I said as I handed it over to her. After some time, she judged it as a well-made weapon. Even with your skills, this is quite absurd. I mean, a high smith without the forge skill, those gods would be going crazy if they knew about it. Having joined the prestigious Hephaestus Familia, it is impossible to keep my identity a secret. In fact, I have updated my status on the guild. I am no longer just a citizen, but an adventurer of this dungeon city. I bet people would be talking about you when that announcement is made. Sure they'll do, Bronze-san agreed with Tsubaki-ni's statement. Out of the entire Familia, the only ones who knew about my level up are Hephaestus-sama, Tsubaki-ni, and Bronze-san. Due to its absurdity, they agreed with my suggestion of putting off the status update with the guild for about a week or two. There is always the option to falsify my level, but it would bring trouble with my adventuring career once they knew about my identity. I can't wait to see their surprised faces. Why does it feel like she is more excited than I am? Bronze-san wryly smiled at me. He should have known the personality of our Familia's captain for years. Oh right, Juanes. Akasaka-san, you have a visitor. Suddenly, someone disrupted our conversation. Someone is waiting in the Northwest store. We could not do anything to him. I'm sorry. One of the store's staff came to us in his uniform. Who is it? I asked. It's Daneslave, the Daneslave from Freya Familia. Aside from Loki Familia, the other reigning Familia is the Freya Familia. Having Warlord, the sole level 7 amongst them, is enough to sustain their current status. He mentioned his new magic swords being well made, so he wanted to talk with its creator. From what I know, Daneslave is a level 5. How in the world did my creations reach his hands? I see. Looks like we'll be talking about everything else later, Tsubaki-ni. Before she could react, I grabbed the cuff of the staff's sleeves and ran outside. Another level 5. This will be my first time meeting someone from another Familia. Chapter 26, Daneslave. D-damn, how cool. A week ago, the Daneslave, Hogni, went on an errand. It is a complete coincidence that he saw the black-red longsword displayed in Hephaestus Familia's store. For some reason, his mind kept telling him to buy it. In the end, he got the longsword for 10 million volleys. It turned out to be a magic sword created by an unknown smith. His instincts were correct, as it possessed something he had never seen before. Then, its journey began once he used it during a death battle inside Folksvanger. Hogni thought that delicate handling was required, until it withstood enough blows by itself. Even though it was damaged in the end, its durability is enough to surprise an upper-class adventurer such as himself. Hence, he wanted to directly meet its creator. It's not because he wanted a cool sword to be repaired. Though, continuous blows before a decisive strike level 5 adventurers are on another level, to destroy adamantine like this. Although his best works are priced at 10 million volleys, it is still enough to be utilized by a level 4 in their lifetime. It only falls short of the superiors used by level 5s, which were priced at a minimum of 40 million volleys. Though, there is also Nabu's consideration of oversaturating the market with his magic swords. Hence, he decided to raise its value by making it more scarce. For now, his decent works that are priced at 500,000 could already sustain him. I thought it could last further. My apologies. Surprised, he looked at the hooded dark elf. There's nothing wrong about it. Pardon. By breaking a weapon, does it not mean that it could be further improved? At least that was how I viewed it. In his world, never had he hesitated to place his works on a durability test. Even Azure was subjected to it and was broken 5 times. After all, it is far better than his sword breaking during the fight. Wait a minute, I could test them with his help. An idea came to Nabu's mind. As of the moment, he could create a superior with all his might. His new skill, Miracle Maker, assisted him in the place of precision tools. Back then, it was the composition's quality that carried his works. However, he could freely apply stronger magic this time. That capability made up for the missing precision that he used to have. How would you like to do it? I could bring back its previous look, but I could also improve it. What kind of improvements are they? Hogni's tone shifted, as it is the combat they are talking about. In terms of practical performance and number of spells, it's already a superior. Remember its previous magics? Nabu asked. I do. The magic sword, Flame Right, has 2 spells. One of them, Flame Enchant, allows its blade to be covered with hard-to-extinguish flames. Meanwhile, its Flame Shot compresses the said flames into a single point and launches it afar. The power behind the projectile is on par with Nabu's firearm. Another spell or 2 might be added. The original spell's strength could be improved if you are lucky, too, though its sharpness and durability increasing is the main boon. To this smith who's talking about adding new spells like it's some kind of breakfast, Hogni became speechless. He had the thought that this boy in front of him must have belonged to the legendary Krazo clan. It would cost much more, of course, Nabu replied before he could ask. Also, I am not a Krazo. I see. Embarrassed, he shifted the topic to its new price. He did not forget about the main reason why he visited this place. How much would the improvements cost? Around 40 million volleys. The materials used are also included. 40. He paused and recalled his current savings. More than half of his savings over the years were spent on the creation of his new blade, Victim Abyss. If taken into mind, his remaining balance was around 100 million volleys. That was after periodically spending some for his expeditions. No one could have thought that the sick edgelord is very thrifty. Anyways, you can pay for it once I'm done. That way, you'll see if it is worth it. For a moment, he saw overwhelming confidence oozing out from the boy's small stature. Hogni could not help but see him as a master smith momentarily. And no, how about I pay in installments? I have heard that rare minerals are expensive. It's not really that big of a problem, but all right. Hephaestus Familia is one of the 2 leading smithing familia in Arario, along with Goibnu Familia. Due to that reason, their channels regarding dungeon drops had always been very extensive. Offering his hand, Nabu said, It's a deal then. It's a pleasure. I am back to my previous job. If I am to be questioned about the lacking aspects in Arario, it is their alloying technology. 1,000 years had passed since the gods' descent to Gekkai. Mortals had received the gods' technology and knowledge, yet most smiths focused on their abilities instead of long-term innovation. Though, the abundance of talent might have made them complacent. Since the 3rd day, every single work that I sold was made with new alloys. Thanks to my data, all I needed to do was to choose a direction and pick metals that had the same properties as the ones on it. After some verification and durability tests, I would put it up for sale. Even Flame Right is a product born out of those experiments. It's time to test it out. After a week of extensive hammering, I managed to recreate the alloy most similar to Damascus steel, one of the best-known alloys in my world. With years of future knowledge, I made an improved version 7 generations ahead of the current one. That version of Damascus steel was also the one used by the predecessors of Azure. The ingot on top of the anvil has a dark red sheen on it. It gave off a sheen akin to blood. That effect was the result of the deoxidation of carbon inside the steel. I would have loved to create new weapons out of it, but this piece is reserved for my future tester. I mean, how far could it go in the hands of a level 5? I cannot go to the lower floors yet. Plus, I have heard some rumors inside Folkvanger that they battle intensively as a part of their training. Under such circumstances, how far could it last? Rare materials, being a pioneer has its perks. No one would have expected that this alloy that came in second, based on my knowledge, to pure orichalcum was made by several uncommon ores. Honestly, the quenching process pushed its current durability the furthest. I placed it inside the forge to start melting it. I shifted my look to the broken sword wrapped in clean cloth. Uneven cracks are present between the 2 broken pieces. A visible line could be seen in their separation point. Server, maintain. As my fingers run across the blade, a magic spell is cast. It is designated to preserve the core components where the spells had been engraved. Simply, it holds the mana that makes up the spell, preserving it even if the metal liquefies. The blades soon followed inside the forge. After a while, they started to turn into a deep crimson color. I placed it in its mold, completely liquefied, before adding the carbon metal mixture. Clang! 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 With the use of spells, my concentration peaked throughout the forging process. By the time I snapped out of it, a deep black longsword greeted my sight. It possessed a cross-shaped armguard, while lines of crimson red went through the black blade. Upon casting my correspondence, I saw its abilities. There is still the Flame Enchant and Flame Shot, albeit they seem to be strengthened during the process of reforging. Output increased by nearly 30%, it's lucky. It does not end there. An additional ability attached itself to the blade, something that resulted from my Miracle Maker. Fucking. I froze for a moment. I could not process the series of events. It is similar to when I got lucky with the pair of cookery knives, but more absurd. When my finger touched the blade, a swirl of flames ran through my arm. My fatigue, exhaustion, and slight injuries disappeared as a result. What a fitting name, Phoenix Breath, was it? That ability healed its wielder of his or her exhaustion and wounds by using the surrounding mana. It has a limited but continuous output. It also has the ability to go beyond its limited output, a strong burst of healing, but it will be rendered unusable until the magic circle stabilizes. Such a strong ability. My strong trading ethics prevented me from doing the unimaginable. Hogni-san already paid more than 15 million volleys for this blade in installments. Moreover, this ability might be enough for him, someone who ventures to the dangerous lower floors. It's not like I can't make another one at this level. The rebirth of a fine blade, what a fitting coincidence. Looking at the fully clothed sword held within Nabu's chest, Hogni already felt something different. As a warrior, he knew how to classify weapons. For example, his victim Abyss. It possessed a dark and heavy aura around it, which is caused by its curse. Meanwhile, Flame Right is on another matter. In it, he saw a blazing fire. It does not lose out to his victim Abyss, made by the Goibnu Familia, or so his intuition told him. Nabu unclosed the blade, revealing a dark red grip coupled with a black sheath adorned with red flame patterns. He handed it out to Hogni before the latter examined it. Holding the grip, he could already tell something extremely different about it. Xing. The moment he unsheathed the blade, small sparks of flames danced around it. The crimson lines glowed slightly as it responded to its holder. What is this? It's still your sword, but better. I know, it's just, how did this happen? Hogni was certain that Flame Right's previous version does not feel as strong as this. At best, it could be used as a backup weapon. Now, it is something that could be wielded by an upper-class adventurer like him. I feel that its cost increased. How much should I add, Akasaka-san? You don't have to. It's only a stroke of luck that it turned out like that. You don't need to worry about additional costs or something, he replied. Of course, you are free to pay me a visit for its maintenance. In the end, Hogni got the weapon as per their original agreement. It's a wonder that nobody saw your work, Hogni commented. I'm still quite new in Arario. You have only arrived in Arario. That was why I didn't see your works before. In his opinion, smiths who could create such weapons were master smiths. Inside Hephaestus Familia, only their captain and vice-captain held the title. The same went for Goibnu Familia. Thus, they were the go-to shops for high-level familias, such as Loki and Freya Familia. Nobody could have expected that the small boy in front of him was an addition to such personages. Then, how about I explain its new abilities? Hogni was destined for another shock today. Chapter 27, Traumatic Future. 20 silver daggers, 100 arrows, Rithusasan's improved compound bow. Slowly, I checked the stock in each box. Upon confirming that everything ordered is here, I placed them inside my storage. Walking to Northern Street, I thought of Rithusasan's return from their expedition. I heard that when they chose to re-establish in this place, they updated their statuses to the guild. This gave them the responsibility to go on an expedition once every 3 months. We would stay until the remnants of evils were caught. That was so Lady Artemis-like. During our arrival, she was torn apart between helping the outside world or Arario's situation. Though our conversation might have changed her mind and made them stay here. As the one responsible for it, I took the job of being their smith. Fortunately, their working as a group brought more harvests than when I was alone, excluding the Goliath's drops. Interestingly, everyone in Artemis Familia experienced a huge boost in their status. Some even outright leveled up upon its completion. It's similar to the residential areas back there. If Northwest Street has clothing lines, North Street has various buildings that acted as many Familia's residences. For example, Loki Familia's Twilight Manor is one of the largest residences here. Coincidentally, Lady Artemis also resides in this place. Back when her Familia was new, Rithusasan and the oldest members prowled the dungeon until they are strong enough compared to the outside. It was also when they were helping others did they meet Lansan and the rest. Now that they had returned to this dungeon city, the once desolate home was cleaned of its dust and webs. The front garden also has its weeds cut off, new plants taking their previous place. Stepping into the front gate, it only took a few moments before it opened by itself. Using a spell is way better than hiring a guard, which is similar to what I have done in the real world. A second later, my senses detected more than a dozen spells inscribed all over the place. It is the security system I built through mithril slabs. The spells could last long with my maintenance every 2 weeks. Mithril is simply a perfect match for magic. I did not even need to knock on the door as someone else opened it preemptively. "Good morning, Lansan. You're looking great today." "Hee Tilda," she laughed it off. "Anyways, everyone is expecting your arrival." Since it is Lady Artemis' order, I made sure to put everything into it. Rethusasan's compound bow, for example, is nearly comparable to the modern compound bows that I have used. It is currently launched with the help of 2 tracks on opposite ends. The enchantments are also another thing. I would like to see their surprised faces later. I was guided by Lansan to their training grounds. It is still morning, hence everyone else sparred with Rethusasan, who had been promoted to level 4. Whilst hiding my arrival, I watched everyone else fight against her. It was similar to the previous sparring that we had, down to the one-sided beating that they took. I took the crates outside of my ring. Bam! The noise distracted the upbeat ladies as well as Rethusasan. It was not surprising that it ended in their defeat, but they became more happy for their captain. "Nabu-kun." Just as she was about to follow up, I added, "You're interested in beating me up as well." "Still sharp as always," she commented. "You want it." Well, I did not have much time to exercise lately. I took off my white coat and threw it on top of the crate, leaving behind my black long sleeves. I unbuttoned the ones on my wrist and neck for better movement. Fidelis Canis Major. After a 5-second chant, I felt power entering my body. The world slowed down as the amount of information that I could process increased. My heartbeat became faster as it supplied more blood and nutrients to my entire body. F-whoosh. The tail behind my back swayed as it showed my excited feelings. I felt that I could win against her overwhelmingly using Sirius back then, but it is different now that she ranked up a level. Since it is my half-assed use of mana furnace, it could hold its ground, albeit barely. Let's start. Summoning forth his dagger, Nabu zoned in Rethusa. It is the backup dagger that he brought when he first came into this world. Just like the spear, it consists of more than a dozen spells. To ensure safety, he turned off most of the lethal spells. Clang! Rethusa took the first step and immediately arrived in front of him. Nabu parried it with his own, making it slide to his left. He planned on striking her neck, but she was fast enough and dodged it sideways. Power converged on her right leg as she lunged at him once more. Ding! Screech! He reacted by putting his dagger in a reverse grip. Sparks flew as her dagger's tip and the flat portion of Nabu's clashed. Knowing that he would be pushed back, he slanted his dagger sideways, allowing Rethusa's dagger to slip past his arms. Cut! Nabu dodged his head sideways as the dagger was dangerously close to him. Just as it was about to inflict damage, his torso slipped past her arm. However, a cut was made on his hand, making him drop his dagger. Even so, he proceeded to hold her dagger-holding arm. Clang! Now! Nabu immediately used his grappling technique, Aikido, and threw her on his back. Not expecting this, Rethusa was easily swept with the impact. That is, until she did an impossible maneuver. Using Nabu's throw as the anchor point, she twisted her lower body, which led to her landing on her 2 feet. Damn! Nabu jerked the wrist holding her arm, promptly disarming Rethusa as her dagger fell to the floor. Clang! To counterattack, she broke free of his grasp and choked him with her free arm. She did not stop there as she swept her leg at his feet, crumbling the balance that he desperately built. Bam! Both of them fell to the ground as Rethusa choked his neck. Nabu felt her breasts rest on his head as she locked him with her arms. KHH what? As he struggled to break free from this headlock, Nabu asked something. A new skill, she said with a smile. It was Parkour or something, though Artemis-sama is the one who recognized its effects. Parkour. A developmental ability that allows its user to manipulate their body dexterously. With that, Rethusa's amazing acrobatic skill had been further boosted to a new height. Something new, too. There was no signs of a magic circle being involved, yet her intuition told her that something was coming. The virtual binary language engraved itself into reality right below the two of them. A pillar of water rose up, sending them flying. PSSSH. Sensing her grasp weakening, Nabu slipped out from her lock. Briefly, he saw Rithus's look of interest. When they fell to the ground, both of their clothes were wet, which made it outline their bodies. It was not a problem for Rithusa, thanks to her waterproof outfit. Nothing much were shown, but Nabu's long sleeves traced his body unbefitting of a 12 years old. They would not be surprised to know if Nabu started fighting at a very young age. Your instincts, no, it seems as if you have encountered this moment already. I did. In my other memories, that is. He had been in hundreds of fights based on his memories, thus it was not unexpected that there would be some enemies that specialized in close quarters. With each near-death experience that he had, he learned something. That monster destroyed my suit barehandedly. Nabu recalled the man who seemed ordinary, only to possess a monstrous physical body. He never had an ounce of cursed energy, but his physical prowess is astounding enough to break the shackles of body and soul. Due to him, I learned to slip away from disadvantageous close combat scenarios. Duratus, freeze. Another spell was cast by him, turning the drenched Rithusa into a partial ice sculpture. It has the effect of hindering her muscle movements. Even so, her movements were only delayed for a few seconds. Grabbing his fallen dagger, he thrust it towards her direction. Pam! Albeit freezing, Rithusa managed to stop its advancement by grappling his arm. Still the same as always. Truly, Nabu replied. Both of them knew what was going to happen next. Fluctus, light. PSSHK. As the blinding light flashed, a strong kick was sent into Nabu's stomach. Huff huffs. Beads of my sweat dripped to the ground. The stone flooring made of bricks became my bed as I forced myself to stand up. I could feel the tail on my back limp, as if mirroring my current feelings. I found it strange, but its fur were not affected by my sweat. Level 4s are stronger than I have thought. Unlike Goliath, who randomly used its strength, Rithusa-san has control and dexterity. She is smart enough to utilize her strength to the maximum. It is completely different from Goliath, who could be easily outsmarted. Even with my binary magic, something that allowed instant casting, her reflexes are fast enough to react to whatever I am planning. Add to that our familiarity with each other, it isn't surprising that I am put at a disadvantage. After all, Rithusa-san's level up is more significant than mine. Even so, she lost her chance of winning the moment it turned into a long battle. Due to that, our fight became a stalemate. I am beaten up, though. Rithusa-san lent me her hand in standing up. You're better than before, she said. It feels like your body is catching up with your skills. Without my suit, I could not fully exert everything that I have learned from the battlefield. A simple comparison is that if I had it on, I could defeat Goliath without breaking a sweat. You could have won this if we did not stop. But it'll be unfair to you, no? She replied. If I can't beat you quickly despite the level up, a win would not matter. Suddenly, I felt my enhancements disappear as my ears and tail dispersed into starlight. My body was about to collapse, but Rithusa-san caught me. My bad, I did not know that our spar would end like this. Saying that, she handed me over to the familia's sole healer, Nana-san. Her red shortcut hair set her apart from others, as one might think she was a hunter instead. Teichu, look at what you've done to him. Nabu-kun overexerted himself in this fight. She said while straight up deadpanning. No, I am also the one to blame here. I defended her. Please keep silent first. I know you are used to this injury, but your body is still delicate. As she spoke, I sat on the floor as she touched my back. A warm feeling ran through my body due to Nana-san's delicate control over her healing ability. Since she was not strong enough compared to Aurelio's healers, she learned how to control it instead whenever her familia members are injured. She also studied many anatomies, particularly human anatomy. As a result, she could treat serious injuries properly. Now that she has become a level 3, her healing ability became more potent. In less than 20 seconds, I could now move. The overexerted muscles became relaxed as they were restored to their previous state. The same as a high potion. I guess this is why medics are well sought in this place. In Aurelio, healers are well sought in every familia. Oftentimes, they would not venture to the dungeon without a single healer. However, not every familias has the luxury of having a healer. Hence, they opt for the second best thing, potions. Still, having one completely affects the fight. Not only could they heal their allies, they could also provide various buffs to their teammates. Nana-san's newest healing ability, Sanctuary, enables her to form an area of effect that heals her teammates and protects them with a white shield. This is how broken healers are in this world. This much is fine, I am considered a doctor, no? She immediately retorted, a reckless doctor indeed. Aside from teaching combat techniques and magic control, I talked about the field of physicists as well as surgery with her. To be honest, I learned quite a lot from those talks, considering that I have not come across much magic-related knowledge. My chances has to be properly allocated, after all. They are also rare in my world. Can you stand up? Yes, your healing ability is broken. After casting cleanse on my dirty body, I felt refreshed. It's time for the fun part, I said as I knocked on the crates that I brought earlier. Opening it, a plethora of weapons are revealed. Magic bows, one-time use spell arrows, mithril arrowheads, chain mails. There are even daggers, with dangerous anti-magic abilities present. Every member of Lady Artemis Familia knows about close quarters, though having these backups increases their chances of living. This is amazing. Even the calm Rithusa-san could not hide the twinkle in her eyes as she drew her compound bow. She must have felt its capabilities already. While they were happily checking out their equipment, their goddess entered my sight. I did my usual bow and placed my right hand on my right chest before greeting her. Good morning. Ho, good morning. I knew she was about to bring up our conversation from before, but could not bear to do so in front of her children. How about accompanying us for breakfast? Right, Artemis-sama is a nice cook, Lansan added as if to support her offer. Since she is the goddess of hunting, it would not be surprising to know that she could cook well, considering that it is a vital aspect of hunting. Knowing Lady Artemis, I simply agreed to her offer. When everyone was cleansed using my magic, a sumptuous breakfast greeted us. They are mostly similar to British and American breakfasts with an abundance of meat. There are also sunny side-up eggs as well as a complimentary soup to go well with it. It seems that Lansan assisted Lady Artemis in this endeavor, too. As we began eating, I savored each bite. So this is a goddess cooking. It is completely different from what I am used to. Simply put, it held a certain charm in it that could not be found in others. In short, delicious. Seeing his satisfied look, Artemis felt inwardly fulfilled. During the times they were outside, cooking mostly fell on Lance and Nana's responsibility. Though she would also cook for them, her children did not want to trouble her with a menial task. While Nabu was brought over with the superb food, he suddenly made a subconscious mumble. Lady Artemis is a perfect wife material. Too bad those gods could only see your title. After that, everyone else fell silent before they had varying reactions. Artemis' ears were as red as a tomato, seemingly at her limit on hiding what she was feeling. Meanwhile, her children looked at each other as they talked with their eyes. Nice one. Lant had twinkling eyes. As expected of him. Rithusa calmly nodded. Nabu-kun is a lady killer. True, but maybe. He has a chance. I dare those pesky gods to fight over this ship. Fortunately, Nabu returned to reality as he recalled over his words. He might have said it in a low voice, but everyone present here could perfectly hear him. He silently looked at the straight-faced goddess, only to see her hiding her ears behind her silky blue hair. Although, the uneasiness present in her eyes was sensed by him as their gazes met. Preventing an embarrassed look to appear, he tried to focus on the food, but to no avail. With her, why do I act like this? He knew that he does not feel this fuzzy in front of his goddess, Hephaestus-sama. How illogical is this? Nabu does not believe in love at first sight. When someone tells him about this, he deduced that they are in love because of their looks, not the true side of the person itself. While Artemis is indeed extremely beautiful in his sight, it should not have caused his view to change suddenly. He recalled that it wasn't this drastic compared in the past. Was it during that embarrassing incident, or when she started telling some stories with me, or is it our private talk? Slowly, he remembered their memories. Artemis was strict to herself and her children, but even she has a soft side. She does not breach his comfort zone easily as she never asked sensitive questions to him. Sometimes, he even forgets that Artemis was a goddess due to her being approachable. What should I do? I am turning into BOCCHI-chan. If asked what he learned from her, it is to conceal the inner breakdowns felt by yourself. BOCCHI shows it way too much, which becomes funny to him. He used to tease her before about this, but if she saw his current state, she would feel elated that Nabu has similar moments as her. After Nabu's time with the others, he deftly accomplished his other purpose in going here, to continue their previous talk. You shouldn't be involved with this case. Right now, Nabu and Artemis were alone inside the goddess office. She was the same as Hephaestus, who took care of the necessary desk work before Rethusa took over this role. Why? I am aware it could be dangerous, but isn't it the same as Rethusa-sans and the others? Nabu stopped looking at the bookshelf as his gaze met hers. He could feel solemnity, which was different from her strict nature. He was doubtful as to why she's against him, participating on their quest against evils. I can't allow you to suffer any more harm, she replied. I do not know how much suffering had you experienced, but I won't allow it to increase. Surprised at her comments, Nabu's mind drifted towards his memories gained from his cheat. Traumatizing as they may be, he does not see any adverse effects on himself. As if aware of his thoughts, Artemis added, It became worse. You do not know it yourself, but our eyes could peer into immortals. In Gekkai, gods retained some of their authorities, such as their ability to innately detect any lies, as well as see through some portions of a mortal. From what Artemis saw the moment they first met. Not when your eyes are filled exhaustion and helplessness. Nabu was shut silent as he reflected on himself. While his head wasn't completely filled with combat, there were indeed some significant events that happened. Once, his little brother boarded the train to Tokyo as the Shinjuku incident happened, thus winding him dead. Once, his parents were killed by an S-ranked curse due to the culling game incident. Once, he lost everyone he knew in front of his eyes. Once, never-ending scenarios were experienced by him throughout his 7 iterations. His only saving grace was that the most recent future he had seen became better due to 2 new variables. Then there was the dragon. The ancient dragon who killed him for 4 times, all without the presence of Nabu's teacher nor his best friend. The Magicians Association became preoccupied with Japan's numerous issues due to Kenjaku's mess, which prompted Soimai to visit that place. With the other high-level magicians gone, their main base in England got obliterated. Now, repeat that process 4 times. It was surprising that he had not gone crazy yet. His dull eyes gained its life as he recalled his conviction. That's right, I fought against many hellish landscapes. Nabu made his confirmation. Even Hephaestus did not know this side of him, the self who fought continuously in his memories. I killed many people, vile ones, the ones who should not have lived. I ended their lives. Unintentionally, his bloodlust leaked out. Frost began appearing in the corners of the room with how potent it is. Artemis was not affected by it, but the others would be. Perhaps to keep himself sane, Nabu follows a core principle of his life, the Golden Rule. Do unto others what they have done to you. It was similar to Nebuchadnezzar's eye for an eye. He punished vile criminals to keep himself mentally sane, lest he would break. Being in the supernatural world does not sound as fun as others think. Oftentimes, they would see dead bodies. Then the supernatural users who abuse their powers to challenge the order of his world. Losing sight of your goal is the most dangerous thing one could happen to someone like him. Even so, I could not seem to change our ends. It's as if fate dictated the destruction of our world. His voice carried a dark tone. The first disaster was the outbreak of curses. The Sorcerer Society kept the issue of Sukuna, the king of curses, and Kenjaku, the incarnate of the vilest sorcerer in history, under wraps until he regained his 19 fingers. Along with other troublesome characters, the curse's knowledge became public starting from Japan. This action led to a chain effect. The demons overseas became stronger, proportional to the curses themselves. The more fear they gain, the stronger they would be. Once they reach a certain level, these mechanisms for the world's end, the Twilight Syndrome, would begin its purpose. As if not enough, the dragons who slumbered saw this opportunity and wreaked havoc. Even Akatsu Yuta or Satoru Gojo could handle it alone, more so when Kenjaku's masterplan went true. They were too preoccupied with everything in Japan. If one thinks that this was the end, no. More things happened, something he would not call pleasant. I wanted a peaceful life, yet all I got were world-class disasters that I couldn't even face. The sheer amount of despair, whenever he could not change a thing, was overwhelming. It was as if he was drowning in the deep sea. Of course, he invented something to bridge their gap. His suits. Each of them has a system of complex magic. While they are not made with sturdy materials, their compositions were a miracle in themselves. Add to that them enabling Nabu to summon meteor strikes or turn his surroundings into a phantasmal world within 20 seconds. His downsides, however, were the disasters themselves. He could resolve the weaker ones, but the strong ones could kill him within that duration. At least, in this world, I hope everyone else can have a better life. Unlike mine. Silently, his tears took over. It is the only time he could confess everything in front of a trusted someone, his burdens, that is. A 12-year-old kid wanting to change the fate of the world. The one dubbed as the machinist. The person who merged magic and technology through his efforts. The sole magician who broke the laws of mystical entropy and could use technology. Right now, he is simply a helpless boy. In the arms of a goddess. Chapter 28, Final Fant, what? Soft. That was my first thought when I returned to my senses. I did not know how it happened, but I opened up to someone. To be honest, it was quite hard to bear the weight of my memories alone, more so when those were my future. Knowing that we would die a few years from now is not a pleasant thought at all. It is foolish of me to not notice this. The fact that I am barely holding on was not something I had noticed. The cheat gave me strength, but at the same time burdened me with memories containing despair. Then again, I came to realize something back when I made a risky maneuver. What my cheat shows me is the possible future, not the determined future, meaning I could still change it. Even so, my exhausted mind became more burdensome. Despite knowing that I have a small chance to turn everything over, my previous experiences are still here. I kept doing this for the last 4 years, after all. I needed someone trustworthy enough to confide everything. My thoughts went back to normal as I noticed something. Her scent assaulted my nostrils. Her creamy white skin became very close to me. Her rapidly increasing heartbeats. This is embarrassing. Due to my stature, I am shorter than Lady Artemis. Although I train my body, there is a limit to what my height could reach. As a result, I am somewhere between her chest and her neck. I could feel her pat on my head, which made me calm down. Both of us never said anything. I simply marveled at this silence while being comforted by someone. Gradually, I felt these memories becoming lighter. The thought of being able to take a different future became stronger than my despair and helplessness. Yes, not once did I see myself arriving in Arario. I never met Louise-san and Kaido-san in all 7 iterations. However, I met them in reality. This difference led to me focusing my studies to Dimensional Gate. Suemai had a spell to travel to another world, but it only works that certain world. It couldn't be used to seek out other worlds. Louise-san opened up the possibility of that. Moreover, another possibility opened up when I revived previously strong magicians who died long ago. Add that to this possibility, it showed how the future could change drastically. If I keep using it to travel different worlds, wouldn't I grow to the point of being able to resolve those calamities? Geka. Arario. Gods. I could see a possibility of it happening, though I could no longer resist the relaxation brought by her warm embrace. With that, thank you. The shackles that bound me became slightly looser. Looking at his sleeping face, Artemis grew a smile. For once, she saw the peaceful look on him. All these times, she saw his continued vigilance, as if he could not relax completely. It was then did she notice Nabu's unusualness. His honed combat techniques, vast storage of knowledge, maturity, and so on. When combined, it made her feel that it was not something a normal young boy could have. The final nail in the coffin was his bloodlust. Each adventurer had an aura of their own, which served as a deterrence. But his... It was something one could acquire after surviving hundreds of dangerous fights, the one that required a cost to be paid. It reminded her of the gods that she knew in Tenkai. Take Mikazuchi had this look when he became serious in front of her and Hestia. Due to that, she tried to dissuade his involvement with their matters. Furthermore, there was something strange in Astria Familia's case. A confidential file. Unless she pays Oranos a visit, who is very elusive, she would not get the answers. Huge. A subtle mumble left her mouth with Nabu's peaceful look. He was already a stunner, to begin with, not to mention him showing his soft side. Even gods could be captivated. Sigh. Walking in the streets, I felt much lighter than before. After I woke up, I ended up explaining everything, from my ability to experience my future as well as what I saw in them. Again, it is illogical to divulge it to someone, but Lady Artemis is a goddess who would not betray me. My intuition tells me so. Upon knowing of my plight, as she calls it, she had a determined look. Her convictions to stop me from participating in their case became stronger, but I never yielded. Just as she would be there to listen to my secrets, I would be there for her sake. In the end, it ended in a stalemate. I need to start diving soon. With the new weapons that I have forged, I am confident enough in my second dive. I would not take my time on the upper floors and immediately proceed to the middle floors. With my advancement toward level 2, I felt a slight increase in my power. It was not as exponential as I had expected. Though, it might be caused by my cheat, which converted the physical prowess that I had into something intangible. Level 2. Strength, I0H101 Defense. I0, I25 Dexterity. I0, I85 Agility. I0, I19 Magic. I0, H132 Hacker, G. Orionids. The brightest star unveils itself to the watchful gaze of others, summons a meteor strike to the target. It has a small chance to inflict random status ailments. Activation chant, I shall not understand the irrationality, yet I ask thee, illuminate the sky with thy light. Nth Astrum. Miracle Maker. Enhances every creation. Provides guidance in creating new items. Additional abilities to the creations can be imbued by chance. Exilia gain will be increased during creation. Child of Constellations. Under the blessing of the starry sky, growth speed, magical abilities, and recovery are increased. Legends related to stars are strengthened. Due to forging, some of my stats saw a slight increase. Everything else remained the same save for the fact that Orionids has a new effect. By getting hit with it, there is a small chance to inflict debuffs. As for the changes, there was only one thing that happened today. Looks like Lady Artemis also helped me this way. For now, I will prepare for my next dive. Tab. 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 I arrived at my destination. With Sora sheathed on my waist, I faced the huge black wall. It emitted a dark aura. Scanning the place around me, I saw that everything is pristine. The traces of my struggle could no longer be seen. Touching the wall, I could feel its cold surface. Other than that, there is nothing unusual with it. The big wall of grief, Goliath's spawn point. So it's just like this. I touch the black scarf on my neck. It is as flexible as a normal cloth, but its toughness is in another realm. With its drop item, Goliath's hide, I made a scarf. It was not big enough to be a cape, but it was enough to be a scarf. After engraving several anti-magic spells, its quality improved. On my waist are the kukri knives that possess the ability to space travel. Sprint heel leap, these would be useful. I continued my journey towards the middle floors. When I went another level lower, surprised by what I saw. Beyond this, caved walls are green. Hi. My eyes are briefly blinded by the light that came from the ceiling. I'm fairly sure it's still nighttime, so Riviera. The sole safe point inside the dungeon. Riviera is similar to the surface. Inhabited by adventurers, they soon formed a village known as Riviera, though their infamy knows no bounds. And it is something that I experience soon. After paying an entrance fee, I entered the village. And what a ripoffs. The shittiest food cost 100 volleys, the worst inn cost 500 volleys a night, and a normal longsword cost 10,000 fucking volleys. I might be an entrepreneur, but seeing it from the perspective of a customer sucks. Bam! Suddenly, I bumped into an adventurer. Watch where you're going. The brown-haired man wore a fur coat. His eyes showed his ill temper. Fortunately, he seems to be in a good mood. He did not cause any trouble whatsoever. He's lucky today. All right, I replied coldly. Dealing with such people would be a pain. I know more than a dozen people in my world who are the same as him. Heck, there was a sorcerer who fought against me simply because of his taste in women. Ignoring him, I left the town. Everything was uneventful except for the exorbitant prices as well as cunning adventurers. Knowing that place, I would not be surprised if there was a crime syndicate hiding there. Might as well proceed to the 19th floor. Just as I thought so, I felt a presence. I looked in its direction and met gazes with a cloaked adventurer. The adventurer wore a light green cloak. Hi. Her eyes look familiar. Where did I see it? Those eyes that closed oneself to others. Unfortunately, the adventurer left as I tried to recall my memories. In the end, I threw this matter at the back of my mind. Everyone has their own stories. That's what I learned from my memories. Upon arriving on the 19th floor, I walked briskly and explored it. The map provided by Miss Ina is sufficient. I have to say, applying for a guild advisor holds more advantages than disadvantages. Apart from the map, there are also notes and first-hand encounters detailed from the maps in the guild. Naturally, most familias do not have access to it. Our familia house has a library, but it is not as vast as the one that the guild could provide. Being the governing body since 1,000 years ago, helped them store many things in their archives. Surrounded by plants and wooden walls, it looked like the inside of a huge tree. Fluorescent orbs of light floated now, and then as they were released by some plants. My luck is good. After a while, a huge silhouette spawned in front of me. It has a lengthy torso and arms. Brown fur is present all over its body. Its yellow pupils glowed as my gaze met it. With that, my target is set. Exacuo, sharpness. A transparent film ran through my sheathed blade. Clink! As I ran, I swiftly unsheathed my blade and struck its arms, a quick draw. A huge shockwave bridged the moderate distance between us, making this attack come off as unexpected. PSSSHK. I felt the sensation of flesh being cut. When I turned around my body, I saw its right hand fall to the ground. The monster immediately sent out howls of pain, its eyes bloodshot as it rushed at me. I swiftly chanted, Divitus projectus, dispersed projectiles. The virtual codes converted themselves into 9 invisible projectiles. Bam! 2 of them struck its shoulders, while the rest aimed at its face. However, 3 of them missed due to the bugbear's instinctive reaction. Sadly, diverting its attention was my plan, to begin with. PSSHK. Upon doing another quick draw, its other hand fell to the ground. Bam! Greeted by its howls once more, I sheathed my blade before I threw a kukri knife straight at its face. The bugbear tilted its head to avoid it. Buzz! With the other kukri knife in hand, I initiated its ability. Spatial travel. I felt an unknown force pulling my body through the confines of space. Moments later, I found myself at the bugbear's exposed back. My feet hooked on its neck as I lunged at it. Exacuo. PSSHK. I did not deem it enough as I eviscerated its neck. I couldn't cut it properly. Still, it is a fatal cut. Bam! The now corpse of a 1.6-meter bugbear fell to the ground with a loud thud. Instead of grabbing its magic core, I examined its claws first. Correspondence. 6 white magic circles spawned and went through the claws. Then, the results of its analysis are shown as statistical data. As expected, these claws possessed a potent poison that could stop the natural healing ability. Though unknown, I could guess its effects due to having encountered some of these before. Other than that, the previous analysis showed that some parts of the 19th floor have poisonous air. Then again, it could be resisted by people with abnormal resistance, something that I did not have. Based on what I have learned, abnormal resistance is a crucial skill for prowling into the dungeon due to its unpredictable environment. But there could be some alternatives. It's almost running out. Sensing the duration of my Purify spell, I recalled its magic circle. I cast it for another time. With the previous spell, it was easier casting the spell. It is one of the abilities an advanced magician should learn. If you used a magic circle to summon a spell, you can recall it instantly, allowing for an instant cast to occur. It required a high control of mana, but it was something that I mastered long ago. For now, I could only use it on simple spells. I have to thank Suemai for this. Remembering his friend, who would have an otherworldly journey in the future, I wryly smiled. That risky maneuver back then, it paid off well. If it did not happen, I wouldn't have seen a better 7th round. Shrugging off those thoughts, I continued prowling. 1 year ago. Interesting, why seek me, young magician? The man looked at the similarly dressed young man. With a black overcoat, vest, necktie, and gloves, it made him look like a prince. What a terrible curse, Nabu muttered upon seeing his condition. That dark aura condensed enough to be seen with bare eyes. Aren't you worried that the sorcerer families would dispatch you? It doesn't matter. The man has long black hair. His eyes seem to have seen most of what the world could offer. Yet, it holds immense regrets. How would the world react if they saw Nestaheim in this state? Magic King Nestaheim, also known as Reikaute, Thunder Emperor. One of the 4 magisters, great scholar, present in the Magicians' Association. He fought dragons barehanded, dispatched a number of rank S demons, and single-handedly brought down many special-grade curses with ease. He is one of the strongest magician present. However, even he could not resist a devious curse that claimed his wife's life. When the 2 of them dispatched the most dangerous demon at that time, they won by a hair's breadth. However, they did not expect it would use up the entire world's dark emotions to curse them. His wife, Yakagi Shizuma, died days after she took most of its brunt in place of him. Even so, his days became numbered. He successfully resisted the curse for years, albeit his power began to wane. Their sole son, Yakagi Suemai, would be left alone at this rate, hence his preparations. In the end, these led to him joining an operation led by the Akashic Seer. He, along with his son and 3 similarly ranked magicians, led the hunt against the awakened Golden Dragon. Unlike what others would have expected, awakened dragons are the phantoms of dead dragons. 30 years ago, most dragons were subjugated. The rest were injured, thus they entered a slumber. Demons take their form due to how strong it is. Coupled with the congregate of dark emotions, their danger level rises. This rank of demon could have caused a wide-scale massacre in Europe if not for them acting in time and eliminating it. Ironically, the disturbance allowed the boy to locate Kazumitsu. Albeit, he is certain that he'll die. Or so it must have been. With the last of his power, he overlooked the world one last time. That is, until a boy came flying to him with a mechanical suit. The said boy deactivated it, flying on the stratosphere with his spell. His integrated magic and technology shocked Kazumitsu greatly. Science and magic are like oil and water, they wouldn't mix no matter what you do. You can't use modern technology as a medium for magic. Science could only be used to deepen understanding of magic, not outright use them together, just like what Nabu is doing. I see, things progress like this already. He knew it was only a matter of time before irregularities appear. If it is him, maybe he could stop that. Looming darkness, the apocalypse mechanism is about to happen. The apocalypse mechanism is a rule that pertained to the world's end. Demons are a product of it. Moreover, this law could not be avoided, just as how a mortal is destined to die someday. It couldn't be predicted as it is caused by two inevitable factors, technological and magical improvements. They are contradicting each other in the first place. To achieve magic, you have to summon forth its principles, which would then clash against the physical laws, physics. It forms a phenomenon called mystical entropy. Now, once one of the two sides dominates the other, it would lead to bad ends. If the physical laws win, it's heat death. If magical principles win, it's the removal of physics itself. It is a major reason why the supernatural has to be hidden. Do you want to live? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Kazumitsu could not react immediately. Then, he smiled at the boy whom he thought was joking. Your wife too, what would you do if she came back? This is not the time for jokes. His easygoing aura turned into a stern one. While this young man might have been interesting, he is not allowed to use his dead wife as a joke. Does it look like one? Unbothered, Nabu's bright golden eyes met his dark black pupils. Kazumitsu was startled as he saw a look unbefitting of a young child. It's as if he experienced something far worse than he did. The dullness of Nabu's eyes faded as he looked like his usual self now. Remember this day, Nabu mumbled. I hope you can assist in resisting this cruel ending. Suddenly, a mysterious power descended upon him. Modify the current state of the target to 10 years ago. His cheat did not discriminate against anyone. Be it mortals or gods, they could be affected by it. Great scholars who reached a portion of the truth were not an exception. Confirm. With his confirmation, Kazumitsu's virtual state began turning real. Swiftly, he regained his blood, muscles, and skin. The thick black aura surrounding him began receding until nothing was left. While his cheat affected everything, Nabu himself felt the burden of turning back time for a rank S magician. His chest tightened while a strong headache assaulted his head. If not for his strong willpower, he would have collapsed here. His cheat became dormant as soon as this happened. He still had his remaining chances, but he could not use it. It was not the same as his other attempts. What? For a moment, Kazumitsu's mind went blank. When his original senses returned, he could feel his strength returning. The spells that he could not call forth are now accessible once more. Who are you? In the end, his doubts converged to the single question. Akasaka Nabu, a young magician who came from simple origins. Kazumitsu finished, recalling his memories of the boy. He should be all right, he muttered. While Kazumitsu is a top-level magician, his field did not lie with space but time. That was the biggest reason behind his surprise, as even he could not turn back time drastically. He could merely affect it momentarily in his fights. For a young kid to do so is nothing short of impossible, yet Nabu did. Where is he, father? A boy similar to Nabu's age asked beside him. He has matching black hair and eyes. Grasping the traces of a spell, his correspondence turned out the result soon after. Unknown signatures, he muttered. Your friend got sent to another world. Another world? A very absurd possibility. The Magicians' Society knew about parallel worlds, but it is completely different from other worlds. It is another factor that many high-ranking magicians are seeking to thwart the Twilight Syndrome. Even the Akashic Seer hadn't found out the way to travel there. Surprisingly, Nabu did. Just as Soimai reacted, a figure descended. Bam! Arbiter! A suit made out of dark compound alloys revealed itself. It has sharp edges on its back as blue particles left its thrusters. Light seeped out of its chest, which came from its nuclear fission reactor. This immense energy was detected by Kazumitsu as he marveled at Nabu's brilliant mind. In terms of innovating modern magic, his coworker had surpassed him by a mile. Then again, he possessed something that could resurrect his dead wife as well as something that allowed him to integrate magic with technology. The boy immediately recognized the suit as the one that Nabu always used. "Greetings, Yakage-san." The suit began speaking in a synthetic voice. "And to you, Soimai Dono." "Who are you?" Soimai asked. He never knew that the suit has a virtual assistant. To that, the suit responded. "I am Gashujin-sama's virtual assistant." "Buzz." The synthetic voice changed. It became a smooth feminine voice. "Hatsune Miku." Chapter 29, Evolus. Wardrobe. 2 magic circles enveloped my body before my outfit changed to lighter armor. The full body armor I wore on the middle floors is stored inside my bracelet while connected to the wardrobe spell. Having exited the middle floors, I am out of the danger zone. The monsters here could be easily handled by myself. Becoming a high-class adventurer, level 2, made things easier. For once, my physical prowess that hit the ceiling long ago became stronger. If I only had it. Zenin Toji. The man who came the closest to killing Satoru Gojo. I encountered him on the Shinjuku train massacre as a brainless puppet. That fraction of power is enough to take me down with Arbiter. When I heard some things, I found out that he supposedly broke his fate, namely, his body rejecting cursed energy. Cursed energy is something innate to all humans. To the Japanese inside Tenjin's barrier, it holds the most. My parents, younger brother, and BOCCHI-chan have it. The only exception is a select few, which included Toji, Maki, and myself. Not once had I found cursed energy inside my body. I theorized that I might be the same as him, that I could have that insane power of his, but I am wrong. No matter what I did, my bodily strength never increased to that extent. I did not have the strength the 2 Zenin had. Fortunately, Falna changed that situation. I could now grow stronger to be at his level. My appearance might not change, but I am stronger than my past self. Recalling Hephaestus-sama's words, I shook my head. That was why Rithusani did not look like someone who has a monstrous strength. With my Sirius, I should have been comparable to a level 3, yet she defeated me with all my non-lethal tricks. Then again, it is commendable to last against her as a level 2. Satan, Sacred Lightning. BZZT. A lightning bolt went straight at the Minotaur's head, turning it into charcoal. After snapping 3 more times, the recently spawned Minotaur group died. I gouged out the magic stones on their chest using Kukyo, one of the cookery knives I forged. The other one was named Chaimai. When combined, they become Fatal Void. Withholding the use of my sword, I continued making my way to the dungeon's exit purely with magic. I could not be considered a legitimate rank a magician with my mana capacity alone. I am weaker if not for my weapons and insane mana control. Having a larger reserve is nice. Just by leveling up once, I could already feel the improvements. Both my mental capabilities and mana capacity increased. They're still my improved body. Surprisingly, it is different from the improvements thanks to my cheat. The limitations that I previously had disappeared. If I continued this day until I reached the peak of this world, would I be strong enough to stop those calamities by myself? Then again, I would still choose to gather allies while doing so. Fighting alone is stupid. I learned it the hard way. It is also the reason why I have many allies by the 3rd iteration. My immersion was broken when I reached the 5th floor. Snap! Seeing a little girl being cornered by a goblin, I took the initiative to aim at its chest. With that, the goblin's body turned into black ashes. I can't have a child see a messed up scene even when this world's cruel to its inhabitants. My gaze met hers. How come? There, I saw a familiar sight. A small girl struggling to break free of her shackles. The sight of someone who did not have a proper upbringing and has to take care of everything by herself. Wait a minute. Her looks clicked into my mind. She is the girl with the signs of addiction a few days ago. Her dull and slightly unresponsive state is commonly caused by such substances, though I could see that most of its influence is gone. I kneeled and held her hand. Revelaire's Veritas. Within a second, her bodily functions became huge groups of numbers. No brain diseases for the long term, her blood pressure is high while her muscle mass is low. A typical sign of malnutrition. While I could not possess Nanasan's insane healing skills, I am well versed in diagnostics. After confirming everything was normal, I asked, Are you all right? For a moment, she could not respond properly. Yes. Her tense body slightly relaxed. The hand holding her dagger stopped trembling with the passing minutes. As this happened, I sat beside her. What is a kid like you doing here on the 5th floor? Even if you are forced to prowl, you should have gone on the 1st floor at least. One must know that adventurers' earning power in Aurario is high. Sure, their daily salaries might be used for potions and equipment, and their power would be weak, but once they become accustomed to the 1st floor, they could slowly accumulate money. Their strength might stagnate, but living a stable life is not out of reach. I don't know. I wanted to earn money for something. That something is more important than your life. In the past, yes. I felt like I understood her, yet I did not. I gazed at her hazel pupils in an attempt to do so. Which familia did you belong to? I asked. Soma familia. Wait. If it's that familia. The sole familia where the god of wine Soma sells his products. Hephaestus Sama once mentioned that his wine tastes heavenly, that if mortals drank it, there would be some who would die for a sip. Moreover, Ina-san mentioned this familia quite a few times. Not a single time was it mentioned positively. It was just that there was no solid evidence of their shady dealings, hence they are left freely. Soon, I asked her some questions, such as their usual operations. After hearing such things, I became dumbfounded enough as to why the guild left them be. Stealing, blackmail, and addiction. Behold the Gekkai version of drug cartels, except the drug is a completely legal product, Soma's wine. This girl, Lily, she said that Soma did not care about his familia. Often, it was run by someone else. Just from this fact alone, I could form an image of their god. He is a dastardly, incompetent one. Even if he did not seek this result, knowing the fact that he left everything as it is just as worse as committing evil deeds yourself. Silence in the face of evil is evil itself. With my golden rule infringed, my chest felt slightly heavier than before. I am not a hero of justice. I am not a saint. I am doing this merely for my self-satisfaction. Thinking about these words, I finally decided. I am going to dive into this shithole myself. This man. Now and then, the girl's gaze went to the boy in front. He easily finished off the surrounding monsters with a single spell, in turn protecting her when they made their way to the dungeon's entrance. At first, she was fearful. Such a person had enough power to end her little life. When she woke up from that dream, she realized her life's worth. It is not something worthy of that damn wine. She did not know when, but she became addicted to its taste, to the heaven that it brought whenever drank by her. To her world full of suffering, it is the only time she felt liberated. Hence, she did everything to meet her familia's quota. She became a supporter of adventurer parties. She carried their loot and gave them provisions, nothing else. She was like a machine that did everything for that wine. She did not have much trouble thanks to her skill, but she soon ran into trouble. One of the parties that she joined hunted on the 9th floor, only to be nearly killed by a swarm of killer ants. Everyone ran for their life, which led to the feeble supporter being left alone. She even abandoned her huge bag worth thousands of volleys to escape, but to no avail. Her weak level 1 status could not survive on the 5th floor. That is, until he saved her. He healed her injuries and accompanied her for a brief moment. He even expressed some concerns as to why she was here. With him being her savior, she told him everything. From how her goal was formulated up until her current situation. You suffered enough. With those words, he helped her reach the entrance. He also told her several tips on dungeon exploration. What's more, he handed out more than 10,000 volleys. His next words shocked her though. Live in an inn first, he said. If you need some work, come find me within the next 3 days at Hephaestus Familia's northwest store. Hephaestus Familia. I am a smith. Shocked, she looked at the boy, only to see his small stature. He did not have the huge muscles that belong to the dwarves or the physique of an adult man. You should not judge a book by its cover. If a kid has the status of a level 1-1 adventurer, he would be strong enough to wield a clamp and hammer. I see. Her eyes darted around quickly as she tried to hide her embarrassment. All she ever learned are the repetitive actions she did to earn money. Thus, she was lacking knowledge in many areas. Right now, she missed the huge robe that she used as a supporter. At least, she could have hidden her face with it. What she did not know was that Nabu saw everything. His keen eyesight would not miss her expressions. Furthermore, he also used his cleanse spell on her. As a result, her reddened face could be seen. If she knew about it, she would have been more embarrassed. Just as he was about to escort her outside, he heard a loud shout. Help! A bloodied man ran swiftly to the dungeon's entrance. Bright red blood covered his entire body. His broken arms swayed limply as he ran. Immediately, a denser smell of iron permeated the entrance. What happened? Pass parades. Pass parades. Many adventurers became bewildered upon hearing it. Pass parades, Nabu thought, how unfortunate. Pass parade. It is an act of passing the horde of monsters to another party. In Arario's unspoken rules, doing a pass parade is highly frowned upon. If it becomes public, every single adventurer in Arario would hate them. After all, who would like a person who passes an aggro of a monster horde, which could cause huge losses and even deaths? He is a victim of. Nabu's thoughts were cut off as he heard the man's statement. Those insane bastards deliberately did pass parades on the 27th floor, the fuckers who survived in the Dark Age, the man said exasperatedly. Right now, the entire 27th floor is a mess. While saying these, the man nearly collapsed. Only through the help of several kind-hearted adventurers was he successfully brought to the healer's tent. Evelis, their remnants are still causing trouble. They did not stop at their attempt to destroy Arario 4 years ago. I wonder what's going on inside their heads. Evelis bastards, I wish they are wiped out back then. While most adventurers expressed their anger, not much went to the 27th floor. If there are pass parades enough to obliterate teams of level 3s and level 4s, why would they venture there? In the end, many adventurers seek practical benefits, not heroism. Mister. For a moment, Nabu's golden pupils flashed a deadly glare before being reined in. Though, the girl felt it. I'm sorry, I nearly lost control, he apologized. Go ahead to the surface first. Do remember what I have said today. Yes, what about you? I have some matter to deal with. Evelis. The one who wiped out the familia of Lady Artemis' friend. It is the reason why they continued their stay in Arario instead of journeying through Gekkai. Even the remnants of this organization wiped out a bunch of level 4s and level 3s. It is currently dangerous for the Artemis familia to be involved in them. Hephaestus-sama also told me of their overwhelming might 4 years ago. They had caused enough destruction to thrash the entirety of Arario. She also mentioned that they have at least one suspected level 7 whose identity is unknown. If not for the combined forces of Arario, they might not have been able to prevent their plans. Another plan has. I checked the enlarged space inside my bracelet and saw dozens of potions and a dozen high potions. My spare weapons are also here, including a few one-time catalysts for my escape routes. What I lack is food, however. I plan to return to the surface today, but my plans changed. I might not have another chance. For weeks, I tried to look for their traces, only to no avail. They are extremely good at hiding. If the top familias could not find them, how could I hope to do so? Thanks to my magic weapons, I may have expanded my social network, but it is still not large enough. Then again, this is a hazardous maneuver. Click. I checked the barrel of my handgun and saw no problems. I viewed the remaining bullets stored in many cartridges. Each of them has the might of a level 3's attack. If I use the magic imbued in the handgun, it might be effective against level 4s. As long as I capture a member of Evelis, they would confess everything. If not, let's just say that my spells could do the talking. It didn't take long for me to return to the Reveria. At this moment, however, it reeked of blood. Dozens of lucky adventurers were seen in the streets. Desperately, they looked for healing potions. Most of them have varying wounds on their body, ranging from long cuts to severed arms. D-damn, even the monster Rex began wreaking havoc. Fuck, I'm not strong enough. Please. I heard a cacophony of despair as I passed through the village. Even the 27th floor monster Rex is included. A moment of hesitation passed through me. The 27th floor's monster Rex, Amphispina, is a level 6 water-based monster. It is similar to a river dragon that leverages its advantageous aquatic terrain. If I faced it, I would most likely receive a severe injury, even die if I am unlucky enough. Should I continue? My main objective is the Evelis members. I need to find the reason behind Astrea Familia's death. Only they could provide such information. Then again, this is extremely dangerous. One misstep and I am fucked, literally. I thought of the most useful spell in my arsenal. It has a long casting time, but it will allow me to control the battlefield, or at least a part of it. Fortunately, the casting time could be resolved with a spell catalyst. Coupled with my other weapons, I might have a chance inside the slaughter zone. Exiting the village, I continued my descent to the dungeon. I arrived at the site of the 19th floor, which is full of green. Swiftly, my vision changed. It is now filled with water. The 25th floor. Volume N Nox, Veil of the Night. I cast my stealth spell before I resolved myself. I will escape after catching an Evelus member. I don't want to make everyone worry again. Damn Yao. The descending sword was caught with a gauntlet. Cracks spread from its center until it broke off completely. With a punch, the adventurer was sent flying. Kyuuka. Disoriented, he tried to stand up, only for a swathe of harpies to come after him. No arg. The man felt the pain of his flesh being torn apart with sharp beaks. From his arms to his internal organs, nothing was left. He only died after a minute of this horrifying experience. As for the white-haired man, he was long gone. Along with him are several Evelus members who regrouped after spreading chaos to this floor. John is dead, but the monster Rex is reeled in. A worthy sacrifice. The white-haired man smiled sadistically as he looked at his surroundings. Blood was splattered everywhere along with dozens of corpses. Each of them has missing features due to being bitten off by several monsters. Blood pooled under those corpses as it showed signs of coagulation, an indicator of how many people were slaughtered today. Roar. Suddenly, they heard a loud roar. It is going right into them, which made some tremble with fear. Their previous mocking smiles were no longer present. Soon, they saw what was coming. A 20-meter-tall white dragon, its two heads locked onto a man swimming in the sea of water. Unfortunately, that man was going after them. So it's you bastards. He was the sole survivor of his familia. Knowing that he would die, he decided to attract the monster Rex and look for the members of Evelus. With the shouts from some adventurers, he pinpointed them with their known feats. They would only be the ones crazy enough to pull this stunt off. You're going to die with me. Crazy bastard. With a serious look, Oliva's act began to run for his life. Slow them down. What? He took out a glass vial and uncorked it. The moment he did so, their bodies weakened. Expendables such as you could easily be replaced in the future. Internally, he felt grateful that he readied for such a thing. He first spread out a dormant substance before activating it with another. Just by that, he earned capable cannon fodders. He, a mere level 3, had naturally prepared himself for the great plan today. Try to live. Thus, all of his act began to run for his life. Chapter 30, 27th Floor Nightmare. The strong stench of iron. The thick and humid air. The red liquid almost solidified itself to the ground. A sight that I am familiar with. Battlefield. If someone saw the brutal carnage that those curses had done during the Shinjuku train station massacre, they would be able to handle this scene better. The weak-hearted ones might have vomited out all of the food they have eaten for the day. Revelers Veritas. Dozens of numbers showed up. This included the temperature of their bodies, the tension in their muscles, and the coagulation rate of their blood. With these, I could determine the time of their death. 1.2 hours ago. With this much blood lost and 2 sharp punctures, only a single monster is capable of making this injury. Devil mosquitoes. If ordinary mosquitoes are enough to annoy people to death, then the version of mosquitoes in Gekkai is enough to suck you to death. What is more disturbing, however, is the fact that they hunt in groups. Like cockroaches in Australia, a single trace of them could warrant more than a dozen. If there are devil mosquitoes in the periphery, how worse would the other places be? Right now, I am on the 27th floor, a huge skip from my previous floors, I dare say. The only reason I came here is my ability to maneuver in dangerous battlefields. I have finished calculating for Alice's Wonderland and kept it inside the catalyst, ready to be manifested anytime. My mana kept them from disappearing due to the mystical entropy. Fortunately, it is far weaker in this world due to the widespread knowledge of magic. With my current mind, the special power awakened with Falna, my thoughts could be organized more easily. It is something apart from mana, with it being a mental capacity to think until fatigued. It is the limiting factor that I have had in the past. Without sufficient mind, I could manifest 3 magic circles at most. Anything beyond that requires a catalyst with a memorizing engraved catalyst. There are strong spells that are under 3 spells, but they are far and few in between. Amid the bloody battlefield, I finally found someone alive, a weak life signature beside the lake. Strangely, most of the corpses turned into masses of flesh. What is this? A work of an irregular, perhaps. I came closer. I saw these things that used to be adventurers. It creeped me out. I tried placing my analyze spell, only to find out there are foreign substances inside them. Poison. I went to the sole survivor in their midst. There lies a young girl, an elf. Buzz. A group of devil mosquitoes discovered me. Their eyesight is insane. With Alice's Wonderland, ready to be cast any time, I am limited to one big spell, lest my previous calculations go to waste. Hence, Satan, Sacred Lightning. Buzz. A lightning bolt struck 2 harpies at the same time. I could see them fall from their pack. This action bewildered some mosquitoes, but they did not stop closing in the distance. I responded by widening the distance between us. At the same time, I placed a blue potion in my mouth and drank it. Tap, tap, tap. With Satan's characteristic, it brings down more enemies the more frequently you use it. The remnants of the previous spell would attach to the new spell. By the time 2 minutes had passed, the 50 or so devil mosquitoes dropped dead. Chain lightning is the best. Retracing my steps, I deftly grabbed the magic stones in their chests. It was not hard due to my sensitivity to mana. To corpses dropped thin black spikes, presumably their stinger. They are good for making arrows. I have to thank my storage for being quite large. It has the space of a 15x15 storage unit. It is enough for handling magic stones, provisions, and drop loots. It lasted for more than 4 days back then. Slurp. Foo. With a high potion, my mind was restored. Just as I was about to proceed to the adventurer from earlier, my sight caught a man running away from a monster party. Our gazes met, in that instant. Finally, the blue crystals illuminated the man's face. His white hair swayed as he coldly stared at the monster party behind his back. With my sharp hearing under double robustness, I heard his low mumble. I tensed up. He might not know, but that short burst of male intent was caught by my senses. Going down this thought, he is someone who seeks to harm me. Who would do so in this situation? Either he is desperate to survive or he is a member of Epilogue. I made my decision. Finally, Oliva's act, also known as vendetta, did not reveal his true face even during the great feud 5 years ago. He kept his face behind a mask as insurance for the future. Surely, it did serve its purpose today. No one recognized him as a part of Epilogue. Help. He wore a desperate look as he ran the fastest that he could. Fake tears spilled from his eyes as an extra, though it is not entirely fake. He is indeed crying out of joy, due to the spectacle he would be witnessing soon. Don't try and defeat them, just run. The fully armored adventurer did not respond and instead stood still. He held a blue longsword in his hand. The knight stabbed it deep into the ground. Huh. Vendetta ran past him. Surprisingly, the knight did not move. It's as if he is a statue. It's time. Suddenly, he heard a childish voice inside the helmet. He was not far away from him, thus his ears caught those words. A huge central magic circle appeared in the ground where the longsword was stabbed. Then, several smaller circles appeared beside it. They all spun like gears inside a clock. The next moment, his sight was caught in a blinding light. Damn. Vendetta knew that he was briefly incapacitated by that move. If he doesn't move fast enough, he would be. His mind froze as he looked all around him. Where are the monsters? The monster party that followed him was formidable. It consisted of more than 50 monsters that came from the core of the 27th floor, light quartz, aqua turtles, and kelpies. This lineup made it so that even level 4s won't be able to live. The moment they get outrun by this group, they would die. Right now, he found himself on the surface. No, this is not Aurario. Perfectly cut marble floors, as well as an asphalt road, far better than the ones in Aurario. Towering infrastructures that are only below Babel itself. Streetlights that look more advanced than the magic stone lamps present in Gekkai. Where am I? Guess. Vendetta looked at the center of the road. He was perfectly sure that no one was present around him before. How could he appear like this? Only magic items, right? Just as he was becoming more confident in uncovering this man's tricks, another thought passed by. What about this place? I am not hallucinating. From the cold touch of the marble floor and the slightly cool air, he knew that this is not an illusion. He could even see the stars in the sky. Simply, everything is extremely detailed. Who are you? What do you want from me? For now, he decided to put on an act. I should be the one asking things, the armored man said. Speak, what does the Epilogue want this time? What nonsense. Drop the act, you are already cornered. Suddenly, the knight appeared behind his back. He grabbed Vendetta's right arm and placed it behind his back. Bam! The knight kicked him down to the ground. Arg! Vendetta's right arm felt pain from being twisted like this. If it continues, it would break. I'm not joking around. If you want to live, speak. I do not know anything. Vendetta gritted his teeth to resist the pain. He insisted on continuing the innocent act. Unfortunately, he showed enough malice against the knight. Even if he isn't from Evelis, he would have been punished for threatening his life. Thus, cracked, cracked. Two of his fingers were bent in strange directions as his joints gave up. Arghh. All this time, Vendetta had been the one to inflict pain. He enjoyed the expressions that his victims would make. Will they despair? Will they cry? Will they lose hope? Each of their reactions varied, which entertained him even more. Cracked, cracked, cracked. Not once had he experienced this kind of immense pain. He broke his fingers many times as an adventurer, but they never felt like this. It's as if his sense of pain became amplified. His perception of time became slower, making the pain even worse. I don't. Confess now and I'll let you go. Back to the surface even. I don't know anything. I see. Surprisingly, the knight let him go. A warm feeling went through his body. When he retracted his hand, he found it to be completely healed. At the same time, the knight had disappeared. He's gone. Just as he scanned his surroundings, he saw a huge pillar of violet light coming in his direction. Before he could even react, his entire body was disintegrated. Forces came from all directions, pushing and pulling his very cells apart. For Vendetta, the sensation felt like an eternity. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Hi. Abruptly, he found himself in the same spot. What was that? His entire body shivered uncontrollably. His legs folded as he fell to the ground. Urine and fecal matter spilled from his pants as if he could not control his body anymore. His teeth clattered subconsciously that he could no longer speak. His irises narrowed as his entire body felt the trauma of being killed continuously. He was about to lose consciousness when his condition became slightly better. His mind calmed down a bit. He could now control his body once more. Confess and you shall live. The voice from before resounded ubiquitously. I. Never had Vendetta thought that he would concede to an enemy. However, the pain he had experienced before was just that terrifying. Not even level 7 adventurers could create that sensation that he is sure of. Evelis had many encounters with first-class adventurers, beyond level 5 back in Aurario's dark age. Will not experience again. If you do not trust my words. W8. Alice's Wonderland. It is a spell that I have created to become my ultimate spell. After learning the principles of domain expansion, this idea came to the corner of my mind. Just because I don't have cursed energy doesn't mean I can't mimic them. Then my encounter with medical knowledge began. The first field that I dove into was neurology. A human's brain worked wonders. Some of its functions are still not unearthed by the modern era. Still, the foundation that lasted centuries of work was enough to help me establish the spell. Alice's Wonderland does not work like Sorcerer's Domains. It did not dabble into the absolute hit rule that it has, but rather on a human's body. The eyes transmit light from the outside to the brain. The ears sense sound waves that came from an external environment. The nose extracts every smell and is described by olfaction. The tongue imparts the taste through the thousands of nerves present in it. The touch sends the external information to the cerebral cortex. If there's a spell that could modify this information, it would result in an illusion of sorts. Although, I wanted to go a step further. I wanted a spell that could be mistaken as reality, even only for a moment. Everything was set up on the sensory scale. Hence, I applied another magic system that affects one's astral body. I made it so that the spell manipulates both the target's physical and astral body, a double-layered spell. It inflicts pain to the astral body and messes the senses of the physical body. The combination of these two formed a synergistic effect. The best thing is that it's not reliant on myths, it perfectly works anywhere. The only remaining thing is the base memory. Then again, I didn't lack any strong people in my memories. Satoru Gaju. Akatsu Yuta. Zenin Toji. Zenin Maki. Sukuna. What if I use their strengths against my enemies? Even if they did not exist, the sensation of their power could be emulated, albeit not wholly. The result was the pathetic man in front of me. Rudra Familia. Once he confessed, everything became clear. Unexpectedly, I caught a big fish, a high-ranking official in Evelis. This man is Oliva's act who is better known as Vendetta. Even now, he was placed on the guild's blacklist due to his numerous crimes during the Dark Age. The corpse of his victims was unbearable as he extracted the maximum pain he could. Shing. Wave blast. A huge impact condensed into the sharp edge as it tore through his neck. Moments later, it slipped from his body. Blood began splurting on his wound as his body fell lifelessly to the ground. I do not need for his pathetic life. My hands trembled slightly, but it is not as bad as before. True, my hesitation from before had greatly affected me. Even though I had those memories, they served as nothing but nightmares, considering how I lived in a peaceful and lawful world. Now that I am getting more used to this world, my future memories are gradually being accepted. Gekkai is vastly different from the peaceful world that I am used to. It is more similar to the bloody sight I am always seeing in the future. I wiped my blade with a black cloth that has cleansing in it. Just a single swipe is enough to clean the blood out of it. My surroundings changed as my magic came to an end. The blue longsword, a magic sword that has the memorize spell, served as Alice's Wonderland's core. The bulk of the computations is stored inside it, leaving my head with its activation portion. If I truly kept everything inside my head, I would not have been able to cast any spells. Ah, it's gone. The longsword turned into blue specks of light as it drifted to the sea. The tool that helped me kill dozens of 27th floor monsters, as well as a high-ranking official, disappeared. With a thought, the magic stones on the floor floated on top of my hand before being sent inside my storage. Their drops also followed, filling more than half of it in one go. I need to deal with her. I came closer to the survivor. I checked her vital signs with correspondence. There, I found out her current status. Normal. It is a strange result. I expected her to be severely injured, yet there are only small internal injuries. Other than that, she is completely normal. I placed a high potion into her mouth. Miss, can you hear me? She's out of her unresponsive state. The high potion rid her of most of her injuries. If you could, please drink this as much as possible. I placed another potion in her mouth. Some of it spilled at the edges of her mouth, but she could now swallow the majority of it. Cough. Her blood mixed with the high potion spewed out from her mouth. Small pieces of muscles are also included, which might be caused by her internal injuries. Trust me, I almost choked on my internal organs several times in the future. After taking those 2 potions, she recovered from her current state. As expected of something that costs 500,000 volleys each. Where? Sadly, we're still inside the dungeon. On the 27th floor, to be exact. 27th floor, she murmured dazedly. The others, where are they? She tried to stand up, but she was forced to lie down on the ground. You were the only one who lived. The others around you are already dead by the time I arrived. Enho. She used her arm as a support to sit up tightly. Then, she scanned her surroundings. She saw her friends' corpses all around us, rather, the mass of flesh that they turned into. The place where I used cleanse already had blood spilled onto it once more. It dirtied her conservative white dress. Everyone, she blankly muttered, that monster. She has a blank expression of disbelief. It is a look I am the most familiar with. Despair. In fuck. A few weeks ago, I had an idea of resurrecting everyone in the Estria Familia. It is wishful thinking, yes, considering that there are 10 targets. That equates to 10 chances. This entered my mind due to how close they were to Lansan and the others. Also, wouldn't Lady Artemis be happy to see them alive? As for the other adventurers, I wouldn't go as far as doing that. Removing the fact that I don't have any reason to do so, I will also need those chances to live in this world. In fact, I only need less than 2 weeks to have a new chance. It would be useful in this new world. In the future, I might consider it. If gods exist, won't the afterlife be the same? Ina. Her tears fell nonstop. She lost the will to live after seeing this scene of carnage. Wouldn't your friends be happier up there, happier that you survived? She fell silent upon hearing my words. They wouldn't want you to die, I said seriously. Remember that. How? I tilted my head toward her direction. Her dull pupils met mine. She reminded me of myself when I was tired of everything. How are you sure of it? Let's say it happened to me. My friends will be happy if someone else lived, even at the cost of their deaths. I said as I reminisced about one of my memories. We swore that at least one of us would live. In the 3rd iteration, I made some sorcerer friends. To be more specific, the ones on the Tokyo High. I visited that place once and became a teacher due to my extensive research on cursed energy. At first, there was a distance between us as a teacher and a student, but all of it disappeared over time. All of this was caused by my fascination with Satoru-san's unparalleled power. My progress was stagnant since it was the third round, hence I attended that place in hopes of learning something. By the time the culling game happened, I died. Kenjaku used Suguru Gido's Uzumaki to kill me in one hit. That time, I was like the side character, who encountered the villain in advance. I see. Despite her tears, she seems to have found her answer, be it complete or not. Thank you for saving me. No problem. She wiped the tears off her face with her sleeves. Her eyes still feel lost, but a small light is presented to her. I assisted her in standing up. I saw her expression change for a moment before she reached out to my gauntlet. Just as I pulled her, I remembered something. Their tradition, oops. Long story short, elves wouldn't let anyone touch them except for their family. Other than them, only their lovers could do so. I sent an apologetic look at her, which is useless with my helmet on. Her legs are shivering slightly, but she could finally walk. Wordlessly, I watched her search for a piece of her familia members. They might have become these flesh, but they still have their items. She is also considerate enough to think about our escape. After that, 2 minutes had passed. Screech. We have to go. Even the 26th floor is safer than here. Since the bulk of the monsters are rampaging on this floor, their spawn rate became abnormal. Only 2 mosquitoes spawned nearby. I'm sorry. It's fine. I ought to take responsibility for the ones I saved until the end. If I don't, wouldn't that be irresponsible? Here. I offered her 2 potions. Both of them came from Diane Kelt Familia. No, you must have spent a high potion already. I will compensate you later. The black-haired elf rejected it resolutely. Her looks indicated that she wouldn't take a no for an answer compensation. If so, couldn't you add these later? Our chances of escaping here will be higher too. Too bad for her, I have a glib tongue. Added fact, did you know that the Arrow of Orion movie isn't canon? It is due to the contradictions it has. Just the divine armament stuff and gods being killed contradicted the established rules of the DANMACHI world. Gods aren't truly killed in Gekkai. When they sense danger, their arcanum activates. Since it is against the agreement to use arcanum, they get sent back to Tenkai, which is the light pillar often described in the series. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Valletta agreed. All right. With a slight blush, she took the potions I offered to her. Thanks to them, she could catch up to my steps. This is the benefit of a bona fide level 3. One monster. We are making our way into a rock bridge. Below it is the huge lake present in this floor. When my sight saw the monster, I inwardly sighed. It is roughly 1.5 meters high. It looks similar to a black horse, except for its blue hair and mane. This monster is currently walking on water. Damn. A kelpie. It is similar to the spirit in Scottish folklore, a shape-shifting water creature that appears on land. With its strength and vitality, it is considered to be one of the strongest monsters on this floor. It is roughly comparable to top level 3 at least. It'll take some time to defeat it. We're not in a situation to spend more time. Philvis-san, apologies in advance. This has to be done. What? I abruptly carried her in my arms. Not minding her reaction, I completed several spells within few seconds. Anemis Parma, Wind Shield. A green magic circle appeared before it transformed into a green sphere enveloping us. It contained the air present inside and protected us from external factors. Mass Gravitas Reductio, mass and gravity reduction. Another magic circle passed through our bodies. It reduced the gravitational pull as well as the mass of the person itself. Tay this. We need to escape this hellhole fast. This is the only way I could think of, I muttered to her. Brace yourself. My mana found its way to my boots. Then, the rest was history. Quistum ad astra, reach to the stars. In a split second, we are flying. How does it feel to ride a roller coaster without any brakes? Or a bullet train suddenly taking a turn at 200 kilometers per hour? Close your eyes, you won't get dizzy after that. Philvis did as she was told. She doesn't feel anything inside this wind sphere, but her sight was changing so fast that she saw the world spinning. Right now, they are flying. They are only a dozen meters above the ground. One wrong mistake and they could crash, but Nabu would not make that mistake. Even without his assistant, he is capable of flying without making any mistake. Rather, he already made those mistakes that he knew how to handle them. Their surroundings became blurry. The wind sphere made it so that the noise outside would not be heard on the inside. As a result, the two could not hear the surprised shouts of the adventurers as well as the screeches of the monsters. Amazing. That was the only thing she could think of. She saw how Nabu controlled his magic spells to utter perfection. Moreover, he could cast spells as he momentarily stopped to lend a hand for the other adventurers. That is easy for him. As a mage, that is something very admirable. Only the level of Reveria El Jas Alf could exhibit something like this. This flight spell might have came from a magic tool, but the ability to control it is on another matter. What's more, his positioning and aim during some scuffles with monsters amazed her, too. Akasaka-san is not ordinary. She couldn't help but think of the boy who carried her. Philvis-san. Yes. A grave tone came from inside his helmet. The monster rex of this floor, the Amphisbaena, how aggressive is it? It's very aggressive. Why? Well, fuck. With Nabu's intuition, he sensed a dragon-type monster nearby. Soon, it came to his sight. A 20-meter-tall twin-headed dragon wreaking havoc in the sea. It is currently fighting a level 5 adventurer when it saw a fast projectile coming its way. In annoyance, it tried to slap it with its tail, only to be dodged by it. Akasaka-san, is that? Well, let us hope that it lets us pass through. His prayers went down as a pillar of blue flames chased them from behind. He managed to deftly dodge it, but their wind sphere was hit, canceling the magic spell. Fortunately, his Goliath scarf was used to protect Philvis against the wind current. As for Nabu, his armor is enough. Although his eyes hurt as the wind could pass through his visor, he endured it. Roar! The adventurer from before injured the dragon with her cursed sword while it was distracted. This moment was enough for Nabu to fly away. Soon, he was gone, leaving the female adventurer alone. She fought with the water dragon until it was killed by her. Fuck, it's finally dead. Valletta, an executive of Evelis, cursed under her breath. It wasn't her plan to face off against this troublesome monster Rex, but she was forced to. If not for the distraction from earlier and the terrain being out of water, she would have been greatly injured by it. That one has my thanks. The huge monster corpse laid to the lakeshore silently. She swiftly took its core, resulting in the massive corpse to turn into ashes. A shiny crystallized red liver was also present on top of the ash heap. Today's my lucky day. While she was grinning, she sensed a monster party from nearby. Valletta threw a look at the female corpse she had prepared. She wore her previous clothes with a badly mutilated face. She discovered it being eaten by a monster, which is a lucky encounter for her who is planning to fake her death. Tusk, if I didn't have to do this. She placed her beloved weapon beside the corpse and quickly left. I'm sorry about earlier, I said as I put Philvis-san down. About the sudden contact, I am aware that. It's all right, she shook her head. You already saved my life twice. What more could I ask for? Philvis-san is kinder than I thought. I thought she would be the same as the other elves. They dislike direct contact with others, and by doing so, you would be spurned on by them. They would despise you to the point of wanting to kill you. In Gekkai, elves are very narcissistic. I'm just surprised to see a gentle elf like her. We're not far from the stairs. We should be on the 26th floor soon. I drank another potion to soothe the fatigue in my mind. While modern magic spells do not consume mind as much as Aurario magic, it still tires me out to continuously use it for half an hour straight. Suddenly, my world spun for a moment. I lost my balance and tripped. Akasaka-san. I saw Philvis-san carry my arm on her shoulders. I'm all right. Looks like normal potions has their limits. Taking out another high potion, I drank it. The high potion made my mind clearer. I could not feel the heaviness and chronic headache, too. A high potion solved whatever a normal potion couldn't. Pay to win is a cheat. Thanks for helping. Akasaka-san, did someone tell you how hard you're working yourself? Her words reminded me of the others. Tsubaki-ni constantly reminded me to rest, while Hephaestus-sama, who now knows my future memories, told me to not push myself too much, that I would trip one day. As for Lady Artemis, she did so too. Wait, she's even more persistent than Hephaestus-sama now that I think of it. I guess no level 2s would dive into this floor alone. That's right. We talked as we went to the staircase leading to the 26th floor. With the hellhole behind us, I heaved a sigh of relief. Oh Tilda, who do we have here? Tab. My entire body froze. My instincts felt a huge amount of male intent from the person behind me. I looked back, and I saw the adventurer from earlier. Her short-cut pink hair swayed as she walked in a carefree manner. It showed an unparalleled level of self-confidence. You. Philvis-san seems to have discovered something. Her hazelnut pupils widened in shock as she swiftly said, Akasaka-san, we need to escape. Slam. the pink-haired woman appeared beside us and slammed her leg at Philvis-san. She flew away from the impact before sliding on the ground. My body moved on its own. My hand went to the cookery knife behind my back and tried to stab the woman's neck. The woman reacted by forcefully grabbing my hand. Shit. With a single arm, she managed to lock me in place. I couldn't properly react when she threw my entire body down. Bam! The ground cracked due to the impact. I became dizzy immediately as the impact went through my body. Clearly, the shock reduction spell on the armor did its job, but why? You could have lived, but it's a pity that you saw me. Tusk, truly a pity. I saw a huge grin forming on her face. It's similar to Oliva's act. Her sadistic smile, condescending eyes, and huge male intent. Evelis. I thrust the cookery dagger at her leg, only for her to kick it. Clang. The dagger was sent away as it spun. The pink-haired woman squatted before she forcefully took off my helmet. Oh, Tilda, the woman's grin had something more on it the moment she saw my face. A child, today's really my lucky day, and a good quality one on top of that. Purging evil, Diotheosos. Buzz. A ray of golden lightning arced in the woman's direction. With her bare hand, she blocked it. Tusk. It's time. SCIDEN. Buzz. Triple casting. 3 blue lightning bolts found their way toward the woman's face. I saw her irritated look before she got hit. Using the other cookery knife, I widened our distance. I used its magic to escape from her grasp. Instantly, I teleported to the knife that was previously kicked by her. Then, I left one of the cookery knife on the ground as it is to misdirect her. Blood slipped out from my mouth, but I paid it no heed. Taking out my handgun, I proceeded to fire at her. Aim compensation. Velocity enhancement. Combustion enhancement. Bang! The fast bullet flew at her. With the 3 activated spells from the handgun, its power is no lower than level 4 magic. Still, she managed to dodge it. I knew it. Bang! 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 While firing, I chanted. Divitus projectus, dispersed projectiles. 2 magic circles appeared behind my back. A total of 14 invisible projectiles flew in her direction. Bam! 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 As she dodged some of them, some hit her, though the damage done was negligible. You brat. All it did was annoy her, something I was aiming for. Click. Soon, the cartridge was emptied out. Blood dripped from the woman's arms and left leg due to her inability to dodge some bullets. The projectiles only served to limit her movements, to make her more predictable. Just like now. Her hand reached out to cover my entire face as the back of my head was slammed to the dungeon's walls. A loud buzzing sound resounded in my ears as a result of concussion. Nobody would save you here. Are you afraid now, Boa? Her eyes emitted annoyance as she looked down on me. Akasaka-san. Oh, that elf. Don't worry, I will deal with her later. With a smirk, she pulled out a silver dagger and placed it under my chin. How would you like to start? How? Snap. A wind bullet pushed the nearby cookery knife away. Her eyes followed the trace of mana and saw it. The misdirection paid off. She never realized my teleportation is from the daggers. You. Stupid. Just like that, I slipped out of her grasp again. My location was transferred to the daggers. I made a considerable distance with the wind bullet from before. Swiftly, I brought out a flaming red dagger. Without hesitation, I threw it at her. Before the woman could react, I activated its soul magic. Erupt. Boom. A huge shockwave pushed both I and Philvis-san away. For a moment, the entire dungeon was colored in crimson-red flames. Philvis-san, we need to go, I said as I took out another similar dagger, but this time it is ice blue. Stab. I threw it on the ground. Freeze. It briefly glowed with blue light before a thick ice wall originated from it. Soon, it covered the entire width of the pathway. Akasaka-san, that was Arachnia just now, the one on top of the guild's blacklist. Unlike earlier, Philvis-san's stoic face was replaced with a sense of urgency. Arachnia Evelis. Vendetta was already a worse criminal on the blacklist, but Arachnia? It was told that her victims are in the hundreds at least. The corpses of her toys were found 2 years ago. They are all children from various races or Palom. A chill was sent to my spine as I thought of what would have happened without my surprise factor. I calculated for the teleportation spell quickly. If we're not fast enough, we are dead meat. Philvis-san, hold this. Applying the more complex part of the spell to the dagger, I chanted. Return. A bright blue glow surrounded us before it swiftly disappeared. I have done it, huh? The teleportation spell could not handle 2 people at once, meaning to say I could only send Filvasan to safety. If 2 people tried to use it, the spell would not work. Hence, the spell fails when there are 2 people in contact with it. Logically, the right thing to do is to use it for myself. Why risk my life for a stranger whom I met hours ago? My beliefs are contrasting it, however. When I help someone, I ought to see it until the very end. If I irresponsibly drop someone off, that's the same as being a hypocrite, and hypocrites are the ones I hate the most. Shrugging this thought, I took my last spell core. I chanted just as usual, inserting the coordinates, inputting the XYZ dimensions and such. But... bam! Arg! A kick to my back sent me flying to another wall. I could barely see her silhouette even with my enhanced eyesight. My face came closer with the woman's once again. This time, however, she grabbed my head and slammed me to the ground. Bam! Cracked. I could feel my nose breaking. Huh, so these are it. Her hands went to my waist where I stored Kukdo and Chaimai. She carefully examined each of the blade with relish. A magic sword. Triplis firmus, I uttered under my breath. Trying to do another of your tricks, huh? She discovered it easily. She struck both of the daggers to my left and right arm. My adamantine gauntlets could not prevent the force that came from a genuine level 5. PSSHK. PSSHK. Immense pain came from it. I tried to keep myself composed, constantly reminding myself of my future memories. I suffered more than this. I suffered more than this. I suffered more than this. The woman sat on top of me. Cat got your tongue, Tilda. Don't worry, we'll be having more fun. KH. I tried to lift my stabbed arm. It did move, much to her surprise. I stealthily hid the small catalyst dagger under my arm as I did so. Its memorize spell does not have anything else. If I were to cast a spell, using the teleportation spell would take a much longer time. Moreover, it won't work with 2 people on direct contact. There's no need to consider my bracelet with my constricted arm. In short, I am fucked. But a blank memorize, huh? You. I stared straight at her pupils with bloodlust. My mind shifted to a new spell, one that I had just cast an hour ago. I am still on the 27th floor, hence my previous computations should work with some adjustments. I can skip the positioning portion. It further served to fuel my bloodlust. To this woman who wanted me dead, I will give her the same thing she wanted to inflict. You're dead. Bam. 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 Valletta slammed Nabu's head into the ground 3 times. Afraid of ruining his handsome look, she did so with the back of his head. With that, his eyes dulled down a lot. That's it, you're cuter when you're not struggling. PSSHKK. With her bare hands, she stripped him off his armor. His black adamantine armor and chainmail were thrown off the corner, leaving him with a skin-tight black long sleeves and pants. It was a troublesome work that lasted half a minute, which momentarily made her wonder how difficult it was to take off. Nabu's intention of it being hard to dismantle contributed to it. He forged the armor in a way that one could not wear it swiftly, requiring the use of wardrobe to put it on. Tilda, what should I do first? She admired his looks first. Pure golden pupils that are unique even to this world. White hair that further accentuated the color of his pupils. His white skin and well-proportioned face also contributed to his handsomeness. It isn't wrong to say that he belongs to the upper percentile in terms of looks. He. Valletta already drooled over him. When she saw a portion of his torso, it worsened. Although he does not have any abs, his stomach is well-toned due to repeated exercises. Praeci ex soltus nox, grandis modicum optatum. I pray to the wounded knight, grant this little wish of mine. What are you pulling off this time? She sat on top of his torso as her face became closer to his. She was confident as a genuine level 5 on thwarting his plans at point blank. He could not pull out any of his magic tools, too. Such is the confidence of a level 5 against a level 2. Unfortunately, all she received was a dull stare. Apertus inanua terra mirabili, open the door to my wonderland. Sizzle. A complicated magic circle appeared on the ground. It consisted of many incomprehensible runes as well as numbers. You can't. Before Valletta could process everything, she found herself on an asphalt road. The night sky lit itself with countless stars. Street lamps could be seen on the side of the road. Towering buildings could be seen everywhere, much more than in Aurario itself. Like I have said earlier, the white-haired boy appeared within her sight. This time, he is wearing a black overcoat and pants. His dull eyes represented an unprecedented amount of bloodlust. The sheer amount of pressure he emits is overwhelming, even for a level 5. Still, she brushed it off. Valletta is someone from Evelis who survived the Great Feud 4 years ago. She had been making trouble since Evelis was established. Tilda, so this was it, your retaliation? She stood up calmly. If you think this is enough, you are gravely mistaken, boy. You're dead. Nabu disappeared. In his place, a man in a tight black t-shirt appeared. He held a dagger held in chains. His black schlera and red pupils contacted hers. He didn't wait for her to react. Like an untamed beast, he charged straight at her. The sorcerer killer, Fushiguro Toji, bared his fangs to the Evelis executive. Chapter 32, Converging Futures. In my life, never had I ever felt something like this. Unprecedented calmness in the face of a crisis. The ability to rationally judge everything. The power to perfectly execute my plans. I didn't fully utilize them when I am living peacefully. I am content with making new inventions and raking in more money. I am taking my time preparing and relaxing in a peaceful world before the full-blown disasters arrive. I am living a good life. But it changes now. Rather, it began to change a while ago. As I speak, I noticed many incongruencies with my decisions lately. In the dungeon, I kept making dangerous decisions. Fighting against Goliath. Going into the 27th floor, despite the monster parties roaming the floor. In these processes, I might be antagonizing perhaps the vilest organization in Aurelio's inception. It's as if I am living the life of my future self. A life where I had to take risks to survive, or even change the current status quo. Why? I should have been content with living a stable life. I could steadily raise my levels and experiment with new weapons safely. But no, I never chose them from the moment I stepped into the dungeon. Was it my confidence? I have been facing one monster after another, which led to my subconscious looking down on weaker enemies. Worst, these weak enemies could still kill me. Was it my self-conceit that everything is within my control, that I could perfectly prepare for every crisis? That's just wishful thinking. I am not in control with everything. Was it my thirst for power? I knew how it felt to be helpless in the face of overwhelming strength. In every iteration, I dreamt of having Satoru-san's power at least once. However, it's not just that, there's still something else. Perhaps I am accepting everything. This cognitive dissociation made me feel like both the peaceful and despairing Nabu. I no longer rejected my horrendous failures and came to accept them. As proof of it, my current weird state removed the panic and fluctuations in my heart. Given the ordeals I faced in the future, such a state of mind is explainable. I subconsciously kept rejecting them as proof that those futures are different from my current life, that every bad thing that happened was just a dream. The sight of every iteration changing reinforced that delusion. I avoided the painful memories after I thought I learned from them. It is merely my cowardice. I believed I am stronger after overcoming them when all I did is to forget. In the first place, there's no reason to reject them. My present is different from those futures, but they happened. Now that I realize this flaw myself, I won't run anymore. Bam! The sound of fighting cut off my thoughts. Currently, Arachnia is fighting against Zenin Toji, or at least an image of him. This is how he fought against me on one of those futures. Being the relentless, unorthodox, and powerful that he is, Toji kept striking each of her blind spots consecutively. Damn you, how does he have someone like you? It seems that she couldn't accept reality, that a weakling like me has someone strong like him. Without a word, Toji kept striking her. With her wielding a short silver dagger, it became drastically hard to block his strikes. True to his weapon, he used his chain dagger like a kusarigama. He sometimes pulled the chain, resulting in the dagger stabbing at her in an unexpected direction. In his hands, the inverse spear of heaven and chain of 1,000 miles have a synergistic effect. Slowly, she accumulated injuries. Wounds began increasing on her arm. She became increasingly agitated now that she is being pushed to the border of death without knowing that everything is false. Inside Alice's Wonderland, I only added Toji Zenin's Phantom. There is no enhanced pain reception nor Satoru Gojo's ultimate attack, Purple. I didn't have the time to set these perimeters up. I watched their world-shaking fight on top of a building. How? Looks like he somehow made her insane. How could someone like you exist in this world? Valletta's ramblings are met with Toji's dead eyes, but his silence cemented his arrogance in her eyes. Even the warlord is not as strong as you. Interesting. Toji Zenin's strength surpasses level 7 at the very least. Then again, I have a feeling he'll be one of the strongest in Gekkai with his strength. An unexpected twist came. Bam! Toji delivered a swift elbow strike to Valletta's cheek. Her head must have been shaken up badly from that look she was wearing. She's disoriented and disorganized as she had ever been. It's time. Canceling the magic, I found myself lying below her. Unlike her previous expression, she carried on that pained look. Swiftly, I drew out my gun with my right hand. I clicked the button which released its cartridge and replaced it with something on the bracelet, a miniature version of wardrobe. I pulled Kakyo and Chaimai out before I pointed it at her. Combust enhancement. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive shots blew at her face. However, it was deftly blocked by her right arm. Blood and smoke came out of it as her eyes regained her rationality. Bang! I fired another shot while flicking Chaimai away. Valletta blocked the 3rd strike with her right arm once more, worsening the wounds on her arm. It is more apt to call it burnt flesh at this point. That's right, everything was an illusion, she shouted hysterically. Ha, there's no way that someone like him existed. Her eyes shifted to me once more. And you, how dare you use that on me? Even though the illusions are fake, the sensations that she felt are real. The pain from Toji's beatdown should be all over her astral body. She tried to thrust her silver dagger at my chest, but I am faster. I phased out using Fatal Void and was now behind her. Bang! She dodged the bullet, which then exploded nearby. It caused rock projectiles to surround her, though she did not mind and located me instead. Bang! I shall not understand the irrationality, yet I ask thee. Bang! Closely, I dodged her sudden lunge toward my right. My triple robustness did its job greatly. My dynamic vision kept me from being locked by her. As long as I remain a few steps ahead, I could do it. There's no need to take hits anymore. All I did was run and buy a few seconds of time. Illuminate the sky with thy light. Dozens of magic circles concurrently appeared on top of the dungeon. They sizzled as they spun, pulling in an unknown substance from somewhere. Mana is being loaded in those circles as it summoned forth immense power, one that could turn the tides of battle. Anthistrum. Stars came crashing down at this moment. The celestial bodies that should have been far away in this world were called forth by magic, the power to create miracles. Their weight bore down on their target. You're crazy. Her statement is correct. She's currently choking my neck when my magic was activated, meaning to say, you want to die with me, huh? ATH. I am included among the stars' radius. My windpipe felt like it was being pinched with a metal claw. It became more laborious to breathe with her choke. Drool dripped down from my lips. Still. I will live. While she remained stunned, I phased out for the last time. I held Chaimai with my right, thus a connection with Kakyo was immediately formed. I appeared a few meters away from her, but then I would still be hit by those stars. Nevertheless, this is needed. By pinning a level 5, I got the chance to injure her. So fucking beautiful. There is a reason why I loved studying constellations. Boom. Blink. 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 Nabu waited for the wave of pain to appear, only to be disappointed. When he looked around him, all he saw was a huge cloud of dust. Some of them entered his nose. Cough. His heightened senses detected any sources of wind, as well as footsteps. His world suddenly spun. He was about to black out when he brought out a high potion and swiftly drank it. By the time he recovered, he found his face lying on the ground. Fresh blood dripped from his mouth and nose, a sign of overexhaustion. While he could recover his mind, the stress from his body caught up. The miraculous high potion solved that problem. Tap. Tap. She's still alive. True to his guesses, Valletta survived the star's onslaught. However, it is not without costs. Her entire body was bleeding as most of her skin was burnt due to the star's temperature. She managed to dodge them by the time the other stars, hence her survival. In a sense, that attack is similar to Reveria's wide-scale attack with her magic. Its strength is similar to it. Valletta was more than familiar with the searing heat that it brought. Slow decreases the movement speed. A debuffs. At this dire moment, a debuff was triggered by Orionids. I'll kill you. Unlike before, Valletta was doused with a bucket of cold water. Despite being level 2, he has magic spells that could inflict serious damage to a level 5. Its chant is shockingly short, too. At this moment, Nabu is facing the strategist of the infamous Evelys. She's no longer crazed as she was before, back when she played with him. She is showing her cunning side, the one that allowed the possibility of Evelys operation from happening. Finn is on the top of my list, but you occupied it now. Nabu summoned forth his silver spear. He lost Sora when he was roughly undressed by her. Right now, he is maintaining triple robustness through sheer will. His focus was also affected. In his spar against Rethusa, he needed to read 3 steps ahead just so he could block her. One wrong mistake and he will die. Click. While he unfolded his spear, he also brought out his strongest magic technique, a sword art infused with magic from Buddhism. Rupam shunyata shunyateva rupam. Form is voidness and voidness is itself. Everything from his surroundings is reduced to nothingness. Only Valletta's figure could be seen by his sight. His heart calmed down to an ungodly level. Evam eva vedanasamjnasamskara venanani. So it is for perception, conception, volition, and consciousness. The heart sword. Nabu's saving grace from all the perception battles. His strong enemies moved faster than the speed of sound at least, thus the need to adapt. It elevated his senses to another level. It is further stacked with triple robustness, achieving this current state. Time moved slower as he perceived her first strike. Right. Nabu swung it to his right. Clang. Nabu saw a silhouette before his body reacted. He was pushed back by a meter as the impact numbed his arm. Nevertheless, he managed to succeed. The debuff as well as her built-up injuries slowed her to the point he could react against her attacks. Up no sideways. This time, his silver spear descended diagonally. Clang. The dagger blocked it from below as she swung it upwards. Immediately, Nabu was thrown off balance. Satan. Biziziti. A single bolt of lightning closed the gap that was opened by her. Tusk. When she blocked it, he was already in a charging stance. Both of his hands held his spear as he rushed at her. Valletta responded with a swift sidestep, dodging the spear blade. Cut. Suddenly, Nabu changed its direction to her side, which she stepped back to avoid. Nabu smirked as he saw this maneuver. Snap. He snapped one of his fingers. Without a warning, an invisible air bullet manifested and aimed at her eyes. The ceremonial magic did not leave any traces, unlike other spells. His heightened senses pointed a gap in her defenses. Bam! Shit. She closed her eyes in pain. As a human, her eyes remained vulnerable even as a level 5. It continued to be so in the other adventurer's case. Only when they are overwhelmingly stronger than their opponent could this weakness be erased. In her case, she was directly hit by his magic. It was enough to bring her body's reaction speed by several notches. I can't use much magic anymore, Nabu thought. I need to go all out. The backlash of his technique began appearing. The heart sword involved Buddhism's myth and modern science. However, its effects are greatly reduced due to the lack of the former's myth in Gekkai. From its strongest title, it could merely act as a support spell now. His silver spear lit up. Dozens of runic lines covered its entire body. Sharpness, oscillation, durability enhancement, cursed edge. All 13 spells engraved into it all activated at the same time. It could overexert and break this precious spear, but he paid it no heed. This might pierce her now that she's weakened. Fortunately, she was hit by Orionids and got debuffed. He let out a deep breath as he charged at her again. He saw her stance changing to a defensive one as she correctly guessed his current location. His spear came closer and closer while her dagger was ready to deflect the said attack. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. The time to decide the winner arrived. The two blades clashed feverishly, sparks flew between them. With a flash. A2H. The dagger was sent flying from Valletta's hands. The silver spear had found its place. It impaled her heart. My. She was bewildered. A few seconds before their clash, her strength gave up. No, that is not the case. She was hurt, yes, but it was not enough for a level 2 to overpower her. Then it dawned on her. The single loophole in their plan. If Arario's head familias did not appear on the 27th floor and instead attack their bases, everything would make sense. What happened? At the same time, Nabu was surprised. He expected more resistance from this level 5, yet his spear cut her like paper. Her previous prowess was nowhere to be seen. I see that's it, she muttered in utter defeat. You win, Finn, and you boy. Her blessing was locked the moment her god died. Her vessel was sealed, preventing her from harnessing her previous strength. It didn't take long before her eyes lost signs of life. She dropped to the ground with a silver spear impaling her chest. Hi. Nabu didn't know what is happening to the surface, but he would have understood it if he did. At this exact time, the god of Loki Familia, Loki, executed the majority of Evolus' remaining gods. He didn't know the spectacle of more than a dozen light pillars piercing Arario's night sky. Nabu remained oblivious to the chaos happening on the surface. What mattered the most is that he lived. That's it. Fuck. He sat on the dungeon's cold floor. His body released the tension from earlier as he felt weak at the moment. His black shorts were stained with dirt, while his white t-shirt was stained with Valletta's blood. He immediately released triple robustness and heart sword. As a result, his body felt even heavier. His vision nearly blacked out if not for him swiftly drinking several high potions. Phew. A huge smile was drawn to his face as he thought of what conspired today. He was almost fucked, literally, by a level 5 executive of Evolus. If not for his opponent's low vigilance, he would have lost. Then again, who among the level 5s would seriously treat a level 2? Not to mention their bodies, their reaction time alone is enough to overpower them. They could perfectly react against the attacks done to them. However, Nabu was a special case. He was not limited by this world in terms of magic. He knew many spells, ranging from simple ones to devastating ones. Even in his world, he is an anomaly who could bypass mystical entropy and use science and magic together. He is an unpredictable factor in this world. He was also lucky that the battle ended before triple robustness ran out. Without the armor, he could only cast it in a shorter duration. Still, it is inevitable to suffer from injuries. Doping is what made him revert to normal and remain awake despite all of that. I won. After tasting the aftermath of this battle, he pulled the silver spear out of her chest. Blood gushed out of the empty hole. Meanwhile, the silver spear was littered with blood and chunks of her internal organs. With cleanse, it returned to its pristine state. Nabu was about to leave her corpse when he saw her silver dagger. To clash against his spear, the dagger is extraordinary. He picked it up and saw blood-red runes engraved to its blade. It glowed ominously while being held by him. This curse. The dagger possessed the curse of anti-healing. He could bleed to death as long as it is not dispelled. Truly, he had been lucky enough to not have been hit fatally by it. Valletta had played around with him. If not, he's already dead. Nabu inserted it in his storage. Having looted it, he saw a leather pouch strapped to her waist. Familiar with this design, he pulled the strings out and opened the pouch. When his hand brought out its items, he saw some crimson-red crystals. Inferno stone. Carefully placing it on the ground, he brought out everything inside. Water, food, another cursed dagger. What shocked him, however, was the crystal liver. Isn't this the 27th monster Rex's rare drop? Amphispina's dragon liver. With enough concoction skills, many potions could be formed by it. Some of them are strength potions, regenerative potion, and many more. It is also rumored that some potions could permanently affect an adventurer, boosting their stats by a considerable degree. Though that is just a myth. That recipe was held by the sage a couple of centuries ago. He swiftly transferred everything to his storage before leaving. Of course, he did not forget to pick back his separated armor and Sara. Wardrobe. 2 magic circles overlapped with him. By the time they were gone, he is wearing a lightweight adventurer outfit. I have to go back fast. Nabu recalled his goddess, words before he descended to the dungeon. No more risking your life in the middle floors, all right. If I don't do so, I'm dead. Just as he left the floor, a green vine stealthily crept on the corpses that littered the floor. One of them happened to come into the corpse of a white-haired man as well as a pink-haired woman. Greater troubles began to brew inside the dungeon, and by extension, the dungeon's city Arario. A chaotic night. That is how someone described what happened to the surface. After reuniting with Filvasan, we reached the surface, only to be surprised by the stormy news, that is. Evolus remnants were cleaned up. During the 27th floor nightmare, the entire Loki familia struck Evolus' suspected bases, in turn beheading more than 15 evil gods. This act crippled the organization's power due to their loss of fauna. With that, their statuses were sealed. They could no longer have the power of an adventurer. It is the final blow that crippled Evolus. Today, they are no longer the most feared evil organization that nearly brought Arario down. During these turbulent times, I returned to the familia home. I did maybe, but it's not that dangerous. Hephaestus-sama replied with a long sigh. I could tell you've done something dangerous yet again. What is it this time? It's not much. I went to the 27th floor. What? For the first time in a while, she showed a stunned expression. You went to the 27th floor, right when all this ruckus is happening. Well, I did so to capture some Evolus members. I thought some of them might know the truth about Estria Familia's downfall. My goodness, she massaged her temples as she began reprimanding me. Are you forgetting that you are only a level 2? In normal times, nobody at your level would venture that floor. From Ina-san's words, most of the level 2 venture to the 24th floor at most. Beyond that is the aquatic terrain which only level 3s could safely venture. The forest terrain from the 19th to the 23rd floor vastly differs from the 24th floor to the 27th floor's aquatic terrain. Once monsters are on the water, their power becomes level 5, or at worst, level 6. What did you encounter on that floor? They're just some low-level Evelis bunch. I tried to look her in the eyes, only to find out I couldn't. My guilty conscience is hitting me hard this time. Nobody worried for me back then, back in the future. In the future, both my parents knew I have no choice. It's different now. Sensing her sharp gaze, I spilled the beans. Oliva's act vendetta. Also, Valletta Greed's Arachnia. What? She slammed her hands on her desk as she outrightly stood up in shock. That Arachnia, a first-class Evelis executive, her. Please calm down, Hephaestus-sama. I am afraid that she would have a heart attack. How could I calm down after knowing this? She made some deep breaths before sitting back in her chair. I know you're accustomed to this kind of danger. After all you have told me that night, I am aware that risking your life is a common thing. When I revealed everything to Lady Artemis, I decided to do the same with Hephaestus-sama. Not only is she my goddess, but she's also trustworthy enough to be the friend of Lady Hestia, the god of the hearth, one known for her kindness and sympathy towards humans. She's also acknowledged by Lady Artemis herself. Unexpectedly, she took everything better than I thought. She mentioned how there are some lines in my records that didn't make any sense, such as fighting an ancient dragon and the like. She only kept that to herself and decided to wait until I trusted her enough, which showed how considerate she was. Remember what I asked of you that time? That I shouldn't overexert myself. It seems that you still do. Sai, I thought you are only similar to the Sword Princess, but you're worse. Eh? She's reckless. She then looked at me. You are seeking death. Suddenly, the door was flung open. Finn is right on the mark this time. He called for a... Tsubakini paused for a moment. Aha, you're landed yourself in trouble, Nabu-kun. Something like that. It's not just any trouble. He fought with Arachnia alone, a true death wish. Eh, how come you're alive and kickin' right now? I nearly laughed at her remarks. She's right, though. I killed her first. Seems like I am lucky enough for her blessing to disappear during the fight. Right, Loki-sama herself moved and executed those gods. I will never forget those light pillars. It's a shocker for tomorrow morning. I sneaked a look at Hephaestus-sama. I saw her in deep thought, sometimes frowning while grinning wryly at times. It helped that Tsubakini arrived. Anyways, I'll be borrowing him for a bit. The others decided to throw in a feast for today's event. All right, she replied. Your verdict would be saved for later, Nabu. I understand. Doing my customary bow, I was dragged over by Tsubakini to the best tavern, hostess of fertility. Nabu-kun, it's not right. A trace of worry appeared in Hephaestus' eyes. She thought of his close contact with death twice, in less than a month at that. She knew that he must have been broken already. Due to his will, he managed to stand up despite the odds against him. She herself could only imagine how much suffering he had gone through at this point. Nabu was someone who saw the end of his world with his own eyes. Imagining Gekkai's collapse was all she needs to empathize with him ever so slightly. Artemis is doing a better job than me. She helplessly leaned on her chair. No, I must do something to help him. Thinking of it, all she ever did was guide his smithing career, provide some resources, and update his status regularly. Albeit, she's unaware that what she's doing is enough in his eyes. After all, he doesn't have people who worry much for him, except for his parents and a select few. Time traveler, an otherworlder, these burdens are heavy enough for a child like him. Her observations about him were right. It is something that came from her insight as a goddess who lived for a very long time. He constantly pressures himself to create a better end. After each round had passed, it is noticeably becoming better. From a hopeless world where it was destroyed, it now turned into a world fighting for its survival, all thanks to his continuous efforts over the last 4 years. Things that I could do as his goddess. Her eyes lit up in realization as she saw the bright moon outside. I understand. The fire inside the goddess blazed strongly. Chapter 33, Cultural Exchange. The pungent smell of alcohol drifted to my nose. Aurario has a wide range of alcohol after the Age of Gods: cold mead, beer, wine, cocktails, etc. Cheers. I saw many bulky dwarves drink everything in their cups in one go. Some of them have fresh wounds on their arms. They might have been summoned by the low-key familia at the last minute, but their battles had been very intense. The dying resistance of Evolus is still strong even with their remaining executives busy on the 27th floor. Even so, they came out on top. They cleaned up Evolus remnants. After the battle in the surface, they also rushed to the 27th floor and saved adventurers. They prevented further casualties. While we were escaping, I fired off many spells. My distraction is enough to save the ones I came across. Perhaps that's why quite a number of adventurers survived. Nevertheless, it is still an actual nightmare. Many people died, thus the feast's purpose turned to honoring them instead of celebrating victory over Evolus. Though, there are attempts on highlighting the positive events as well. Maybe it is also a way of continuing the city's cheerful mood. They wanted to reduce the 27th floor incident's negative impact. They wanted to retain the morale of Aurario itself. Having a lowered morale could negatively impact the entirety of Aurario. They need to overcome this and turn into a new leaf. As for me, I am not affected much. I helped the best I could. My conscience is clean. Evolus were the ones who caused everything. At least, I gave justice to the ones who died by killing 2 of their executives. A sweet and cold feeling traced down my throat. It is a fruit juice. Beer, I quite miss it already. Now I am treated as a kid, I am stuck at mango juice. I downed a tower of canned beer as entertainment back then. I might not be 19 just like that time, but my mind is. I picked some salted peas to serve as a snack. The right amount of saltiness completely removes the bitter aftertaste of a beer. You don't want a drink? Bronson asked. It's all right, this is enough for me. If you say so. With a pat on my shoulder, he socialized with the other combat smiths. I saw them talk about something solemnly. Frost. The coldness of the juice increased with my spell. It briefly froze the mug before melting down, when I downed it again. Mango juice is truly the best. No other fruit juice could defeat it. This time, my chopsticks reached out to a roasted bacon strip. A flavor bomb exploded in my mouth. It has the right ratio of fat, spices, and herbs. Everything is complementing each other. Yo Tilda, you up for a drink? Tsubaki placed her arms on my neck. To be honest, this close contact is quite uncomfortable, given her way of dressing. She dresses minimally, barely covering her well-endowed chest with a sarashi. She reminded me of those Amazons, to be honest. I'm still a kid. A sip or two wouldn't kill. It's fine. Tempted by the idea to drink beer, I uncapped one of the beer bottles before pouring it into mine. After pouring it in, I didn't place it in some ice cubes and froze it with my spell instead. Whoa, do that to me too. All right. I cast my spell on Tsubaki-ni's beer mug. A few moments later, a frosty mist appeared on top of the beer mug. Fuyuwa. She wore a huge smile as she drank it. That was refreshing. Glad you liked it. Gulp. The familiar rough feeling traced down my throat. Its coldness made it the best drink ever. A bitter aftertaste settled in my tongue, but was lessened by the roasted pork strip. Phew. As I drank, a thought went past my mind. Adventurers are supposedly stronger than normal humans, meaning their alcohol tolerance should be better. Yes, that's it. I will reenact that beer tower then. 10 minutes later, Nabu's face was on the table. He's in a daze, as if figuring what to do next. His cheeks have a tinge of red in them. Drinking without socializing sucks. He was getting bored with the small talks here and there. Sure, his fellow Familia members know him, but he feels that something is missing, like a missing puzzle piece to complete the night. Since the mood is quite dark, he wanted to improve it even by a little. At the same time, he needs to honor the deceased and not disrespect them. A brilliant idea flashed in his mind. It's time to bring out the big gun. With a smile, he brought out 2 unidentified things. The others who have a sharp eye noticed him immediately. What's that? A guitar, but it looks different. A metallic guitar. Tsubaki had prepared the entire place not only for them, but also the other familias like the Loki familia and Ganesha familia. Hence, they occupied the entire benevolent mistress. More and more people, be it from Hephaestus, Loki familia, or the others, they became intrigued by the instrument on his hand. Nabu did not notice this as he is busy tuning the electric guitar. Bolt! A surge of electricity ran through the portable amplifier. It is enough to power it up and not overload its capacitors. All right, everyone, he shouted. Here's a special performance for tonight. A song for the brave ones, I present to you, Brave Shine. An electrifying sound was created by the guitar as soon as Nabu struck it. While the other customers of the tavern became curious as to what instrument that was, his performance began. The start of the chord progression was strong. It immediately elicited the attention of everyone in this place. When it proceeded to the 2-minute mark, everyone immersed to it. By the end of the performance, they could easily visualize a heroic tale. It embodied a hero who fought against all ideals, a hero who went against all odds. What was that? A guitar. Is that even a guitar? That's way too soft compared to the bards. Awesome. Everyone appreciated his performance. It perfectly highlighted the traits adventurers admired. It also paid homage to the ones who fought to survive until now. Can you play another? Yes, do you have something else? One more. Soon, the entire tavern was filled with a single request. The dark and stark mood became filled with hope for a better future. Adventurers might be practical beings, but they dream of a heroic tale deep within. Unfortunately, most did not have the courage to accomplish it. One more Znaya. Even some of their waitresses are swept with the mood. Another one, you say. Surprisingly, Nabu's voice came out on top despite the noise. One more it is. Yes. This time, he stood on top of a high chair. His core training made it easy for him to retain balance. He could even stand on a tree branch without it breaking. What's more if it's this? He brought out his smartphone and looked for a certain MP3 file. It has the other instrumental that he pre-recorded back on Earth. That was how he played his guitar inside his laboratory. This time, it's a song from the soldiers who went against all odds, The Last Stand. Nabu began playing. When the people became used to the rhythm as well as his cue, they were swept by the song's vibe. Nabu's professional stage player skills were used at this moment. Ensuring enjoyment and controlling their vibe was something that he exhibited at this moment. After that performance, he moved on to a variety of modern songs. Each of them was unique to their ears. It possessed the will of the modern era, a culture that culminated over several centuries. For Aurario, it is something spectacular, more so when the performer is hailed as a prodigy of his generation. He's none other than Shichai, 7, who popularized and spearheaded Vocaloid itself. He never showed his face on camera. Still, his talent speaks for itself. Even if he is drunk, the muscle memory would not fail him. While he is in the midst of selecting another song, the main characters for today's feast arrived. Ho, things are looking lively. Seems like it, the Palom replied to the dwarf. I didn't expect this kind of atmosphere. Finn was expecting a solemn atmosphere at first due to the deaths in the dungeon. It was inevitable since he decided to attack Evelis bases. He utilized their absence to succeed. He felt heavy about it, but chose to shoulder them silently. Sometimes, a victory in a war cost the lives of others. Finn saw Raoul and others shouting with others. "Ano, Captain. Everyone's enjoying this night. Well, I think you should listen to his performance." He pointed out to the drunk boy standing on top of an ice table. Everyone's rocking it right now. Their goddess narrowed her eyes until they lit up in realization. No doubt it's an electric guitar. Someone invented it already. Electric guitar. Their ears perked up as Loki began explaining the electric guitar to them. It's similar to a bard's harp, but much better. A god created it and went rock and rollin' back in Tenkai, she said. As Raoul said, it's better to experience it yourself. Eyes, he looks familiar. No doubt he's that knight. Their meeting within that single second was not forgotten by her. That's why, but what is he doing right now? Contrary to others' expectations, Nabu blurted out another special song of his. His golden pupils shone as he scanned the audience. It's well a special song, you sure you want to hear it? Yes. All this time, his special songs did not disappoint them. Tsubaki even participated, leaving him with no choice but to play it. Then I hope everyone enjoys it, he said. Here is Deathly Loneliness Attacks. Tapping his strange magic tool, an instrumental began, though his electric guitar stood above them. The first few notes dropped. It was quite calm, a setter for its following rhythm and theme. His fingers danced as he strummed the guitar strings, then his voice began singing. Tekitu nai ikite moiki wa Suzuku. You'll breathe on, even if you just live just doing whatever works. Derka nai yorikakari ikite uru. Living depending on someone else. Sasi ga kayet moiki ga Suzuku. Even if your support disappears, you'll continue to breathe. Tsugi no yoritakaro naimyo yosru. Becoming dependent on the next thing. Every song has a cultural context. There are some modern songs that would not be fully appreciated by people in Gekkai, thus Nabu carefully chose what he would play. He chose songs that has a universal meaning, that even the adventurers of Arario could empathize with it. He manifested the emotions contained within this song through his masterful playing. The rest is up for others to understand. The younger sister, who was ruthlessly abandoned by her big brother as soon as she could not catch up to his steps. He acted as if she was not his family, his receptor of love and care changing to the incarnation of beauty. What? Her tale became slightly lifeless as she continued to listen. The talented blacksmith hails from the bloodline of those blessed by spirits. Due to his ancestors' wrongdoings, their family's blessings were cut off. His existence was the sole miracle that was produced after centuries, an anomaly, perhaps. His final friend sacrificed herself during his escape from his country. As a result, he got nothing but himself until Hephaestus herself brought him in. In the corner, he continued isolating himself, yet he could not bring his attention away from that song. The one who abandoned justice, leaving wrath and revenge to dominate her mind. The infamous adventurer-turned-criminal who single-handedly obliterated many Evolus bases and executed their gods, a crime heavy for mortals. Nevertheless, a single question remained inside her. Was it worth it? For the life that her comrades saved with their lives, is she living a worthy life, her ideals remaining the same? No. At the end of her revenge, she felt nothing but emptiness. It did not change her dearest friends' deaths. Her current self was repulsed by her goddess, her hands stained with blood. Her revenge did not save her friends, nor did it make her heart lighter. It only added another entry to her list of sins. The song talked about cutting off bonds and straining herself due to the said act. Something that perfectly describes her current situation. How ironic. A weakling gets everything taken away from them. Struggle as they might, they will lose everything. They cry whenever something bad occurs. They whine when their strength is insufficient in the face of their hurdle. They simply despair. Only the strong has the authority to take from others. They protect what's theirs and not end up in a crying mess. Their power could prevent any form of regrets holding them back in the future. If they do end up being lonely due to strength, then so be it. There's no need for them to socialize with the weak, for they would just abandon him one day. Just like what happened in the past. Tusk, comparing loneliness to poison is outright stupid. The werewolf would not admit it. Only the weak admit weakness to others. That he is resonating with this song. Everyone. The Sword Princess is surrounded by many people. They came from varying races, but they have one thing in common: they use their strengths to protect others. In other words, a hero. Standing at the forefront was a black-haired man. He practiced his sword while she and her mother is watching. He seemed quite embarrassed whenever someone watches him do so, but her mother's coaxing is powerful enough for him to concede. It is the days she felt at ease. Everyone is still here. She was with her parents as they spent the day peacefully. Unfortunately, it ended badly. The looming darkness took everyone dear from her. She was the only one left behind. When she woke up, she found herself in a strange place, the dungeon. She was all alone until the low-key familia found her. Even with that, she could not bring herself to form emotional connections as she sought for one thing that might bring them back: power. What is that? Briefly, her golden pupils met with the boy's own. It is extremely similar to hers yet different at the same time. If her loneliness almost caused her to break, his was enough to drive him crazy. It's as if he saw his beloved people dying in front of him over and over again. He was helpless to change their fate. This short encounter was cut short as Nabu focused on the guitar once more. Though, it fueled his performance further as he incorporated his own experience with this song. In the end, his performance ended with another round of applause. The smell of gunpowder assaulted my nose. Burnt corpses littered Tokyo's desolate streets. My head ached for a moment. I remembered myself playing my electric guitar inside Benevolent Mistress. Then, I don't remember anything else. Did I black out? How the hell did I arrive in this place? Target M located. He is currently hiding inside one of the enclosed voids. Inside the venue itself, what a clever plan. I heard someone familiar speak. When I looked at him, I was stunned. That was me. Memories of this scene entered my mind. I also went inside my memory palace to better recall it. This is 1 week before the culling game. I remember it. The Shinjuku incident settled down. Satoru Gojo was sealed inside a cube in the hands of Kenjaku. This is my third round, hence I knew some specifics. For once. I need to visit Tenjin along with them. I heard the armored man speak. If I did not come with Itadori's group, Tenjin would not entrust the back seal to others. In the last round, Tsukumo Yuki and Choso were left behind to guard Tenjin. Meanwhile, Itadori, Megumi, and Yuta left for the culling game. It ended with Tsukumo-san dying in Kenjaku's hands. Sukuna utilized the binding vow he has with Itadori and turned Megumi into his vessel instead. That was how he gained access to Megumi's terrifying summon, Mahoraga. There's no other choice but to enter honestly. He made his decision. Please. Affirmative, tracking Itadori Yuji's signature. I looked upwards and saw a small star glimmer. Of course, I knew its true identity more than anyone else. The orbital satellite, it is directly operated by her. Coordinates locked, the target is mobile in the Ginza district. Abruptly, my vision was twisted. It changed into a scene where the armored man was killed. In his dying moments, he saw the visage of the man who could turn everything over. He might have fell under Kenjaku's strength, but the others succeeded in freeing the strongest from the prison realm. The scene froze. It turned into a sea of gray until it became his laboratory's room. The white-haired man looks dazzling if not for his unkempt hair and dull eyes. He held a handgun in his right hand and was about to aim it at his jaw. I remember it. My fourth life. You came. Hi. Am I too drunk to dream of my future memories? The man, my future self, made eye contact with me. Having a cheat is really different. You still have your future ahead of you, the opportunities to reverse our mistakes. Hi. Why am I dreaming of a dramatic version of myself? Anyways, you seem to experience a cultural shock in this world. Yeah. You placed yourself in a presumably difficult situation. He suddenly shifted the topic of our conversation, or at least that's how it was to me. Remember Philvis emblem, the wine cup with grapes around it. Whose god do you think it belongs to? The image of the emblem flashed on top of his hand. A Dionysus. Dionysus, the god of wine and pleasure. In the original myths, he was a banished son of Zeus. His other noticeable fields included insanity and madness. Many times, the correlation between my world's myths and this world's justia proved to be true. Hephaestus is an honest god of smithing, Loki is the god of trickery, and Freya is the goddess of beauty. Meaning, Dionysus' personality ought to be troublesome. I got his attention. Most likely, you did, however, you would have been in a dangerous spot nevertheless. He casually said. Meddling with Evolus, going after the cause of Astrea Familia's deaths, one slip-up and you're dead. You understand how many interests are intermingled in that matter. Astrea Familia's death is a piece of classified information inside the guild. That alone is a huge red flag. There's also Evolus, whom the top familias of Aurario took 12 years to defeat. Wake up. You're no longer in the future, where you're constantly in danger. You have to remove that bad habit. While I received the memories of my future self, I could not say that we're the same. In the end, I can only empathize with those memories as they did not happen to me personally. This mirror image of myself is my ideal self, yet it is not. I want to undo the mistakes and regrets he has. Make use of this God-given opportunity. Become stronger to change our futures. I will. To shape the future myself and change that bad ending. Good luck. He paused for a moment before he added, you're in for a surprise after the status update. Bang. The moment the loud sound of the handgun resounded, I found myself staring at an empty ceiling. Chapter 34, Cultural Exchanges Aftermath. A slight pang of headache assaulted my head. MN, it's already morning. Rays of sunlight penetrated the gaps in the curtain. I expected a bad hangover, but did not feel anything besides a slight headache. I used to wake up with a shitty feeling. Did leveling up affect my alcohol system? I left the bed and headed outside. Surprisingly, there was no one else. Nobody used the rooms in this huge familia house. Strange, I expected everyone to use it since they'll be too drunk to work. Setting this feeling aside, I knocked on Hephaestus-sama's office thrice. You can enter. I opened the door. There, I saw her with the usual paperwork. Tsubaki-ni was supposed to finish these, but Hephaestus-sama takes it whenever she is busy forging. Unfortunately, she is busy most of the time. Good morning, little prince. Good, eh? I made a stupefied face upon hearing that nickname. Since when did I have that? Did you forget about it? Forget what? Yesterday, you took center stage inside Benevolent Mistress. Your music and appearance made people call you Little Prince. Huh? I saw Hephaestus-sama sigh before it turned into stifled laughter. I'm sorry, your face. After calming down, I started sorting out my hazy memories. Hephaestus-sama also helped in this regard. By the way, Loki asked me, where I got a new familiar member. And I see. I have a strong feeling that the trouble mentioned in my dream included this. How careless am I to bring out a modern electric guitar and play it in front of a crowd? Then again, this could be explained by someone teaching me how to build it. That's not technically a lie since I learned how to build guitars from the internet. Don't blame yourself. If you saw your drunk appearance that time, never mind. I feel like she's keeping a secret from me. Anyways, we should update your status. Like usual, I undressed my top and showed my back to her. I could feel Hephaestus-sama's finger drawing the familia emblem. Soon, it was over. She handed over a paper containing my current status. Level 2. Strength, H111, E489 Defense. I25, F301 Dexterity. I85, F340 Agility. I19, F396 Magic. H132, D532 Hacker. G. Orionids. The brightest star unveils itself to the watchful gaze of others, summons a meteor strike to the target. It has a very small chance to inflict random status ailments. Activation chant, I shall not understand the irrationality, yet I ask thee, illuminate the sky with thy light. Nth a strum. Memoir manifest. Memories do not die. They live inside one's heart forever. Seeks a random target from the past and projects it on the present. It has a 10-minute duration and is limited to once a day. Activation chant, thy mind might forget, but mine heart shall remember. Moments be given a definite form. Relive thy memories once more. Preteridium, ostendo 2 ips. Miracle maker. Enhances every creation. Provides guidance in creating new items. Additional abilities to the creations can be imbued by chance. Exilia gain will be increased during creation. Child of constellations, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter. Under the blessing of the starry sky, growth speed, magical abilities, and recovery are increased. Legends related to stars are strengthened. Proof of combat. Permanently enhances physical and mind recovery. Scales based on the number of injuries sustained. Your growth rate is terrific. You earned a new magic and skill at once. Hephaestus-sama was right. I was in for a surprise after waking up. I mean, skill and magic at once. I fought tooth and nail with Goliath, yet I only received it now. Was it due to my complete acceptance of the traumatic parts of my past? The first one, it'll be more horrific with time. The first skill relies on snowballing. Since I will be injured every fight, it's simply an additional benefit without repercussions. As for the second one, Memoir manifest should be caused by your power to control time. It says from the past, is it my actual past or that? It'd be extremely helpful if I could summon Arbiter or Laplace from the past. If I could utilize an orbital strike or use its strong computation speed to deduce Gekai's coordinates, it'd help the current me a lot. These skills are simply too broken for a level 2 like me. I am right in that regard, my goddess spoke. That huge leap as a level 1 is caused by those records. A portion of your deeds in the future reacted with the Falna I gave. I see. Hephaestus-sama did mention those lines briefly appearing when I received her Falna. It must have interfered with my growth rate and resulted in a huge increase in my stats. My 4-day-long stay inside the dungeon affected it, too. Now that I fought against a legitimate level 3, level 5, and dozens of monsters, the stats I have gained are lacking compared to that. Still, I am content with it. I can treat it as a one-time big boost resulted by my future accomplishments. Once the chance refreshes, I will check it out. The magic stones served as my cheat's power source. It's been more than 2 weeks since I arrived in Arario, 3 weeks in Gekkai. With a continuous power source, it will be filled in less than a week. By then, I will have another trump card. Nabu-kun, you need to prepare yourself. The Denatus will happen tonight. It was sped up, I asked in slight shock. That's right. Removing the remnants of Evelys is a major achievement for Arario. The cleanup yesterday marked the end of Arario's dark age. Evelys, the major force for its destruction, was uprooted. Valletta Greed and Oliva's act fell into my hands. Due to the two of them gone, the final remnants of Evelys would be like headless chickens. Take down the general, and you'll win the war. Your level up will also be announced. This will be troublesome. Indeed. For reference, Sword Princess took a year to level up. She's hailed as an upcoming rookie as a result. Within 6 years, she went from level 1 to level 5. If people knew that there was someone who leveled up in a week, what would be their reactions? Thankfully, I know how to accept the inevitable. We delayed this announcement for a week, too. At least, that make it look like I took 2 weeks. Hey, it sounds less shocking than a week. Don't worry too much, you have me at your back. Hephaestus-sama is also cool today. After the status update, I headed to the Northeast District. Only then did I realize that I slept for an entire day. From what I am hearing, everything settled down. The fever that was brought by Evelyn's downfall was very strong. Everyone cheered the top familia for making this thing possible. At the same time, there are familias with a heavy mood. It formed a contrasting atmosphere in the city of Arario. Many people lost someone during the Great Feud 5 years ago. Thus, this scenario is extremely reasonable. However, oh, little prince. Man, you missed out on something great, those performances. Isn't it? I liked Deathly Loneliness Attacks the most. It's We Will Rock You for me. I swear I never heard something like that before. Don't forget his opening act. Brave Shine took me to a new level. I regret being dead drunk. I never knew it would have such an impact on this world. Those gods in Tenkai should have brought their rich cultural heritage to Gekkai, but to be shocked by guitar solos. Though, if I think about it, becoming famous overnight is not exaggerated. It's like I brought modern music to the medieval age, the era where entertainment is scarce. I made my way to the store. The regular staff greeted me before I entered the forging room. It's been 2 days already. I never forgot the little girl from before. I intended to help her out by making her a regular staff in this store. Other than that, leaving that familia is another goal. I took out my broken armor and placed it on top of a working table. I saw the chain structure which connected the armor is destroyed. Man, another precise work. The chainmail is also torn apart in half. My mouth twitched. I plan to upgrade them with Damascus alloy after that dive. I guess life does work wonders. I'll study the new ratio first. With the 65 million volleys from Hogni-san, I bought 500 grams of pure orichalcum found on the lower floors. Along with them are volcanic ores found on the 40th floor and many more. Even after that, I still have surplus money. A good amount of carbon increases the durability after quenching and tempering. Clang. 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 Half an hour later, a deep black ingot appeared on the anvil. I scanned its components using correspondence and saw some results. Mohs score, 39. Malleability, 4000. The malleability score is satisfactory, but its Mohs score is lower than I expected. Damascus alloy has lesser orichalcum. Honestly, that alloy was a result of good luck. There's not much pure orichalcum in its ratio. However, it somehow reached the Mohs score of 45. I placed the Damascus alloy's data alongside the current ratio. Sometimes, direct comparison answers the problem. And it did. The compatibility. I removed several materials and replaced them. I did not wait and placed my theory to work immediately. Another half an hour passed when the results showed itself to my eyes. Mohs score, 42. Malleability, 4500. I knew it. I ended up spending all of the materials inside the crates. Minerals worth 20 million volleys were gone, just like that, in its place. Mohs score, above 50. Malleability, 5000. Holy. Dire orichalcum was something made by Hephaestus-sama, the literal god of smithing. Knowing I could recreate something like it is a pleasant surprise. Her techniques are on another level, though. I put myself back in place. I calmed down and thought of something that I have to do today. Right. I recalled Memoir Manifest's usage. It is limited to once a day with a 10-minute duration. Specifically, it projects something from my past. My mind might forget, but thy heart shall remember. Moments be given a definite form, relive thy memories once more. A large album manifested out of thin air. A crackling sound came from it as its pages started turning before it abruptly stopped. Mana had been gathered into it as a considerable amount of my mind is spent. Preteridium ostendo 2 ips, bygone events show yourselves. A silhouette swiftly took form. The light dissipated, revealing a sleek blue smartphone. Hey. Filled with disbelief, I opened it. Moments later, I heard a voice out of nowhere. Connection established. A total of 33 debugs have been done in the last 3 seconds. A deep scan is recommended to troubleshoot the problem. A synthetic female voice rang in my ears. Goshujin-sama. How? This should only be working inside the lab. What's the matter? The girl asked once again. No, Miku, I said. Complete an initial scan of our surroundings. Order received. Scanning the area within 10 meters complete. An image came out of the screen. It showed the layout of Hephaestus Familia's smithy perfectly. It made use of ultrasonic scanning and several other technologies integrated with magic. We are not inside the laboratory, Goshujin-sama. What's your current version? It is version 3.4. Updates are ongoing 1 minute ago before forceful disconnection occurred. View the logs. No. At present, my virtual assistant, Miku, is on version 4.2. It is an entire version behind. Then again, it is easy to upgrade her since I have improved her further in the future. We are not inside the laboratory, rather, we are in another place. A city, to be exact. A city, the connection cannot be formed with Laplace or judgment. Are we experiencing signal jamming? I'll tell you later. For now, can you transfer your files to this phone? Affirmatives. Her image came out of the screen. She has a set of blue pajamas due to her sleeping in every update. She expressed her sleepiness by yawning while stretching her body. I took out my phone and placed it on the back of the blue phone. It is the product of improving NFC, near-field communication, to a huge degree. It became possible to transfer huge sizes of data with a simple process. Miku touched her background before she fell through it. Hup, data replication has begun. The progress was moderately done, not too fast or slow. 10 minutes is enough to boot up Miku's file package and have her latest version by the side. Phew, Goshujin-sama, the logs inside indicates March 14, 2017. Isn't it December 5, 2015? It's not wrong, I replied. You came from the past, this data is from the future. I reiterated. With my magic, I called you from the past. Ah, I see. Goshujin-sama completed the practical application of relativity, as expected. Well, I'm glad she could process everything smoothly. We are currently in another world. I see. Gods walk on this planet, while strong monsters litter around. Understood. Do you need assistance? Replicating your data is enough. Miku used to interact with my phone through the planetary connection established by Laplace, a network. No matter where we are on the planet, it would still be there. I did create an intranet in case something happens on the planet. However, it was on my laptop. When I got into Gekkai, the connection was severed while the stored data was lost with the laptop gone. All that was left were residual files on my phone, which I worked to have Miku's version 1. It is supposed to process the coordinates of this world, though it is slow. After all, this phone is not optimized for an AI to do things such as large-scale calculations. Only when I desperately need something to be done would I do something like this. Soon, it is about to pass the 10-minute mark. Process completed. Good night. Good night too. The moment the screen went off, my magic's duration ended. It turned into a mirage before dissipating completely. Sigh, I never expected this. There are a million possibilities for Memoir Manifest. Then, it happened to be Miku. She could deduce the coordinates of this world while I develop myself. Now that her advanced version resides on my phone, she'll be able to help me more. What a lucky day. I went out of my forge and saw the busy apprentices resting. I haven't seen a senior smith yet, but that's because they're stepping up the work with the celebration the other day. Just as I was about to leave the store, I saw a familiar face. She has furry werewolf ears under her hood. She looks like a stranger, but I would not forget those eyes. She's using a disguise, I guess. Let's talk in another place. To avoid being conspicuous, their meeting place ended up in a cafe. Nabu did not dare set the meeting place on Benevolent Mistress. His name is already quite spread in the Northeast District. How worse would it be on the main site itself? Akasaka Nabu. Then, Akasaka-san, you can call me Lily. Unexpectedly, the two did not know the other's name until now. I want to repay you and change my fate. Seeing this, Nabu nodded in response. You have the resolve, that's good. Everything begins with the resolve of the person. Ideals are born from such things. How I see it, you have two major problems to deal with. He made a counting gesture with his fingers. First, money. You wish to leave that familia, no? Yes. Did he put some condition for leaving? That's right, how did you know? Nabu looked away for a moment. Reading a scum is easier than you think. If I guess correctly, he asked for an exorbitant amount of money, no? He did, he asked 1,000,000 volleys for him to leave. It's a hard sum to earn for a little girl like you. Unbeknownst to the two, Soma is tired of mortals worshipping his wine. Nobody left his familia since its establishment. When he saw light in Lily's eyes, he was briefly hit with extreme disbelief, in turn leading to this situation. He didn't expect the random value he blabbered would make things hard for Lily. Although, he also did not know there is someone on her side. I could lend you that amount. I swear under my goddess name, there will be no interest whatsoever. What, theirs. You can also not accept it, but the day you get your freedom becomes farther. As for the second thing you lack, it's power, the strength and status befitting an adventurer. Some adventurers are children like her. With a strong status, they could defeat adults and fend off dangers. In short, you need to start training yourself. Money and power are synonymous in this world. If you have power, you could earn money by prowling the dungeon. If you have money, you could buy magic swords and have power. These two are a cycle. If you lack either of the two, that cycle won't start. Deciding on how you leave your familia is imperative. Only after you do, so could we continue this conversation. Based on Lily's decision, her path would change. If she chose the option of borrowing, she will have her freedom immediately. Meanwhile, she will need to lay low while earning money for her second option. No matter how Lily thinks, burdening Akasaka-san is not a choice. In the end, she is still a pure child. Her near-death encounter was the first dark thing she experienced. Moreover, she feels it is not right to further impose herself. She wants to repay him, but she has no clue how. Adding this will only weigh on her. I understand. Briefly, Nabu felt nostalgic. He made similar decisions in the future. It is not a logical choice, yes, but that's what made humans human. Are you willing to start training tomorrow? I am, she nodded with fervor. Adventurers might not be a pleasant bunch. She was used as bait and laborer. She was exposed to danger due to their reckless decisions. However, their power to protect themselves is something she admires. A voice speaks to her heart. It was inexplicable. It simply told her that the boy across the table is someone to be trusted. He upholds his words and draws a definite line, characteristics rare enough in this world. Tomorrow morning, meet me at the same location today. Chapter 35, DANMACHI. DANMACHI. An event that happens once every 3 months. It calls forth every single god available and registered to Arario. This meeting determines the direction of Arario's development and its adventurers. It is when the epithets aliases of the newbie adventurers are decided. Horrendous names like Angel of Judgment and Dark Demon Warrior would occasionally appear, though adventurers from high-level familias were spared. Who would offend a strong familia by giving them an unreasonably bad alias? As for the lower-ranking familias, they could only play along. Oh, you dressed up unlike usual, Feifei. In contrast with other DANMACHIs, Hephaestus made an effort to dress up. Her perfectly proportional body and slim muscles stood up, further accentuating her black dress. It is a perfect match for her eye patch. Why can't you call me with my full name? Nah, that'd be no fun. The easygoing goddess has a chest flatter than a board. Many wouldn't be fooled by her facade, however. What brings you, Loki? The auburn-haired woman is none other than Loki, the god of tricksters. Do I need a reason to talk with you? She rhetorically asked, though I am curious about something. Hearing this, Hephaestus sighed inwardly. The trouble she's looking out for has arrived. Go ahead. How did you find such a monstrous child? Ganesha might be hosting today's DANMACHI, but Loki and Freya could see the list of adventurers who leveled up in advance. It isn't an exaggeration that Nabu's feat will shock Arario to its core. Defeating Goliath as a level 1. Leveling within 2 weeks. By luck, she replied calmly. That child is simply a prodigy. No, not just that. He's the most talented child I met. I see. Loki shrugged it off and returned to her previous self. She did not pursue this matter, since she knew well Hephaestus wouldn't easily divulge more info this time. Hephaestus. Another god called out her name. His looks made him reminiscent of a country's prince. Coincidentally, Loki is familiar with him. Are you causing her trouble, Loki? He asked seriously. Not really. Do you have business with Feifei too, Dionysus? I just want to thank her child for saving my familia member. If he hadn't. The god wore a melancholic expression. The events a few days ago were worth celebrating, but many gods like him lost their beloved children to the 27th floor nightmare. Thus, the complicated atmosphere in the current DANMACHI. Some were happy about the extermination of Evelus, but there are also gods who lost their beloved children. I will pass your words to him. Seeing her response, Dionysus guessed she does not want others to know much about that incident. Oh, Artie is here. Swiftly, the god of tricksters went to her side. Artemis seemed surprised at her arrival. Loki. This feels new, not seeing you around itty-bitty. In Tenkai, the two goddesses were often together. It is due to Hestia's insistence on her company whenever she gets the courage to come outside. She must have her reasons. You mean slacking off? That could be one. This time, Artemis could not defend her friend. After all, that was all Hestia did, to coop up inside her temple. I want to ask something. Oh, aren't we being too hasty? Her casual remark was ignored by Artemis. The truth behind Astria's children, what is it? Artemis knew how Loki Familia once cooperated with Astria Familia. It is possible Astria told her about the incident before leaving Aurario, considering their previous cooperation, taking down Erebus, the leader of Evolus, 12 years ago. What should I do? You see, I made a promise to someone. That stubborn one. Artemis realized what happened. You wouldn't say anything. Right, there's that promise, but I don't know when it slips into my mouth. A good wine, maybe. Loki hinted with a smile. From the beginning, she knew Artemis would not stop with her investigation. Rather than bring them into danger, it is better to tell what she knows than for them to step into danger without their knowledge. Aurario had just left its dark age. Having more lawful familias like them is a necessity, more so when they have Astria Familia's potential. Their years outside Aurario were not for naught. I understand. Finally, I won't have to sneak around Reveria, Loki mumbled. How should I begin? What they faced is an irregular, an unseen one on top of that. Even the old man was alerted when it happened. She began narrating the day the dungeon shook. After the intermission took place, the Denatus proceeded to the most awaited part, the naming phase. The names of newbie adventurers that rose to level 2 are listed on the paper. I am Ganesha. The man with the elephant mask shouted. The Justia did not mind his antics since they are long used to it. Here are the rising stars of this month, the first one. Many names were mentioned along with their feats. They all averaged 4 to 7 years before they leveled up. It is due to the lack of high-level Excelia that a normal level 1 adventurer could acquire, mostly due to their weak status and lack of skills. It was evident when they hit level 2. They gain a development ability and possibly a skill. It becomes possible to challenge stronger foes as a result. Akasaka Nabu from Hephaestus Familia. There was not much reaction until Ganesha revealed his achievements. 2 weeks. Fighting against Goliath. 2 achievements that should not have made sense. One of them is already impossible, but both of them together. That mortal would be on another level. How was that possible? A human mage without Falna. Killing Goliath as a level 1 is impossible, no doubts. 2 weeks, did I hear it wrong? I must have gone deaf too. Their looks shifted to Hephaestus, who casually scanned her surroundings. Give him a reasonable alias. That was all she said before she paid them no heed. She knew their curiosity was brewing at the moment. Gods are the kind who would not stop until it is quenched. Nabu will step in Aurario's limelight after tonight. Should we call him Unparalleled Black Knight? Shut it, you'll just offend Hephaestus if you suggest that name. How about Blood Knight? Too brutal. True. Then, once the discussions died down, the gods collectively decided on his epithet. The brightest star that could be found in Gekkai. Tenku Heavenly Wolf, Sirius. Please wake up, Gashujin-sama. Ends. I opened my eyes. I saw the brief portion of the window outside. The sky's orange, indicating the sun has just risen. I stretched my body as I got up from the bed. After washing my face, I changed into the custom outfit I requested. It is a gray jacket made out of wool coupled with a skin-tight black t-shirt and cargo pants. After placing the smartphone in a safe area, I took a long box. It is a weapon case filled with my creations. It has nearly the same space as the bracelet storage. I strapped it to my shoulder. I wore the hood as I began jogging. From the Northeast District, I traveled to the Northwest District. As I had expected, I saw the Palom girl standing in front of the store. You're earlier than I thought. I don't want to make you wait. It seems like her emotional quotient is high. Then again, she grew up in that horrendous environment. She needed to avoid decisions that would anger her superiors, even by instincts. Being disciplined is commendable, I said. For now, jog while following me. Yes. Few mists are made as I exhaled now and then. The usually bustling Aurario did not have many people in the morning, except for those who are opening their stores. Soon, we arrived at our destination. Isn't this? That's right, Daedalus Street. This street is found in the Southeast District. It is infamous due to its overwhelming complexity. It is easy to get lost, hence many criminals from the slums transformed it into their base. At the same time, it is something that could be used to train one's spatial sense. Follow me closely. While we jog, try to remember the place we went. We'll do this every day until you remember the entire place. I understand. I saw some doubts in her eyes, but she chose not to question it. Well, the dungeon is a complex maze. If you managed to pick up this skill in Daedalus, you would not have problems being lost inside it. Ah. A few seconds later, she clapped her hands in realization. It didn't take long before she followed. She looked around the area with determined eyes, though it did not take long before she began having difficulties. There are times when she was too caught up observing the place. Her stamina also pulled her down. Strange, she could survive well inside the dungeon with this level. As if sensing my gaze, Lily began explaining her skill. Actually, Huff, I have a skill that assisted me as a supporter. Artel Assist. It is a skill that compensated her whenever she carries a certain amount of weight. When she was working as a supporter, she carried a heavy bag, enough for her abilities to be enhanced. When she finished explaining, I was surprised. While her body needed a balance with her weights, it could become her strength. How much would her strength increase if she wore more than 100 kilograms while fighting? Proper training and guidance are all she needs to tap into her potential, something she didn't have before. For now, take these. Click. I opened the case and grabbed something. It was a huge leather sheath. It has straps on its ends so that the person could attach them and easily carry the sword. I asked Lily to put it on before taking out another weapon. Bam! The blade of a huge brown greatsword fell to the ground. Its blunt side bore the brunt of the impact, saving the floor from being broken. Easily, I lifted the greatsword and placed it on the sheath on Lily's back. She was surprised when she saw it at first, but became at ease. It seems like she's trusting me now. Xing. When the entire greatsword fell in its place, I loosened my grip. Soon, I removed my hand from it. Her knees sunk slightly. Even so, she did not struggle much. Whoa, I feel lighter. That sword weighs 60 del cram. For reference, del cram directly translates to great cram, or kilogram in our world. S60. Lily was confused. How do you feel? I asked her. There's nothing much except slight fatigue. It is not noticeable. I understand. While her skill compensates her for the weights, she would still feel some of its burden. In a sense, she feels a small fraction of 60 kilograms with her enhanced body. A small price to pay for power, indeed. Not long after, we continued on our way through Daedalus Street. Lily did not have trouble after carrying the giant sword on her back. She could catch up while losing herself memorizing the place. In the end, we arrived at the vicinity of the walls. I asked for the guard's permission to do so, but he recognized me first upon handing out the Hephaestus Familia emblem. Golden eyes and white hair, are you serious? Sir, what? Hearing a stranger call me by a random name confused me. The results for last night's Denatus are out. It was announced that a super rookie rose from Hephaestus Familia, he explained. Ah, I see. I wryly smiled. The trouble I wanted to avoid is here. Anyways, are you him? I am. Whoa, keep up the good work, man. Yes, yes. After that small fiasco, we arrived on top of the walls. Nabu-sen must be amazing. Even Lily could deduce what happened based on that reaction alone. Do you know why I chose this place as the training ground? Because of its space. Aurario's walls have limited space. The ones fighting would not have the chance to run away from their enemy. Moreover, training in the morning does not disturb the guards. Exactly, it forces us into confrontation easily. I took out a sharpened dagger and gave it to her. Try and hit me with your best attacks. My first day as a trainer began. Overwhelming. That was all Lily could think of after failing to hit him once. Her level 1 status and enhancements are not enough to reach him. She tried to do some movements she mimicked from others, but it was not enough. I understand. You learned some moves but couldn't properly execute it. It was expected from an untrained 12-year-old girl. What weapon do you want to learn? Learns. She looked at the dagger in her hand. Its flexibility was something to be praised for. Only, it didn't feel suitable in her hand. Rather, something with a longer reach fits her better. How, a spear then? Nabu took out his silver spear and unfolded it. From its small form, it became a spear with a long reach. Swish. He demonstrated his spear art before handing it out to her. The moment she touched it, she felt more satisfied. She mimicked some of his movements, only to fail. The spear is a beginner-friendly weapon. It has a perfect reach and could be learned in a short time. Her teacher began explaining its advantages and disadvantages. In a sense, it is easy to learn and safer to wield. At the same time, it exposes a bigger flaw once a mistake is made. Fortunately, the latter could be removed with enough training. I will take it. Are you sure there's no turning back? I am. If so. Nabu took another spear from his weapon case. It is a simple metallic spear. It followed the design of a kyang. It is often used in war, thus its practicality is high. What made it special is the spell engraved into it. Lily caught it with her other hand. A single moment was enough to let her know how high its quality is. This is my gift. In shock, she nearly released it from her grasp. Nabu-san, isn't this expensive? Not much, I could just create another one, though I am lucky while making this one. Nabu asked her to hand him back the silver spear. Try chanting Wind Dance. Hearing that, she did exactly as she was told. Wind Dance. Swoosh. Suddenly, she felt her body becoming lighter. Gusts of wind surrounded her as she moved. Wind Dance improves your movement speed. If you say cancel, it'll deactivate. Cancel. Just as he said, the wind disappeared. She lost some of her mind, but it was not a large consumption. Tay this. Go try Flame Dance next. Nabu left her no choice but to accept it. Seeing this, she no longer asked him for fear of making him annoyed. Flame Dance. This time, crimson flames surrounded the spear. It spread from its tip up to its handle. Strangely, she was not burned by it. Flame Dance imbues flames to your spear. It will help disorient your enemies. Intimidation is a factor in fighting. It is the root cause of feints. Simply speaking, it increases one's chances of victory. Those should be enough for now, Nabu thought. I'll tell her the third spell later. She wouldn't dive to the dungeon yet. Nabu is familiar with complacency. It is fine to depend on something, but they should still be able to struggle even without it. As an example, his combat skills did not disappear despite his combat suit's disappearance. There are cases when one's weapon would not be with them. It was this reason that pushed him to learn different fighting styles. You can deactivate it the same as earlier. Cancel. When the flames died down, Nabu made a request. Try fighting me again, this time with a spear. Alright. The wall space is less than 20 meters, meaning weapons with a longer reach are limited in this place. As if to remedy this mistake, Nabu wielded his silver spear too. Again, Lily mimicked him. It didn't take long for her to reduce some of her discomfort while wielding it. Clang. A week later. I should try it. Currently, I am inside the dungeon when I recalled something. In my world, magicians have their signature spells. It is the source of their epithets. For example, Suimai is called Starfall due to his spell that summons forth stars, similar to my Orion. There is also Yakimitsu-san, who has the title Magic King Nestaheim, because of his standing in the supernatural world. As for me, I am called the Machinist due to my weapons. Though my spells do not fall behind, I am fairly confident Orion could reach the power of a level 4 back then if not for the unfamiliar star positions. I plan to correct it to have the same power as when I use it on my own, but I changed my mind. I was weak. I did not have the monstrous mana reserves that Suimai and Yakimitsu-san have. My body has to be protected by a combat suit in fights or else I'll die. As a result, the spells I use on my own are downgraded. Only when I am with the suit could I use them to their fullest. Orion at its peak could destroy an entire city. It is simply incomparable to the one I am using. Hence, I corresponded the corrections to the advanced version of it instead. This process went on since I arrived in this world. It totaled 28 days before I finished it, a miraculous feat. Parallax, the measuring of stars' distance, is a complicated process. If not for Lady Artemis' support and Miku's arrival a week ago, it won't be done this quick. I wouldn't be in danger if I had it. Tab. I am currently on the 24th floor. Vegetation covered the surroundings, with plant monsters waiting in ambush. Let's see, there are no people within the 500-meter radius. I started chanting. It did not have a vast difference from before, but the calculations are on another level. My mind kept on being expended while my mana reserves began dropping. I am fortunate enough that mind potions affect mana too. A large magic circle spawned on the ground below. Smaller circles followed. At the same time, the sky is enveloped by dozens of magic circles. De obsignum fatum, I entrust my fate to you, goddess. Rays of white light briefly lit the majority of this floor. Soon, a resounding explosion followed. Bam! Boom! After they passed, all that was left are some patches of trees and bushes. The entire floor became a mess. Craters littered the ground along with the corpses of many monsters. Seeing this, I'm this strong now. It won't be long before I could use Orion's Peak on my own. Chapter 36, Disguise Test. Riveria Eljas Alf. Aurario's greatest mage. She could turn an entire floor into either a blazing or chilling hell. She could also provide support through her magic. Undoubtedly, she is one of the main reasons why low-key Familia reached its spot. Having magic could easily turn the tables against their enemies, more so when they are inside an unpredictable dungeon. Looks like I messed up. It's been a week since I started training Lily. My schedule went back to normal. From 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., I trained with Lily. I sleep from 8 a.m. till 2 p.m. After that, I attend lessons from Toolson and go to the smith before diving into the dungeon until the sun rises. This is the only way to maximize my skilled child of constellations. Rumble. A dozen hobgoblins came from the cracks. They immediately found me and growled. I overdid it. I did not know that killing most of a floor's monsters could trigger such a reaction from the dungeon. Only 5 minutes had passed since Orion descended, yet I have already killed 55 monsters. That is still different from my kill count with Orion itself. It doesn't matter. A cool sensation went down my throat. The high potion restored most of my mind and mana instantly. It's time to test them again. Magic techniques. Unlike magic spells, it involves the use of a weapon. It is a weapon art given life with mana. It is something I resorted to after finding out I couldn't use swordsmanship to manipulate the mystical laws. Reiju is an example of it. The simple quick draw becomes lethal. Most of my enemies in Aurario weren't humanoids. As for the human ones, I could not cast them due to their insane reaction speed. If I did not lock Valletta on my position when using Orionids, I would not have hit her. Hobgoblins are very close to human build. Xing. I pulled Sora from its sheath. Unlike before, it has the perfect balance I could think of. Hephaestus-sama is on another level. A day after I woke up, she summoned me to her forge. I watched her upgrade Sora. Its potential was fully tapped with her hands. It did not have new magic, but its utility increased to unimaginable levels, beating Azure as my strongest sword. Thus, I decided to test my magic techniques today. What should I use? There are 50-something magic techniques that I know. It is the result of my repeated iterations. The most noticeable ones, however, account for 5. I drew a middle stance as I calculated. I controlled my breath to match my footsteps. When my concentration reached its peak, the hobgoblins went into my strike zone. Fujin, god of wind. A green magic circle lit up on the ground. Sharp gusts of wind surrounded my body. The first couple of hobgoblins who attacked immediately got wounds all over their bodies. Fu. I moved out. Tab. Su. Happy. Within 3 steps, Sora beheaded a hobgoblin easily. The force centered on the blade did not die. Su. 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 I continued connecting my attacks. Coupled with the correct footsteps, my momentum became stronger. By the time the final hobgoblin was killed, my blade split the ground. Bam! The gathered force broke it into a crater. Fu. I cancelled my spell. By doing so, I felt the stored momentum disappear. The sharpness is crazy. Fujin is a magic technique named after a Shinto god. It did 2 things, namely, surround my body with sharp wind currents and store the built-up momentum on my blade. The winds surrounding the blade temporarily contain the accumulated energy that equates to force. In fact, that is the main function of the spell. The sharp wind currents are just aftereffects. They're not that strong, though it helped me in detecting enemies that stepped into my range. The only downside of this technique was that everything has to be done in single strikes. If my blade gets stuck, the winds will disperse, hence canceling this technique. It wouldn't work with my previous weapon, but now I have the upgraded Sora, I can finally use it. If I add wave impact to it. Once I clean up the weaker opponents and use the final strike against a strong enemy, I could only imagine the power behind it. Then again, I normally don't come close to enemies unless I am conserving mana. A dilemma. Why do I have tons of spells and techniques to use? Oh well. After picking up the magic stones, I decided to return to the surface. Skimming through the upper floors became easier with an added magic effect to my armor. Leap. Whenever I activate it, I would be thrust a few meters into the air. It is an effective travel method, I say. Soon I returned to the entrance. There are tents built around the guild. They serve for the purposes of logistics, medics, and so on. Before I presented myself, I used wardrobe and changed myself to my outside clothes, the lightweight armor. I went to the booth that processed the materials. While placing the materials on the table, the guild employee greeted me. It amounts to 2 million volleys, Sirius-san. I see, thanks. After tying the bulging bag to my waist, I left Babel. I heard murmurs when I did so. Tenku. The newest rising star. the one who rose to level 2 in 2 weeks. What a monster. I've heard he couldn't be seen anywhere above the 20th floor. Then, does it mean that he's prowling deeper than that? Crazy. Tenku serious? That was the nickname I received. I am aware of my reputation in this city. It has been a week since the last Denatus. To continue as a registered adventurer and dive into the deeper floors, we have to report my level up to the guild. Beyond the 25th floor, high-ranking familias like Ganesha Familia are present. There are also parties from Loki and Freya Familia themselves. Hiding my power is extremely difficult in a city filled with gods. It could also serve as a liability for Hephaestus-sama once we mess it up. Thus, I chose this high-key development. The most famous development, though, is to compare myself to Kenki. It gave people the impression that I am crazier than her when diving on deeper floors. Fortunately, I am rarely seen going outside the dungeon. I dare those people to match my broken nocturnal schedule. After reaching the northwest store, I opened the door with the spare key. What greeted me is a desolate office. Just like my lab. Though, someone is waiting for my return. After some tricks, one of the tiles opened up. It revealed a black box. Inside it is the black smartphone. You have returned, Goshujin-sama. Good morning. Good morning too. Are you interested in the current deduction process? Inside the private room, I left the black phone. It might look like a normal phone, but it has extended storage inside. It has many complex components akin to a supercomputer. While this is a downgraded version, it has enough processing power to run Miku. She could do a big task with it. As for my laptop, that's the real beast. She could have done everything 5 times faster with it. Sure. The positions of the constellation Orion of 2 worlds have been compared and analyzed. Through that, the base coordinate has been deduced. An unexpected outcome. I asked her to process the position of Gekai's Orion, first to strengthen my spell. Unexpectedly, it led to having a point of comparison. With the first coordinate present, this should be done within a few months. Thanks for your hard work. I'll send you a new song later. Recording finished, in case you forgot about it. Yeah. This Miku is an entire version away from the one I had. The Vocaloid songs she has is not comparable to the latter. You can put it as her regaining some of her memories. I am glad she is here. The memories of the future do not disappoint. If I did not have those, I would have worked for decades before her version 1 could work. It is the result of 100 years of work materializing. Wardrobe. My clothes were switched after I chanted. It is now the training clothes instead of my adventurer clothes. I will be coming back later. Understood. A magic circle appeared on the corner floor. A metal box could be found within it, one made of adamantine from the 30th floor. I placed the smartphone inside it. Once I retracted the spell, the floor tile went back to normal. I am not having my last chance of returning stolen. When I exited the store, I reactivated the magic spells engraved. Try as they might, they'll be apprehended by these spells. Even a level 5 could have difficulties leaving this place. This is the work of thousands of years of magic history, integrated with modern physics. A gaze stung my neck. When I tried to look for its source, I found no one on the roof of a house. Information is the key. Those observers, I deduced they are from an information familia. I am too familiar with how this worked, considering I did the same along with Miku. Hacking confidential info could be quite addicting. Teacher. A cat-eared girl called out to me. She has blonde hair and a small build. Teacher, you can just call me Nabu. No, that won't work. It would be a disrespect to call you like that. Lily did not back out. A week into our training, she began developing a sense of respect for me. To her, I am her savior and mentor, or so she says. I noticed some of her characteristics, though. Her mind is sharp. She could grasp the knowledge I am giving her. She's much like me in this regard. I could see her judging situations level-headedly in the future. The other thing is her talent, or the lack thereof. She's having trouble learning every weapon. She is slow on the uptake when it comes to combat. She reminded me of myself. In my first 2 iterations, I was also like that. It's all thanks to my cheat that I could reach my current heights. As they've said, there's nothing that couldn't be solved with time. Hundreds of fights made me competent. As usual, we did our usual jog to Daedalus Street. I mapped out more than 70% of it within a week. What could I say? Correspondence is a hack. It lets faint magic waves bounce everywhere, constructing a place's structure. Its evolutions improved it further, which led to this. Here are offerings, Pinia-sama. Take our suffering away. Please. On our way, we passed by one god. her followers made some offerings to her. I looked at Lily. I saw that she is visibly disturbed by this scene. It made her remember the Soma Familia. In the end, nothing happened. She chose to bury that feeling. She had not left that familia yet. In fact, she did not prowl in the dungeon yet. A few days aren't enough to stuff in everything she needs to know about survivability. Not all people have a cheat like mine. Carelessly diving into the dungeon without any precautions leads to death. Even my guild advisor completely agrees with it, and so do I. We have arrived. The guard on duty happened to be an acquaintance. "Oh, Sirius-san, good morning." "Morning," I replied. "We're going to the usual place." "I see, there's no need to talk to us guards if it's just that. We trust you." And the reputation Hephaestus Familia holds. This formality doesn't bother me, just to be sure, right? "Right," he replied to me. If I recall correctly, the guard is a member of Ganesha Familia. Most of them are, actually. They are responsible for maintaining order inside Aurario. The guild is the government while they are the police. After going through the stairs, we arrived at our destination, a desolate training ground. Just as usual, we did our sparring and lessons. Everything took more than an hour and a half to do. "Do you want to see my world?" "Your world?" "Battlefield." For a week, I have been preparing Lily for the dungeon. My teaching methods are unorthodox, as there wasn't anything not painful. Physical training, until she was exhausted. Knowledge about the dungeon. These two things took up her time. She handled it well thanks to her skill, Art'll assist. Beneath her sleeves and pants, there are a total of 8 weights, 2 on her arms and 2 on her legs. Its total weight is 100 kilograms. Interestingly, she began to struggle at 80 kilograms. The compensation her skill gave could no longer catch up to that weight. As a result, it became unbearable for her to wear them. Still, she kept on doing so, until it no longer fazed her. You know, Aurario is not the only one that has strong adventurers. Telskira, the nation where Amazons originate, it is no longer a rumor that they have monstrous warriors. Despite lacking something known as dungeon, they are strong. But teacher, they are still not a match for Aurario itself. There are the low-key and Freya Familia inside Aurario. The strongest adventurer, the warlord, is at level 7. That alone is a testament to its strength. Do you think there are people who could rival his power, someone alive? There could be a person like that. This decision would not reveal much of my information. I also doubt Lily will spread what she is about to see. If she did, then my judgment of people should be reevaluated. Just to be safe, I also plan to introduce everything as a fake story. Calculations complete. Hold my hand. Yuan. While confused, she followed my instructions. Her hazel pupils kept looking at me and my hand. Apertus inanua terra mirabili. Open the door to my wonderland. Bright light surrounded the two of us. When it died down, the area changed into a ruined city. Sue. Lily only had a short time to dodge the sharp rubble. A wound was drawn to her cheek. Remember the rules I taught. Teacher. Survive. With that, I disappeared from her sight. Teacher. Lily was confused. They were on top of Aurario's walls a second ago. Now, she found herself on a battlefield. I touched teacher and, her mind organized everything. This is his lesson. Unlike their previous lessons, this will be a more realistic one. But what should I do? Lily observed the area. She found out that it is a kind of ruined city. It is currently nighttime, dropping her visibility to low. Flash. Bam. What was that? In the sky, she saw a bright flash before an earthquake occurred. She nearly lost her footing. I need to go farther. Survive. That was what her teacher said. She needs to adhere to this goal, and going away from whatever caused it will help. Soon she found humans. To be exact, a human and a talking panda. A civilian. A kid, shit. The middle-aged man hurriedly picked Lily up. She did not have the time to react to his speed. Soon, she found herself thrown in the arms of the panda. Go send her to a safe place. I'm going first. Kusakabe went ahead to the signal sent by Momo. He knew the decisive fight has to be there. Don't be scared, little girl. A monster. Lily's mind went blank. She could not process what had happened within seconds. Oh. Panda was visibly downcast. I don't know how to use mind manipulation. Mind manipulation? She reacted when she heard a dangerous word. You are really a monster. She escaped from his embrace. She rolled down several times before she recollected herself. Where's my spear? Only now did she realize the absence of her weapon. Fortunately, it appeared right into her hands as she called it. She pushed back her amazement and used wind dance. Wind dance. She sprinted in the opposite direction as Panda's. That's dangerous. 3 seconds later, Panda caught up and lifted Lily through her collar. Eek. Her mind looked for viable solutions. It's dangerous there, you can trust me for now. How should I trust a monster? I am not a monster. Then what? A sorcerer. Source what? The terrified and confused Lily looked at Panda's big eyes. We vanquish curses and restore peace. We're a kind of superhero if you think of it. Bam! Not far away from them, huge walls made of ice rose. Then they saw the current fight. Bam! Bam! Mr. The aftermath reached their place due to how strong it was. Okay, little girl. Panda put her down. Run, or else those monsters would eat you. It pointed out the beings causing this aftermath. Lily was speechless. She met a monster and saw strong people fight in less than 5 minutes. Okay. In the end, she ran away. She did not forget to send a complicated look at the panda who saved her. While she ran, she did not meet any people. Running towards the route the panda gave was the correct decision. However, it changed when she met several strange people. They are dressed in weird outfits, one she had not seen on Aurario. They are all running away from the source of that fight. Feeling their strength, she did not come with them. She felt everything is dangerous in this place, and that included humans. Give me. Suddenly, she heard a voice behind a huge rubble. Her body halted as she sensed something bad from it. Immediately, she dashed away from it without looking back. So this is what teacher meant. Sweat gathered on her forehead. Her compensated body is under great duress due to the continuous running and escaping she has been doing. Give me. She found out that it managed to follow her. When she looked back, she saw a strange creature. It has a single pupil on its face and 4 arms. It crawled all the way to her. Feeling her exhaustion, she sought her vicinity. She tried to look for solutions and kept herself calm as best as she could. No, it would not work. The goose chase occurred for a good 10 minutes. The curse behind her did not stop chasing after her. I need to resolve it soon. She felt fatigued overcoming her body. 10 minutes of tension exhausted her way faster than it should have. Nabu mentioned this phenomenon once. He said that tension exhausts the body faster due to her heart beating faster. It is Lily's first time encountering this situation. Okay. Abruptly, she stopped running and turned to the curse. Flame dance. A fire coated her Kaizen spear before the curse ran itself through it. The flames spread to its body, making it writhe in pain. Lily hastily pulled her spear out of its eye. She also deactivated flame dance to conserve her mind. Phew. She observed what happened to the creature. It was being affected by the flames. She took this opening by initiating a downward strike. Hup. Clang. Her spear bounced off from the curse. What? She realized that physical attacks do not work on these monsters. Only cursed energy as well as mana, its equivalent, worked against curses. Lily recalled how it was affected by flames and not by her attack. Only those attacks work. Activating flame dance once more, she struck it before the flames on its body died down. She kept doing this until she saw the curse disintegrate into the purple light. It worked. Her legs gave up as she lay sprawled on the ground. She took her deep breaths and wiped her sweat. Survive. She understood what Nabu wanted to teach her. A battlefield is different. She would have died if she hadn't followed her intuition. I need to continue running away. Before she could stand up, her vision blackened. Chapter 37, Sword Princess, Looming Darkness. The Battle of Tokyo. It was the event that shook the world. It revealed the existence of the supernatural in the world. Everything that was supposed to be hidden unraveled itself. A historic battle that defined the future of our world. Deconstructing my spell, I saw Lily heaving deep breaths. Her entire body is tense. The hand holding the spear is trembling as well. Teacher. That was an illusion. Of course it all happened. I am simply keeping it a secret. An illusion of what a battlefield could have been. Battlefield. This should be enough to quell her blind optimism to the dungeon. A weak person will struggle to survive even against weaker curses in that fight. What's more, they have to deal with the aftermath of the strong fighting. That was the main point of this lesson, for Lily to know her position with her current strength. It also doubled as combat training. As she is, her growth speed is very slow. Life-threatening battles such as that one could be the only solution to it. Then again, it is an illusion. It's better to lose her life there than in real life. I hope you know when to fight or retreat at times. I will. I saw how she retreated from the unknown opponent. It was a good decision. She faced the curse when there aren't viable options left. I hope she would not get affected too much by her emotions. I saw this flaw in myself after the 2 close encounters I had. I became too confident with my experiences. I thought I am higher than my foes since I faced something stronger than them. I fought dragons and special grade curses that left afterimages in my eyes. I lost in some and triumphed in some. I am arrogant enough to think something weaker than those would not kill me. In the first place, that already happened in some iterations. I could only say that my childishness is still there. In the end, those future experiences did not happen to me, but to a different version of the future. I need to properly apply these experiences as I fight. Living normally for a week helped. Just as I imparted Lily my knowledge, I reflected on my actions during the process. Your skills are enough to dive until the 9th floor. Just keep 10 of those weights while diving. That way. I gave her tips on prowling. I passed through the entire upper floors until the 27th floor. It is better than relying on nothing. As a result, the lessons took longer to conclude. PSSSH. Tab. The door that leads to below opened. A series of footsteps followed. Who? Instinctively, I held Sora's grip. A strong person. I looked at the source of the disturbance. I saw a familiar sight. Long flowing golden hair. Clear golden eyes. A doll-like face that rivaled the appearance of gods. A rapier tied to her armor's waist. I am stunned by her appearance for a moment. She is extremely beautiful. Kenki. Eyes Wallenstein, the youngest level 5 in Aurario's history. She sped through levels 1 to 5 in 6 years. I never expected someone to use this place. Her voice snapped me out of my thoughts. I got the guards' permission to do so. And guards? Why do I feel like something's wrong with her question? I talked with the ones responsible in this area. I got their permission to use this place as a training ground until 8 a.m. While our training usually lasted until 7 a.m., it is not bad to have extra allowances. You talked to the guards. A certain realization flew past me. You didn't. Why would I? I do not know if this is her confidence or something else. There's the low-key familia that backs her anyways. There won't be problems even if she got found here. We are going. Wait, her gaze met mine, serious. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I looked back at Lily as she nodded at my words. It's not that, it's... Kenki placed her hand on her chin as she went into deep thought. Seeing her contemplating look, an image overlapped with hers. There's no way. In my previous iterations up to now, I kept meeting a certain girl in Britain. She's an airhead and acts similarly to what Kenki does. She lacks the common sense required for living. Their only difference was their eye color and their vibe. I knew her since the 3rd iteration, though I never approached her actively in real life. After all, never mind. Let's fight. Excuse me. I am surprised at her sudden declaration. I will be limiting my strength, don't worry. She deflected my previous words back at me. How come she wants to fight in our first official meeting? From her eyes, I am sure she recognized me, not as Sirius, but as the armored man who went against Goliath. She has means I do not know. Let's see. I examined my current state. I am fresh out of the dungeon 2 hours ago, but I have recovered sufficiently. It helped that my new skill, Proof of Combat, increases my recovery rate. Sure. With my approval, she held her sheathed the blade and went into a stance. Wait, let's use these instead. I unstrapped the weapon case on my shoulder. Click. Click. Upon opening, there are many types of weapons present. Swords, spears, daggers, blades. I picked out 2 inconspicuous swords before throwing one of them at her. This is training swords. I placed Sora on the case before closing it again. I placed it on a wall as I instructed Lily to create some distance between us. Durandal. Yeah. Unlike my other works, these 2 dull swords do not have any enhancements, sharpness, or spells. It is made for the sole purpose of training, thus its durability was what I took in mind. I didn't expect it to grant them the Durandal attribute. It is supposedly rare. For reference, only Tsubakini, Hephaestus-sama, and Bronze-san could make it within our familia. We should start. You're right. Wallenstein-san made a charging position, while I chose a defensive one. Hi. Swoosh. She moved swiftly. With her holding back, I could vaguely see her silhouette. Fortunately, she chose the most simple way to attack. she attacked in a straight line. All I need to do is to redirect it. Clang! I parried her sword by sliding it against mine. It sent her gathered force to my side. Her attack was weaker than Valletta's, considering how she didn't use her full strength. An opening. I swung the dull blade towards her. Sue. Only to hit nothing but air. Her speed momentarily became like a blur. Instincts. Just before a deciding blow, her body instinctively acted and used her full strength. That was how it was during the first spars with Rithusa-san. Again, I won't use my full strength. All right. Just like before, she charged straight at me. However, she changed her move this time. Sue. 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 She aimed at my right as she struck consecutive blows. She locked my position with the help of the narrow space. Clang. 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 Each strike made my hand slightly numb. I could tell that she was clumsily controlling her power. She's not accustomed to this fight, I thought. Firmus. My body was strengthened by the spell. It allowed me to catch up to her strength, which is slowly being unrestrained. Clang. Clang. My deflection technique made things easier. Controlling the entire body to protect it from impact is something I am extremely accustomed to. I also protected my balance from breaking. When her power reached a certain threshold, I cast double robustness. Clang. This time, I held the sword in reverse grip. My hoodie clung to my body due to sweat. Feel free to use your strength, Wallenstein-san. How, but... You might not notice, but you're already exerting power far surpassing your first strike. Her eyes widened. She stared at me silently. You're right. Her ears turned red slightly due to embarrassment. However, you could not. I am still standing. My words answered her concerns. I see. Wordlessly, she readied for another strike. I did the same by preparing a magic technique. The sword returned to a normal grip. Come. 1 step. 2 steps. It is the most optimal range for Nabu's intuition. Predicting beyond that step raises the variables. Clang. Clang. At this moment, he could no longer follow Wallenstein's attacks with his eyesight. He had to rely on his intuition, just as how he did during the fight against Valletta. Unsurprisingly, it turned one-sided. Nabu desperately defended his body, while inflicted sword strikes from all directions. The former was forced to use some of his small-scale spells to make it even. He was also forced to use triple robustness and Heart Sword for support and short-verse magic spells for distractions. Bam! 7 projectiles headed in Aiza's direction. Still, it lacked enough damage to cause concern. She tanked everything with her physical body alone. Everything was going into her side until... Cut! The split-second distraction the spell caused masked Nabu's real intention. His feints are also superimposed on it. As a result... Cut! He landed a hit on her cheek. It didn't cause a cut, but it still left a trace of redness. Eyes backed off a second later. How? Her reaction time, speed, and physical body far outclassed Nabu. It is not wrong to say she holds every single advantage in this fight. Nevertheless, she overlooked one thing. You let down your guard. Nabu repeated the same action of throwing unexpected spells more than 12 times. It was enough for confident foes to have a lapse in their judgment. They will think everything will go that way, only to be surprised by an attack. Repetitive blows lead to a split-second opportunity. Clang! The sword fell from his hand. His hands shook to the point he could not hold it properly. Yuan Kenki. Teacher. Lily took a potion from a pouch and passed it on to him. Thank you, he said to the Palom. Would you mind, Huff, hearing my judgment? He suddenly asked the Sword Princess, to which she nodded. You are too fixated on ending this fight. When your decisive strikes did not work several times, your movements become more predictable. It was a miracle he could last for 5 minutes against a monster like her. His experience bridged the gap between them. That, and it felt like you are not fighting against a human, but a monster. In humanoid battles, it is a general rule to not make excessive moves. Sword duels are often finished within the span of 10 seconds up to a minute if both were skilled. Overthinking will lead to a mistake, and so will wrong combat styles. Eyes kept striking him everywhere instead of focusing on a human's vital areas. It would have worked against some combatants, but those who are unfazed by pain are unaffected. Eyes fell silent upon hearing his words. That black flame. She is aware of the black flame on her back, that burning hatred to eliminate all monsters. She wished for it since that day. You don't blindly charge Ju-chan. You need to properly use your power. That is what we call techniques. Two voices rang in her head. Nabu's words are strangely similar to them. When she snapped out of it, he already stood up. How did you become strong? Eyes asked. She has a feeling he would even be stronger once his status catches up to hers. In terms of techniques, he is already comparable to the likes of Finn. Fight and survive, he replied. That's the only thing I did. The curtains to their first meeting falls. Level 2. Strength, F302 right arrow D532 defense. G260 right arrow E420 dexterity. G219 right arrow E474 agility. G271 right arrow E498 magic. F360 right arrow D570 hacker. G. Orionids. Memoir manifest. Miracle maker. Child of constellations. Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter. Proof of combat H, 21% to be upgraded. Letters and numbers made of light showed in my sight. It is my progress after a week. It will look ridiculous in the eyes of others. After all, I progressed more than 1,000 points. I only realized the ridiculousness of Child of Constellations, as well as my cheat. Hypothetically, these two affected my growth the most. Triple robustness is somewhere around level 4. After the fight with Sword Princess, I had a reference as to where I currently lay. Using Sirius lands me somewhere at pseudo-level 4, while triple robustness outright pushes me to level 4. Considering the gaps between each level, this is absurd enough. I could barely deal with grade 2 sorcerers with triple robustness alone. Cursed energy enhancement is something scary for me who has a weak body. As for grade 1 sorcerers, they are human artilleries. They become invincible with the cursed energy enhancement. The only way to kill them swiftly is to strike while they are unprepared. It's already afternoon. The fight with the Sword Princess, Eyes Wallenstein, exhausted me. It drained my stamina to the lowest. Thanks to proof of combat, I could come home without collapsing. I stood up from the bed. I organized everything before leaving. Right. I took out a magic stone from the bracelet. It came from one of the hobgoblins. Absorb. The energy inside it is absorbed with a thought. One chance. A strange thought entered my mind. Finally, the familiar sensation appeared once more. The cheat helped me prepare everything for the future. It is back. The 43rd floor, are you sure it? It's fine, I have been permitted by the manager. Oh. Nabu is quite shocked. The book he is holding recorded the 43rd floor up to the 50th floor. Loki Familia is the only one that reached it. Giving such information to a newbie is very baffling. Taking a quick look, he saw the general terrain on the lower floors. The environment is harsher. These floors are known to have a volcanic theme. Unlike others, the advisor-student relationship between Nabu and Aina is different. Nabu still maintained a sufficient respect for a teacher, but their dynamic is more like researchers. Nabu asks questions while Aina freely explains the lessons. The latter also gave out assignments in the form of opinions instead of memorization. The surroundings affect its inhabitants, fire-resistant monsters. Correct, the terrain advantages monsters had on the middle floors are more evident here, Aina responded. You understood that within a glance? Really? He's making me feel like I am back in the past. Contrary to her expectations, Nabu picks up things easily. His mature bearing distinguished him from other hot-blooded adventurers. Aina thought he was more like her, an honor student. Upon their familiarity and adjustments, everything came to this point. You need to take the 39th floor in mind. 39th floor. It's a safety point. After the 18th floor, the next safety point, a floor where no monsters spawn, is the 39th floor. There are cases of adventurers falling into a hole made by a lambton. It is unknown as to which floor it leads to, but it is confirmed to be somewhere on the lower floors. Knowing his talents, Aina did not prepare simple teaching materials. She scrolled through the guild's database and correlated many reports of the lower floors. It connected many individual cases as well as formed newer findings. Even she was astonished by some of them. I see. It is for this reason that Nabu chose her as an advisor. She has access to detailed information about the dungeon. Well, I'm glad I chose Aina-san as my advisor. Startled, she reacted like this. Where are you going with that? I realized that I never properly thanked you once. In his words, he did not give her a thank you present yet. There's no need for that, as long as... An adventurer suddenly came to Aina's mind, the first adventurer to be advised by her. A year ago, she returned as a corpse. The day before it happened, they are just talking with each other casually. She had been greatly shocked by that sudden incident. Never had she known a friend could turn into a corpse the next day. You return alive. Anyways, you are diving on the 21st floor already now. I am. I have already outgrown the monsters on the floor above. As his advisor, Nabu could not hide much from her. He did hide his involvement on the 27th floor, however. On the off chance she discovered it, she would be extremely angry at him. I know you've reached level 2 earlier than the official announcement, but please be careful. The 21st floor is something explored by veteran level 2. Nabu revealed his level-up secret to gain more information from Aina. He was ready to seal that memory if she showed signs of divulging it. Unexpectedly, she kept it a secret too. Once again, he was shocked by the trustworthiness of the people he met in Aurario. It made her one of the few people he trusts some of his secrets with, along with others from Hephaestus Familia and Artemis Familia. There might be Evolus remnants hiding in the dungeon too. I thought they were cleared out already. Reports came from low-key Familia. It stated that they are directly responsible for the 27th floor nightmare. Time swiftly passed, the end of their lessons came. This is a gift. He suddenly took out a box from his inner pockets and placed it on the desk. Nabu swiftly turned his head around to hide his embarrassment. I'm heading off. He left the room before she could react. There's no need for this. Inwardly, she accepted it. She knew him enough. He would not take it back even if she returned it. A gift, it isn't bad to receive one. Aina is beautiful. She has many admirers inside the gift. They all tried to give her gifts like roses and jewelry, but she never accepted them. Hence, this gift is the first one she received. It is different from the others. It is a gift born out of her students' gratitude. Nevertheless, Nabu-san could act like that too, she muttered. How cute. It inadvertently reminded her of a shy child. Akasaka-san, wait. Just as I made my way to the dungeon, I was intercepted by someone. You are Apollo Familia. Please don't go into the dungeon. Hearing her words confused me. Don't go, there will be danger to you, Huff, cannot escape from. What do you mean? I noticed we are garnering some attention. Let's move to a silent place. I held her hand until we reached an empty alley. What's going on? The girl's green pupils avoided my gaze. Still, she answered my question properly. You will encounter grave danger inside the dungeon. What kind of danger? That I do not know. She grew extremely confusing. She should have stopped me from something she knew of, yet she doesn't know that danger. A possibility crossed my mind. I am Cassandra, Apollo Familia. The girl introduced herself. I received some type of dream, a dream that shows the future. I met the girl who could see through the future. Chapter 38, Dead End Future. See the future. My entire body shivered. It is limited. It comes in a form of prophetic dreams, They're vague. That. Complex thoughts flew into my mind. A person who could see the future. Why are you sharing this with me? She was confused for a moment before she steeled herself. You are the brightest star. Brightest star. I thought she was pertaining to Sirius, at first. Sorry, she apologized after bringing a vague statement. You will shine in the midst of darkness. As to what it is, I don't know. Sorry. Just like a trailblazing star. I suddenly thought of that. No, it's all right. The girl remained silent. Do you believe me? Right, it is definitely doubtful to believe in something like this, more so when I only met Cassandra-san for the second time. Nevertheless, this possibility shouldn't be shut down. I do. It's different when it comes to me. I believe you can peer into the future. What? After all, I could do the same. Crisis Trailblaze. Nabu-kun. It is currently nighttime. I was supposed to enter the dungeon, but I decided to postpone it today. Are you all right? Lady Artemis wore a black cloak that hid her features. I am all right. Was it the girl from earlier? After meeting Cassandra-san, I decided the use of my cheat usage. It was supposed to be kept for a life-threatening crisis, but then I realized. Even when I have 2 chances against the special grade curse, they did not matter. Instead of going blind, it will be better to have more information. If it turned out to be something I could not defeat, I can simply do more preparations until I am able to deal with it. Someone from my brother's familia, why is she unknown? Logically, someone like Cassandra should have been well known in her familia. A seer is equivalent to a danger detector. She is also the first in Aurario to have that skill. It's strange indeed. There's a probability her visions are inaccurate. Since she was previously unknown, there could be a chance her visions are inaccurate. Maybe, but I know Lady Artemis prefers for me to take the safe path. I do. After all the dangers you went, it is better to be more stable. Lady Artemis became tougher after that 27th floor event. It's somehow, well, I don't know, it makes me feel warm. Soon, we arrived on Hephaestus Familia's residence. I led her into Hephaestus-sama's office. You two are finally here, Hephaestus greeted. It's been a long time, Artemis. It is. When the two goddesses met, I swear I felt something from them for a moment. Nabukun's power. Let's hope we can see something. Lady Artemis and Hephaestus-sama spoke. The main reason why the goddesses asked for their presence when using my cheat was to uncover its principles. As gods, they could see greater things than what I could see now. The two of them stood not far away from me. I will use it. I triggered its activation with my mind. Modify your combat experiences to 10 years later. The familiar itching sensation appeared on my chest. This. No doubt. Arcanum. Their voices synced together. Confirm. My consciousness got swallowed by infinite darkness. It disappeared. After testing my power, it suddenly disappeared. It took days to adjust from this loss, but my other abilities retained me as the brightest adventurer. While the improvements decreased over the next week, it's still absurd. I kept sparring against Lily and Aisan. The latter made me realize some shortcomings in my skills. Nothing happened. It has been 3 weeks since I received Cassandra-san's warning. I did not dive into the dungeon for 3 days. I forged many things inside my smith. I have many self-destructive items in my possession. Yet the dreaded danger never came. I stared at the man wearing goggles. I could trace a kind of curse emanating from him. I couldn't dodge it at all. Hyuka. I feel heavier. I could not move properly. My mind became sluggish. I have done my part. Bang. 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 I gunned down the crazy lunatics. I have already been hit by their inferno stones when they swarmed me. My armor helped me protect myself. I feel weaker. A spell is cast within this radius. Coupled with the goggled man's curse, I felt a twofold debuff. I started throwing the consumables around. Waves of explosions happened all around me. I started chanting for the space transference on the upper floors. What I did not expect was for my mind to be affected. My casting time became slower. Beyond the flames, a projectile came crashing. My senses desperately flared up, but my body could not follow. These are PSSHK. A spear-like object pierced my chest. My chant is disrupted. My mind blanked out. I looked down. I saw a blood-red javelin. Its appearance jogged something from my memories. The cursed weapons. Evilus. They still level 5. No. I will. Return. Thud. The familiar coldness swept over my body. Tough took. Bastard killed. Fucker. The boy heard voices. That was the only thing that separated him from others. Without his memories, he is as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Arya. Who is Arya? Arya is Arya, hee. She must be your friend. A friend, Arya is a friend. From then on, the boy heard different voices. The most prominent one, however, is the voice of another child. I want to see her, to meet her, we will be together. You are separated. Separated, I want to be with her, forever. He learned about her tragic story. The girl had been separated from her friend. Naturally, the boy felt sad. He would be if he was in her position. That's it. I will help. Really? Really? Really, really? Really? The boy stayed in the darkness. Sometimes he felt some kind of call. Albeit it is too weak, it had been treated as a kind of fleeting dream. A friend. Do I have a friend? Friend me. Why? The boy was perplexed. You will help, that's what friends do. I see. Since then, the boy has looked forward to that day. The day he could help them reunite. For his friend. One day, the darkness was torn apart. The boy saw light once more. What is? You are finally out. A voice echoed within his head. Out. Out. Where am I? Below. The boy easily understood her words. There is a city, it blocks the sky, the girl said in annoyance. It is better without it. City, sky. Annoying thing, she then described the latter. A beautiful thing. Sky. The boy looked upwards. All he saw was the cave's ceiling. You are awake. A red-haired woman appeared. She was shocked. Your friend, you say? He is shy, sure. Help's fine. She talked to the similar voice inside her head. I was told to help you. For now, we need to recover your belongings. The woman brought him to somewhere. They walked through many pathways until they reached the 12th floor. Shriek. Crush. A minotaur attacked him. The boy reacted by crushing its fist. The boy looked curiously at the minotaur. Its eyes are filled with fear. He did not feel anything strange. Step. Step. With every step, the minotaur backed off. PSSHK. A hand appeared out of its chest. It grabbed a shining red crystal before its corpse turned into dust. We don't have time to waste. The woman threw the crystal to the boy. The latter responded with a confused look. Eat it. Eat. Crunch. The boy bit half of it. It has a clean taste due to the blood coming off as ashes. Crunch. Crunch. Soon, everything was devoured by him. A surge of strength went through his body. You are talented. Nothing. They entered a secret passageway, the kind that would open when a random stone is pressed. Oh, another one. The woman nodded. I see. It was a man. He has a neutral androgynous look and long white hair. He is none other than the god of death, Thanatos. You are breaking some rules, but it's not a problem. He noticed something interesting. Arcanum, wait, it's a connection. This child is interesting. We are going. All right, be ready for combat, though. Loki Familia is already on the 59th floor. The boy did not understand his words. Here it is. Inside Gnosis, it is a maze. Unless you know the place too well, you could be lost. It has a total of 18 floors. Each floor has an extremely confusing layout, something credited to Daedalus. Currently, they are on the 10th floor. Bam! The orichalcum door opened on its own. Then, they saw the true body of the girl. You are here. It is a mass of green flesh. An upper body of a girl is present on top of it. Let's play. Okay. Little did he know, their tag consisted of dodging giant vines. Impacts shook the boy's body whenever he was slammed into the wall. Strangely, he never felt anything bad. Stop it, he's already tired. Yeah. Huffs. Here. The woman threw another magic stone to him. The boy ate it as per before. Moments later, his strength recovered. Your recovery is limited. Eating those things will make you stronger, she said. There is a limit. Pay attention to it. Just like how humans become satiated, there comes a point when their body becomes satiated with magic stones. The girl led them to her hidden stash. It was something she hid from the others. A rusty bracelet. A sheathed eastern sword. These are yours. The boy examined the bracelet. He felt something from it, but he could not pinpoint it. Then, the sword. The moment he held it, his aura changed. An instinctive action occurred. Despite not knowing what it was, the boy unsheathed the sword. Xing. His posture became perfect. His eyes became sharper. His aura became heavier. He's strong, the woman mumbled. The boy recovered from it. He was confused. How did I do it? To that, the woman responded. Your body will remember it. You don't have to do anything. The woman was right. Bam. Sue. Sue. Lines appeared on the necks of kelpies and crystal turtles. On the 27th floor, a huge amount of ashes are present on the lake. They all floated aimlessly on the water. PSSHK. The boy carved the magic stone on the monster Rex's chest. Upon doing so, its corpse started turning into ashes. The foothold he used started to disappear. Huppy. Just before he fell into the lake, the boy ran to the shore. The first leap was enough for him to reach it. Munch. Crunch. He casually started eating the huge magic stone. With the sword in his right hand and the stone in his left, he made his way to the deeper floors. Sue. 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 From the aquatic monsters, he faced undead such as Spartwa and undead sheep. His continuously increasing power served as the key to his shackles. His body gradually remembered the memories it lost. The boy touched his chest. He could feel a crystal lodged in it. Arya, it's Arya. I could feel her. A day after his awakening, the boy received his first order. Bam. Clang. One confrontation. That was all it took for the boy to overpower the adventurer in front of him. This bastard, Tusk. Bam. The boy caught the werewolf's foot and threw him away. The action was as easy as an adult catching a child and throwing him away. It's not him. Arya is a girl. Makes sense. Suddenly, the werewolf stood up and asked him a question. What do you want? Arya. Arya, who the fuck's that? Someone close to you. Huh. Beta, you idiot. Clang. A silhouette charged against him. She wielded a big sword. He was readying his counterattack when the girl retreated. What's happening? I don't know, this guy attacked me out of the blue. I need to. Where is Arya? The boy's scarlet pupils stared at the Amazon girl. His wolf ears and tails swayed naturally. The girl's eyes widened upon hearing that name. How did you know that name? Someone's looking for her. The boy went into a straight stance before slowly walking towards her. The girl, Tiona, scoped him. They are caught on a deadlock. Are you with the woman from before? Woman, short red hair. Yes, that's her. That is indeed Levis. Clang. Beta tried to strike him by surprise, but it did not work. Despite his boots absorbing Ice's magic few minutes ago, his speed is within the boy's tolerable range. Undisturbed, he aimed at Tiona. Clang. 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 A flurry of sword strikes occurred. Each of them aimed at her weak spots. It showed how well-versed the boy was in combat against humans. Damn it. Tiona was swiftly put on the defensive. The expressionless boy continued pressing at her. Beta also cooperated with her, but to no avail. The boy's body is simply too strong. They could not catch up with their level 5 statuses. More terrifying, it is not his ceiling. As long as he continues to grow. Clang. Another figure came from behind Tiona. She wielded a pair of kukri knives as she used it to parry one of his strikes. Tiona's sister, Tioni, joined the fight. Tiona, what's going on? He's the same as that woman who killed Hashana. That was all she needed to understand the situation. Clang. Bam. Sue. PSS Sage. The fight became a 3 versus 1. Still, the boy showed the upper hand. Damn. Beta has to stop his attack as he was about to hit Tioni. The latter similarly drew back her blades. What a monster. The boy utilized their flaws on cooperation and took advantage of it. He made scenarios where they would hit each other. It is the only combat style possible for 1 versus many. His pupils glowed blood red the more he fought. His blood boiled, seeking the long-lost sensation he had forgotten. It seems that you are all determined to be hindrances. Wait. A faint memory passed Tiona's mind. The boy's short white hair. The bright golden eyes he used to possess. The childish body he is currently in. Sirius. The boy froze. That name invoked a strange, unknown feeling from his chest. Sirius, who is? The rising star from 3 years ago, Tiona. It must be him. For 2 weeks, he sparred with them while the 2 girls underwent his training. That began when Eyes recklessly entered into the dungeon due to a misunderstanding. Sirius' techniques matching their captain's level were shocking enough. Right now, the boy did not have any troubles facing 3 upper-class adventurers on the cusp of level 6. He's already dead now. Tioni's disbelief echoed within the dungeon. No, that guy from the 24th floor. Beta recalled the dead man they faced in the 24th floor pantry. He said something along the lines of being resurrected by something. The boy's case is similar to him. I will stop playing now. A troubling sensation was felt in his chest. To remove it, he chose to solve everything at once. Xing. The boy sheathed back his katana. Then, he went into a charging stance. Inhale. Exhale. Sue. The fastest blade showed itself. It cut the speed of sound as it reached for Tioni's neck. PSSSHK. An arm went flying, then. Tioni. Tiona caught Tioni, who lost her arm. The latter's face paled. Moments ago, she felt a strong sensation of death. Her senses, trained in the death battles on Telskura, barely caught it. Shit, Beta cursed. Call for others, I will hold him. You idiot, you will die, Tiona shouted. Why are doing this serious? That name again, the boy muttered as he swung his bloodied sword. Who is serious? Why do you keep calling me like that? Hi. The boy's eyes did not lie. Ever since he came out, he never had a name. Arya, she's here. Indeed. An adventurer charged straight at him. Strong gust of winds wrapped around her. A straight attack. Deflect and counterattack. Clang. His blade did deflect the adventurers. However, her blade swung down at him. It was a feint. Bam. The boy blocked the strike with his arm. His skin-tight black top was cut along with his arm. His wounds bled profusely, only for them to disappear moments later. Swoosh. He dodged one of the strikes before sending a counterattack. Clang. They danced to the rhythm of their blades. Unlike the previous 1 versus 3 fight, the boy's attacks were predicted by the girl to some extent. It's as if she knew him. Another strike came. Unlike before, they zoned each other. The adventurer's long golden hair and pupils sent the girl's voice into excitement. That's her, that's Arya. Arya. Arya eyes Wallenstein, sent a complicated look at him. Serious, why are you? That again. Badum. The unsettling feeling from before grew stronger. The boy does not understand why he is acting like this. He does not know how to react. I am not serious, I am. The boy has no name. Suddenly, a masked figure appeared. It grabbed the boy from the back of his neck. We need to retreat. Reinforcements are coming. Why? PSSSHK. At this moment, a plethora of violas popped out of nowhere. They all came from the dungeon floor. The two utilized this distraction to slip. By the time the others from Loki Familia arrived, all that was left are confusion and doubt. What is going on? Thank you. The masked figure did not respond. You really are, she muttered regretfully. Stay put for now, wait until they leave. The Loki Familia, they are too strong even for you. The boy innocently went back to the Gnosis. This isn't right. The figure's mask was removed, revealing an elf's face. Phylvis could only blankly stare at the back of her savior. Do you want to re-unlock your blessing? Unlock blessing. The boy encountered the god of death once more. Just like Valletta, you also have a latent power. Sure. He easily agreed to his proposition. After the Familia emblem was drawn, his Falna was unsealed. Since he died, his Falna was left unlocked, which made things go smoothly. All of his levels and status indicate 0, although his abilities remained. A new input was also available in his skills. Monstrum Union. Permanent status buff. Increases physical attributes. Increases mind attribute. Increases recovery rate. Anima erosion. Neo irregular. There was also a certain skill that grew permanently. Proof of combat H, 98%. Permanently enhances physical and mind recovery. Scales based on the number of injuries sustained. Aside from his already monstrous regeneration as a creature, the boy's skill superimposed it. Valletta will cry this time. The woman who always tried to beat him up. The boy did not know why, but she holds extreme hatred towards him. Only, she could not beat him thoroughly. His strong body, resilient regeneration, and body reflex are enough to hold his ground against her. After 3 years, her growth slowed down. She is currently on par with top level 6, yet he could still handle her. You are truly a monster. Few months later. MN. The boy sleepwalked inside the man-made dungeon. Not that one, he murmured while sleeping. He was unaware that his subconscious who kept fighting until now acted. The boy's will moved against his own. Mana was secretly engraved into the mithril and adamantine portions of Gnosis. It is enough to last for several months. Nobody ever noticed it. The sleepwalking happened several times already. Barca, the controller of this dungeon, let it be after knowing it is simply sleepwalking. However, the Loki Familia could attack any time. I will send some people to retrieve him. The god of death responded to Barca. Suddenly, the thing Thanatos thought became reality. Intruders have entered. Due to an accident, the Loki Familia acquired a Daedalus orb, the key to Gnosis. Let everyone be ready, Thanatos ordered. I will notify Valletta to pick the boy up. With his combat power of a level 7, the boy is an important asset to the Evolus, and most importantly, Neo. You brat. The boy was carried like a sack of wheat. Valletta kept cursing after Finn Damney managed to get away. Her strength and cursed weapon were enough to nearly kill him. Unfortunately, the boy hindered her chase. She had to pick him up before continuing her chase. Do you hear me? Lock the doors in this passage. She made a decision to leave him. Barca responded by closing the orichalcum doors shut in his passage, though he had to open some of it to deploy their forces. It takes enough luck to arrive in this place. The boy slept peacefully during the war, that is until Nabokun. Aside from Loki Familia, another strong Familia partook in this mission because of one reason. The boy. MN. The boy did not notice her presence and rolled over the smooth adamantine floor. The Familia captain went closer to him. Just before she could touch him, his hand reached out. Who are you? You really forgot, for now I will. Bam! The The boy did a sudden kick, sending the captain flying. He tried to find his sword, but to no avail. Why does everyone keep calling me with that name? It has been months since his first awakening. Several accidental meetings occurred. All of them called him Sirius or Nabu. The demi-spirit mentioned they were just mistaken. The same went for Levis. As for Philvis, she simply kept her silence. However, that strange feeling within his chest is undeniable. Kug. Arya is here, Arya is here. A command made him walk away from the woman. His purity was slowly corrupted by it, his sense of self slowly disappearing. Lady Artemis sought you for years. Artemis. Another name made his body halt. The woman did not prevent him from walking away. It's really him, he remembers. Rethusa's sharp eye did not miss his reactions. She does not know why he is currently like this. Nevertheless, he is the same Nabu that they lost 3 years ago. We will bring you back. The clash on Knossos. One of the biggest events in Aurario. An unprecedented collaboration between high-ranking guilds that are unknown to the civilians. Loki Familia. Freya Familia. Hephaestus Familia. Diane Sect Familia. Hermes Familia. They have returned to prevent Neo's evil plans from bearing fruit. The 6 demi-spirits started a ritual to destroy Aurario itself, all to eliminate Gekkai's current heroes. If they disappear, there would be no more adventurers to place a lid on dungeon. The ending would be the world's destruction. Lady Artemis. The boy managed to defeat Aurario's strongest, the warlord Otter, in a minute clash. Just as how the latter is a monstrosity to adventurers, the boy is an insurmountable wall in Otter's eyes. He is reminiscent to the one who slayed the behemoth. Not only did the boy have absurd amounts of combat experience, he could also cast dozens of spells mid-fight. Still, he could not bring himself to attack the goddess who embraced him. The boy shivered. He started regaining what I have lost. The 2 centuries' worth of memories flooded my mind. The bulk of memories overwhelmed my innocent self from before. I could do nothing but to stare blankly at the ceiling. I did all of this. Within those 6 months, I fought many adventurers. I received orders to kill, staining my blade with the blood of the innocents. I came close to killing the executives of Loki Familia several times, as well as Arya. If my subconscious did not restrict my actions as well as my magic, I could have destroyed much more. Help Levis, Arya is with her. A voice rang on my mind. It forced my body to move on its own. It's too late. If I had my memories, I wouldn't have been manipulated like this. Orion. I pushed Lady Artemis away. Lady Artemis. My consciousness started receding to the depths of darkness. Damn it. I started hallucinating. Pathetic. Toji Zenin. Don't tell me you will fall for this, Nabu. Satoru Gojo. Keep fighting. Itadori Yuuji. You're persistent, crazily so. Yakagi Soimai. Voices from people I knew rang out. A small chance was torn open. Don't you dare fail this time. And myself. I took it. PSSHK. I came back to my senses. I found myself holding Sora into a reverse grip. It pierced through my body, my spirit core. Cough. Blood spilled from my mouth. I am Akasaka Nabu, a scholar of truth. I am not merely a puppet. Click. Something was unlocked within me. Instantly, I felt pressure around myself. This sensation. Archaeatus overload, mana furnace overload. The spell was completed. For the first time, I could feel it. My mana started turning into something else. The achievement Soimai did when he was 13. The spell only the elite magicians could use. Altering the ethereal body, the soul, which leads to changes within the physical body and increasing mana load limit, that was what Mana Furnace is all about. Casting several high-level spells consecutively becomes possible. It is the strongest trump card every magician dreams to have. PSSHK. I twisted Sora further in my chest. When the core was thoroughly destroyed, the external influence disappeared. There is no longer something that controls me like a puppet. Sue. The blade did not make a squelching sound. My physical body turned into something else. I no longer need a heart to live, however. Lady Artemis. Orion. This time, I am the one to reach out to her. I am here. My calming words worked. Why did you? Lady Artemis was asking about my earlier actions. It is the only way to remove her control. She realized something. Orion, please no. I am sorry. Without the core, I am already dead. My current state is the reason why I am still alive. Once it disappears. You hick. Lady Artemis started crying. It is unsightly for a goddess, yet her tears wouldn't stop. I will find you in heaven. After separating, I saw her reddish eyes. Traces of her tears could still be found. Go, do what you have to do. Thank you. She saw through me again. The spell beneath this floor is connected to her, after all. I suddenly turned back. I unstrapped Sora from my waist and handed it to her. A remembrance while I am gone. I wouldn't forget you even without this, she declared. Even so, I will take care of it. I like you. Orion. With that, all of my regrets are undone. My sight turned into a blur as I sprinted towards the center of Knossos' 10th floor. Many adventurers were swept by me. I did not have the time to care about that. Wardrobe. I changed back to my magician garb. 3 years have passed, but things are well preserved inside the bracelet. Ehoo. What a coincidence, I muttered. A group of elves resided in the spell core I secretly embedded since months ago. They are fighting one of the demi-spirits here in the northeast section. Swoosh. My current speed surpassed their reaction time. I am now gliding on top of the humanoid demi-spirit. Abracadabra, I will create as I speak. The loud chant caught their attention. Buzz. Bam. A large and complex magic circle appeared on top of the room. A phantom of an archangel descended from it. She adopted the praying position before she screamed loudly. Screech. BZZT. A bolt of golden lightning is summoned by the scream. It descended into the corrupted demi-spirit. Bam. Tab. Flutter. Its body fell to the ground with a thud. One of the evils are now vanquished. The presence of a malevolent evil dragon emerged. Tusk, it's already here. You are. I turned back at their shocked gazes. Serious? It's a pity everything went like this. I wanted to continue our discussions, Lady Reveria. You. I traced my footsteps until I sensed the spell core beneath the green flesh. There used to be a trap in this floor. A huge block of mithril was placed to host its magic. It was obsolete until I decided to use it. Tab. It's here. I will be ending everything now, I declared loudly. Click. 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 6 magic circles appeared consecutively. They appeared beneath the locations of each demi-spirits in the 10th floor. That included the summoned Nidog, the true trump card of that bastard. Another set of magic circles appeared all around myself. It elicited many vigilant gazes from the elves. Stop. Their leader, Reveria, halted their spellcasting. She must have seen the purpose of these spells. Buzz. A bow made of stars appeared on my grasp. I pointed it upwards. The magic circles began to align themselves. I did not need any chance this time. Still, I left out my final words. This journey, it's not so bad. I meant it from the bottom of my heart. Everything was fucked up midway, but those 1.5 months is the best. I had many people I could trust with my secrets. It is a good conclusion compared to before. I let go of the knocked arrow. A meteor shower passed by Aurario. It seemed distant, yet its bright luster captivated even the gods. Boom. 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 Judgment fell towards the corrupted spirits. The light enveloped even the adventurers. Much to their surprise, it did not harm them. It healed their wounds and restored their depleted mind. What did just? Finn, did it also happen to your area? And yes. The communication orbs sent by Fells, the sage under Orano's command, became lively. Who was it? Finn planned everything for months. He knew their enemy, Neo, was not someone to be trifled with. If he played by the rules, Neo cuts the entire board in half. He doesn't care about his victory or defeat, only its results. The sudden interference startled him. It's him. Reveria. Serious. Meanwhile, the man in question was dazed. This is death, it's warm. Lady Artemis, she must have done something. He. I smiled sheepishly. With her, I do not fear death. I stared at my palm. I could see motes of light in its stead. It's not painful. Serious. There's no need to feel pity. I have sinned just as much. Seeing her one last time, I noticed how her aura stood out from others. It is akin to the divinity held by the Justia. Her beauty is transcendental, too. Though, can I ask for a favor? Go ahead. I removed the bracelet on my hand. Can you give it to Lady Hephaestus? In return, I will impart my entire magic knowledge. I pulled out a dagger from the black hole. I placed some of my memories inside its memorize function. I will die soon. I don't care anymore about the otherworld thing and whatnot. It is nothing but a small compensation for all the trouble I caused. I shall do so. Good, you know what to do with it, I said as my voice became weaker. Now go crush that bastard, he should pay. I was met with bright white light before I finished everything. Phew. The memories were cut off. Immediately, Nabu found himself standing with the two goddesses. His heart skipped a beat, his eyes contracted. He felt like a drowning man who barely survived. Those memories are real. It occurred, yes, but not on his time. Not yet. The swathe of emotions sent him into a complex state. He could not hear the voices of the goddesses. All he could think was the life he lived 3 years later. Then it came crashing down. Hyuka. His heart felt like exploding. Veins started to appear on his body. Thud. His knees fell to the ground. He grasped his chest. He breathed through his mouth. Nabu, Nabu. The cloaked goddess came to his side. What's happening? The side effect, he mentioned it before. Whenever he came back from the future, his present self would adapt to match his future self. It wouldn't be a complete adaptation, however. His body still has its limits. Ha. Click. A familiar sensation appeared. This ha. Nabu tried to chant. Ha Archaeatus overload. Hum. Nabu let out a pressure akin to the Justia's. His mana changed as his ears transformed into the feral ones. A tail appeared behind his back. His golden pupils glowed brightly, as if containing stars within them. The heavenly wolf's metamorphosis was completed. Chapter 39, Clashing Ideals. Swathes of information entered Nabu's mind. He could not process it for a while. The two distinct and fragrant scents present in this room overloaded his mind. Upon the completion of his transformation due to mana furnace, a switch was flipped. Kaya. He suddenly jumped into Artemis. Thud. Artemis' body fell on the floor. Meanwhile, Nabu was on top of her. Their gazes met. You. She saw the constellations hidden within his eyes. The 48 constellations shifted continuously. Each of them showed a different emotion. Suddenly, he brought his face closer to hers. Then, he started sniffing her. He indulged himself in her scent by digging his face into her neck. Stop. Hephaestus was quick to react. Artemis is currently down speechless, even. She is the only one who could do something right now. However, Nabu jumped into her embrace. He buried his face into her chest. What's happening? Artemis snapped into her daydreams upon seeing this. Her embarrassed looks could be seen clearly. It should have something to do with this. She pointed out his animal ears and tail. His fluffy tail swayed in satisfaction. He recorded the 2 cents as something important. It reminds me of spirits, Artemis spoke. Wait, he mentioned this before. The unsealing of limits, he called it mana furnace. Mana furnace. It is the transformation of a magician into a higher order being. They alter their ethereal body, soul, to create something called dream organs. These organs will increase their mana capacity, computation speed, extend their lifespan, and so on. Once made, they will be in a dormant state until released by the magician, hence the pressure whenever it is activated. Nabu couldn't complete this spell until now. However, those who had done so became stronger. His world really is terrifying. Hephaestus subconsciously patted his head. She is somewhat enjoying this despite her desperate attempts to hide her fluster. We should stop him. Artemis' voice turned into a straight tone. Her eyes dulled slightly. An emotion surged from the depths of her heart. It is part of the unknown she hadn't personally experienced yet. As if answering her call, Nabu fell unconscious. His animalistic features disappeared into specks of starlight. Will you bring him? Yes. Hephaestus conceded him to Artemis. The latter carried his body with ease in a prince SS carry. Even Artemis changed. Hephaestus muttered under her breath, "Oh, Hestia, you will be surprised if you descend." She is unaware that she's changing, too. Amen. I woke up from a deep sleep. I did not have any dreams today. Good morning. Good morning. My mind halted. Who? My vision cleared. I saw Lady Artemis beside me in a bed. What? What did? I am sent into a frenzy. Dozens of possibilities popped up. She is still wearing her clothes, so I canceled the most surprising one. Again, I did not drink alcohol or the likes. What did just? Why are you? I saw it in your eyes, she said, your sorrow. I remember. When I became a creature and forgot everything, Lady Artemis sought to bring me back. No matter how sinful I was at that point, she still accepted me. However, I did not have a good end. A question brewed in my mind, but she answered it immediately. Gods could see through everything. Our powers are simply sealed in the mortal realm. She answered my query in advance. I would not ask much, only let me do something my other self couldn't. Somehow, Lady Artemis guessed the gist of what happened despite not knowing anything. She held my hand and placed it on her chest. Her blushing look was overwhelmed by her determination, a goddess, indomitable will. Anyways, you should get up. Hephaestus is already waiting in her office. After gently releasing my hand, she swiftly left the room. Lady Artemis. Complicated emotions brewing in my chest. The memories from the last cheat usage remained in my mind. It will take days before everything returns to normal. The bitter taste of my ending remained in my mouth. I never expected to be killed despite my vigilance. Not only that, I was also manipulated to do evil things. There are a few things to consider. For once, that was the most detailed future life I got. I felt every moment of that 3 years. It is the first time I experienced something like that. It's different from the other iterations. There is something different in this iteration. The next thing is that I strongly believed in Cassandra-san's prophecy. However, I still went into the dungeon after 3 weeks. I am not that impatient. Something must have gone wrong with me. The other thing is my enemies. The ones I killed from Evelys got resurrected by the demi-spirits. Valletta Greed and Dix Perdix, a level 6 and 5 respectively, led the ambush and killed me. Their preparations and overall strength overwhelmed my own. In the end, I was killed. A spirit core was then implanted into me before I woke up 3 years later. During that time, the demi-spirit might have erased my memories and taken deep root in my body. Neo. Dionysus. My fingers dug deep into my palm. My anger towards that dastardly god soared to the heavens. My subconscious reminded me of him due to his crazy personality. Yet, I still fell to his schemes. He is the root of everything. He supported Valletta's plan and instigated her to take action. He is vigilant due to my potential danger, though he wanted to convert me to their side, by transforming me into a creature, that is. It didn't matter if he could control me or not. Being an enemy of Aurario is the one that matters the most. His greatest goal of enacting a world-scale orgia, the suffering of the masses, composed of a plan since 12 years ago. Philvis-san, in particular, helped him greatly in that regard. I recalled my conversations with her. I tried to end everything for a week. I failed. He was the one who accepted me. If I met you back then, never mind. 1 week after saving her, Dionysus comforted Philvis, who turned into a creature. That was how he got her as his assistant in his crimes. They killed their fellow Familia members for the sake of that damnable plan. That's why he never let me in, fucking bastard. I tried to visit her several times this week, but it ended with someone from Dionysus' Familia claiming Philvis is locked up in her room. Everything was Dionysus' plan. He waited until she broke enough before offering his salvation. He didn't allow me to meet her since she could regain her will. During that future, she had been the closest to me since I woke up as a creature. I could remember how she protected me every time I was in danger. I am simply childish to notice that back then. It changes this time. For now, I need to plan a daytime rendezvous. What's this? What is it? It's better to see it yourself. Hephaestus-sama handed out a paper containing my status. Level 2. Strength, D532, right arrow SS 1156. Defense, E420 right arrow SS 1028. Dexterity, E474 right arrow S979. Agility, E498 right arrow SS 1130. Magic, D570 right arrow S999. Hacker, G. Orionids. Memoir Manifest. Miracle Maker. Child of Constellations. Proof of Combat F, 39% to be upgraded. It's a huge shift. Just like your first level up. That time, I faced a Goliath alone. The high-level Excelia gained from it was enough to skyrocket my status. As for now, it should be due to the twofold reward from my cheat, the tangible benefits it brought, and the histories included in my memories. I did crazy things in the future. Defeating the warlord Otter. Continuously fighting Loki Familia. Diving in the lower floors of the dungeon. Even if not in full, these achievements is enough to push my status to the sky. I wouldn't be surprised if you leveled up next week. We shall see. We then talked about the future I had seen. Now that my potential enemies are far greater, I need reliable allies. I could trust Hephaestus-sama in this regard. After the small talk, Hephaestus-sama brought up an unexpected topic. Perhaps it is an answer to my plight. About Welf, you met him once. That's right. Welf Krazo. He is the sole successor of the Krazo bloodline, a lineage famous for making godlike magic swords. Then again, their magic swords are those with limited uses. The sword will break after 2 or 3 uses. Aurario views it as something absurd and powerful. I didn't place much focus on it. It's more of hand grenades than actual magic swords at this rate. Unless they fix that flaw, the development of magic swords will always be for short-term use. You might be able to convince him to forge magic swords. Yes, she further added. Tsubaki tried to persuade him many times, but she failed. Welf, he didn't want to forge magic swords due to his previous affiliation, Rakia. That kingdom, I heard Krazo's magic swords used to be wielded by their soldiers. For the record, they continued waging war against Aurario way back in the past. Their god, Ares, is so persistent to conquer this dungeon city. I guess he had to deal with some spies now and then. You're right. If I was in Ares' position, I will do everything to retrieve such a valuable asset. That Ares, I will beat him up if he ever shows up in my sight. Rakia's spies brought Hephaestus-sama nothing but trouble. They had to deal with constant kidnapping attempts since Welf arrived in Aurario. Actually, I already began looking at it. What? I sent him one of my works. From my understanding, Welf is a kid, childish yet stubborn. He only sees his beliefs as right and disregards the rest. Tsubaki-ni mentioned him several times during our talks. No matter what, he views magic swords as something that would be inappropriately used. That, or breaking amid a decisive battle. Rakia used to be a strong kingdom. However, they lost their battles once the fairies removed the blessings from their swords. The Krazo bloodline was cursed, which led to their downfall. In short, the sword stopped working and they lost their prestige. I see. A goddess' eyes could truly see through mortals. I hope he finds his way. I will help him do so. Welf blankly stared at the ceiling. He dreamed of the fateful night again, the time his former goddess was sent back to heaven while helping him escape. That was the fuse of his hatred towards Rakia. They wanted nothing but his abilities as a Krazo. We shouldn't have presented it to him. Regret filled his heart. If not for his childishness, him wanting to be acknowledged by his family, he wouldn't have made his first magic sword and presented it to Ares. He would have been living a normal life with Phobos. He wouldn't have been forced to bear the lineage of Krazos. He looked at the sheathed, long sword on the table. Partially removing its sheath, he closely examined its edges. That guy's the real deal. One day, this sword arrived on his doorstep. He doesn't know who sent it nor why it's here. Only, the markings Sirius showed the blade's maker. Sirius is way above his level. The metallurgy, forging, quenching, everything is top-notch. On the other hand, his sole talent lies in making magic swords from the falna etched on his back. It is the talent he kept rejecting. The rest of his basic smithing skills are worse than an actual smith in his familia. At best, he could be compared to an apprentice. Welf placed the sword back in its place. My savings are running low. A Jagamaru-kun for breakfast should. As he opened the door, a surprise visitor greeted him. Tuar. Greetings. His golden pupils glinted. His black overcoat fluttered while he met gazes with Welf. Would you mind breakfast? It's my treat. Serious? The visitor's features were long known to the entirety of Aurario. His look stood out from the rest, after all. His feats were all unforgettable, to boot. Why are you here? Welf asked dubiously. He has no reason to be here. I just want to have a small talk with you. With me? Yes, Welf Krazo. Welf couldn't process this event for a moment. In the end, he did agree with his proposition. Sirius is a rising star in their familia. There's no reason to reject him. Soon, they arrived at the benevolent mistress. If it isn't Sirius, Naya. One of the waitresses recognized Nabu as a frequent patron. Good morning, Anya-san, he greeted. It's the usual breakfast. Then, the catgirl waitress looked at Welf. Feel free to pick from their menu, my treat. He flashed a smile towards the confused Welf. The latter was able to choose his order due to this reassurance. Silence remained between them for some time. Why do you want to talk with me? It's not a big deal. I want to talk to you in person. Hephaestus-sama mentioned you a lot in our talks. She did. Well, it went something along the lines of there's another troublesome child beside you. Nabu continued, I'm something of a troublemaker too. Nabu initiated a light talk as they ate breakfast. From the beginning until the end, everything was a casual topic. Welf came to realize something as they conversed. Are you sent by her to convince me? Partially, yes. Tsubaki-ni told me how stubborn you are. the same went for Hephaestus-sama. If so, my decision wouldn't change. He loathed magic swords. His ancestors already inappropriately used them once. He wouldn't allow history to repeat itself. During dungeon prowling, what do you think is an important aspect of survival? Nabu asked a seemingly irrelevant question. That is, experience and weapons. With the former, they will know when to retreat or advance. As for the latter, it could turn the tides of a battle. Suppose one of them is lacking, they will die no. That's right. Nabu sipped the rest of the juice in his glass. Magic swords are certainly useful in that regard. What do you? It could serve as a trump card when times are dire. It saves lives. But it could also ruin lives. Welf's emotions began overflowing. Nevertheless, he kept his voice to a minimum. Many people could grab hold of a magic sword and decide to kill and plunder. Their greed will know no bounds. Magic swords are extremely powerful. It allows a helpless level 1 to wield strong power. It could be used to plunder, kill, and do many more atrocious acts. That was how Rakia ended up using them in the first place. Their atrociousness angered the spirits and took away their blessings. Krazo's magic swords claimed many lives and ruined nature itself. What about the heroes? What would happen to the heroes, to the adventurers who held a righteous disposition, to the heroes who saved many lives? Without a sufficient weapon, they will die. In the end, magic swords would only betray them. Welf is aware that magic swords are limited in durability. It could suddenly break during the fight, unlike traditional swords. That is another reason why he didn't want to forge magic swords. They betray the trust of their wielder. I see, Nabu nodded. You have your reasons. He noticed how Welf had a reason for both sides. If it is used by evil, it would last long enough to commit atrocious crimes. If used by good, it would suddenly break down and cause their deaths. However, that's extremely narrow of you, Welf-san. Hi. You simply didn't want to forge magic swords. You make up reasons for many possibilities. Then, what if a magic sword is used by a hero? What if it never broke down and fulfilled the trust of its wielder? Everything makes a full circle. The moral dilemma Welf found himself in could easily be solved from an objective perspective. Once they open up new possibilities, it is easily solved. Have you ever thought that the current magic swords are faulty? You must have had a look at my creation. Welf recalled the testing he completed on the longsword. Unlike other magic swords, it never broke. It didn't utilize Arario's system of using the sword as the core of magic. That system relies on the inlaid mind of the smith. That's why magic swords easily broke after several usages. On the other hand, Nabu's magic swords use the wielder's mind as the magic's core. The magic sword merely serves as a medium, a pseudo-wand that enables magicless people to use magic. If the sword grew along its user, that solves your question, no. That's right. The issue of magic swords betraying the user's trust was cast aside. Even so, if it lands into the wrong hands, that could be solved by different methods. For once, you can require a copy of their adventurer registry to buy. You can put a distinct mark on your products to track them and prevent reselling. Nabu began introducing a solution to his other dilemma. Upon hearing them, Welf's mind began to clear up. Lastly, do not forget that good people will use your crafts. That balances everything out. Welf is simply trapped in his misconceptions. He never considered others' perspectives regarding his talents. He kept dismissing Tsubaki while thinking something along the lines of, "You never know anything about me." How unsettling would it be to see a talented person wasting his God-given gifts? That's what Tsubaki felt when she saw Welf letting his talent rot, and also why she is happy to assist someone like Nabu who actively developed it. Welf never thought of the good people who will use his crafts. Just as there are evil people who could use it, there are also people who will be willing to help others in dire need. Thank you, Sirius. A huge boulder was lifted from Welf. He felt lighter than ever. His passion to forge was set ablaze once more. The dilemma he thought was nothing in the face of the 200-year-old boy. This might only be the start, but a small spark is enough to set a large flame. If it was you, what would you do against the evil person who uses your sword? Welf posited his last doubts. He is now more curious than anything about the person who resolved his inner dilemma. I will personally deal with them. Sensing Nabu's bloodlust hidden in his eyes, Welf knew there will be a cruel fate to those who ever does exactly that. Chapter 40, Beauty Under Monstrosity, Monstrosity Under Beauty. Erario. A unique city that existed in the center of Gekkai. It bore witness to many heroes' awakenings. It serves as the lid to the dungeon, a breeding ground for monsters. I came to a realization. No matter what world it is, there are undercurrents beneath its normal facade. Who could have thought there would be someone crazy enough to destroy Aurario and free the monsters? The darkness this city hid is just as evil as my world. Being part of the said villains helped in realizing this. Both Evelis and Neo had their fair share of dealings. Some of the affiliated organizations, trade routes, and secret entrances are with me. I escorted some of these myself. Soma Familia. The nearest trace to the surface is none other than Soma Familia. Their winery business is all over Aurario. They are the #1 winemaker in this city. The amount of money coming through their account for a few percent of this city's gross income. Soma's wine was something even gods become intoxicated with. It is one of the luxury goods from Aurario. It extends to the entire Gekkai. As for the other god who made wine, it's the bastard behind Neo's identity, Dionysus. Map conversion complete. A 3D model appeared on the phone screen. After the talk with Welf, I went to Dionysus Familia's home. I did a quick correspondence before immediately scooting off. There's a low chance of being discovered, but it is better to be careful than sorry. Through that, I made the floor plan as well as the location of all its living beings. Filvasan's unique signature as a creature helped me locate her room. That's right. Cutting off Neo's strongest helper while helping Filvasan. This is my first plan to go against him. I will undo the sufferings he had inflicted and will be inflicting on others. I couldn't let him go after using me like a pawn and making others suffer in the process. He's still going out. One thing I noticed was his usual strolls in his neighborhood. I saw him several times last week. He is very popular within his area. Many people look up to him. That's why he's receiving nothing but sympathy and comfort when people heard about his deceased Familia members. All of that without knowing the true face of that bastard. I need to act fast, I muttered. Miku, show the 5 routes that will lead to the target. Understood, deriving fastest routes. 5 different paths are highlighted on the map. It showed the possible infiltration routes I could take. Filvasan's room is located on the edges. Hence, one of the possible routes is directly from the outside. I could use it. It is currently 11:23 a.m. It is the only time Dionysus is out to act. It should be fine to infiltrate once he's inside the Familia home, but it could lead to severe repercussions, such as knowing my real identity. Who knows what they could do? I will be their enemy as serious in the future, but I would prefer to keep my current peace for now. At least, until I finish my preparations consisting of recreating magic tools in my modern world. To that, another identity could serve as a confusion, diversion, and for buying time. It isn't like me to do something similar to this, but the Rouge route seems suitable. In this case, it'll involve changing my appearance during missions and removing any possible traces. As for killing Dionysus, that would naturally be the best route. However, the aftermath I'll have to deal is huge. Aside from the unknown locations of the demi-spirits, it'd be best if he gets unmasked as Neo first. Things would be less troublesome that way. A daytime breakout it is. I made up my mind. Time for my first counterattack. 12:43 p.m. The sun is high up in the sky. Adventurers from all walks of life could be seen all over the streets. Some had their day off while the others are preparing for their expedition. There are also ones heading to Babel for the dungeon. Nobody ever thought that a person will break into a Familia home at this moment. Happy. After crossing the wall, I found myself in their backyard. The rip off the one ring on my left hand hid my visage decently. It is something I accidentally made along with another thing. Without upper-class adventurers, I would remain invisible for a short period. Buzz. The nail let out blue arcs before it got planted in the soil. Consequently, it formed a small-scale sensory disruption domain. Escape route number 1 secured. Snap. Shoo. A silent wind blast propelled me to the top of the roof. 1, 2, 3, 4, this is it. I double-checked the number of windows I walked through. The roof is inclined, making it easier to do so. The second floor. I took out the silver dagger and activated its sharpness-related spells. Then, I made a cube-shaped cut. I did not cut it completely, but made a trace instead. Then, my mind imbued a magic circle. It is to automatically set after 10 minutes had passed. Number 2 secured. 30 seconds have passed. The ring-shaped earring let out a voice. I'll be skipping numbers 4 and 5. I'll secure the third one. Affirmative. I didn't expect an item I created leisurely to be used in this operation. I made a small pair of earrings while testing my Miracle Maker skill. I did not embed any type of magic in them, though they received this resonance ability. I left the other earring on Miku's side while I wore the first one. She coordinated me in real time, which effectively reduced my workload. I slid down the walls until I grasped the edge of the window. I started engraving a magic circle on the concrete. My mana and mind are being imbued into the concrete. 5 minutes. A slight deviation of 3 minutes from the original plan. You have to act faster, Goshujin-sama. Miku completed the calculations from that deviation. Her strengths are shown at this moment. Anima Repertum, Life Detection. A faint wavelength passed all over the mansion. Several dots appeared in my head. Dionysus is not yet here. Good. Even if he is here, I could suppress him. My newly upgraded status are not for show. Even so, that'll be the worst situation possible. A level 2 on the 5th room. Was it the vice captain? I recall someone like her during the second raid of Gnosis. She's an elf if I'm not mistaken. I will enter now. Timestamp added. Current time elapsed, 51 seconds. Shoo. A blast of wind pushed me up. Bis firmus, twice robustness. My arm forcefully pried the window upwards. I did not have to deal with noise cancellation thanks to it. I dove into it adeptly. Hustle. I rolled over the ground to cancel the force. Huh. Bits of blue liquid stuck on my hoodie. It smelled something similar to blood. Immediately, I scanned my surroundings. A bookshelf. A closet. A desk. It is what one would expect from an elf. They are diligent when it comes to something. When my gaze turned to the bed, I saw a gory scene. Fylvis-san sat unresponsively. Dozens of tears could be found on her dress. Traces of stab and cut wounds are present all over her body. Though, her regenerative capabilities are extremely resilient. Everything was healed a few seconds later. Dionysus. I swear I will make that fucker pay 100-fold. After returning to her familia home, she was greeted by a depressed Dionysus. Sorrow could be seen all over his face. Fylvis. Tears fell from his eyes as he embraced her. Lord Dionysus. It sank into her. The miserable look of the god she serves made her remember everything that had transpired. Her comrades died due to the strange tendril. She should have died back then, but Nabu came in and saved her. At least that's what she thought. Fylvis' tension, when she worried for his safety against Valletta, caused her to briefly forget the traumatic scene. In the end, she could do nothing but blankly stare somewhere. Even when Dionysus asked her to rest, she walked dazedly to her room. You survived. Fylvis was greeted by her familia's vice-captain, Aura Moriel. She is an elf like her. You must have left everyone to survive, that's it. Her shock and depression led to her pushing the blame to her, Fylvis. You coward, everyone was dying yet you. It wasn't anything like that. I am only lucky to be saved by someone. However, Fylvis couldn't bring herself to retort. In her mind, she considered those words to be right. She couldn't help her comrades while they died one by one. She was only saved due to her sheer luck. Fylvis would have died if Nabu was not there. Or will she? Come. Arya. Delicious. Voices appeared in her mind. Each of them sounded childlike. At the same time, Fylvis felt something spouting up on her. KH. A traitor. All of these sent her state of mind spiraling downward. She kept her head low as she wordlessly entered her room. Still talking. Bam. Bam. The enraged aura didn't leave her behind. What is this? Shakily, she raised her hand. She saw red veins from her wrists. The voices in her head continued to distract her. When she removed her dress, she saw a disgusting sight. A colorful crystal is embedded in her chest. Eerie red vines grew out of it, covering her entire body. Her skin started turning bluish-white. The area around her eyes sank, making her look like a corpse. Eek. She fell when she saw her appearance in front of a mirror. Her horrified expression was caught clearly by the mirror. Shatter. Many things happened since then. Fylvis struggled to accept she had now become a monster. Not only did she leave her friends to die, but she also turned into a horrifying being. She became corrupted. Dionysus knocked on her door many times, but she didn't open it. She is afraid. What would Lord Dionysus think of me? A monster? No. A thought settled in her mind. It would be better to die than for someone to see her current appearance. She took out her dagger used for emergencies and began the attempts to kill herself. PSSHK. She tried stabbing the core first. However, it redirected into her chest instead. Blood dripped from the wound as she experienced excruciating pain. Arg. Her hands shook. Although it wasn't her first time experiencing death, her mind subconsciously fears it. I don't want this. She lost her motive to kill herself, only for it to re-emerge after the thoughts on her appearance appeared again. Thus, Philvis fell into a loop of denial and hatred. Her attempts to end her life are just as many as when she dropped the dagger. It began getting duller with consecutive attempts. Then she noticed. Her body kept repairing itself. All the wounds she inflicted on her body continuously disappeared. Slowly, she lost her hesitations. All that mattered is on how she could end everything. Even so, why isn't it working? Every time she tried to stab the core, her hand avoids it. She could keep harming herself but could not inflict a deathly wound. Unbeknownst to her, the core symbolized that her body is no longer hers to keep. It now belonged to the corrupted spirits, and they do not allow her to do that. Philvis' suffering continued. Occasionally, Aura banged the door in frustration, but Philvis no longer has the will to answer it. The only time she spoke was when Dionysus is attempting to enter her room. Soon, her mind began depleting. Her stamina dropped without any food. Her wounds stopped regenerating abruptly. Still, she could not kill herself. She kept bleeding, but her resilient body prevented her death. Just as she progressed to the depths of the abyss, she received an uninvited visitor. Her hazy sight caught the blurry figure of the man. "Who are you?" It was an unfamiliar young man. His red hair reflected the sunlight from her window. His scarlet pupils glinted brightly in her dark room. "It doesn't matter," she mumbled. "Kill me." Philvis presented the bloody dagger. It is already dull due to her continuous usage. Her consciousness might be hazy, but she could still think. Someone barging into her room could only be a bad thing. It is why trespassing is a crime. It's already up to this. The man prepared for the worst, but it is even worse than that worst. He grabbed the dagger she offered. Philvis felt easy now that she could end everything. She closed her eyes in resignation. Then, shatter. She opened her eyes and saw the bleeding hand of that man. He directly crushed the dagger into pieces. Her downcast eyes looked at his. "You might not know, Philvis." The man's voice sounded familiar to her. "There are people more humane than you, but their hearts are the opposite. They are monsters, fuckers that have to die." After 7 days, she completely turned into a monster. The red veins grew and her complexion turned worse. What was once beautiful and elegant turned into a monstrosity. "But you are far better than them." He then added, "You are beautiful." Philvis was caught off guard. "Lies, you are lying. How could I be beautiful?" As if proving his words, he came closer to her. Their face is merely a dozen inches away. Philvis fell back until she reached the wall. What do you want?" She is appalled. "I want you to live happily." Thinking about the Philvis in his memories, the man Nabu made this wish. She should no longer be fooled by Dionysus' sweet words. Rather than bearing Neo's sins, she should live a better life. "Emmy. But I am a..." It doesn't matter. At this moment, she no longer questioned why he barged into her room or how he did so. Nabu knowing her identity as a monster no longer matters due to her befuddlement. The Philvis I know will fight a level 5 just to save her benefactor. At the very least, you are better than most self-proclaimed, beautiful people out there. Philvis went silent. Tears began falling from her eyes. She cried silently. Despite the randomness of this event, she found someone who would accept her. Suddenly, Nabu hugged her. He crawled onto her bed and gave his shoulder to her. "That's for the last time." "What?" "Nothing." In his memories, Philvis sometimes hugged him like this. It was completely random too. But he understood it was a form of her atonement for herself who couldn't help her savior. Nabu is not the only misplaced member of the evil faction. Philvis was also used and manipulated by Dionysus, who went by the name Neo. Worse, she knew about it. Only she couldn't leave the only person who could accept her. Even if it's false, she accepted it. That was how she coped with everything. She became obsessed with the sole person who accepted her. She was willing to be used as a puppet for something that could destroy Gekkai itself. However, everything changes this time. Nabu was lost at this thought while he comforted her. When she stopped crying, he found out that she already lost consciousness. "She's light." He noticed how frail she seemed. After dying, Dionysus' Phalna was locked, just like what happened to Nabu. Dionysus didn't have the time to re-establish it as he waited until Philvis fully broke down. He is confident enough that she wouldn't leave him. It is a god's arrogance in his omniscience. Renovatio redivivus, restoration and reconstitution. With a spell, everything was reverted to normal. Philvis' blood could still be seen on her bed, but the proof of Nabu's infiltration disappeared. That included his drops of blood from before. After checking one last time, he cleaned off the magic tools, nails he placed on the familia home. Nobody ever noticed him due to the sensory disruption it caused. Once he brought it, the illusion domain moved along with him. Carrying a girl in a princess carry, the boy successfully changed the trajectories of fate in another world. Filvis. In the middle of the night, Dionysus' drunk state wore off. He was ready to convert Filvis into his most valuable trump card. While gods are powerful, their fauna is sealed once they came to Gekkai. Where is Filvis? He started panicking. It isn't possible she would leave on her own. The god knew her very well. With her current state, all she would have done is to try and end her life. She wouldn't have the idea to run away from them. Then, who is it? Even a god's so-called omniscience could fail at times. Chapter 41, Clear Heart. There are some pesky ones. After kidnapping Filvis, I made a smooth escape from their familia home. However, it is merely the beginning. There could be adventurers who could see through this illusory domain. Hence, some measures have to be done. Quistum ad astra, reach to the stars. The electromagnetic field was twisted by the spell. The gravitational pull lost its influence. It is all up to me to maneuver midair, which I did. I had the time to examine Filvis' state. She could be mistaken as a monster if people see her now. However, she wasn't like this in the past. There should be something that could be done to conceal this. That damn Dionysus. Other than that damn dragon and volcano curse, there's a new entry to my hit list. Luckily, Dionysus is far closer than those two. He might be NEO, but he's not that strong individually. I could kill him right now, but I prefer to solve the demi-spirits first. I need to lessen its impact, too. It's not like a god's death could be hidden. Soon, I arrived at our familia home. There weren't any people here as usual, except for Hephaestus-sama. She greeted me right when I entered. From what I'm seeing, you succeeded. Well, I did. I briefly told her about this kidnapping plan. I confessed what I knew about the future. That included the matter with Dionysus. When she heard about it, the temperature in her office dropped sharply. From then on, she harbored hatred for Dionysus. She never expected that the kind-looking god could do such things, though she seemed angry the most due to my death. If I didn't prevent her from raiding Dionysus' home, she would have ordered Tsubaki to forgo all rules and aim for him. It took half an hour of convincing before she calmed down. She is a creature, she asked. That's right, it's how I looked in the future. I see. She went silent after seeing Filvis. Her thoughts are difficult to guess when she's this serious. Though, I feel it has something to do with the future I saw. What are you planning to do with her? She needs to rest. I will figure out the rest later with my magic. Among the spell systems I know, a few involve healing and anti-corruption. I'll see to it if something works. If I have my stuff back there. Elisha, you can sneeze. The bewildered Suemai looked at the holographic diva. It was added in the patch version 3.9. Goshujin-sama said it was to make you human. Miku, how long are you with him? Currently, the Akagi duo is in the Akasaka household. After many deliberations, Kazumitsu decided to tell Nobu's parents about everything. As a parent, he knows how worried he would be to find out about their son's disappearance. Since the beginning, my main purpose is to assist Goshujin-sama in his experiments and operate the satellite codenamed Arbiter. Even Arbiter is related too, Seiji muttered. How much is that kid hiding from us? It is a choice made for your safety, Seiji-san. Nobu made sure to not expose you to the supernatural side to avoid danger. It's just, Seiji sighed. Phew. Akasaka Iri opened her eyes after a deep breath. She was done processing everything. From what I can surmise, there is a hidden supernatural side, and Nobu is a part of it, correct? Yes, Kazumitsu responded. Now, he is missing and went to another world, just like the book Seiji is reading. That's right. When will he return? Iri went straight to the point. Her professional side calmed her down, unlike Seiji who briefly lost his composure. It is unknown. However, we are already making progress on locating him. Miku propped up a series of numbers to back him up. Half of the overall processing power is currently used to deduce Goshujin-sama's coordinates. From the traces that Kazumitsu got, Miku did not need to start from scratch. Her progress rate immediately shot up to 2.54%. With the usable supercomputers, she could do such a tremendous task, something even magisters didn't do yet. When will you complete it? Seiji asked. The completion rate is estimated to be completed in less than 5 years. 5 years? Seiji knows about Nobu being a prodigy. He is someone who became a doctorate at 12 years old. Even so, he could not imagine his son surviving that long in an unknown land. His inability to help his son made him sink further. Is there a way to complete it faster? Fortunately, Eri kept her composure in this moment. She could cry later, but not now, not when she needs to sort this situation out. Yes, if my processing power increases, it could be reduced. List all the owned compounds in Japan. Build every single supercomputer on each of them. Diagnosing current authority, passed. Affirmative, a project will be started. At this moment, the three went silent at Eri's composure. Even Kazumitsu was surprised by Eri's charisma and ability to accept everything as it is. Thank you for informing us, Kazumitsu-san. Her golden pupils glinted with strong determination. No problem, I will also help with the search. The couple doesn't know much about Kazumitsu, but he is a magician who stood at the peak. His networks are extremely vast, to the point he could pitch in several magician organizations' help. He could contact the Akashic Seer, too. Father, will Nabu be all right? Suhimai asked. If it's him, he will be. That was the answer that needed him to calm down. Eri and Seiji heard it, which gave them more hope. Not to mention his extensive knowledge, just that power is enough to guarantee his survival. Kazumitsu recalled Nabu's power that pulled him out of death. He also has his magic system, which he playfully dubbed Akasaka system. It bypasses many problems that modern magic theory has, such as mystical entropy, cast time, output, and so on. Let's trust him. At the same time as their discussion, Miku called another helper. Ring. Who is it? A blindfolded man answered his phone call. Hello. Greetings. Oh, Ju-chan, don't tell me that kid's pushing me to work again. It is not like that this time. In the past, Nabu contacted him overseas. He would give his research findings on cursed energy in exchange for some things. Those findings could easily progress the Sorcerer Society by a few decades. The man easily memorized and deduced them, but he kept his promise. However, one of those things was not in the place he stored it, which led to him owing Nabu a few favors. Phew, what was it then? Gashujin-sama went missing. Missing, and you couldn't find him. An interest was sparked in the man. He knows Nabu's capabilities. He even found him when that overseas mission was supposed to be confidential. He's not in this world. Ho, that sounds like trouble. If you're asking for my help, there's not much I can do. I don't know much about magic. In the first place, the man is not a magician, but you might be able to help Satoru-san, the strongest sorcerer in the world. Nothing worked. Unlike the nature of curses, Philvis' condition is different. Due to the spirit core, her body considers the branches as a part of her body. It does not perceive them as external factors. Do I need to wait until my next chance? Isaka-san. I did not notice Philvis waking up. Silence permeated between us. Why did you? Remember our agreement? I asked rhetorically. Agreement? Is it the one where we would meet a day later? That's right, you didn't show up after a week. I couldn't even visit you at your home. So, you broke into my room. I did what I need to, I shrugged. When I saw your dark room, I thought you were about to do the unspeakable. That's why I rushed in. She remained silent upon hearing it. Why would you go that far for me? I am just a monster, a person who let herself be corrupted while her comrades died. Miss Philvis possesses a survivor's guilt, along with the apprehension of her monstrous self. It is what I surmised from those future memories. As I've said, you're not a monster. You're far more beautiful than those who hide their monstrosity. Several beautiful women in my world are evil. The members of those, Greed of 10, as well as the likes of Valletta Greed, belong to that group. I would rather have Philvis-san on my side than those fuckers. Also, I did not have many chances to act like a hero, you know. I have to see her doing well after I saved you in the dungeon. She hung her head down. I couldn't see her expression until I heard a chortle of laughter. You really are different, Akasaka-san. For the first time I saw her smile. It is charming despite her current appearance. Was it her aura? Suddenly. It formed a contrast with her future self. She was always covered in gloom back then. I prefer her bright self more. Click. Hephaestus-sama entered the room. Philvis looked a bit uncomfortable with her entry. There's no need to worry. Nabu-kun told me about this. You are free to live here. Thank you, Hephaestus-sama. She bowed her head to further show her gratitude. Now we're here, how about you join our familia temporarily? She said before looking at me. He said that you might be able to return to your previous appearance with Falna. Join your familia, but You're wondering about Dionysus' blessing? Hephaestus-sama asked. You don't have to worry, you don't have his Falna on you. Chat. When an adventurer dies, their connection with their god gets severed. It is as if their Falna is locked. However, creatures could get resurrected. This circumvents the said rule. Then again, creatures lose the ability to gather excelia. Even if they regain their Falna, it only unseals their skills, developmental abilities, magic, and prior status, previous strength. In my case, everything showed up as LV, 000 and I000 in all 5 attributes. I could give you my Falna right now. In the end, Filvis-san accepted it. Hephaestus-sama saw the status I had back then. That included the Monstrum Union skill, the bug on her status. Magic. She managed to acquire a new magic. It could create a clone of yourself. The downside is your status being halved. Hi. When she ended up trying to use it, an unexpected change occurred. What? Firstly, Filvis-san's monster characteristics receded. She returned to her previous appearance. Secondly, another Miss Filvis appeared on the bed. She has the same looks as her, but without her clothes. Bam! Akasaka-san. Nabukun. I fell on my chair backward. Still, it did not prevent those vivid images. Her pale white skin. The Bodhisattva of compassion, when he meditated deeply, saw the emptiness of all 5 skandhas. Are you all right? The naked Filvis-san tried to approach me. I saw a portion of her body again when I tried to stand up. I swiftly closed my eyes. All things are by nature void. They are not created nor destroyed. Me clothes first. The other Filvis-san reprimanded the naked Filvis-san. While they quarreled, I felt Hephaestus-sama grabbing my hand and leading me outside. No peeking, all right. Yes. My heart sutra was interrupted by her words. I will grab a change of clothes for her. Due to this event, I remembered another memory. Lady Artemis Slender B. All the Buddhas of past and present, Buddhas of future time, using this prajna wisdom. I could not stop chanting. 2 days had passed since the Dionysus Familia incident. Seeing how we weren't even suspected, I could say that my cleanup had been successful. Dionysus couldn't find something that would point to me. Clang. Clang. The power behind each strike numbed my hand. With all the feints scattered in my attacks, Wallenstein-san began grasping the essence of my techniques. From her hapless attacks, she could now see her purpose clearer. Against humans, a single debilitating strike is enough. There. Sue. I barely avoided a sword strike. In turn, I gained a chance for a counterattack. Sue. Screech. The tip of my blade reached her breastplate. It marked the end of our spar. It's still too soon fighting with you. However, my body liked it much. The reflexes ingrained in my body could showcase themselves once more. The constant tension I felt in my world was gone, simply because I could fight like this. I felt liberated. How did you do it? I could at least land a hit that evaded her senses every day. The multi-layered feints and unpredictable behavior allowed me to do so, even if her senses are insane. You should always think outside the box. I knew you would consider the double and triple feint, but it could also be a simple attack. After getting accustomed to my trickiness, Wallenstein-san began overthinking. It works with her split-second senses, but it won't do with enemies of a similar level. I could see her troubled look. I sympathized since I went through the same thing in the past. How does this make sense? Swordsmanship has its limits, its range. All qualified swordsmen strike outside their range. What in the world? If any of these feints could be real, what should I do? From all my experiences and the guidance I received, I found my answer. Bam! She deftly dodged the invisible bullet. She wore a confused expression, but I proceeded to my weapon case. I took out my gun and pointed it at her. Of course, it has its safety on, even so. Her body instantly tensed up. I couldn't see it on her face, but her body language said so. I lowered my gun. Why did you react like that? It's dangerous. She is right. Valletta sacrificed an arm to block a direct hit from these bullets. It shows how level 5 could feel threatened with the 12 spells inside the gun. How did you know? That. She couldn't answer immediately. And because I felt it. Precisely, I prefer to call that sixth sense. If there's one thing I fully inherited from my future selves, it is this. It is so sharp that I could prolong my life in front of that dragon. Then again, my body couldn't catch up. Only now did its brilliance shine. Along with my bloodlust and willpower, I completely inherited the sixth sense developed throughout 8 lives. It should answer your dilemma. Hi. I hope this curiosity could boost the effect of tomorrow's lesson. Let's go, Lily. I still have something to talk about with you. Why, yes. That sharpness. Eyes is bewildered. How could she get hit by a level 2 adventurer? Despite the magic he uses to strengthen his body, a level 4 shouldn't be able to react to that extent. Nevertheless, Nabu did it. The culmination of his 8 iterations worth of combat experiences against monstrous beings allowed him to do so. In the eyes of Eyes, his performance was nothing short of impossible. Is this his secret to his strength? At first, she wanted to meet her kindred. She wanted to know more about the person whose hatred for dragons is the same as her. But then, it changed into her interest in his strength, his secret, to be exact. Eyes wanted to learn from him. She wanted to become even stronger. It is why she kept sparring every day. While she did feel guilty, her desire for power overwhelmed it. Sixth sense. Nabu left without giving a concrete answer. It forced Eyes to think of it herself. This is intentional as it creates larger satisfaction to reach the answer themselves. Captain's thumb. That feeling is similar to her captain's intuition. For Finn, the danger is converted into his thumb aching. Is it like that, sixth sense? Eyes felt she was closer to the answer. Immediately, she went back to Twilight Manor. She climbed over the walls and headed to Finn's office. Sixth sense, where did you hear this? Serious? Tenku, I see. Finn began explaining it. Loki-sama used to describe my thumb as such. It goes something along the lines of prematurely detecting danger and potential harm upon myself. Did you use it for battles? Of course. What about swift clashes? Eyes' excitement peaked. Her captain's answer will determine whether it is the one she seeks. No, by the time I felt it, a second would have passed. It will be a fatal gap in a fight. Finn's intuition worked on pre-battle scenarios. He could sense if something was not right, or when their opponents prepared something else that will turn the tides. If one could utilize such power during swift clashes, they would become stronger. That's it. Just as her childish inner self jumped in delight, she realized another dilemma. How do I get it? Eyes came to a conclusion. Battles. Eyes. On this day, Finn felt a potential headache brewing. Chapter 42, Wrath Era. What are our thoughts on Soma Familia? It is the worst. After waking up, Lily realized how messed up of a life she was living. It became more evident when she saw the normal life that she neglected before. Her resentment towards this familia didn't even come close to the adventurers that abandoned her. If I had the strength, will teacher let me deal with them? I felt her anger rising. Briefly, a flash of red occupied her irises. It's really in her. From those detailed memories, I know something about Lily. I saw her inside Gnosis fighting off violas. She is way stronger than she is now. Was it level 2? It's not clear whether she was level 2 or 3, though I sensed something evident from her wrath. She wordlessly slaughtered those violas, but I saw her anger through her actions. A skill, huh? My best bet is a berserker skill. It could explain how she leveled up within those 3 years. In Aurario, going to level 2 within 3 years is considered talented. Wallenstein-san simply set the standards higher before I followed suit. There's no need to wait. We will be dealing with them tonight. I waited until her shock subsided. We will raid their familia home tonight. The main goal is to find evidence of their wrongdoings. I added, I'm not forcing you to join. Times had changed. I should strike Dionysus while he's disorganized. By the time he regains his composure, most of his plans would be ruined. As to why Soma Familia, that was one of the confirmed links I have to Evelys as they are mentioned by the god of Eiklo's Familia. I could go after the latter, but they are too elusive. I want to search for more links via Soma Familia first. The findings would dictate my next actions. Wouldn't I pull you down? She asked. Trust in yourself. Against those guys, you're good enough. Every day, Lily experienced many simulated battles. From curses to foreign sorcerers, she fought them. There are also close combat specialists such as Kiyashiro-san, Kazumitsu-san's acquaintance who trained in swordsmanship. Their phantom sword of Kirakara Dharani could cut down humans and astral beings alike. Her constant battles barely made the gap in her talent. Humans learn when they are endangered, and that is how Alice's Wonderland simulates battles. Also, we're bringing some things to make infiltration easier. Magic swords. Lily knew I am a smith with the amount of weapons I brought every day. It's not just magic swords. My stash is going to be put to good use. Nighttime. Under the gentle night breeze, one of the adventurers on the watchtower felt sleepiness attacking him. Yawn, can you cover me for an hour? I haven't gotten proper sleep in the past few days. Man, are you worried about your quota? Don't worry, I'll find a way to earn more. Inside Soma Familia, everything was run by a quota system, whereas they wouldn't taste Soma's wine if they fail to do so. Just sleep, there's nothing who will attack anyways. Although Soma Familia doesn't belong to the middle-ranked familia, their networks are vast. No ordinary intruder would steal from them. Chop. Bam. Suddenly, a black silhouette knocked out the two of them. He hit the nerves on the man's neck, while a punch to the other man's solar plexus. A sloppy security. I guess I expected a bit too much for them. West side secured. A girl's voice sounded from his left earring. North side secured, he replied. Start the sweep after your side. Understood, teacher. The girl is calm. However, a tinge of tension and excitement appeared in her voice. 30 seconds have passed. Nabu's virtual assistant, Hatsune Miku, started her periodic alerts. After he made the third earring, he left one to her. Tap. Tap. He crouched on the top of the walls as he went to the watchtower. With the same move, he knocked the 3 adventurers unconscious. They were merely level 1. It didn't pose any trouble to him. Nabu's face is hidden under his hoodie. He cast a spell before he became invisible to the naked eye. There's not much to be seen here. Below, there aren't any adventurers. They have gone to sleep after settling their quotas for the week. After exploring, Nabu knocked out 7 adventurers. 3 of them were level 2, while the rest are level 1. All of them have dull irises, a sign of addiction. Lily gave him their Familia Homes layout, while Nabu is responsible for the rest. He had Miku map the entire place while he cross-checked it. Neo, it'll be good if I caught your tail here, he mumbled. On the off chance he got something out of this raid, he could begin tracking Neo's influence, which included Evelys. In his memories, he was inside the dungeon and Gnosis most of the time. He didn't know much of Neo's affiliates except Evelys. Hence, he started with Soma Familia first to check the affiliates of Eiklo's Familia, and in turn Evelys. 3 minutes have passed. I'm heading into the rooms. Understood, I will follow suit. The Familia Homes design is reminiscent to the Middle Ages and pre-modern era. It is made of bricks, but their precision is high. They also have a window within each rooms, meaning, crank. They are extremely vulnerable. W, who are you? Nabu happened upon a couple in the midst of mating. His sudden appearance made the two jolt. Still, he lunged at the man with a black baton. Slam. A single strike made him unconscious. He fell asleep on top of the naked woman. Hit. When he struck the woman's face, she followed suit. The ones below had. Nabu surmised that many adventurers are victims of this familia. Their fascination towards Soma's wine reduced them to scumbags. Unless they are the officials and the ringleader, they do not deserve death. On the off chance they are born criminals, Nabu is confident to deal with them again. That time, he would no longer be lenient. You bastard. Lily. Silence. A dozen seconds later, Lily responded. Everything's fine, teacher. I see. Tell me if you found some evidence. Don't miss out their safes, too. Okay. Few moments ago. You are. A man with raccoon ears stood dumbly at the sight of an intruder. The intruder's face is hidden beneath a black hood, but he saw her eyes. They are full of anger. You. Lily recognized the man. While she was drunk, he often beat her up and stole her earnings. She didn't make it to the quota many times because of him. However, that might also be the reason why the effect of Soma's wine waned. Shit. The man, Canoe, rushed to the door. Bam! The blunt side of her glaive hit his stomach. He was sent flying across the room. Hyuk. For a moment, he could not breathe. He spat out some saliva before he could do so. Coughs, fuck, who are you? Inwardly, he cursed the guards. Their incompetence led to this event. Aren't you scared the guild would come? The girl never cared about his words. She wordlessly came closer to Canoe with a glaive in hand. It was painful. Lily shivered as she recalled her dozens of beatings from this man. Since she was 9 years old, she was extorted by this man. All the volleys he took and pain he inflicted made her extremely angry. Smack. She stabbed the glaive's pole to his stomach. Cocky. His saliva flew. His eyes widened due to the pain. He couldn't believe a little girl is beating him up. You bastard. 3 years of suffering from his hands. She never doubted he would kill her if it meant making more volleys. It was just he didn't choose to do so, as it'll be meaningless. right when her anger reached unprecedented heights. Huh. She blacked out. What? Lily found an unconscious Canoe below her. His face had been beaten up badly. Traces of his blood could be seen on her fists. What happened? Lily. After blacking out, she badly beat him up, enough for him to not be recognized by his grandmother in heaven. His nose is bent in a strange manner. Bruises could be found all over his face. Everything's all right, teacher. I see. Tell me if you found some evidence. Don't miss out their safes, too. Okay. Lily remained silent for a while. Phew. Soon she stopped thinking about it. She thought it must have been her anger that caused all of it. At least, she didn't end up killing him. No, I must continue. Disregarding the crime scene, she scavenged for documents and ledgers. Everything that she found was stored in a small leather pouch. While she was doing so, she found a safe. Teacher said to cut it down. Lily searched for its door before she struck the door open. Slash. The safe was easily cut through. The door fell, revealing several leather pouches, a dagger, and some ledgers. Lily put it all in her first leather pouch. She skimmed some of them and reported back to Nabu. Once she was done checking most of the rooms, she was finally found out. Lily stood at the end of a hallway. In the end of it is a man. The gentle ray of moonlight shone on the man's face. An intruder. The gray-haired man wore a pair of glasses. His poise showed his confidence in himself. Shatter. He broke the window on his side. With that disturbance, he expected the level 2 guards outside to notice it. Unfortunately, no one would come, Zanny's lustra. Lily's glaive glowed with blue light, meeting the man responsible for making her life like this. She never hesitated further. Who is it? Inside a secluded room, the god of wine, Soma, experimented on making a divine brew using nothing but a mortal's prowess. What do you need? Nothing. Why would I need something from you? Nabu walked inside the room. God Soma. The god took a look at the new arrival. His blood-red hair and eyes further amplified his aura. Why did you break in, do you? I don't give a damn with your wine, nor your circumstances. When he was in Tenkai, gods surrounded him for the wine he creates. They became intoxicated with a single sip. They could no longer live without it. Thus, he had some expectations when he descended to Gekkai. He had hopes that these mortals with unmatched brilliance could be different. How wrong he was. I mean, how mismatched would it be to expect mere mortals to withstand your wine? Even without your arcanum, you should have expected this outcome. Nabu didn't know his story and based his actions from Lily's story. Since Soma didn't actively control his familia and focused on winemaking, he saw this possibility. Unexpectedly, he hit the nail on the head. They were the ones who asked for it. And you are the one who indulged them, Nabu immediately retorted. Soma familia wasn't like this. Before, they were a proper exploration-type familia. Only, it fell through after his familia members got intoxicated with his wine. You know many things about me. Go speak after you've learned everything on your familia. Did you bother looking even once? I did. As Nabu had said, Soma saw the current state of his familia, although he chose to acquiesce. Silence in the face of evil is evil itself. Nabu walked towards one of the wine bottles and took it. Because of your pride and excessive expectations, you broke every single familia member of yours. Fucking congratulations. Tab. PSSSH. Nabu angrily opened the wine bottle and chugged it in one go. He was briefly met with a dreamscape the moment he drank it, but a sea of bloodlust came crashing it. With the world-destroying dragon looming, he is not weak to be fooled by a god's wine. His cheat somehow took effect and prevented its effects, too. His bloodlust started freezing parts of the room. Even Soma, a god, was shocked at this sight. Nabu's bloodlust is something that culminated in 8 iterations, 8 deaths. Facing godlike monsters and failing to save his world, everything manifested as his helplessness, which led to his bloodlust. Everything he learned about Soma Familia made him sick. It is a hidden tumor inside Aurario. Lily's stories made him realize how messed up it was. For instance, Lily was addicted to Soma's wine by the age of 6. Her parents died making money for the wine, neglecting her completely when they lived. It isn't wrong to say Soma is responsible for ruining their lives. Turns out, gods aren't as omniscient as they say. Shatter. Nabu threw the wine bottle into the wall. Do you know of your child called Lily? I do. Lily was one of the few whom Soma expected to remain uncorrupted by his wine. Alas, she fell to its delusions. Until now, that is. When he heard her will to leave the familia, he was shocked. She is one of the lives you fucked over. Soma fell silent. In the past, he kept running away from his problem. He was tired of what his wine could do. It wasn't much of a problem in Tenkai, but it was different from Gekkai. Humans' lives were short and fragile. The consequences of his wine are the worst. Then again, how could I speak to a god like this? I bet everything is entertainment for you. That's wrong. Huh? Nabu laid his back on the wall, whilst crossing his arms. I never intended for this to happen, at first. Soma used to be one of the rare, compassionate god. He loved his familia dearly, but that came crashing down after they were all addicted by his wine. The expectations he placed upon them faltered. He was overcome with disappointment that he let everything take its course. Just like that, he faced the exact same situation in Tenkai. No way. Nabu realized something. While he had been true about Soma's sins, he never truly knew him. He never met him in his 8th iteration nor talked with him. Could it be Hitori Bach? He was reminded of his friend with social anxiety, so strong she might become a special-grade sorcerer if she channeled it correctly. Everything is from his theories, but he's more than 60% sure of it. Gods could become social exiles too. Social exiles? It's nothing. After having a glimpse to his true persona, Nabu reconsidered things. I planned for your familia to be thoroughly ruined publicly, but there's another way, he said. Hey, do you want to make up for your sins? If I could. Hearing Nabu's talk about his unreasonableness to his children woke him up. He is still in shock due to the sudden events, though he could directly look at the mess he made now. In the first place, Soma isn't similar to evil gods. All he wanted is to improve his skills and not be bothered by anyone in the process. When he gave his children wine, he brought the current situation himself. Everything wouldn't have happened if he didn't do so. He can reduce their addiction and dependence to the wine. There are many ways the direction of his familia could have went. In the end, he is the root of this problem. Well then, listen properly, do you? Bam! A loud noise originated outside Soma's room. It was the sound of wooden planks breaking. Lily, are you all right? Ease. Soma was shocked upon hearing that name. Wait, did you say? You heard it right, Nabu replied. Do you want to see it, what one of your children could have been without your mess? He uttered those words before leaving the room. Soma's heartstrings was tugged. He is aware the regrets piled upon him would increase by doing so, but he have to see it. When he left the room, he saw the fight. What? Chapter 43, Indirect Cause. A minute ago. Bam! SSHK. Lily's small body was forced backward with every clash. Soon, they reached the lobby filled with drinking tables. Kuh. Her grip on the glaive tightened. A sense of danger crept to her front. Swoosh. She rose her glaive horizontally. Clang. Moments later, a blade threatened to cut her down. Her face contorted slightly at this scenario. I need to. Since Lily was kneeling, she is at a disadvantage. The glaive shone with blue shine before a repulsive force came from it. Xannies lost his balance, which allowed Lily to hit him. Swoosh. Cut. Damn it. A wound was drawn to his chest. Blood seeped into his long sleeves. Meanwhile, Lily spun the glaive and held it with her 2 hands horizontally. Air split. At the last moment, he withdrew his rapier. He used it to defend his left arm from the incoming strike. Clang. Bam. Instantly, he was forced backward. The impact behind the spear strike was far too heavy to bear. What? Cut. She followed up with a cut to his hand. It caused him to lose his grip over his rapier. Clang. Before Xannies could react, the glaive's tip was pointed at his neck. Everything occurred within 15 seconds. Just like teacher said, magic tools are powerful. Due to its unpredictability, a battle could end in an instant. Her glaive, emerald imitation, could momentarily cause electromagnetic attraction and repulsion. How is this possible? His eyes behind the glasses widened. Xannies could not believe he lost against someone like her. He knew she was way weaker than him, a level 2. Still, she managed to turn the tides of the battle in an instant. How could you? Right now, the 110 Selch tall girl looked intimidating in his eyes. Smack. Lily smashed his face with the staff portion. She continued to do so 2 more times before Xannies collapsed. Blood littered his face. He didn't even know who knocked him unconscious. What? Looking at the mess around them, Soma was lost for words. Despite the girl's appearance being strange to him, he knew it is Lily. Their connection, Falna, does not lie. I see you're done on your side. Teacher. Nabu approached her before casting a correspondence spell. After finding out she didn't suffer any remarkable injuries, he was relieved. He looked at the guy whose face got broken. He didn't feel any pity towards the ringleader of every mess in Soma Familia. Is he your captain? He asked Soma. Yes, I left that position to him. Just how many bad decisions could you make? Nabu deadpanned. To that, Soma avoided his gaze, all the while forgetting that his eyes were hidden behind his bangs. He inspected Zanny's body for a hidden weapon, if his suspicions are right. Bingo! Hidden behind his back is a sheathed dagger. It looks like a normal dagger one would find in a weapons store, but as soon as he unsheathed it, he found a familiar magic. Its ominous aura did not escape Soma's eyes. What was that? He asked. A cursed weapon. It conjures negative emotions into a medium. A single hit could harm a person's astral body. There are 3 parts of the body: ethereal, soul, astral, and physical. The astral body is the projection of the physical body. Once harmed, it is worse than sustaining injuries on the physical body. In short, it is extremely deadly. Nabu tested the one from Valletta and discovered how it prevented healing along the aforementioned effect. Soma did not understand his explanation. Even Lily was quite confused with the new terms that came from him. You can think of it as a magic sword that prevents healing. It wouldn't stop unless the wound gets dispelled. Prevents healing. Lily immediately understood the implications behind his words. Someone could bleed to death with this. That's right. Hearing this, Soma asked, when did he have this? To that, Nabu looked at him directly and shrugged. Why ask me? Isn't this guy your child? You're right. Then it's fine if I interrogate him. We'll find answers that way. That's fine. Having acquired Soma's acceptance, he tied Zanny's to a chair. He cast another spell to strengthen the rope that bound him. Should we find a secluded place, teacher? Do you want to see me work? Yes. Then it's all right. Nabu took out a black dagger. After his fight with Valletta, he restocked the Memorize magic swords in his inventory. Each one cost him around 250,000 volleys, though. Fortunately, he had the time to sell more magic swords, which gave him enough money. Inputting coordinates. Several of them have Alice's Wonderland stored on them. Within 15 seconds, he could finish the spell. Praeci ex soltus nox, grandis modicum optatum. I pray to the wounded knight, grant this little wish of mine. He started mumbling to himself. The black dagger started glowing with a mysterious shine. Apertus inanua terra mirabili. Open the door to my wonderland. Sizzle. A large magic circle appeared on the floor. Several magic circles existed inside the larger circle. It enveloped Zanny's, Nabu, and Lily. Teacher, this is a special place. They are currently in a white-tiled room. It is similar to the soundproof rooms back on Earth. Enhanced sense of pain, sensitivity, and slowed time. Let's do this. Midair, a pair of blue and red orbs appeared. Lily was surprised to see them, but she knew her teacher must have done this. Sizzle. Correct. The blue and red orbs gradually merged. Once they are finished, they turned into a purple beam of light that enveloped the sleeping Zannies. He disappeared along with the chair. A few seconds later, he reappeared. However, his pupils were diluted. Sweat covered his forehead. His mouth subconsciously opened due to the amount of pain he felt. He couldn't even shout as his energy was drained. Hey, that. I know you can hear me. If you don't want to experience that again, you'll have to cooperate with me. Zanny's jolted from his seat. A cold sensation went through his spine. Anything but that, his dry voice resounded. Seeing Nabu's interrogation going this smoothly, Lily is full of praise for him. As expected of teacher, Nabu began questioning Zanny's. Who are you working with? We have contacts with many underground familia. They are the Eiklos familia. Who is the most important partner of yours? It's the Ishtar familia. We have priorities for their orders. Where did you get your cursed dagger? From Eiklos familia, Zanny said blankly. Nabu's questions were answered. If he didn't know about Eiklos familia being part of Evelis, he would have thought this is only a crime network. That, or if wasn't aware of Evelis' possession of cursed daggers. Since he knows, he could guess a part of their plans. Truly, Evelis are good at hiding. What did they want? Volleys. They seemed desperate to earn more volleys. Soma Familia is at the forefront. In the end, Zanny's revealed everything. He is scared to experience that horrifying thing again. In the face of those weaker, his Alice's Wonderland could inflict mental trauma from one's astral body. although the spell pulls their astral body into a dreamscape. It could cause harm to the astral body, though it loses effectiveness and turns into an illusion once the limit is reached. In a way, it is both real and fake. Our job is done. Teacher. Seeing Lily's confused look, Nabu understood her. You're wondering why I brought you along here. Yes. In the first place, he could simply interrogate Xannies alone. He didn't have to invite Lily. However, his future memories gave him an impression. During the years he was gone, Lily tried her best to look for him. He heard it from Artemis herself, that someone who was his student looked for him. Nabu felt bad for making her suffer. Her strong determination led to her persistence in searching for him. That was something commendable in his eyes. That's why he made a decision. Lily, do you mind being my full-time student? Their mentorship was supposed to end when Lily could live a normal life, but he changed his mind. He wants to offer her a better life than her past or foreseen future. Yes. Unbeknownst to him, Lily is very happy with that offer. Things ended unexpectedly. A night had passed since the infiltration. We wrapped everything up by 2:30 a.m. and left the Soma Familia. In the end, the Familia did not disband. I gave Soma another way to fix his mistakes. Unexpectedly, he followed my suggestions obediently. One of them was to imprison the ringleaders, the ones responsible for turning his Familia into that mess. Then again, they are lucky enough to have someone without the wine's influence to become their captain. Chandra is his name, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, he followed Soma's orders down to the core. It looks like he was also tired of seeing the Familia like that, but did not have the power to make a change. He was happy to see his Familia change. As for Lily, she stayed with them for now. I will look over them. That's what she said. She wanted to see if Soma Familia is going down the right path. If they go back to their previous ways, she would deal with them. Well, everything ended just fine. With that, my focus is back to the evidence from last night. I still haven't gotten through the other ledgers except for the one from Xannies. He was smart enough to tabulate his sources of income, to better compute his future profits, and to protect himself. This is to be expected in this messed-up world. They're only in the medieval ages, yet they already have a proper education system, modern-era culture, advanced building techniques, and so on. The gods who taught them made their progress a jumbled mess. Ishtar Familia. I tapped my fingers on the desk. I am currently in the Northwest branch after I finished making advanced forging tools. Ishtar Familia is a very suspicious familia based on the ledgers. Xannies also mentioned how Iklo's Familia was the one who linked Soma Familia to Ishtar Familia. I recall Loki Familia's attack from before. They got Gugalana no. I remembered those 3 years of detailed memories. In one of them, Loki Familia attacked Knossos for the first time and fought against Gugalana, a demi-spirit. Coincidentally, Gugalana is associated with Ishtar. In the myths, it is the Bull of Heaven she requested to be released to take revenge against Gilgamesh. I could see the pattern in this world. Ishtar Familia, Vali's right the Knossos. Right now, I consider that place a diamond mine. All of its doors were created using pure orichalcum, while its walls are made of pure adamantine found in the deeper floors. They also have mithril for their traps. Thinking about them made me drool. If I had those, that'd be unlimited experiments. To build that place, they needed money. Ishtar has that. It wouldn't be surprising if they are Evelyn's direct partner, which means, I realized something. She might have a key. The Daedalus Orb. That orb is none other than the key for Knossos. It provides control to all of its doors. That thing has the highest strategic importance if we wanted to prevent Dionysus' schemes. From what I could remember, Loki Familia had one. If I count the Xenos, that's 2. On the off chance Ishtar Familia has one, that's 3. Shit. I slumped my head down. It'd be a pain in the ass. Loki Familia is a strong Familia. The same goes for Ishtar Familia. As for the Xenos, they are very elusive. I don't have a clue how I could meet them. I would use up my entire stock of luck if I managed to get it with my skill. Memoir Manifest is the only viable way of getting it for now. Even then, it has a less than 0.0001% chance of manifesting. Who knows how many targets I have interacted with over the years. I can't go to the dungeon. I need to spend time more productively. I might have said that, but I'm caught in a slump for both forging and mystical research. I lack the proper ingredients for gunpowder's creation with the former. As for the latter, I have no clue how to find my way home. Honestly, I have the spell that could send me back. What I did not have, however, is the coordinates. I completely understood the return spell from the future Suimai, which is why I incorporated it with Louise-san's spell. In the first place, Louise-san was right. I couldn't use the spell since I am not I could do nothing because it is a rule of their world. What I did was convert it into my usage. Using Suimai's spell, it transformed into the current. Suimai is very lucky. Lacking enough inspiration for the day, I ended up doing the same thing as BOCCHI-chan. To vent my frustrations, I took out my guitar and amplifier. Their setup is easy to be done within 3 minutes. Strum. Good enough. After adjusting the pitch, I began playing a song. It is called That Band, which will become popular 3 years later. Ano bando no yuta ga watashi nai wa. That band's songs sound to me. Kendakaku hibiku wari go nai kikuru, like shrill laughter all around. Ano bando no yuta ga watashi nai wa. That band's songs are to me. Tsunzaku fumakiri no odo medai, like the piercing clang of a railway crossing. I didn't notice the passing of time. I played around 3 songs already, I think. Just then, a visitor entered the shop. Welcome. I put my guitar aside and looked at the new arrival. Yo, serious? An Amazon and an elf entered the store. They are familiar faces. Crusher-san and Thousand Elf-san. Hello, Serious-san. Thousand Elf avoided my gaze. You became stronger than last time. My feat of killing Goliath was publicized to reason out my level up. They must have realized that I was the same adventurer they saw back then. Things happen, I replied. What do you need to buy? Actually, we're here to ask you something. Hearing Thousand Elf, I was slightly confused. What questions do they have for me? A question, go ahead. Last night, Ai-san snuck into the dungeon. Wallenstein-san did, I asked. What does it have to do with me? I am genuinely confused right now. Wallenstein-san sneaking into the dungeon has no connections with me. I didn't tell her to dive. She said it was a training from you. From me, I thought hard. I think I might know what happened. Did she say it was for sharpening her senses? That's exactly it. Sigh. I recall Hephaestus-sama calling her crazy. Now, I know why. She wouldn't hesitate to jump into danger if she became stronger. I thought her hidden bloodlust was drastic enough, but that is not the case. I assume asking questions is not the only thing you came here for. As expected of Sirius, you are just as smart as the captain. Crusher Tiona Hurut complimented. Thousand Elf followed up. That's right, we are inviting you to the Twilight Manor. You want me to talk some sense in her, right? No problem. Since I am the one who caused it, albeit indirectly, I ought to fix it. Maybe they thought that I could persuade her due to me giving that advice to her. I don't mind it. Suddenly, I remembered one of my regrets. In the 8th iteration, I lost the chance to further contrast my spell system to this world's. It has a reference value for countering magic in Gekkai. Based on my 8th iteration, I should have met her. What I have said moments before my death confirms it. It's a pity everything went like this. I wanted to continue our discussions, Lady Reveria. Aurario's strongest mage, Reveria Eljas Alf. I am interested in meeting her. Chapter 44, Twilight Manor. When it comes to training, I learned something. To make it more effective, the student should be able to find the answer themselves. This is how Kiyashiro-san, the swordsman who honed my 6th sense, taught me. Unfortunately, I am not talented in mystic swordsmanship. I could not trigger mysteries in that way. Only with magic techniques could I do so. This backfired. I deadpanned inwardly. Wallenstein-san is just as crazy as me. Whoa, so you're her training partner? Hurut-san asked. Yes, I couldn't pass on the opportunity to fight level 5s. Thousand Elf, Lefia Virides, looked at me as if she heard something preposterous. Aren't you a level 2? How could you fight someone like Eyes? Brimming curiosity could be seen in Hurut-san's eyes. It's magic. I developed something to withstand stronger enemies. I never thought it'll be this strong after having Falna. That's some insane magic then. How did you even come up with it? Circumstances. We Falna-less magicians are already weak enough. We need something to compensate for that weakness. Sirius-san, did you learn it by yourself? Virides-san asked. Technically, I did, but it's more of a joint effort if you ask me. Joint effort? The basis for the robustness spell came from the magic built upon by generations. I did not lie in that part at the very least. What I am and will be saying are half-truths. The matter as an otherworlder will be put off until the near future. Are you aware of the situation outside Aurario, Virides-san? A little bit, she replied. If you're talking about magic, it's less effective than acquired magic. From the books and Ina-san, I managed to draw Gekkai's situation in my head. Congenital magic, man-made magic, is starting to appear. They are manifested with rituals and ceremonies, just like my world's magic. The major difference between the two, however, is that their growth is halted. People of this world chose to use magic from Falna and grimoires. Nobody paid much attention to the tedious spells that are far weaker than the two. Thus, it led to this situation after 1,000 years. During my travels, I came upon the spell and learned it. I see. I continued to talk with the two girls until we reached a towering gate. 2 adventurers are posted as gatekeepers. Tiona-san, this is. Serious? Serious? A familiar reaction from before occurred. My name must have spread throughout Aurario by now. Gee, greetings. You don't need to be so formal, I commented. I see. Seeing the lively familia home, I felt slightly envious. Inside the Twilight Manor's library, Reveria is entangled with something troublesome. After treating the wounded eyes, she began lecturing her. Just what did come to your mind? You shouldn't go missing like that. Why didn't you tell us first? Sorry. Eyes felt a déjà vu. In her early days, she was always reprimanded by Reveria. I want to become stronger. Sigh, going alone to the 40th floor alone will not make you stronger. You're placing yourself in danger. But that's what he did. She recalled Nabu's words. He became strong when he constantly fought. Meanwhile, Finn said that intuition only activates with danger. Combining the two, Eyes thought that constant near-death battles will let her have that intuition. He's who? Serious? Serious? Eyes revealed the sparring she had with him for over a week. She told Reveria how he utilized techniques on the same level as Finn. Nabu himself said that she was free to reveal this to the people she trusts. I see. Reveria left the library for a while, leaving Eyes alone. She stared blankly at the bookshelves as she couldn't understand the mistake she did. For her, diving into the lower floors without preparation is completely normal. It's how he did it. Meanwhile, another meeting occurred outside. Greetings, Lady Reveria. Wearing his black suit, Nabu did an elegant bow. He is currently in his formal mode, the one he used for parties and public gatherings. I have been informed of the situation. He added, I did not expect her to dive into a dungeon, though I am also at fault. Reveria was momentarily surprised at his etiquette. Only those from royalty could act like this. What did you tell her? That I hinted to her about the sixth sense. It exists outside the 5 Alf senses and could detect danger and bloodlust. It's similar to Finn's intuition. It is not Reveria's first time hearing about the sixth sense. It could be acquired by strong adventurers who often ventured into deadly situations. I plan on helping Wallenstein-san sharpen her sixth sense. That's impossible. Unexpectedly, Tiona voiced her doubts first. Hey, that's only gained through bloody battles. She defended her prior words. Every time the sixth sense goes off, it is always during a close battle. It could let someone dodge a deadly strike by mistake or feel the said attack coming. Of course, it is not omnipotent. The sharper it is, the stronger the feeling. Nabu met her gaze and felt something deeper from the carefree girl. In most cases, yes. However, there's another way to sharpen it through training. Training? It is a special training developed by my mentor. He came from outside Aurario, so it's totally fine if you haven't heard of him. Reveria sensed that there are no falsehood in his words. She might not be a goddess, but she could see through falsehoods. Such a training exists. It's the benefit of traveling, Viridi's-san. Nabu followed up inwardly, traveling worlds that is. Oh, I want to join there too. Tiona suddenly clung to his arm. Nabu could feel her body through his suit. Haryut-san. You can just call me Tiona. Tiona-san, you can join Wallenstein-san in the training, but doesn't it bother you? You know. Just like other Amazon, Tiona wore scantily. It is barely enough to cover everything that should be hidden. What do you mean? She cutely tilted her head in confusion. For her, the concept of shame did not exist. Tiona, Sirius might not be accustomed to close contact with others. Thankfully, Reveria is here for the rescue. Is that so? To that, Nabu nodded with a troubled smile. Sorry, I didn't know Tilda. It's all right, just, Tiona-san should be more mindful. There are many guys out there who might take advantage of you. Ah, those guys, don't worry, Tiona proclaimed proudly. I have beaten them up. Makes sense. Lefia looked at Nabu's side profile. He's considerate, no, what am I thinking? Nabu's deadly charm began unfolding itself. We can talk about that training later. For now, can you talk to Eyes? She's not listening to what I am saying. Reveria was helpless in this regard. She's like a mother who already got angry, yet her children wouldn't listen. However, it is due to Ai's using Nabu's name as a shield. Her persistence doesn't budge at all. She and Nabu entered the library once more. The two girls were left waiting outside. Serious? Hello, Wallenstein-san. I've heard you caused some trouble. Trouble? He began explaining why diving into the dungeon unprepared is a mistake. Didn't you tell me to do so? She asked. When? You hinted at it when you pointed that weapon yesterday. Are you sure about that? That. Persuasion had been one of Nabu's strengths. It is mandatory to convince strong people of the shitty future he saw, both in his world and in Gekkai. Actually, we were supposed to begin a special training tomorrow. Training? Upon explaining everything, Ai's felt embarrassed. Now she realized how she jumped to the wrong conclusion. It's like that, NN. Her childish inner self hid her face between her knees. Similarly, her ears began turning red. I'm sorry for causing this, Reveria and Sirius. It's fine as long as you understand it. After sighing, Reveria thanked him. Thank you for the help. It's not a big deal, Lady Reveria. I'm partly at fault here. Still. Then how about this? Knowing she is determined to owe him a favor, Nabu used this chance to fulfill one of his future regrets, study Aurario's side of magic. Understanding their magic systems could help him use spells like Phenomenon Mixer that hijacks a spell. With that, you could use the opponent's spell against them. We can exchange knowledge regarding magic. I'm interested in how you view it. Reveria saw the scholarly spirit blazing in his eyes. It was then did she know that they share a common trait. It's still early. Nabu came up with an idea. Should we start doing the training today? Ahem. I did not mind the dubious gazes sent by Lady Reveria and Viridius-san. A ritual. Partially, magic is a ritual to go against the world's known principles. I held a staff embedded with a blue gem. With the gem, I drew a magic circle on the ground. The blue gem is being dirtied by soil. To this world, they cherish their staves. For modern magicians, it is nothing but a tool. I never expected for it to fit. The gem was something I got from my first murder. It conducts mana pretty well. After embedding it into the staff, it became the core for the staff's preservation and connection spell. Simply, it prolongs the duration of mana drawn to the real world. Since it looks like a tree branch but is made of steel, I called it a datsu, steel branch. 3 circles, they are interconnected in a complex manner. This can't be often seen. Lady Reveria saw through one of the spell's capabilities. Where did you learn this? From an old man when I was traveling. He might be a mage of some organization. Altina, perhaps. That explains it, for him to pass his complete inheritance. He is on the verge of death. I saw her looks briefly change into pity. Then again, I learned this spell from Kazumitsu-san's records. He was dead up until my 6th iteration. Suhimai was the one who brought it up during my training with Kiyashiro-san. Since Kazumitsu-san lived through World War I and World War II, he is indeed an old man. Done. It took 3 minutes to complete the magic circle. I could have done this through memorize, daggers, but I am conserving money. This is how I did Lily's training inside Alice's Wonderland. Tempus cum cunctus mendacium versera veritas. With time, all lies turn into truths. Mana flowed from my hand into the gem before the magic circle was activated. Its entire radius turned into a white floor. This will be the training ground, I said. You can step into it now. Whoa, what's this? Here, Tiona-san tried touching the ground. It feels like a floor. Knock. She even tried knocking on it. You might break it, Tiona-san. The spell's quite fragile. Got it. Someone else followed her actions. How is this possible? There's no texture of grass at all. Did it turn into something else? Viridius-san also examined it. I could see she has attainments when it comes to magic. I heard she was taught by Lady Reveria, which explains everything. It should be an illusion, isn't it, Sirius? Yes, this spell is an illusion, just like any other spells. Bam! I struck the butt of my staff to the ground. Swiftly, the white floor partially turned into grass before being repaired by the spell. It's quite fragile. That's why it does not serve any purpose for practical combat. However, it is good for training. With a thought, a harmless ray of light passed through Tiona-san. It turned red as a result. The goal here is to not get hit by the lights. It turns green if you dodged it completely. Meanwhile, it turns red if you get hit. That's it. I answered Wallenstein-san's concerns. Do you want to try it first? And a ray of light aimed from her right arm. She easily dodged it. Then 2 rays came in different directions. She easily dodged them too, then it turned into 3, 4, 5. When 10 different rays appeared, Wallenstein-san couldn't dodge one of them. It turned red. This looks fun. Tiona-san seems excited upon seeing the game. How did it? Even a level 5 could get hit by attacks. Its difficulty varies. The speed of lights increases. The angles of each attack become more complex as well. Kiyashiro-san stated oftentimes that swordsmen should be able to reach beyond their strike zone. This is complemented by his other statement of them being able to see beyond what could normally be sensed. These became the mantra for my physical training. I see, if I clear all of them will I become stronger, she asked. Of course you will. I kept the fact that there are 30 levels available. They are made based on a monster who could easily split skyscrapers and another monster who should be able to dodge all of them with his special eyes. Even I am only at the 9th level. My 6th sense catches the impending rays, but my body couldn't catch up. Can I go next? I want to go next. Yes, yes. I felt a foreboding upon looking at the two girls. Let's see, this is a peculiar spell. It mostly relies on myths and lesser than physical principles. Is this a gravitational spell? That's right. Reveria lost count of times she got surprised by his magical knowledge. With a single glance, he could understand the purpose behind the spell. It has a very long cast time. It's effective for defending against a siege. As long as it's a frontal confrontation, the spell could turn the tides. After the girls' training, it was the promised knowledge exchange. Nabu got the chance to contrast his spells and look out for Gekai's magic specialty. As expected, he found many new things. The same went for Reveria. His insights are shocking, to say the least. Finn mentioned him having the chance of breaking past the magic limit, just like her and Lefia. Reveria could control the intensity of her 3 magics, extending her available spells to 9. They are balanced in offense, defense, and recovery. As for Lefia, she is the true cheat. She could cast every elven magic she knew, hence her 1000 elf title. Although looking at the boy who is seriously writing on his booklet, Reveria felt another anomaly appearing. It's not this myths, Nabu learned something. In his world, the beings known as gods did not exist naturally. They were given life through the people's beliefs. Once enough belief gathers, gods are born into the spirit realm. Meanwhile, Gekkai has gods who existed even before humans. They found Gekkai one day and descended from Tenkai. They are natural, unlike his world's gods. The difference between the two caused the Falna-given magic to overwhelm normal magic. Using such spells forms a connection. Nabu snapped from his thoughts. Doing something like this could seem disrespectful to Reveria. I'm sorry about that. I got too serious all of a sudden. No, it's fine. Unbeknownst to Nabu, his studiousness even reached out to Reveria. As Nabu continued to live in Gekkai, his home world did not stop. The network of contacts he knew started to show their capabilities one by one. A magic circle glowed beneath Kazumitsu's feet. The next moment, he was briefly sent into a dark tunnel. This is it, the pathway to other worlds. He understood the composition of the spell. Nabu used the derived version of it, which is, right now, they are using the original from Louise's spell and Suemai's transportation circle. The said spell is modified to automatically recall him. As he explored the dark tunnel, a series of disconnected spaces went through him. It threatened to cut his body. He used his to withstand them. When the spell started wearing off, he was forced back to his world. I found nothing, what a pity. Correcting the recorded coordinates, successful. Generating possible sets of coordinates. The voice was cut off. Several more sets of coordinates will be prepared. Are you all right? It's nothing, we should continue. Once a week, Kazumitsu helps Miku in verifying the proper coordinates. That was the only thing they are lacking. The prior coordinates they caught ensured a good chance the world they'll discover will be the one where Nabu currently is. Initiating the 8th attempt.